Well, good morning, duelists, and welcome to our second day of coverage here at the 250th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in London. We're very excited to bring you even more coverage today from this YCS. Obviously, we had 9 rounds of Swiss happening yesterday, which means we've got 3 more to do today before we get into that amazing top 64 cut. Just a little bit of information for you regarding the feature matches we're starting the day with. There is a public transport issue in London today, which means some of our duelists have not made it here just yet, so there's going to be a little bit of a wait before we get into that first round. But we've got plenty of coverage to bring you, so don't you worry. It's going to be very exciting, and we're very happy to have all of you guys here today. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. My name is Ed Templar, and I'm your host today. And I'm not alone in this coverage, because we have the wonderful Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are ready to give you a little bit of a breakdown about what's going on this weekend. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Thank you, Ed. We are doing absolutely fantastic. It has been a thrilling day one. So many diverse decks. Absolute fantastic plays. It was high-level plays, high-level commentary as well, if I may say so.
It goes without saying.
Absolutely.
I've been really enjoying the fact that it's been so... This is such a wide and diverse format. It's been normally at events you have to kind of look to see an interesting deck on the top tables.
You're searching, really.
This time we have like just... spoiled for choice, and not only that, all the ones we've featured have won.
Yeah, that was the crazy part about it for me personally. Like, we picked really good decks because they were easy to find this time, and then all the underdogs even had their moment to shine because they actually performed on feature, and the crowd, even here in the venue, was going wild every single time. Like, one of the underdogs attacked for game, they were cheering him on. Or like that Pankratops that the one player drew. The Pankratops situation was super crazy as well. And I mean, this is the biggest European YCS we ever had, and that means we also have to look at so many different decks, and therefore I would say maybe let's look at the deck breakdown once again. Let's see what all the decks were that entered the tournament at the beginning of day one, and there we have it. No surprise to me personally was that Kashtira was the most popular deck for the event.
Except for, of course, other, you know, how big do we normally see the other category, do you think? Is this about...
I think at YCS events it's usually pretty big. Yeah, I would say usually it's the biggest category. Maybe not in the last format, but for this format I would have definitely expected it to be like
40% around that, it's quite the
pretty
normal
regular
number,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So we have Kashtira as the deck to beat, basically. With 19%, it's not T-Elements numbers, but it is still a pretty big number.
I think if you asked most people before the event what you thought was going to be the most represented, they probably would have picked Kashtira.
Certainly.
Then we have Branded with 11%. Right over Sprite. Of course, also in the Runic variants, there are some Sprite decks as well.
Yeah, but let's talk about that a little bit, right? Because Branded and Sprite, did you expect those decks to show up in that number? Like, second place Branded, third place Sprite?
I think that if you would count the Runic Sprites with these Sprites, then it makes sense that Sprite is on there, that it would be the second place, but there is a major upset. I don't see any Mathmech over there.
Oh, that's true. Where are the Mathmech plays? You're right, I didn't even pay attention to that. So apparently the Mathmechs dipped into the other category because there weren't enough of them in the tournament. For me personally, that was a really good deck to go into this tournament with, and I saw a lot of people preparing at regionals with this deck necessarily, and I don't know why they're not showing up here.
I mean, maybe this is not an upset in total, but it is upsetting me because it is
one
of my favorite decks.
It is a very cool deck, isn't it? It's so like efficient. You get those one-card plays.
Yeah.
You know, one card just accesses out the whole deck. That Mathmech Circular is just a crazy powerful card.
Small World is super insane because you can not only search your combo pieces or your extenders, you can actually just get Lava Golem if you want to.
Or Ash Blossom. You can search whatever you like, basically.
It is a small world when you have small world. You have limitless potential. Every monster knows every other monster.
You know which deck I also am kind of missing in the breakdown, which apparently also is in the other category? I would have expected a lot more trap tricks, because with the structure deck, this deck is so available for so cheap and so easily, and therefore I would have expected this to be in like the top 3 category of representation at least, because this deck is so nice, it's really strong, it's a really good contender, you definitely have a shot in the meta game, so I would have foreseen a lot of Traptrix players.
But we did at least get to see it, take a win on the stream yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, a couple of people already approached me. There are definitely still some in contention. There are X1 players on Traptrix for sure, so we might as well see some more Traptrix on feature later on.
Also, Traptrix isn't the most diverse in terms of styles of play, but you can play 2 different variants, and one of them is the Ethereum variant with a really small package, but your end board is so different from the other one, so it's really hard to side against it. Usually you would go for cards like Evenly with a no problem whatsoever, and you would just play against the Rafflesia probably, but in the Ethereum variant you end on a Regulus with the Lily Borea under it, and there is the Black Rose Dragon Link monster, which I don't know the name of right now. So it ends on negates and bounce plus the traps that you hard draw, or even set from the Serra, maybe. Depends on your hand, obviously. Without a lot of bricks, so it's a crazy variable deck.
It's really cool. It has different approaches for real, like definitely. And I would personally try to go probably with that Furion approach, because evenly matched, as we talked about it early on in the tournament, I think is the second most represented card in the room.
Yeah.
And for example, the Runic Livestream Sprite deck we saw on feature had it in the main deck, and we even had more decks. Like for example, the 60 card Goki deck also had it in the main deck, so a lot of people are actually playing it in the main deck, and therefore it is tough to back row decks, like decks that are just relying on back row, because they can get punished by evenly matched so hard.
We saw evenly matched as well go very hard against the Goki combo deck too.
True.
I remember that was 2 games in a row, wasn't it? There was the, oh, look at this great field. Evenly matched.
Evenly
let's
matched.
go.
Now we are evenly matched again. And still he won though. Still
he
managed to win.
He won the second time. He was evenly matched. Not quite the first time.
Yeah, that's true.
I want to say I'm a bit surprised by the main deck choice of evenly matched. Of course, it is a great card. Okay, it is a great card against almost every deck. I see it. But Sprite is really popular. It has been before the event as well. And against that deck, this card is really lackluster because you're giving up your battle phase for a carrot negate.
I feel like there are a lot of other cards that might be able to bait out the negate from carrot beforehand, so I actually like the choice of main decking evenly matched this time.
You can always draw 2, can't you?
This and
also always happens against me. I can't.
I think we've triggered sore memories.
Yes. and also in another way, you could also always just resolve triple tactic talents afterwards to draw 2, and then it's also like kind of nice.
Not if you use evenly matched in the battle phase. Got to keep your
True, but there's always a way to bait it out, I'm quite sure. But there are a lot of players still in contention to make top cut, to maybe take down this event. So I would say we shall have a quick look at the prizes that they're about to win in this tournament. So let's have a little look at the prize breakdown for this tournament. There it is. So first place prize. That's a long list. So
that is a long list.
off.
All of that just for the winner.
I thought that was all the prizes.
So it will get the exclusive 250th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series trophy. It's early in the morning for me, so excuse me.
You'll get there, Basti.
Yeah, I hope. And then, of course, the ultra rare copy of Another Verse Dragon, the prize card. Then a nice little 250 YCS branded premium messenger back. A Steam Deck. Nice, they're getting a Steam Deck now. That's really cool. That's some cool tech stuff there. Then you get the Top Cut game mat, of course. You get a bunch of world qualifying points. I'm not gonna lie, that is very important to a lot of players because that grind is still going on. For example, I had a very interesting chat with Dinka Bui before the event, and he was like, yeah, I am in contention for the world points race, which is not surprising, but then he added on, I actually, in this season, didn't earn a singular point from regionals. All of my world's points are from YCS events, and let me tell you something, he's still X1 in this tournament, so we might see him in another top cut.
What a flex.
That is actually pretty insane, not gonna lie. That is really, really strong stuff. And yeah, that is like a little bit of a background story for this event, right? Because people are really hunting for those world qualifying points, which are also given out, of course, to second place, as we just see here on screen. And people are really trying to get into that world qualifying playoff, which is going to happen at the European Championship later on in the year.
And as you said, like, this is the biggest YCS, so there's a lot of
points are being given out for sure. So, of course, second and third place are getting a super rare copy of the Another Verse Dragon, and also the game mat and the Steam Deck as well. Nice. All of them are getting a Steam Deck. That's going to be really cool pricing.
A heated third and fourth place playoff to get that.
For sure. Absolutely.
Get your hands on a Steam Deck there.
I want to have one of those too. Absolutely.
Much cooler than the Another Verse Dragon, right?
Obviously not. Maybe the casters can get a Steam Deck as well. I don't know.
We can check if they've got any spare.
I'll just even take just the verse string. I don't need the another verse string.
Sure. You can have the verse, I'll have the another.
Perfect. See, we're a team.
Let's go, let's go. So I already can see Ed smiling at us from over there. So I think Ed is down to play some games with us before we are starting into our next featured match. So Ed, what do you have in store for us?
Well, I'm glad you've asked, Basti, because I've got a lot of questions here that we've been asked by the audience. And these were from yesterday's post. And by the way, for those of you who follow us on social media, whether it's Instagram or Facebook, there are more options for you guys to submit some questions to the commentators. Obviously, I'll be asking this bunch to our wonderful trio over here and the other ones. We've got Alberto, Marcello, and Nadir, who I'll be asking these questions to. But if you want to submit more for us to talk about between some rounds, why not submit it? Also, guys, I heard that we do have a breakdown of nationalities as well, which we can use to fill in a little bit, so we'll talk about that very shortly. Sure. But let's get to some of these questions, shall we? So the first question I've got, which YCS has been your most memorable, be it for gameplay reasons or otherwise?
Buzz.
Straight in. Leo, go on.
I was just wanting to make the Buzz joke. I need some more time. No, favorite YCS? Basti, please.
Thank you for buzzing for me.
Are you going to answer for Leo? Do you think you can?
I think I could answer for Leo because we could answer with YCS Prague back in the day because that was the first YCS both of us met.
Oh wow!
Because I was there as a judge and you were as a player.
That was Rimini.
Oh, look at you now.
That was Rimini.
Yeah, that destroys our love story a lot because I didn't remember the exact event that was. But true, that might have been Rimini. You're right. And yeah, okay, then let's make it Rimini.
Basti deck checked me when I was playing versus Leonard Nena, who ended up taking second place in this event.
Yeah, like really, really cool stuff.
And did you find any errors in his deck list?
I don't want to say anything, but he may have gotten a game loss in that particular deck check.
Yeah, I borrowed the deck.
Yeah, it wasn't on him, but yeah, it had to be issued. But yeah, no, like honestly speaking, for myself, I will come back to YCS Prague because YCS Prague for me always has been really, really cool because I love the city. It's a great place to have a YCS at besides playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And therefore I always love to go to Prague and I hope we're going back to Prague soon. Gotta say that. And then gameplay-wise, maybe as well. My latest top was at one of the remote YCSs, and therefore I will go with the remote YCS, the first one actually, which I topped because that was my last top and I really enjoyed it, of course.
Tom, do you have one?
Well, so for non-gameplay reasons, the first YCS that I commentated, which was really exciting, was the 200th YCS in Utrecht. So that was, at the time, the largest YCS.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was great fun. We got to see Sky Striker all the way. That was a new format, and it was really exciting to see what was going to happen. It turned out Sky Striker was the best deck for that one and sort of dominated the top cut. And it was just such a great experience to be on the casting team for the first time. So yeah, that one really stands out to me. For gameplay, I can't remember what year it was. I'm going to say 2014 in Madrid. I'm sort of aging myself here because that was a full 9 years ago. I made it to the top 8 with a Shadol deck, which I'd sort of created myself, and I was really excited to take it. And again, it was a kind of like new format thing, and I'd done quite well. And yeah, I thought I'd made a deck that was really cool and done really well with it. So yeah, it's hard to beat that.
But it's always special when you have a personal connection to your deck, right? That's
really
definitely cool. It feels so good to have that deck that you basically have brought out as a child, and then it is performing well in the real world.
It's always great to like to do well in a YCS, but to do well with the deck that you've made yourself feels just even better. Yeah,
sure.
I don't know if it counts. Can we count the European Championships? It's technically not a YCS, but
I think we can do so.
It counts because for me, that was the first time that we all came together as a team to do coverage. So for me, that's my favorite. What was the one after that? Was it Utrecht?
Yes.
So then if we have to go purely YCS, Utrecht, because that's the second time we all came together. And actually, since then, I think it's been really fun. I'm very happy as part of this coverage team. I think we've got a really, really wonderful team. And actually, this time, having both Tom and Nadir come and join us and have trios, it's been a really nice, fun change for us. And we hope you guys at home are also enjoying it as well. But I feel like I've really thoroughly enjoyed working with you guys. So I'm going to say that. That's going to be my wholesome answer.
But now it was okay, Ed.
So does that mean you're going to say this one because it's the first time that you had myself and Nadir joining you?
I will say that now.
Yes. Also, it's in your hometown, of course, which is pretty
That's true. I live
favorable for
20
as well.
minutes away, so that's made this very
But
easy
now,
to get
let's
to.
not forget, Leo had so much time now to think about his answer. So, Leo, what is your answer to this?
Oh, I think gameplay-wise, it was one of the first YCSs we've had in Bochum.
Oh.
2013 or something like that. I remember Mermail was kind of good. Spellbook was also decent. I was running Bubble Beat, a hero version.
Wow.
And I was really young. I did not have the resources, the friends in the community that can borrow your cards, so I couldn't get my hand on a common Mirror Force. Which is why my deck was really
Lackluster.
bad. But I had so much fun. I was really young, I was really shy, and the people just explained everything to me. I've had such nice battles with people of all ages. It was just a fantastic experience.
I remember that myself when I was younger, when you could you'd turn up to an event and people were just so keen to explain. I have this great memory in my head of the first time I went to a locals and I turned up with this absolute pile of cards and someone just played with me, and then they sat me down afterwards and they said, look, I'm going to put this Gemini elf, this is how long ago I went to my first locals. They said, here's a Gemini elf, we'll see how many turns it'll take your deck to beat a Gemini elf.
That's fun. But also, I have a special connection to Leo's story because that indeed was my first YCS as well. So even though we didn't know each other at that time, I was also very young, as you could tell, because we were similar age. And I played that. You couldn't imagine with Hero Beat myself.
You're a bit older.
You're a little bit, okay. But I played Hero Beat myself. That was quite a thing. And I made it to the table 1 of the event. In round number 1, which is not that big of an accomplishment, but I was there on my first YCS,
and it just went downhill after that, let me tell you that.
I like that you guys have so many
that,
stories. This is nice. And look at you with such a rich history behind you. We've got another few questions. We go through those.
That was just
we still have to fill a little bit of time.
That was the warm-up
unfortunately,
question, yep.
due to those transport issues, there is still a little bit of a delay. But don't worry, we actually have our first feature match pairing. But we're going to have to wait until the entire thing gets started so that we can bring you that. Don't worry, we've got plenty more to talk about and plenty more stats to show you to keep your appetite whetted for those matches. Next question. I'm going to put this in 2 parts.
Oh.
What's your guys' pick to win the event? So there's 1, what's a realistic pick? And then 2, what's one you'd like to win? Because for me, I think something like, I don't know, maybe Runic or Sprite might make its way quite high up. That's probably quite a realistic one, maybe even Kashtira. But I'd quite like to see Super Heavy Samurai
You got my pick already.
or Gate Guardian take it, just because like we've seen those in the feature matches, and those were crazy, especially with Super Heavy Samurai. It was before the supports come out. And that's really exciting, but I want to know what your guys' opinions are of this. Which deck would you like to see top it, and which do you think will top it?
Who's starting?
Shall I? Go for it.
Sure. I think the deck that will probably is going to take it all down is going to be Kashtira. That is the deck that I've been playing the last couple of weeks. I consider it to be the best deck of the format, and therefore for me personally that would be the pick I have to go with. From my heart, speaking from my heart, I gotta say the last YCS in London was won by Sky Striker, so wouldn't it be a nice story to have a nice victory of the Sky Striker deck again? I don't know how many YCSs we have won by Sky Striker already.
Statistically, it's very likely that Sky Striker is going to win.
And therefore I'm going with it. It's also a very, it has a very special place in my heart. I love the deck. But how about you, Tom?
I'm gonna... Okay. So I think maybe Kashtira is the most popular deck, but I've seen a lot of the top players switching to Sprite.
True.
And Sprite is a deck for me that I think maybe a lot of people kind of wrote off at the beginning of the format when Elf was forbidden, because it kind of lost a lot of its grind game, but it's got such a powerful and explosive start. I think, and it has the ability, as we were talking about before, to negate an evenly matched. And evenly matched is one of the most popular cards this format. So I'm gonna back Sprite, even though it's not quite as popular as Kashtira. And for a deck that I would love to see win, I'd love to see some like Dragon variant. There's something just, I don't know what it is to me. It's so nostalgic. It's like peak Yu-Gi-Oh, like searching dragons, banishing lights and darks to summon dragons.
They're dragons.
It's just, I don't know. It's just something like, that's just what Yu-Gi-Oh is about to me. I don't know what it is in particular about dragons, but yeah, that's my pet pick.
I think, like, for my first answer, I'm just going to go with Tom, because Yeah, if you want a healthy snack and you're afraid of evenly matched, then go for a carrot. And the second deck I want to say is, because I also like dragons, it's Tenny Sword Soul. It's a really cool deck. It has good abilities. And yeah, we're just going to give it over to Ed right now.
Well, it's because I've just heard in my ear that our players are ready, which means we are about to get into this match. So I'm going to throw straight back over to you guys, because I've got to get over to that feature match table to introduce our round 9 feature. It's going to be very exciting. Guys, what do we think we're going to see?
Go get him, Ed. So I think we're going to see maybe, just maybe, a Rika deck.
How would you think that? That's
Strange
such
idea.
a strange guess. Yeah,
I thought we were
absolutely.
seeing Get Guardians.
Oh, I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
that would have been a cool pick.
We already had him on the future, and I don't know whether he's still in the competition. You would hope so,
I
though.
suppose if we see Gate Guardian every round, you know, it might start to get a bit...
But I do understand where Leonard is coming from, because there is a very familiar face joining our featured match table now, and therefore I think it's pretty easy to assume that it's going to be Rika, because I don't know, there's that small group of UK players gathering around the Rika deck, and they are really perfectionizing it. And yesterday we had Jessica also winning on featured match with the Rika deck, and now we're going to have Alex Robertson, who's also playing this deck non-stop and all the time, and I wouldn't be surprised if we brought it back with him again.
It's hard to not to gather around a deck when you have such success with it, you know?
Yeah,
it's not been touched by the Forbidden Limited list, so, you know, if it's good enough to win the European Championships, it's got to be good enough to, you know, keep playing.
To be fair, the deck runs Soul Charge, so the deck runs Lone Fire Blossom, so I think that Soul Charge would also be really good if it came off the Forbidden Limited list. To be fair, it wouldn't just boost the Rika deck.
That probably is true, gotta agree on that. But yeah, I think going with the approach of playing a heavy combo deck in this wide open, diverse format is actually something I really, really, really like, especially if you find a way to also include the regulars you were talking about earlier on, because if you have an answer to negate something, like generally, and you can counter cards like Evenly Matched. You were saying that therefore Sprite Carrot is such a strong card. I really like it, because having a big board backed up by a real negate seems so strong in this particular format.
I love having a deck that can, you know, it's good to have a deck that can grind, and Kashtira is obviously a deck that can grind, but just like to be able to have a deck that can have an explosive turn 1 if you let it. To me, I love always having a deck that can do that.
That is quite the phenomenon, that as soon as the format gets slower, these decks rise, right? So some people start bringing heavy combo decks. The amount of hand traps in the decks is dwindling, and you're just starting to combo off every single turn and break the boards. But we are maybe going to see some combos soon, because we're now giving it over to Ed Templar for the featured match.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, I am here with our round 10 feature match. Thank you very much for all of your patience as we were waiting to get this started. But here we are. So I've got Noah Bagelman and Lorenzo Santoni, who are ready to duke it out in this round 10 feature match duel. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. So who would like to roll the dice first? Lorenzo? Okay, let's see what Lorenzo rolls here. I'll say 1 for Lorenzo. And Noah has also rolled a 1. That's a 5 for Lorenzo. And Noah has rolled a 1. So, Lorenzo, are you going to go first? Lorenzo is going to go first, so I'm going to hand you straight back over to your wonderful commentary team. Basti, Tom, Leo, take it away for our first match of Sunday here at YCS London, our round 10 feature.
Thank you so much, Ed. And there was a little bit of a misunderstanding, because I thought we were going to have Alex Robertson with Rika, but instead we are going to see Lorenzo and Noah going to battle it out. And I also see a very valid reason why we are going to feature this, because this list that I'm just seeing in front of mine is looking interesting, and I might make somebody particularly happy in here, because we are going to see some Mathmag cards apparently. But not just that.
I know, I'm looking over this deck list now. I think we can call this spicy, you know?
Yes,
This is not just mild. This we can call this spicy, I think. I'm excited to see. this in action.
Certainly I am as well. And it's going to go up against Lorenzo Santoni. And that is also a very well-known name. He's always in competition, always at the top tables, battling it out at every YCS,
I was going to say, that is the familiar face that we are seeing in the feature match area.
Absolutely, yeah. And therefore, I think we are about to have a really interesting featured match. So why not go back over to the table? Let's check out what's happening. Let's go for the first round of Swiss today. So that's the 10th round of Swiss in total here for the 250th YCS in London. Let's start the action for today.
Something that you guys can probably not see, but we could see it on our screen. Lorenzo Santoni is actually a bounty duelist.
I just noticed that as well. Yeah, go on, say it.
That means Noah gets 2 boosters if he wins, so there is a lot on the line here.
Let's go. And also, they are 8-1 in the tournament currently, so it definitely would help out to win this. Oh, and look at that. I really like that addition to the Kashtira deck, because we see Lorenzo is on Kashtira, but he's also running the Primitive Planet Reich Phobia.
Or it's known among many players, the Scareclaw field spell.
Yes, exactly. I mean, he's searching a Scareclaw card. He searched Scareclaw Kashtira, and the main purpose of this card being in the deck, of course, is set rotation. You're usually going to give this card over to your opponent, but if you draw it, it's also not that bad, because as we could just see, you can just search out for the Scareclaw Kashtira.
It's the sort of, it isn't the 4th copy of the Kashtira field spell Wraith Soth, but it allows you to run a 4th copy in the form of set rotation, and players are super keen to add any consistency they can to their deck.
It would even be the 5th copy, because Terraforming, of course, is also still there. Yeah. So we saw Pot of Prosperity Resolving, grabbing the most powerful 1-card starter that there maybe is right now in the format, and it gets met by Effect Veiler from Noah, and sometimes then Effect Veiler on Kashtira Unicorn can be enough to stop the entire deck. That's going to be 2 back row in the pass from Lorenzo there.
Look at that, Lorenzo even activating the second effect of the Unicorn
Why
to
not?
look
Just
into
to
the
see what
extra
will
deck.
happen.
Just gets negated again.
But now let's see. I know there's Mathmech on screen, but we are about to see some other cards hitting the field here as well.
Some fireworks,
there are so many interesting cards in there. Okay, that is considered to be a Mathmech card, I would say, starting it off with Silent Mining, but discarding Elemental Hero Stratos. And Lorenzo is like, yeah, Silent Mining probably a good card to ash, and therefore we are ashing it. This is crazy. He's playing Mathmech with heroes.
Have a chat.
And he has Circular already. Just had this was a bait there.
Every time you ash the Silent Mining, there is the hard roll Mathmech Circular, and it just makes you reconsider every life choice you've ever made.
That is so strong. But now begins the interesting part.
I think maybe if you're Lorenzo, you're not too unhappy because you've got that Kashtira Unicorn in play, so you could get to use its effect now, look at Noah's extra deck, and take a card out of it. So
yeah, that is true.
The possibility of getting OTK'd is a lot lower if you can take a key piece out of your opponent's extra deck, like Access Code Talker or like Update Jammer.
And he's only running 1. I'm just having a glimpse at the deck list.
That is true.
Only 1 Mathmech player has started to play.
I want to see Lorenzo's face now. He's looking through the extra deck and he's like, there are a couple of cards, but I couldn't really understand why they're in there. There are like Scareclaw cards in there. There's a Springen's Merrymaker. What is going on here? And look at Lorenzo. He really doesn't know. And he goes for the Zeus instead.
He plans to not get OTK'd this turn. Of course, Merrymaker plus Sargus is a really powerful combo to, even if you run a rank 4 toolbox deck, that you can Zeus for 2 times, basically.
Agreed for sure. And we are reading the Sigma now. And the thing is, there are so many different engines. There's a Scareclaw engine, as we saw, and some hero cards as well. But as soon as you activate Mathmech Sigma in the grave, you are going to be locked into Cyber's monsters. So therefore, a lot of those engines are not going to be applicable anymore. And that also makes me question why he went after the Zeus, because that at the moment does not look like a Zeus turn to me.
It does require a lot more thought than normal, because normally you play the Mathmech cards and you just play it in a pure Cyberse deck, right? So you don't have to think about all these restrictions, and somehow all of the restrictions on the Mathmech cards, your deck just kind of naturally plays them. You know, you can only use Cyberse monsters, fine, my whole deck is Cyberse monsters. You can only attack with 1 monster, fine, I'll play an Access Code Talker with an Update Jammer and make it attack twice. Like, I can play around all these restrictions, but if you try to include extra engines in your deck, then these restrictions might become very real.
This is a tough deck to play then, because you definitely have to sequence your plays And yeah, that's usually the card you are searching for going second. Mathmech Equation. Going first, you will always try to set up Mathmech Super Factorial, but now going second, you just want to have an extra extender. Mathmech Equation, being able to special summon one Mathmech monster from your graveyard, really helping out to get that extra body onto the board.
It's granting the monster 1000 attack points.
Yep, that can help. And there comes Laplacian.
So that is Ellenberg.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, yeah. You're the Mathmech expert in here.
That is, in fact, true.
So do we think, given our discussion and seeing that he's running some extra engines, that maybe he actually doesn't want... Maybe it's like, for most Mathmech decks, we just assume Circular into Sigma is the perfect start.
Yeah.
But maybe that's not what Noah wants to be doing?
Probably
if he's got
not.
other monsters in his extra deck that he
if I
wants
look
to
at his
access.
deck... Oh, but there's the Hard-Drawn Diameter already, but maybe we have another impermanence there because we impermed the Diameter.
That would still be an OTK at this point, let me tell you that, unless he plays the equation in the in the pendulum zone that was just impermanence. However, Lorenzo just denied 2 searches, and that is the dangerous part of denying searches. If your opponent has already hard drawn the card that they want, it's just it doesn't help you at all.
No. And once another... If Noah can make an XYZ monster here, which it looks like he's going for a Link instead, then you would have a negate for the turn with your Mathmech Diameter, but it doesn't look like he's been able to do that just yet.
Coming back to the different engines in his deck, I think you are right. Normally what you're trying to do with those decks that are just featuring the Mathmech engine is that you go for the other stuff first, and then at the last thing you are going... Like, he interrupted you on your hero cards, he interrupted you on your Scareclaw cards because he didn't know you just played the Mathmech engine as well in this deck, and then you are going for Mathmech Circular Effect and you are going to have a good time.
So maybe Lorenzo not super familiar with this deck because he's getting up a
Nobody is.
translation of Splash Mage.
I don't know if I'm late on this party, but I just figured out what the A Hero Lives combo is supposed to do.
Go ahead, I want to hear it.
So you special summon out the Stratos, search for the other Stratos, normal summon that one, get the effect to get rid of a back row, and then you're already into your Dalembert with the 2 level 4 monsters. So you basically get a pop and the search for the Mathmech off of the Hero Lives.
Is he running any extra copies of any extra elemental heroes to search, or just the 2 Stratos themselves?
I think it's just the 2 Stratos.
It is just the 2 Stratos indeed.
That's a blast from the past for me. The 2 Stratos.
Oh, and now I want to see that, like, there is a scenario in which Noah OTKs through an impermanence here. If he manages to, I think it's already not possible anymore here, because usually you can transcode Talker, protect your access code from targeting, while having
but honestly
2 attacks with the update jammer. But
do
I
we
don't
think maybe Lorenzo would have played an impermanence by now if he'd had one?
Oh, what is it? It's
what
really,
is the face down?
It is enemy controller, and that is actually really powerful because if you're getting rid of that update jammer, no, I think you have to take the update jammer. He's not taking the update jammer.
But the Splash Mage was used already. He just opens himself to an OTK. I think he still has equation,
He knows about the equation in hand. That equation is going to get another Mathmech monster, and then we have transcode into access code here. Why was he taking that Splash Mage there?
Maybe Lorenzo is not that familiar with the cyber strategy at this point.
Absolutely not. I mean, he had to read Update Jammer and Splash Mage, which are really popular cards for the deck. And he also decided to get rid of the Zeus, which is not that often to be summoned in the Mathmech strategy anyways.
Especially once you've seen your opponent use a Mathmech... No, Circular doesn't quite lock you into Cybers.
But the Sigma does.
But the Sigma does, and the Sigma was what was sent off the Circular.
Yeah. Indeed.
So now Noah is really taking his time on this turn here, and yeah, that is the equation in the enemy controller column.
Rightfully so, rightfully so.
And I mean, he was really taking his time here. I was kind of scared that he forgot how to combo this because he was so confused that Lorenzo just took the Splash Mage. I mean, the Splash Mage was already used, right?
Wait, let me check something. There is no transcode talk in his extra deck.
Really?
I'm just looking through his extra deck, and he's playing so many engines that there is no space for a transcode talker.
Oh my goodness.
And that's why we are going into Heat Soul right there. So I think the turn is over here. So Lorenzo maybe exactly knew what he was doing there.
I mean, I guess he did know as well that there was no access code. Maybe he would have picked out the access code if he'd seen the access code.
And access code is in there, but transcode
is there's no transcode in there.
Okay, in that case, I think he should have possibly taken something other than Zeus.
Every Mathmech, is he playing Mathmech Addition or Subtraction or something? He has no space for that, no. So I don't think there's any way to get another monster onto the board here.
He's even playing Is he playing a Scareclaw card, right?
Yeah, he's playing a Scareclaw engine. Even.
Imagine set rotation. Okay, activate Break Phobia. I have combo now. Thank you.
Do you remember when people initially ran set rotation to give your opponent the Gaia Knight field spell that they simply couldn't activate without a Gaia Knight in their deck? And then people started running Gaia Knights in their deck so that they wouldn't have their field spell zone locked.
Oh, and we just went for the end phase.
Wow.
We didn't even attack over the Splash Mage, just wanted it back. And now comes Heat Soul again, drawing another card.
But I love Decode Talker Heat Soul.
It is really
It's
strong.
so much fun drawing 2 cards.
Especially when you're drawing so many, when you have playing so many hand interactions. Last turn, 1 effect Veiler was enough to stop Lorenzo, but now we have Ash Blossom, Drone Lockbird, effect Veiler. We have so many different eruptions that are possible
And
there.
Lorenzo did just stop after his 1 unicorn was negated. So, has he got any follow-up to the unicorn?
We knew about the Scareclaw Kashtira on hand.
He's also running the Therian King regular, so he's not only playing the Sargas.
He's playing so many
playing
wild
everything.
cards.
Does activate? Oh, he's just attacking with it, perhaps?
Yeah.
I was thinking perhaps he might have a birth to follow up, but it looks like he's just going to his battle phase and attacking.
In this situation, it's quite interesting because Heat Soul currently is getting boosted by its own effect, so it is on 28, and Scareclaw Kashtira is only on 26, but the Scareclaw Kashtira battle effect comes into place. Whenever a Scareclaw or Kashtira monster is battling, the opponent's monster that it's battling against is going to be negated, and therefore it is going to be big enough to run over the Heat Soul.
It's always something to keep in mind, this effect, because it's really not one used very often and very easy to forget about.
And also, it's whenever a card is battling. So whenever you are declaring an attack, it's already too late for your opponent to do something about it.
They are writing down some... Yeah. Okay, oh wait, well...
Yeah, I mean, of course they're going to write down some
Noah's probably
damage.
saying like, haha, you forgot that my monster had 500 extra attack.
Now there's a Splash Mage still on the field. And I mean, Splash Mage does not have to reborn into his zone it points to, right? He could just get another monster from the graveyard there. And there's Small World coming down now, so I think any of his engines are available for him again. He has to check whether his bridges are still alive or whether some of them are in the graveyard already.
Does he have a way to go into the update jammer again? Because otherwise he would have to search for Diameter.
I mean, can't we just...
Dinotherium! It is a level 4, so I think there will be a possible bridge. You can not use the Stratos.
Because it's a wind monster, that's true, yeah.
Oh no, just one Stratos is gone.
Yeah, but it's a wind monster, so it doesn't match up.
He must have a plan for how his...
Paralytic is a wind monster indeed.
Is a wind monster, yep, okay, so now he can add any of his math mechs, I guess, because they don't share any attributes, types, whatever, with Parallel Seed other than being Cyberse. Right?
There are a lot... Diameter you can't take at this Format Skipper.
But this is Format Skipper. He's playing that as a free-off, so he really values the card.
It's very important that you can't take Diameter, which would be really good in this scenario, because Diameter has 1,000 attack points. And
does Parallel Seed also have 1,000 attack points? Okay.
If I am not mistaken. Oh wait, this could be
2,000.
I
think maybe it's 2,000 and it halves itself when it's summoned. But I mean, so it normally has 1,000.
So much for reading cards, right?
Apart from when it's in your hand.
So we are reading up on the Format Skipper there, so we might as well read up on it on screen here as well.
I think it shows you like an extra deck card and then takes the name of the extra deck card. That's how you went into Nightmare Mermaid back in the day, right?
Yeah, I think that's actually the case. So there is Book of Moon. So on the normal summon of Format Skipper, immediately going to react with Book of Moon.
But that's just fine, right? Because now
he still has Splash Mage.
He also has Sigma. And there's no monster in the extra monster zone.
You're right. I almost forgot about that.
But does he want to use the Sigma until he's had a chance to... Is there anything in his extra deck that's not a Cyberse that we think he might want to play this turn?
Could go for Merrymaker Sargas Place and summon the Therion.
But how is he getting to that with only Cyberse monsters? I don't think that's possible.
Not at all, I think.
So we are going...
use the Splash Mage.
Oh, what's coming here?
Oh, so it
that's
doesn't
a link
like
too. That could be Cyberse Wicked though. Yeah, that is Cyberse Wicked indeed.
But now he can't summon the Sigma back, but apparently he has some... Well, turns out we are setting a card. Maybe this was the hard-drawn Super Factorial.
Oh no, we're still going on? No. Oh no, we're explaining the effect of Cyberse Wicked.
Yeah, but I mean, Cyberse Wicked cannot be destroyed by battle, and Scareclaw Kashtira couldn't care less.
Yeah, because it is just going to negate.
And also, it's too scary.
Oh, but there's the hard-drawn Super Factorial!
That's definitely not what you want to see.
That is super strong.
He had it coming, right? That really looked like a Super Factorial set. And there's not much that Lorenzo has left in play. He can even chain block. relation.
This does so much. Like
Yeah.
it offers you 1 negate this turn. It takes a card from your opponent's hand and their field. Like
Yeah.
And no, the whole field is going to be gone, and also the whole hand, because that is only 1 card in hand for Lorenzo right now. He's going to be left with no cards, and that means Noah Bagelman is taking game number 1 here with the Mathmech deck, if you can call it like that, honestly. Like, what kind of a strategy he has brought you to this tournament?
I am utterly confused.
Yes.
I mean, I really like the Hero Lives engine. I think that Stratos, search Stratos, normal Stratos, pop a card, and then go into the rank 4 immediately is incredibly strong, to be honest. You can also, if you have the Circular, you don't even have to go into the Alambertian. You can just go into the Springens Merrymaker and then into the Sargus. You can search for the Regulus. Then you can summon out the Circular. You can do so much stuff. Get the machine into the graveyard. I can't stop, but
it's a cool deck. I just want to see what it can do. I'm just...
And it seems so versatile, doesn't it? It has so many approaches. You can go so many different routes, as you said. Maybe going for Zeus some of the time, and it's just
I just
really cool.
really dislike one particular thing.
Go ahead.
Transcode is
seems so
incredibly
good,
important, because otherwise Splash Mage is just not access code talker. There are so many routes that you can't go if you are not running Transcode in terms of going second. I mean, he has access to Zeus, which is great, but you cannot access Zeus if you only have the Circular. So you really are relying on having more than 1 card for your combo, which also means that you are not very good in a top deck scenario in the grind game. It kind of
I see what you mean. Because one of the great bits about Mathmech is it's so efficient. Just to normal summon any of your Mathmechs, or after you've got the Sigma in the graveyard, you can just climb away to any links you might want. Transcode Talker, however, does have a restriction about not being able to summon from the extra deck, apart from Cyburst monsters. And it looks like Noah's trying to use a lot of non-Cyburst monsters in his extra deck, so maybe he thought that's why he didn't include a copy.
True. Transcode is going for the whole turn with that, right? Even before he was summoned. But so I mean, that's kind of a restriction.
I really like the fact that Circular alone is an access code talker with 5,300 attack points and 2 attacks if you search for the equation.
Quite powerful.
And that does not work without the Transcode talker.
I think every Mathmech player likes that, to be honest. In general, that's a pretty common thing among Mathmech players.
I think it still works without the Transcode talker. Wait, let
probably,
me just...
Probably.
Circular Sigma, summon, search equation, go for a Splash Mage, summon the... Oh, well, then the Sigma gets banished, so it's a little bit more difficult there. Yeah.
It is not that easy, but I will have a quick look what Noah now, that will be going second again, most likely there.
Oh, sorry, Noah. I was going to ask about Lorenzo's side deck, but yeah.
I mean, okay, then let's start with Lorenzo, because he's going to go first here again.
I was just wondering if he was
going
to be super prepared, because he might not have known what the...
Yeah, I mean, you can't be prepared for that deck, because nobody has known about that deck being a thing. But I mean, there are very generic going first cards that are coming in here for sure. A Pointer of the Red Lotus, Solomon Judgment, of course. Those are just super good versus basically anything.
I've definitely got my eyes on those Dimension Shifters too.
I could see those coming in too. Those are usually versus big
crazy combo
decks.
deck. In it
just
goes.
Throw that Shifter in for sure. But we are going to see the answers to those questions in a moment, because the players are ready. So let's get back over to the table and see what Game 2 is going to bring.
Just FYI, I just went through the combos while you guys were talking. I didn't hear a single thing, to be honest, but you can OTK just with Circular.
Deep into the tank.
You can, okay. I mean, let's see what is happening here. So we are going to see Lorenzo starting this one off, and how is he going to do that? He's starting it off with Terraforming, which is, of course, really powerful. And there is the Chain Dimension Shifter you were bringing up. So that's a huge thing here for Lorenzo. Right on.
And that is a big ouchie, I gotta be honest.
For me, Dimension Shifter is actually one of the best bits about Kashtira. It's so powerful.
It is.
This is like easily the most powerful hand trap in the game, in my opinion. If your deck is allowed to run it, doesn't need the graveyard itself.
And if your deck is not allowed to run it, then it is still the most powerful one in the game.
Because that means it's against you.
So, ooh, this time we're searching for Fenrir. Usually you're going to see a search for the Unicorn, but apparently we already have Kashtira Theosis in hand, because that would explain just going for Fenrir here instead.
If I'm Noah, I'm thinking either he has the Theosis or the Birth. Probably the Birth, because he's just searched
Now that
Unicorn,
looks like Birth a lot more, indeed.
And in this situation, I think the Dimension Shifter even helps you combo, because you get to banish some of your Kashtira effects, obviously activate when they get banished. So not only is it stopping your opponent, but it's also helping you.
For sure. The thing is, right now there is nothing.
There is nothing banished yet, but Lorenzo can
but
quickly change that.
I mean, do we have Rysart now in hand?
That's certainly what it looks like.
Yes, we do. Okay.
That looks like a full zone lock. But there is Veiler and Gamma. Veiler can't be activated anymore, which is a nifty little feature of the Dimension Shifter. I think
really asserting itself as the best hand trap by stopping the other hand traps from even being allowed to play.
Ooh, we are banishing Telemans.
Lockbird is also stopped. The last OTS championship that I played, I opened Veiler Lockbird and I just got shifted, so the game was over.
Fun.
So he's going for the monster zones.
That is an interesting take, because usually if you're going for the full zone lock, I would advise personally to go after the back row, but he decides to go after the main monster zones here, which is maybe indicating that he's not even trying to go for the full zone lock and maybe go for a middle approach of going for a free zone lock or something here.
Yeah, it's nice to have the spell and trap card zones, because your opponent can't use a lot of the very powerful like comeback cards, like Book of Eclipse, like evenly matched.
For sure.
And then oftentimes if your opponent doesn't have any spells and traps to help get through your field, then your one interruption with the Kashtira Rise Heart is enough to stop their monsters.
But Leo, I think you saw Gamma in the hand of Noah, huh? Didn't you?
Yeah.
So that's actually quite interesting, because he took a little bit of a risk there by not using the Gamma on something before the Rise Heart, because now Rise Heart already banished 3 cards from the deck of Noah, and that could as well be a driver, and therefore the Gamma in his hand could not be live anymore.
I would have thought with... I mean, is he even running Gamma, or did I...
I'm pretty sure, I have Gamma in his main deck list,
because I would have
thought
that you might want to throw it on the Dimension Shifter, because if you are under Shifter, you really have difficult time playing. You're not running addition, you're not running subtraction, you won't get off the circular effect by any chance.
No, that's an interesting point, actually. I would, you'd normally think you want Gamma to stop your opponent's, first turn opening plays, but to stop your opponent's Dimension Shifter is also pretty handy.
There is Telemans Kashtira.
So this is the full sort of zone lock.
Yeah,
that
we
took
have
people
to set up here.
A little bit longer to figure out. It's a bit of a weird line. You have to banish one of your Kashtira monsters, not the Big Bang, and then use Ogre to add the Big Bang. And this way you get to have a Rise Hard and play for a lot longer, and you get the one extra monster that's necessary to lock.
But I mean, now
we're still missing one monster, right?
I think Birth hasn't reborn yet, so I think we're absolutely fine. And
so we're going to get one for the Bang and one for the Birth.
Exactly. That's a nice saying. That's modern day Kashtira Yu-Gi-Oh! One for the Bang and one for the Birth.
I love, Shang 1, Bang 2. That's my...
Yeah, but I mean, now, if we are assuming that we saw it correctly, that there is a Gamma in the hand of Noah, I guess the best card to Gamma here at that point would most likely be the Mind Hacker, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I
because
guess
then the board isn't that impressive anymore.
Absolutely. I mean, you still will have to fight through that Dimension Shifter. Oh. Okay, he makes his opponent mill there with the Telemans Kashtira. That's nice. So that was another risk for Noah there, to be honest. But maybe the driver is already banished by the first effect, so that risk has not turned out to be favorable for Noah there.
He might be waiting for the Diablosis.
He might be waiting for too long, though. Let's see.
I've sort of played through this line. If your opponent has the Arise Heart and you just negate the Diablosis, it might not be enough.
Yeah.
Because you're going to summon the Gamma, and then obviously Lorenzo's not going to get 2 banish effects off the Diablosis. I know he's only going to, but he can still get 1 off the Arise Heart. So you're still going to be having 3 zones locked, and your opponent's still going to have an Arise Heart in play on the next turn. So when you summon your first monster...
And that is enough here in this particular moment. Noah has seen enough, so this is going to be game number 2 to Lorenzo. So Kashtira versus the Mathmag deck of Noah is now equaled in score.
First full zone lock we have seen all weekend, right?
I think for us personally, yes. I think the Italians already had one, to be honest.
A zone lock and a graveyard lock.
The Italians and Nadir.
And Nadir, of course, yeah. Excuse me, of course. But yeah, what do we expect to see now from Noah going first? Because in the first game, he was going second and he showed us a pretty cool display of his deck. But now we really want to see a combo board of his deck, because we are expecting this to make something on top of the regular Mathmag field, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm excited to see, because the Mathmag one thing I love about the Mathmech is how consistent it is. All you need is that one circular and you can do everything. But the one thing I didn't like is when you play it and you have a ton of Mathmech cards, you still basically do the same thing. So maybe Noah's figured out.
I highly disagree.
You're disagreeing? Okay.
I highly disagree because people
maybe I just don't play it well enough.
People have figured out that with Alimbertion, if you have 4 materials attached, you can search for any
That
card
is
in your deck.
definitely
So
true,
you get
yeah.
your combo plus anti-spell fragrance or whatever card you desire. So what I have seen in his list is that he's also running Psy-Frame Lord Omega, so he hasn't found the space for a transcode talker. However, if he gets Gamma off after getting the Signet Mining Ash, then he can go into Omega. So that is apparently more valuable to him. I don't say I disagree.
This seems to have offended you quite personally.
I don't say I want to
talker.
disagree with this. I mean, his score speaks for him, right? I'm just sitting here. I mean, I haven't lost a single game with Mathmech this weekend. I want to say that as well. But that's a different story.
You've
Thank
been,
you.
to be honest, tearing up the caster tournaments.
Yeah, that is true. The speed jewel ones at least. But he's also running Lambda, so that
I was
is
about to
something-
say that. Yeah, he's committing to that Psy-Frame engine more than to his main engine of the
thing,
deck.
apparently.
But I mean, Noah for sure, coming all the way from the US here to our YCS in London, has really brought some spice with him. So it is so far a pretty good trip for him, and he can really start to put the cherry on top now with his feature match, because if he still X1 after this round, if he manages to win this game 3 here, he's in a pretty good spot to maybe already look with one eye into the top card, right?
Yeah,
Because
that was something we didn't mention. The players have got 1 loss and 1 draw each. So at this point,
they're only X1, I think. There's no
Oh, really?
there's no
Yeah.
draws for them yet. Yeah.
oh, what, only 1 loss?
Yeah.
Okay, so they can possibly afford to lose 1 of the next 2.
Yeah, but don't.
But don't.
Just
Why
don't.
bother?
Exactly.
But
Don't
it's-
bring yourself into trouble.
I tell you, one of the best feelings, though, into one of these events is to go into the last round where you know you have enough wins and you
Yeah,
can
no
just...
idea. To be honest,
We
no
couldn't
idea.
tell. We couldn't tell.
I've
Can't
played
relate.
someone once. Somehow I always, whenever I make it to the top card, it's always I lose the first round and then win out. But so one time I remember I was in the European Championships. It was the last round. We both only had 1 loss.
Nice.
And we started the game and it looked like it was going to be a long game. And my opponent just said, "You know what?
You can
I'm
have
done. You can win."
I am
I'll come
pretty
back
sure
tomorrow.
we are not going to see that
No.
here in this game, because there's still a lot on stake for these two guys, and they are ready for this really intense game number 3 coming up. So let's go back over to the table. Let's see what Lorenzo Santoni and Noah Bagelman have to offer for game number 3 here.
So let's see what Noah Bagelman can put up for a field that is supposed to impress us with Lambda, with Omega.
I can't imagine you're going to be impressed by anything at this point. You're going to tell us it should have had a transcode
I
talker
think
on
we're
it.
about to see a really cool card that has not been really featured in any decks, and there it is. It is the Piri Rice map. That was a card that DDD actually played, but I've never seen it in any Mathmech deck. I mean, if you can call this a Mathmech deck, to be honest. But what are we searching with this now? I am
0 attack point
really
monster, format
excited.
skipper, right?
Probably, yeah. It is the format skipper indeed. We are searching for it, but we are giving up half of our life points for that.
I want to know what... does format skipper just... Can you just show Merrymaker and then summon Sargas onto this?
I mean, maybe we're about to see that.
Is that absolutely insane?
That does sound like a very, very cool effect.
So what are we showing? It is the moment of truth here. Noah Bagelman, what is he revealing? Okay, I mean, that also
okay.
works. And we can just link 1 into Lightheart with that. That's also a pretty cool feature. So we are going to search for the field spell here right away. And I think Lorenzo is just completely confused. He's like, I thought I'm playing versus Mathmech, and now you just made Format Skipper into Lightheart, and we are apparently playing versus Scareclaw now. All of a sudden, we are searching for Reichphobia, and now I'm checking out the rest of the main deck from Noah. So the cards he could search for Reichphobia are basically Acro and Rykard. More likely to be Rykard, if you ask me, though.
How well do I must confess, I don't know the Scareclaw cards particularly well. I know that they have effects based around being in defense mode and attacking in defense mode, which is already quite fun.
Yeah, very similar to actually our the super fun, super heavy samurai deck as well.
Have we talked about how format skipper searches out parallel exceeds?
No, we haven't.
I did
It
notice
just
that
does.
when I read it. It seems like it's just too good to be true. You know, you get any Link monster from your extra deck and then a Parallel Exceed just for fun.
Yeah, but I mean,
Nice
there's
little
another
bonus.
monster that has just been summoned into a Link zone, which is the Rykard, searching for the Scarecrow arrival, which is just another reborn. And as we were anticipating, we are going through a lot of stuff before even going into our Mathmech cards.
Yeah.
So I think we are about to see a really strong end board here.
This is giving me Utrecht vibes.
Yes.
Where all of a sudden people played Scareclaws in the Tearlament strategy with Punks and of course also with Vise's Starfrost.
Yeah.
It's fun to run Visa Starfrost because almost all the cards.
Ooh, and we go into Lambda, and I mean, this is so cool because now Lorenzo has to think that there is going to be a Gamma in the hand of Noah, and that makes him safe.
Yeah, this
because
card makes you paranoid.
You really don't want to use any monster
Do you think
effects.
it's just a mind game, or
It might as well
I mean,
be.
we can see his hand,
It
but
might as
once
well
your
be.
opponent's made it, that's that. You know.
If he throws something now, there is going to be Omega.
Oh, there's one card being set to. Oh,
Yeah.
we also play 3 copies of Shade Brigadier. How did I not see that yet on his list?
You seem to be having a lot of fun here, Leo.
I don't know what's happening.
How many cards is that even in his main deck? That's a question we have to ask him because I don't have a
You can
total
count
here.
that, Basti.
That would be too hard of a task here, but I think it's quite many. And well, what is this Shade Brigadier here going to accomplish, though?
It's a level 4. I think that's basically half of the.
Does he have a
time thief redoer? Come on,
free doer?
come on.
No, there isn't a
There is
3-doer
no
in his
time to
extra
redo
deck.
in the next deck, but there is the Merrymaker! Springen's Merrymaker hitting the field here.
But where is the machine in the graveyard for him?
Is
And
the
we'll have to-
Sargus a machine that you make on top of
Yeah,
the Merrymaker?
but
so you have
he
to
would
link
have to
that
link it
away.
away, yeah.
Not too big of a cost.
Into what?
But there is the Sagas.
Wait and see.
We are about to see. I'm also so confused that Lorenzo had to read Splash Mage and Update Jammer, but he was like, yes, Springen's Merrymaker is absolutely fine.
I mean, he probably was prepared a lot more for the Trap Tricks deck.
Apparently, yes.
So what do you think, if you're Lorenzo, like, what do you make of all of this? Like,
I don't know. I
just-
think you're just hoping that the evenly matched you potentially drew is enough to break all of this. Which,
It's
at
not
that
anymore.
particular point, is not anymore, yeah.
Do we have like an IP in the deck of Noah?
Let me check. IP Masquerena
I
is a
couldn't
card
see
that
one.
he is also not
Yeah,
playing.
why would you run that in a Mathmech deck?
True. I don't know whether we could even consider this a Mathmech deck at that
At
point.
this point, no.
Yeah. So,
wow. He's
Scarecrow
going to do all of
arrival.
this and then play
Yeah.
a circular and
Another
do the
rank
Mathmech
4. This is a
combo.
Lambertian now, and as you anticipated, we did all that, and now we are also searching for circular, which will also enable our Mathmech combo. So on top of our board, we are probably also going to set one of our super factorials.
And apparently Sargus does something else as well. But what I want to say is now you cannot summon the Sigma via its own effect because you have something in the extra monster zone. However, you can use the Alembertian to tribute a monster from the field and then summon the Sigma back. So Sargus is just in the graveyard now, apparently. That is what's happening.
Sargus, I think it can destroy itself.
Now you
and
can
then-
target one card on the field to destroy it or return it to the hand, and that is when an Exceed Material has detached something from itself.
So
And that is
it
what
just
Alembertian
targeted
just
itself.
did. Yeah, and it just
This
destroyed
guy
itself.
just popped itself.
I mean,
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is crazy, man. I don't know what to
it
say.
really is.
I have
It
my
really is.
2800 monster. I'm
And
just going
there's
to pop
Mathmech
itself.
Nabla
He's
now as
playing
well.
Nabla?
That is absolute madness. But Nabla, isn't Nabla the one that is a tuner? Are we just summoning the Omega here? Because
That will let you search a Gamma.
He didn't normal summon, did he?
I don't think we normal summoned yet.
Well, format
Oh,
skipper.
wait, of course, yeah, it all went from form and skipper.
Because this is only 2 Mathmech monsters in the graveyard now, so this makes Super Factorial significantly worse, but I really do not doubt Noah at this point anymore. I think there's going to be something to come. But by the way, when did he lose half of his life points?
Piri Rise map, just
Oh,
immediately
okay,
is
okay,
for
okay.
half of your life points.
It's okay, because Lorenzo will activate a Pot of Prosperity, and then it'll be just like he had full life points for that turn. Half your life points, but take half damage. That seems
So
fair.
there is the Diameter
Oh
now
yeah,
coming
that's
down.
the thing with Nabla, of course. That's why he runs it. How did I miss that?
Yep, and then
How could you?
No, honestly.
there is indeed the Omega. We are just summoning it as nothing happened, and we are going after one card in hand here. What is he hitting? There are a couple of very crucial cards he could get there. And it is, he's hitting the Reichphobia again. So Lorenzo in game 1 and in game 3 is
and
starting
Lambda
with it.
does something now. I think that Lambda
Yeah,
actually
Lambda
searches
searches
Gamma.
for Gamma.
What is happening?
This is insanity, seriously.
I was going to say, maybe Lorenzo's sort of kicking himself here because maybe he thought the lambda was because Noah had a gamma in hand.
But it's about to come.
Now the gamma's about to arrive. So, to sort of summarize Noah's field, he has one super factorial face down, a very powerful interrupt that's going to put up an effect negation, as well as be able to send a card from Noah's monster zone, spell and trap card zone, and hand to the graveyard. He's going to have a gamma in his hand, and he's going to have a Therion King Regulus to negate any effect.
How are you guys not completely out of your mind right now? This field is absolutely crazy. It just shattered my entire world. I don't know what is happening anymore.
I would love to know how Noah came up with this, because this looks really strong, not gonna lie. This was a one-card combo. He started this all off just by having Format Skipper, and he has multiple ways to search into it with Piri Rise Map and, of course, Small World. So this is looking strong. And I mean, let's not disregard drawing cards like Mathmech Circle in this deck is also pretty powerful. So he has a lot of really good starters here.
Not to mention the Signet Mining. Is that a level 4 or level 4 or lower? Right?
It's level 4 or lower.
Level 4 or lower. So you have...
Anyway,
I'm so happy right now. He just took one of my favorite decks of all time, which is Mathmech for some reason, and he just made it so much cooler. Like interactions like that, just going into Omega. I said he's playing Omega because he's going to maybe resolve a Gamma. No, he's playing Omega to make it off of Circular and Diameter, and then search a Gamma because Lambda is part of the combo. So now we are passing over the turn. We have the Super Factorial in case we just want to enter the battle phase immediately with the Unicorn and attack over Lambda.
I was thinking, do you shotgun it now?
No, you wait for battle phase.
You wait for battle phase? Well, if your opponent activates Unicorn, then you'd have to negate it, right? Whereas if you just activate it now, then you can destroy the Unicorn.
Noah is really considering activating Super Factorial here, and that's exactly what he's doing.
But I agree with you. Like, there's different schools of thought. You could just let your opponent search once.
Let's go through this here. We are resolving Super Factorial. That means we're going to get rid of one card in hand of Lorenzo, and he's already only starting with 5 due to the effect of Omega. So he still has 4 left. One of them is going to be gone, so he's on 3 cards in hand, and we have Gamma, Regulus, and also the negate for Diameter. So we actually have 3 cards to deal with 3 cards. So that looks perfectly fine to me.
I totally agree. Unless what do we are there any powerful, you know, like Lava Golem, Sphere Mode type effects?
I don't see any of that, to be honest.
I think those would have been on the field already, right?
Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, I agree. But you may wish to wait for the factor. I mean, you might not, but
I mean, then there is the chance that Lava Golem gets sniped out of the hand and you want to get rid of the Lambda and Regulus as well.
Noah, just after getting rid of something with the Omega, he just likes to see Lorenzo was playing, as if Lorenzo was playing Dangers. We are constantly rolling dice to put cards out of his hand, and that triple tactics thrust was a huge hit there. That was strong.
So Lorenzo, yeah, he's got to read. If I was Noah, I think you can do something a bit sneaky here. Like, the Diameter doesn't actually have to be a material. So if you detach the Diameter and put it in the graveyard, your opponent could forget about the negation. Whereas if you leave it under there, it's quite, you know, it's a lot more obvious to your opponent.
To be honest, this stops you from having discussions. I tend to do that as well, so people don't tell me, well, the Diameter is not under
but there's another thrust, and I mean, we have to negate thrust. There's just no way around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diameter negate is out already. We have the Gamma, we have the Regulus, 2 more cards in hand. Noah has just made me the happiest man in this venue. I think this is absolutely cool.
There's Perla Rhino. Not Perla Rhino, the other planet. It's Raysop. Yeah, it's Raysop though.
Lorenzo would make Basti the happiest man in the room. He activated
it would be Perla Rhino, honestly.
I mean, it can search Telemans Kashtira, so it's basically...
It would be reasonable, yeah. It would be reasonable, to be honest.
In this matchup, to be honest, it would be a better set rotation target.
It certainly would be. So we are letting that resolve, which is risky because now we can search for a monster that is going to be running over the Lambda, actually.
Yeah.
And then it would be 1 last negate there.
And then it would just be the Regulus left. And that just negates the effect. It won't destroy the...
Yeah, and imagine then the last card in hand being something like maybe Kashtira Birth. Or because the Unicorn in graveyard has not even used its effect, so we could go Birth, Reborn the Unicorn, and then the Unicorn could use its effect to go into another Theosis. But we are searching for another Unicorn here.
To be fair, you always have problems with double spell here, because you have one Gamma that is only just a monster negate. So even if you activate the Regulus to negate the Rates off, then you still have a problem against Birth.
That is true. Yeah, you're right.
So do we think we'll see a battle phase attack here then from Lorenzo just to get over the gamma and get over the...
We probably have to.
What's the side for extra monster?
Lambda.
Lambda, okay.
This is why I did not like the Super Factorial immediately shotgun, because you basically want to use the gamma first, right? You want to use the gamma because it is the easiest interaction you want to get rid of. It's the easiest one that Lorenzo can get rid of. And you also have the unicorn effect out for the turn then.
Yes,
so now he can
I
just
agree.
search the unicorn and get the Casteria Theosis as well.
So we did normal summon the Rysart here.
One of the things that
And Rysart, I think Rysart is big enough to run over Lambda here. And then Unicorn would also
I
be...
don't think so.
With
Oh,
the
wait,
field spell,
right,
it very
yes.
well
Oh.
is. It is very well enough to run
that's a
over
very
there.
good spot
And I
from
think we can
Lorenzo.
also run over Regulus in that case, because there's so many different attributes currently on the field. And due to Rysart, they are being boosted here. And I think we are getting rid of both interruptions here.
How many can we count to here? So we have how many attributes in play?
Regulus would be a crash though, now, because now we have still 3 and we are at 300 boost, so 2-8 on the unicorn. But we are running over an Exceeds monster, which is also really good.
Pretty good, I agree.
So you may as well activate the effect of Unicorn here because you really don't mind it being negated. It doesn't. So
That is true.
Ethereum King Regulus doesn't negate the effect of Unicorn
Yeah,
for the
for
turn.
sure.
It just negates one effect. So
Let's have another look at this crazy extra deck. So Lorenzo is like, what am I going to hit here? Okay, last time Access Code Talker looked a lot more scary than Zeus. So let's go after the Access Code Talker. I think I would go for Access Code here, yeah.
Keep in
does
mind-
as well.
Lorenzo not got the most threatening board that he needs to hit with Zeus. I think he's navigated it really well, to be honest. I love the spot that the field spell can pump up your Cachetura Rise Heart to attack over the Lambda.
Sorry.
I was going to say, I also like that he normal summoned the Rise Heart rather than special summoning it, because if you tried to special summon it, that's an effect that can be negated by the Gamma.
Yeah. Guys, keep in mind, if you activate the Regulus here and tribute it, the Gamma is live again.
Exactly.
Oh, you're right. That's perfect.
Well, not perfect, but
I mean, it is pretty good, for sure.
Also, you get the Omega back.
Yes,
in
the Omega
Semper phase,
will
we cannot
definitely
forget
come
about
back.
that, for sure.
I think you... Do you actually... There is like a really tough decision here. You could Gamma the Rise Heart, because, you know, there is not a lot of follow-up. I think there's no follow-up at all here.
I was
Not at
thinking
all.
that if I was Lorenzo, perhaps you're supposed to use the Rise Heart. Oh, sorry, the Rise Heart first, because your opponent. I don't know. Actually, it's quite hard because either way you use it.
Yeah.
If your opponent uses the regulars, then they can use the Gamma afterwards. And I was thinking which one. You know, if you use the Rise Heart first, then your opponent has to use the regulars.
I think I like the
maybe it
idea
doesn't
of Leo,
matter.
because if you go with Rise Heart first, and he is somehow negating that, you can then just get to Birth. Oh, no.
No,
then
you Gamma the Unicorn, which
there's-
is much worse.
There's no good way around it, is there?
Because you want to have something to banish from the extra deck next turn. You want to activate this Unicorn again, because at this point there are only 7 extra deck cards in the extra deck, of course, and you want to get rid of every single resource because it is incredibly
definitely.
important by now.
That is definitely one of the things, you know, when you're playing a deck with lots of different engines, again, like, even though your deck is somehow bigger, your extra deck is the same size. You can't can't run any more, you know, you say, oh, well, I'm running 7 engines, so I get more extra deck spots.
So
no, that's not how it works.
we made
you
that
can't
a level
play
7
Transcode
here.
Talker today. And he's allowed
We
it.
did not negate that, and we're now going to Shangri Era. How did we not negate that?
I'm interested.
Because our Omega is going to come back, and that will make our Gamma in hand not being live
and
anymore.
then we're going to see a Fenrir.
Well, you can always send the... Oh, I mean, I suppose you can wait, actually. So, Lorenzo, this is one of those interesting ones where, you know, it's the standby phase. 2 effects would activate in the standby phase, but Noah's effect has to activate.
Yeah.
And Lorenzo can wait. He doesn't have to activate his effect, so he can always wait for Noah to go first.
Yeah, for sure.
It's one of those really... Sometimes you get these interactions in the end phase, right, where, you know, one person is waiting until their opponent's activated an effect,
sure.
but you've got to figure out who's allowed to go
But
first.
I mean, one resource that sometimes in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not paid so much attention to anymore is life points. And Noah had to pay 4,000 life points for Piri Rice Map, and that means he's currently down 5,000 even,
And
because there also was some battle damage, and
we
therefore
also
he
have-
has to hurry up here because there's only 5 minutes left.
I was just going to mention that Lorenzo has the Primeval Planet Wraiths up there to get an extra pop, and it's in the standby phase, so I don't think you can use Omega yet.
But you can use Omega to get back one of your resources that is in the graveyard to the extra deck. So that might actually be something he is quite keen of. However, there's still a Fenrir on the board now because you did not Gamma the... I don't know why he didn't Gamma the Rise Heart. That was so important.
Yeah, there's
I
so
don't
much
know
to
either,
think about
honestly.
here. It's difficult to, like, keep track of, you know, maybe you just think it's just a like a lot of I think a lot of players have found this when you're playing the Kashtira deck. It's like you can make a rank 7, and you really want something that can interact with your opponent somehow. There's a lot of rank 7s that destroy opponents' cards. There's not really many that negate any of your opponent's effects, so maybe Noah just wasn't that scared. Maybe he should have been more scared, but maybe he just thought, you know what, it won't stop me from playing anything next turn if I let him make a rank 7.
Very heads-up play here by Lorenzo to summon Fenrir in attack position, by the way, because sometimes you would be like, I want to prevent damage being dealt here so close to the timeout, but there's Phobia being on the field of Noah, so if there are 3 defense position monsters on the field at some point, he will be able to just destroy 1 card on the field. Oh, that's a sad card from Noah.
That might be the trap again, but I think that the trap of Noah already is in the graveyard, so he cannot special summon.
Surely he only runs the 1 copy of Super Factorial.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that was Shade Brigandine that he's probably... Like, Shade Brigandine would not be live, and we are going to pass it over to Lorenzo.
Oh my goodness.
So after such a powerful turn 1 from Noah, this is not looking great all of a sudden anymore. And I mean,
standby phase effect.
We can just activate here Shangri-Ira. Then he could use the Gamma, but we can just still protect our Shangri-Ira by its own effect.
And then you're between... It's not quite enough to attack for game this turn with the Shangri-Ira and the boosted... No, it is, because you can make an Arise Heart once you've... No, you can't, because it has to successfully activate. So if this is negated, it won't have successfully activated because the activation is negated.
Yeah, and also he's going to get the Gamma and the driver onto the field,
exactly.
so there's some monsters stopping him from attacking.
So I don't think you're allowed to use the planet here or overlay into an Arise Heart because it's not been successfully activated.
Correct.
However, you will be able to use the Fenrir, which will then activate the other effect. So it will be successfully activated. So I think Lorenzo should be, if he uses the effect of Fenrir to banish the driver or the Gamma, he will then be able to destroy a card.
Ooh, did not activate it, and there's the Phobia again. So both players now with Phobia on the field, and now all of a sudden...
I'm too far ahead of myself.
Now all of a sudden Lorenzo wants to have some monsters in defense position again, because he could use the effect of the field spell now.
When have we seen 2 Phobias the last time?
I don't know. Never, to be honest. I think never in the feature match, at least. So, Phobia supporting both the Malphmech and the Kashtira strategy here.
I'm wondering why Lorenzo didn't use the effect of Shangri-Ira in the standby phase.
I think he just wants to play it safe. There's a tribute summon for Shifter, so he assumes this is just going to be enough to go for game here. But attack with Dimension Shifter
what a move.
and attack with Kashtira
game.
Fenrir to take the game here for Lorenzo Santoni. So the Italian takes it down here versus the US man, and what a match.
I think if this was the Shade Brigandine, he could have activated this in the opposing turn.
It looks like it was a Call by the Grave. That was the card I saw. By the Grave.
And I didn't even get to make my joke.
Poor you can make it, go on.
No, we're waiting for the next Call by the Grave.
But now, let's face it, if we are building up such an exciting board, or field rather, and like we really thought that is amazing because you were so hyped about it. This is a Malphmech field plus something on top of it, and then it still gets broken by a Kashtira hand.
I want to say that was just really well navigated by Lorenzo.
True.
Using the extra attack points of the field spell to run over the negations before then using your effects in main phase 2. It's just... It just shows to show how powerful the Kashtira deck in the hands of a skilled player, right?
Yes, for sure.
However, if we didn't immediately go for the Super Factorial, first of all, either the Unicorn effect would have been off the turn, which was really important later on.
Yeah.
We could have waited for the battle phase and then went for Super Factorial, because in the battle phase, 2 monsters were taken from the field. You know, we got rid of the Lambda, so Gamma was not in there anymore.
Yeah.
And we ran over the Laplacian.
True.
I totally agree with you.
If we kept the Super Factorial until the battle phase, we would have had so much advantage there. We would have had the Gamma still. So if he activated it, you use the Gamma. Okay, you still have the Laplacian effect, you still have the Laplacian negate, you still have... you have the Gamma on board, which is arguably not the best thing in the world, but it is still something.
I totally agree. I think perhaps if he'd gone for that line, it might have been able to secure him the game.
I'm riling myself up here.
Maybe it's a little bit of a jet lag issue here because, as I said, he is from the US, so therefore it's not his usual time to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In the day. But and then also on top of that, he's playing such a unique deck where you have to remember so many different things. I wouldn't be surprised if he would even be the inventor of that deck, but he wasn't the man that was victory here in that match, particularly because the man that took it down here is the Italian powerhouse Lorenzo Santoni.
YCS champion, Rimini
YCS
2015.
champion, for sure.
Absolutely.
Arguably one of the hardest formats to play competitively, one of the most difficult decks he piloted, Necros.
Indeed it was. And he has also chosen a pretty cool deck for this event, which is Kashtira, which is a lot more popular than, for example, the Mathmech deck. But still, we want to hear it from Lorenzo himself. So, Ed, what has our winner to say from this round?
Thank you very much, Basti. Yes, I am here with Lorenzo, who's just won that round 10 feature match. Now, we were just saying before we came on camera that obviously you're no stranger to the YCS because you won YCS Rimini back in 2015. Long ago. You're now here, back in London, 2023, looking to get it. Were you expecting to go up against things like Mathmech this weekend?
I didn't really expect to get something like that.
How did you feel you handled it? Well, considering you won pretty well, but what was going through your mind while you're playing a deck like that?
It was a very hard matchup because I didn't have anything to stop him besides the dimension shifter, because Ash and Impermanence are not enough against such a deck. So I didn't draw shifter, but I still managed to win the game somehow, so I'm very happy about it.
Well, there was lots of interactions going on, so let's go through some of the games. So game one, it was a pretty... You actually did quite a lot of things with, you know, banishing the Zeus, denying a couple of searches, enemy controller on Splash Mage. So you were doing quite a lot of things, but then Noah managed to clear your field with Laplation off the Super Factorial. So at that point, are you just thinking, right, this isn't going anywhere, let's get into game two?
Yes, it's exactly like it went. I couldn't do anything about that. I didn't have much left, so I just let's go to game two, yeah.
And then game two was where things started to really pick up for you, straight into that dimension shifter, which just, it completely disrupts the Mathmechs. And then you built that Shangri-Era and a Rise Heart, and you just had everything that Kashtira has to offer. You were about to do the 5 blocking of the zones with shifter. That's a huge field. Yeah, so at that point, are you thinking, I could take this?
Yeah, that's the biggest field I can do with the deck, so nothing to say about that. It's just what the deck do, and feeling pretty good about doing that.
Absolutely, yeah. It really does show off what Kashtira is capable of. And this is our 4th time featuring Kashtira this weekend. And only your match and the last one that we featured in have actually shown off that full scope of Kashtira. So it's always good to see, because that's what that deck is meant to do. And then we got into that 3rd game. It was quite interesting to see what was going to happen, because Noah took some risks there, cutting his life points down to try and get some of the things out, building that huge field just off the forward skipper. But then you had Triple Tactics Thrust hit with a Mega, but you had a second one ready to go.
Yeah, I had the second one, and I think he made a little misplay, yeah, because it didn't negate the field spell with Therian, yeah. No, with the Therian. And I could go into battle phase and beat down the Lambda, so he couldn't activate Gamma. And also I beat the other guy. And also he made another misplay, in my opinion, when he decided to not activate Gamma on the Rise Art. Because it was empty field, and he could activate the Rise Art, the Gamma on the Rise Art. He didn't. And I could go on the Shangri-La. And also in the standby phase, I could go into Fenrir and lock the game.
Well, the commentators were saying exactly what you said. They were wondering why Gamma didn't come out. Yeah. But you're right, you had that Fenrir, the tribute summon for Dimension Shifter as well, just because you knew you had game there. There were only 3,000 life points left, you knew, and it all came together for you. So at this point, you're now 9-1. What was your one loss against?
Against a friend of mine, actually teammate. Oh, wow. Unfortunately, I bricked twice. But it happens.
It happens.
So, yeah, it happens. But I'm still fine like this.
What deck were they playing?
My friend is playing Branded.
Okay. So it was against Branded that you lost. And what other decks have you faced in those 9 wins?
Like every deck possible.
It's quite a diverse one, isn't it?
It's quite a diverse meta, yeah.
But I think that's quite exciting, because we get to see some really exciting feature matches, including this one, which you've won. Only 2 more rounds of this Swiss left. Do you think you could take it all the way into that top cut?
Yeah, we can do this.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear, Lorenzo. Congratulations. Well done. Guys, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back with that round 11 and then very soon the 12 feature very, very soon. But before then, we'll probably have a little bit of a quiz and possibly a chat with some of our commentators. Don't go anywhere.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise and shine, Ruby. Looks like we got some work to do. Crystal Beasts are back and ready to rack up some wins with their new advanced Crystal Beast forms. You can score cool new cards and add some precious gems to your collection with this all-foil set. Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles of Legend, Crystal Revenge. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of YCS London. I'm here for another deck profile with Terence. So Terence, can you tell us a bit about where you're from and what you're playing this weekend?
Hi, so I'm from the UK and I'll be playing Ninjas in the YCS today.
Where did you come from in the UK?
Manchester.
Easy trip?
Pretty complicated, actually. Trains are fun.
So you said you're playing Ninjas this weekend, so tell us a bit about that.
I just thought it was an interesting deck. I've been playing it with my locals for the past month, and I think it has a bit of a chance to catch people off guard because some of the cards are still fairly new.
Do you want to show us some of the best cards in your deck for the weekend?
Of course. So some of the cards we have are stuff like Hanzo. So we have things like Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo, a very old card, but still a good one. He's the starter of the deck. He searches your ninjutsu arts and your ninja monsters depending on how he's summoned, and very integral to the strategy. We have the next card being Tabari, the Sky Ninja, which is your fusion summon and special summon from hand. These two pair very well together because you get special summon Hanzo, search another ninja, and combo off from there. And you have the ninjutsu art of Notebook of Mystery, which does quite a few things. It's like your recovery. If your opponent controls a card, you can set a ninjutsu art and a ninja from your graveyard or your deck, which comes up a lot during play. And the other two cards are the Maizen the Battle Ninja, which is pretty cool. It makes all your ninjas attack directly, so you get some sneaky attacks in. You can summon a ninja from deck whenever your opponent activates card effects, so you can have a little toolbox kind of thing. And you have Yagamaru, the Armor Ninja, which is just on summoner flipped. You can banish ninjutsu art to banish a card on field, which again is a nice bit of form of interruption. The only other kind of interesting thing that pairs off with this is I'm playing the Branded Fusion, because you can use Branded Fusion to send the Fallen of Albaz and the Grandmaster Hanzo to summon out the Rebellion, the Searing Dragon, and if you send any other ninja from your hand, discard it, like say Tabari, you can shuffle the two back to summon out your Battle Ninja Maizen, so it gives you a bit more of a start on your opponent's turn.
That's a very cool combo, because it sounds like the best ninja monster is a fusion.
Yes, definitely. They're all it's really cool that they're fusions because it lets you do little contact fusion things as well, so you can use face down monsters, which given the format I think is pretty useful.
How do you feel about your chances for the weekend?
I'm feeling relatively confident. I brought the deck because I thought it has a chance, and I think I'll be able to pilot it fairly well.
Well, thanks a lot for doing this deck profile with us. Is there anything else you want to say before we sign off?
No, I'm just really happy to be here, and hopefully you'll be seeing me on stream.
Great. Well, thanks a lot for coming, and we'll see you in the next round feature match.
Millennium Necklace has seen the future of dueling, with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box. Each box sold separately.
Welcome back. It all comes down to this in our commentator speed duel tournament number 2 with Basti versus Leo. The commentary duo going at it one more time, and it looks like you're back in the final again. So you might have been slightly overconfident in your intro at that one point, but actually here you are. And how exciting is this? Guys, let's roll a dice, see which one of you is going to be going first. Okay, that's an 8. That is 5. So who's going to be going first? Leo, you're going to go first? Okay, that means Leo's going to go first. I'm going to hand you over to Marcello, Alberto, and Nadir, who are going to take you through this speed duel final. Very exciting stuff, guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and ooh, handshake denied at the very end there from Seb, and yeah, sparks are flying over there in the table, and they really want to win. Leo to become a 2-time Speed Duel Commentators Champions, and Seb to redeem himself. Who do you guys think is favorite here?
Well, first of all, I just want to say I'm disappointed in what you guys have done. I mean, both Italians on the desk here with me, like we didn't even get one of you in the final. Oh, wow.
I know.
No, but I think Leo's deck, I think, is ahead. Like, honestly,
yeah.
His extra deck is full of resources, honestly. And
yeah, good toolbox in the destruction of the lightning
yeah.
golem, the banishing for free summons with the dark calling. Yeah,
yeah.
Pretty good deck. Yeah.
But I know how good the field spell. Yeah,
yeah,
the field spell is amazing, honestly. If you don't have a way, and we do know that Leo might have a few tools in these fusions. If you are relying just on destroying monsters by battle, the field spell is essentially a wall. And there are not many cards in this format that can get rid of it outside of Cosmic Cyclone, which not every deck has. So it's tough. And it's also very consistent, because at the end, Seb showed me he had the 3 copies of Reinforcement of the Army in the deck. So it's not like it's going to brick or anything like that. So it's interesting. And I think the die roll actually is important. Because as you mentioned, when you fuse, and you fuse the old-fashioned way, you really need the advantage. So going first with 1 less card can actually be quite detrimental. But I don't know, I think our duelists are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of the second commentators tournament.
So do you think if you're playing hero, you ever actually like specifically choose to go second?
Personally, in Speed Duel, I just like to go second every time. I do like it in overall.
Any deck,
any deck, yeah. Any deck.
Card advantage, very
just
important.
card advantage, and even damage. When there is 4,000 getting their attack in, it's huge. So honestly, I like it. But there are some specific decks which, also depending on the skill, are better going first, of course. And let's see the end. There is no field spell for Seb, unfortunately for him. A bunch of monsters. And I think even the weak ones, yeah. But
let's see if you can get him for some damage here, because Leo has not started off particularly strong here, has he?
Yeah. And he has a lot of monsters as well in his deck, but he's shaking his hand.
And this can also pop, yeah. He's forced to use it because it would have been destroyed after damage by the Amazonas Sage.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a play rolling here.
Yeah.
Very important to try and get a fusion. Okay, right, there it is.
Does he have the Malicious Edge? That would be huge. Let's see. Because he can tribute it, and then in the end phase he draws a card for the tributed monster. Let's see.
And then at that point, if he hasn't set up his OTK by next turn, then that's going to be really bad. But yes,
this is huge, because it also deals piercing damage.
Yeah.
Even just getting in for like a little bit of chip damage is very...
Welcome back, duelists. We're here with our round 11 feature match here at YCS London. So in front of me, I have Luca Foyan and Min Jae Kim, who are ready to take this feature match up a notch. So Min Jae has actually rolled the high roll, and you're going to be going first, Min Jae? Okay, excellent. So that means I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentary trio to take you through this round 11 match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much once more, Ed. Here we are now for round 10, which is round 11 already, which is going to be the second to last round of the day. So it is getting intense. We're getting closer and closer to that crucial part of the tournament, which of course is going to be the top cut. And both of those players are really, really still in contention for that.
I was going to say second to last round before the top cut, not the last Swiss end tournament. Oh, I'm XO, I won.
Yeah, every win counts here right now. I mean, of course, every win counts in the tournament, but this is where you really not want to lose. You invested so much time already. You had a really long and intense day yesterday.
Yep.
9 rounds of Swiss, and now you don't want to lose just so close before the top cut. But I think that the players are both ready already, so let's just go over to the table. Also, just a quick throwback to the last game, because I was talking to Noah after the game. If he had Gamut before the Super Factory, he couldn't have used it. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
But let's get into the action here with this. And as you can see, we have Labyrinth in the hands of Min-Jae versus Fleuranderies by Luca, and Min-Jae started off with a pretty strong card right away. There's Pot of Extravagance, allowing him to draw 2 cards. Is that going to be successful? It does look like it.
Interesting choice from Min-Jae, because I think I've seen most Labyrinth players prefer to run the Prosperity to the Extravagance.
The ratio is pretty interesting, because we have triple Pot of Extravagance and 1 Pot of Prosperity only. And as you can see, there are a lot of monsters in the hand of Min-Jae, which is super unusual for the Labyrinth deck. And this card also is pretty unusual, but it is being featured here in the list of Min-Jae. It is Labyrinth Cooklock.
I was going to say, this may be the choice of Extravagance over Prosperity, might be informed by his choice to run a lot of the other Labyrinth, I don't know what to call them, little Chandelier support cards.
All the little monsters.
that a lot of players aren't running, which all require you to discard cards from your hand.
There's the Gamma being, the driver rather, being discarded. And look, Luca has to pick up those cards.
I think Luca's going to be doing a lot of reading this game. I mean, he doesn't have the advantage that we do of being able to read the cards before the match starts.
Yeah, for sure.
He has to do it live and go, what does this? I have no idea what you're about to do here.
There is one clock, there is one chandelier.
It's a chandelier, yeah. It's quite a nice pun.
For sure, yeah.
And we have a stove.
And a stove. A clock, a chandelier, and a stove.
And he's playing all of those. So when I was looking over this list before we went into this round, I was like, there are more than 20 monsters in this deck, which is so unusual for a Labyrinth deck. Because usually you are going for the trap cards, because it's a trap card, widely known as one to be. But all those monsters are also getting you into your trap cards, of course.
Yeah, this is... I think Luca's going to be a little bit confused, because you just don't know what you're expecting. I think most people know what they're expecting when you start off against a Labyrinth deck. They're going to set a bunch of trap cards.
Yeah.
Most people know what those trap cards are going to be. Well, what are you expecting now? Your opponent summons a Cooklock and a Stovey Torby, or in this case Chandelier.
And honestly, I think that could be a really good approach by Min-Jae, because the Labyrinth deck has been struggling in the format lately, because so many people have been unevenly matched. A lot of people have actually considered to play Denko Sekka even, and now you are finding a way to play around those cards by just not playing that many traps anymore.
I'm loving this first turn. You know, like normally it takes a turn or two for the Labyrinth deck to get going, but here we are. This is his first turn. He's going to get to destroy a card in his opponent's hand. He's adding all of these cards that he's discarded back.
This almost feels like a combo deck. And we hit a Pot of Extravagance on the other side, so that is strong stuff. This could have been 2 cards, but this is taken out right away there.
Not only that, he can reset the lovely Labyrinth, and then he's going to be able to use the big Welcome Labyrinth again on his opponent's turn.
Wow.
And could destroy two of the cards in Luca's hand before he's even got to play any of them.
Look at that, Lovey, exactly what's going on there. We are setting back the big Welcome Labyrinth, and Luca is looking for the part of the effect that says you can only use one of the effects, but no, in that case you can use both of them here.
Lovely Labyrinth, it's such a powerful card. I think a lot of players who play the Labyrinth deck, there is the annoying bit that it is level 8, and unlike the Lady Labyrinth, it can't just summon itself straight from your hand, so drawing it is a bit annoying, but having it on the field is just unbelievable.
To be fair, after looking at Luca's hand, I think I have spotted a Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah, maybe he was relieved that the Pot of Extravagance
Yeah.
was taken, so he doesn't have to decide anymore.
So many pots.
Yeah, but Luca Foyan, honestly, known to be one of the crazy combo players in the playing field, also with a bunch of tops lately. He has been really successful, and now he's on Flouanderies, which I was very surprised by when I read that
wouldn't
first.
call, Flouanderies a combo deck?
Not really, to be honest, but here he is with Flouanderies, and he's 9-1 in this tournament, and therefore doing absolutely well for himself.
I mean, there are still a few Flouanderies in contention. I think there are about 3 that are still X2 or better.
I think even X1 or better, to be honest.
Oh, really?
But there's the Ash Blossom on the Prosperity,
Wow.
so that's strong stuff there. Min-Jae just using all the monster effects here in this matchup, and now Luca sits there with only 4 cards in hand, and sometimes that can be a problem for the Flu deck.
And there is one monster, one level 1 small birdie, and that could be the Robina, ideally.
Oh, where first of
It's
all,
not,
though,
it's 3.
is Unexploring Winds, which usually is a really good card in this matchup because you could tribute opponent's back row, but it looks like he's laying down his hand. Does that mean Luca is just passing it over there?
I think the winds have the second effect that you can shuffle back your Winged Beast from your hand
sure,
to draw new cards.
But you can't do that anymore because Prosperity was activated, so that's not an option here.
Is that a part of the effect of Prosperity or a condition that you can't draw cards?
So if it gets ashed, you definitely cannot draw anymore. I read that card like yesterday evening or something. I made sure I had the exact same scenario for me.
It's always worth checking because some of the pots have effects, some of them have conditions.
Yeah, for sure.
So you always need to be up to date. So if it's a condition and the effect's negated, then you can't draw any cards. But if it's part of the effect and the effect's negated, then you still can.
Indeed. So we are using the Ku-Klok, and we are discarding multiple cards. That gets us going for another effect to set a Welcome Labyrinth there.
That is also a map in the hand of Luca, right?
Yeah.
So he 100% has place. He can just banish the Robina and then normal summon the 3 and banish actually some resources from the graveyard.
Do we think Min-Jae is doing this
Probably an end phase,
in
I
Luca's
think.
turn, or you think Luca just passed his turn?
I think we're maybe in end phase.
But why would he pass his turn if he has map plus a bird?
To be honest, that is not going to bring you very far when you are playing versus Labyrinth, I would assume. And therefore he maybe thought, I could have another turn, so I'm trying to have another card to play through this. Oh, but okay, no, we're still in the turn of Luca, that's for sure.
But we don't know if it's the, the main
not
phase or the end
sure
phase.
which phase it is, yeah. But there's Book of Moon on the Lovely
the
Lady.
Lovely Lady. So otherwise the Lovely Lady would get to trigger its effect again because the Big Welcome is going to special summon a Labyrinth from his deck and then bounce any of the Labyrinth or any of the monsters on his field. So that would cause, Lovely Lady because...
Yeah, but
Lovely Lady. That's the
that
name.
still feels like a pretty bad trade because
It
you
does feel
invested
like
a
a
Book of
bad
Moon
trade.
into it still, so you got rid of one card out of his hand anyways. in that
but
point.
you got to choose. It was the Book of Moon rather than one of the other cards.
And we are also going to special summon out
I
the
love this.
Lovely Lady.
He's getting the Ku-Klok back. He's used the Ku-Klok like 3 times, and it still seems to be in his hand, which doesn't seem right. It just goes on forever.
And
You
look,
just get to use the clock.
There's a Chandelier again, adding itself back to the hand as well, because a monster left the field because of a trap effect. But there is the map. Leo, you were right. We were doing all of that in reaction to the activation of Unexploring Winds.
But it's really hard to interrupt Flouanderies when you are normal summoning in between of those normal summon combo effects, right?
True.
So it's hard to interrupt them building up a field, and you see that there are not that many traps on the side of Min-Jae, so you know there is probably not going to be some impermanent shenanigans.
So we know he's just got the one Big Welcome, and he can
One of
activate
them is
that this turn because he used the effect of Ku-Klok.
True. So we are trying to banish the Big Welcome Labyrinth, but there's Skill Drain! That is the one card we did not know there from Min-Jae, but that Skill Drain is just going to shut down Luca's turn there, and he's smiling at it, knowing that that's probably going to stop his entire turn here.
That card has been side-decked against Flouanderies in the last few formats, and now it is just in the main deck of Min-Jae, just doing the work.
So does Luca have any protection here? Because if not,
No, he
should be the
does
game.
not! That means that Luca is picking up his cards, and Min-Jae, with his very unique Labyrinth strategy, is going to take down game number 1 here. We saw more monster effects being used by a Labyrinth deck than ever before, to be honest.
Do we dare say that that was an explosive start for Labyrinth.
Probably,
It's not normally what we say about Labyrinth. Normally it's set 3
Yeah,
or
pass.
set 5.
But that was almost as long as the Math Mech combo in the game before, I've got to be honest there. I mean, there are multiple monster effects. You are reusing your graveyard. You're just throwing away all of your trap cards, and you get another trap card, and then you have the ladies and all that stuff. It's fun.
Props to Minja. I really enjoy seeing players, you know, there's the popular Labyrinth strategy, and players built the deck a particular way. They thought, wow, okay, the deck better have some trap cards in it. I'll play 20 trap cards in my deck. But Minja's saying, no, maybe you want to just run more of the monster effects. Make sure your engine's going, because a lot of players complain when they run the Labyrinth deck. Sometimes they don't get their engine going. One of their initial cards gets ashed or hit by Ghost Spell, and then you just don't have any Labyrinth monsters to play with. But if you run a ton more Labyrinth monsters, that's probably going to happen a lot less often.
And also a huge advantage here in that kind of a tournament is when you just revolutionized a deck like that, like nobody really knows that this deck is to be played now like that by Minjay. Your opponents don't know how to play against it. Your opponents don't know how to side deck against it. So that's just going to be such a big upside for you.
I think the brilliant part about this is that we have seen Labyrinth on stream already a few times this weekend. A crucial card of the deck is Skill Drain. It is Gozen Match. Some of those really powerful continuous trap cards.
For sure.
So you still have those in the deck. You're just not playing all of those normal trap cards that don't really have that much impact. I don't know if he's on Dogmatica Punishment.
He is.
On
only one copy of
only
it.
one-dimensional barrier, because you can set the normal trap cards.
You need a couple of copies to set with your Lady Labyrinth.
But he's playing a lot of consistency with those little Labyrinth monsters.
I love
and
it.
he still has the high impact cards. I think this is an incredibly well-built deck.
For sure, absolutely. And it comes out of nowhere. Like, honestly, I was thinking that Labyrinth is really going to struggle in this tournament when I looked at the results of Labyrinth in the last couple of weeks, because it always really felt like they struggled so hard post-siding. But I can see this deck being perfectly fine even post-siding.
We've seen people, you know, what do you side in when you're playing against Labyrinth? You side in Denko Seki, you side in Evenly Match, you side in Harpy's Feather Duster. But this deck, if you're not as reliant on your trap cards to defend yourself, and instead you're using these monster effects from your hand.
We even have like we have Lightning Storm for Luca, but that's another card that's maybe not even that powerful here.
Yeah, you can immediately flip up your continuous trap cards. I mean, you're not afraid of Denko Seka against that deck. Maybe, I mean, there is the map still, so you have multiple normal summons.
It's not in here. It's not
what do you expect when the Labyrinth deck is siding against you? You don't expect Mudora and Keldo, for example, because those are actually in the side deck.
This is absolute madness. But they do make sense to be in the side deck, because Keldo and Mudora can be discarded for the effects of Kuglok, for example, and therefore you get them into the graveyard.
Don't they need a trap card to discard?
No, you can discard a monster
they
effect.
discard any card.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, we discarded Driver in game 1, and that also worked very well.
An actual point that
the best use for Driver we've seen.
yeah, absolutely. That was really, really powerful. Let's see whether Game 2 is about to be as powerful as Game 1 for the Labyrinth player Minjay. He's going to come through the turn 1 board of Luca there. So Luca versus Minjay, game number 2 coming up. Let's get into the action.
So, game 2 is about to start. The fist bump is proceeding. It has happened already. So that's not... Fist bumps don't take as long. Gotta be honest.
There's a long setup for a fist bump.
But we are now going to see Luca Fluonderies all over his opponent, because he is starting, and this is an extravagance.
It is. And that was really, really powerful for Minjay in the last game. So let's hope it's as powerful for Luca now.
It's a decent card.
So, Pot of Greed with a couple of strings attached.
It's not that bad for Fluonderies deck, though, because the extra deck is usually not what you're using that much anyhow.
Yeah, exactly. Pot of Prosperity, a lot of decks can get away with.
Luca almost going through the entire pot collection.
Yeah, true. And look at that. There's the Feather Duster and the Cosmic Cyclone, and he decides to take none of those versus the Labyrinth deck.
No, you
That's
definitely
huge.
want your map, right?
Yeah, if you can't play yet, you definitely need it.
If you don't have access to it before.
And there's another cool Harpiest card in his hand already, which could be very helpful here in that situation.
This is almost like a little Harpy deck. You've got your winged beasts.
I mean, that is really strong against this version of the Labyrinth deck, right?
For sure. There's so many monster effects.
Do you think Luca will have thought of that? Because obviously there's the 3 Featherstorms in his side deck, and those are incredibly powerful cards to bring in against decks that rely on monster effects. But would you be worried your opponent's just going to set a skill drain and pass back to you?
I mean, you don't have to just immediately activate it. You can just hold the Harpy's Feather Storm for your turn as well, so they couldn't activate the effect of the Labyrinth Monsters in their hand ban. So that reduces them from playing on your turn. So I do definitely think that Harpy's Feather Storm is a card to come in here, and I think I saw it in his opening hand even.
Oh, okay.
So we're probably going to see that, and we're also going to see a tribute summon here for Empen. That is how it is supposed to be.
And he also has the Cosmic Cyclone in hand. It's like he chose this hand specifically for going first versus this Labyrinth Ryan, yeah, with a little Labyrinth. Really cool, but
is it cool enough?
I think it might not be cool enough to close this game too. I haven't seen Min-Jae's hand so far, but what Luca is putting out there, it's pretty strong because the grind potential of Fluonderies is absolutely insane. And we also have the Cosmic Cyclone to back up against a possible skill drain. I doubt that he's going to set it. I think he's going to keep it in hand because then you don't lose to evenly matched, which is a popular card.
I like just banishing as part of duality. I'm not sure if there's a reason for banishing.
He needs to banish something to get an extra normal summon.
Oh, you need to banish for the extra normal summon. I got you.
But he's not using it.
Oh, there was one set card too. I mean, he's actually going to set the... Oh no, the Cosmic is still in hand. Okay.
What you can also do is banish all of the cards from your graveyard so that you can activate Shifter if you draw it later on.
That's good. I like that. I like that.
Not really versus the Labyrinth deck though.
Oh, against the little ones?
This one is alright, I guess.
Against this Labyrinth deck, yeah, it might be quite annoying.
I mean, you can always chain them to the Shifter, but...
So
do you think, yeah, there might be something in the end phase here? No, it's really, really weird to be on your opponent's first turn to be playing things in their end phase. That
with a trap deck.
With a trap deck.
But exactly what is going to happen here.
It's getting hot in here. The stove is on.
The Stovey Tarby in end phase, discarding the big Welcome Labyrinth. And honestly, Empen is really strong because it prevents attack position monsters on the opponent's side of the field that have been special summoned from activating their effects. But if you can just give it back to the hand with the big Welcome Labyrinth, it's not as scary anymore.
You can also just summon your monsters in defense.
Yeah, I mean, that works, but I mean, at some point you will have to attack.
They need to go into attack, but you know, if Runic's taught us anything, it doesn't have to be anytime soon.
That is actually true.
But I mean, the really good part about the Labyrinth is they can pump out big defense point monsters en masse the entire time. I'm not sure how you're supposed to out one of those, more than one of those ladies.
So how do you even out the
and look,
one?
we kept the Cosmic Cyclone, so now we can use it in the end phase still onto the trap that has just been set by Stovey Torby, which was a Welcome Labyrinth.
That's a nice 2-for-1.
Yeah, indeed, it was.
How you out something is with Fluonderies and Empen's secret effect, that in battle you can actually banish one Winged Beast card from your hand to half the attack and defense of a monster that you're attacking.
Both players really enjoying their pot of extravagances here.
Or something like that.
Something like that.
That's another draw 2 here, this time again on the side of Min-Jae.
Both players being really extra this match.
Yeah, really. So what are we finding here? Evenly matched would still be strong, but
it absolutely would be.
Let me tell you something. There is no evenly matched even in the side deck, which is so unusual for the Labyrinth deck. But I mean, if you're playing on the opponent's end phase, then you will have cards on the field. So evenly matched doesn't seem that great anymore.
Do you think wait, no. Wait. No.
Were you thinking about just setting evenly matched to the field, maybe?
Yeah, but maybe in the end phase you can set something with the Labyrinth monsters. If you can set a normal trap card, which would be strong, but I don't know if they do that.
Well, you can't use evenly matched in the end phase.
Yeah, but you can set it, and then on your turn in battle phase you flip it.
That works.
That's quite fun. But if your opponent then has any way to destroy a spell or trap, you've invested quite a lot into.
Oh, but look at that. Luca, on the resolution of the Pot of Extravagance, immediately decided to activate his trap card of the Fluonderies and brought out the Apex Avian as a result of that.
So Min-Jae already down 2 cards from the Stovey. It's got 1 back, but now this Apex Avian is going to take away at least 1 more. And this Apex Avian is going to come into play a lot.
I love Apex Avian.
Yeah. It is a very cool card.
I used to Pendulum summon it out all the time.
And you also used to summon it out in Lurilis, that was also quite cool. But nowadays, pretty much the only deck that can play it is the Floowandereeze deck.
It's got really good synergy with the deck because
Yeah.
the birds they keep recycling themselves,
Yep.
well, the small birds, and then you contribute them for the big bird.
Yeah, and I mean, Apex Aven also kind of recycles itself by
Exactly.
going back to the hand with its own effect, so that's really powerful. But a more classic approach now by Minjay for this game, setting 4 cards to the back row. This looks like a Labyrinth deck to me now. And what do we have? There is the activation of Welcome Labyrinth here.
We mentioned the Cosmic Cyclone being so great to hit on the first turn, but now if Minjay is drawing a skill drain,
Yeah,
Luca might not have an answer to
that's what I was thinking as well.
I mean, currently, there's the Apex Avian as an answer.
it. Exactly. But
True,
you
Apex
can,
Aven destroys.
You can just wait for the Apex Avian to be activated at some point and then chain the skill drain.
And also, there's big Welcome Labyrinth in the graveyard of Minjay. So if we are now getting a monster onto the field with the Welcome Labyrinth, which we are going to do here because it is resolving right there, that big Welcome Labyrinth in the graveyard can now take care of monsters on the field of Luca.
Exactly, so it can force out the... Well, it doesn't really matter whether you negate it with Avian or whether you just let it resolve. The Avian is in your hand, either way.
Yeah, that is actually true.
Although it makes more sense to negate it with Avian because then it's leaving the field on its own terms rather than by the effect of a trap card. And
By its own choice,
I mean, you're
yeah.
playing into Thrust or Talents.
Oh, and there's another
true.
big Welcome Labyrinth, but by activating big Welcome Labyrinth here, we are not going to be able to use the graveyard effect of it anymore this turn.
Yes.
Oh, and there's the Harpiest Featherstorm now by Luca. And as I was anticipating, on your own turn, that is quite strong because that means now that Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle is not going to be able to set another trap card to the field.
And there won't be any cards destroyed by
The lovely lady of the Silver Castle. So many ladies in that Labyrinth deck.
So not that lovely anymore.
Just because she can't destroy things?
Fair enough. So we are...
But I'd be interested to see. I mean, maybe he'll just add one of the small Labyrinth cards to his hand. That would be quite fun.
Yeah.
That's allowed.
Oh no, we just go for another copy of Lovely Labyrinth of the Silver... Oh no, Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, Rider.
Yeah, even though it can't activate any of its effects, are they negated by the Featherstorm?
No, they're not.
So it still can't be targeted and still can't be destroyed by card effects, which is quite annoying.
For sure.
Know which card would be crazy here? Razor the Mega Storm Monarch.
Oh, yeah.
We still have another one of those Tribute Wind Wing Beast monsters in the deck that can be searched out by Floowandereeze and Anthem.
There's Pot of Duality now. What are we looking at here? There's Prosperity, so we could go even deeper into the deck, but we take the Quick Spell, which is also, of course, very powerful because it can be any of our Floowandereeze cards of the deck.
He's already got most of them, so the fact that he's adding even more...
A Toucan.
There is Toucan being revealed for the field spell.
I was gonna go with the many bird noises in this game, but so far I'm really happy that I didn't. But oh, this is also a really good out to a possible skill drain.
Tribute your opponent's cards.
Look at that. We have the Continuous Spell back again. I think this is a key card in back row matchups. You can just go after the back row by tributing them, which is just so powerful.
It really feels like in a grind game that's going to be such a useful effect.
For sure.
Because you can use it almost every turn if you have an ability to summon on your opponent's turn as well.
Yeah. And also it comes so unexpected because you're just saying, hey, I'm going for Tribute Summon now, and I'm tributing your card actually, so what do you want to do about it? But there comes a Razor that Leo was already seeing, and yep, we are going to go after the 2 back rows here, I'm quite sure. We can also go into the graveyard, true.
I find it so cool that you can run Rise of the Mega Monarch. Because Rise of the Storm Monarch, the original Riser, was such a cool card.
Oh yeah,
a very long time ago when I started playing Frog Monarchs and just Yu-Gi-Oh! From, I don't even know how old, but...
I think it came out in 2007 or 8.
Oh wow, I'm very old, okay.
Something around that. But yeah, because it's not only an out to something on the field, but also it will give that card back to the top of the deck, right? And then your opponent is forced to draw into maybe like a monster that was a Tribute Summon or something and that he can do nothing with anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, putting cards on top of the deck can be a really irritating thing to do for the opponent. If there's a card that they were looking for, they're now not going to find it because you've put something else on top of their deck.
And look, that Riser is going to resolve, and that is probably okay.
He's just returning something to the hand.
Oh
the
yeah,
other effective Riser. Yeah.
I mean, have we activated Pot of Prosperity this turn? Because otherwise, this might look like an OTK scenario here.
I think he's still got a Pot of Prosperity in his hand. I think he used Pot of Duality this turn.
So far no Prosperity this turn.
Does he have anything to tribute the lady for this turn.
I don't think so, because there are no more tribute monsters.
I mean, there might be
Does he
another
run
Empen.
any more tribute monsters?
I mean, I think we searched with Empen, or we searched with Eglin already.
Yeah, but
right?
he
runs-
just used the
yeah.
Advent, and now we
I mean,
have
that's
the
a tribute monster. That's just fitting. And now we understand why we went with the quick spell there, because that can just fetch us another Empen from the deck.
This looks like an awful lot of damage.
It does indeed. Stree is going to use its effect.
We are going to banish one card from the graveyard.
Tribute itself
With
and the
Ace
opponent's
Bunker.
monster.
Yeah, and it seems like Luca is an ornithologist because he knows his birds.
Absolutely.
Did you prepare all of
Yes.
these just for the Flounder?
I actually looked up the word, so I'm not mistaken on ornithologist. I was actually making sure.
So this is certainly going to be enough
Yes.
It
damage.
looks like the players have agreed that game goes to Luca.
Yes. So equal score. Luca fighting back here into this match, and now it will all be coming down to one more final game here of this round 11 featured match.
I don't know what to think. You know, this isn't a matchup I've seen very much, and in addition, Minjay's playing this kind of different take. So
Certainly does.
it's anyone's game, really. Normally, you can kind of tell, looking at people's decks, what kind of field they're going to end on, or what the opponent might have to respond. But in this, I don't really know what Minjay's aiming to do. I know he's aiming to do some labyrinth things.
For sure. But I mean, I can give you a little bit more clarity about what's going to happen with his side decking plans, because I have his side deck right here in front of me, and there are some really interesting cards which could be really problematic for the Floowandereeze deck, because for example, there's Full Force Virus, and immediately you said when you saw that card in the deck list, that's going to be a problem for Floowandereeze.
I think it is. Like, the ability of the Labyrinth deck to fetch viruses, these are incredibly powerful cards.
Yeah.
The Eradicator's seen play almost since its release. Like, any deck that could consistently get a monster with more than 2,500 attack and was dark, you would just side in your Eradicator, and then if you played against any deck that relied on either spells or traps, you just side it in and bang.
Honestly, Eradicator doesn't seem bad either, because Floowandereeze needs its spell cards as well, so both of those viruses could be really powerful.
I think Full Force is a little bit better because you
Probably.
actually really take out the ability to play. And I was just thinking, if you use it immediately on the start of the turn, you might not hit a monster as well, and there is like Prosperity and Duality that can still get you some monsters. However, I think that if you wait for, let's go with the standard combo, Robina, search Eglin, normal summon, search something, and then on the activation of Eglin, you can go for the Full Force Virus to take away the two bodies from the field, and then your opponent would need to have Stree and Tucan.
The problem is you can't wait for the resolution of Eglin, because that would
chain it to
include
the
them.
effect.
Yeah, exactly. You would have to chain it to the effect for sure. Because if you wait for the resolution, there might have been a tribute summoning happening already.
There is a penguin there, and it's mean.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Just Full Force Virus, for those of you who don't know at home, is a kind of quite an old virus card.
Yeah.
It's almost like the opposite of Deck Devastation Virus, which destroyed all monsters with 1,500 or less attack.
Yeah.
This will destroy all monsters with 1,500 or less defense in your
Absolutely.
opponent's
Both
hand
work here.
for the next 3 turns. Both would work.
Also, a card that is really powerful ever since versus the Floowandereeze deck is Droll Lockbird, and that is like one of the additional cards that Minjay is bringing in from the side deck. So this could definitely see play here in this game 3 as well. And I'm super excited to see which cards have gone into the deck. Are we going to see any viruses here in game 3 of this round 11 match? We are about to see as players are ready, so let's get back into the action.
Will it be Minjay's bird that actually enables him to beat Luca Foyan's Floowandereeze strategy? Or will he go with skill drains or viruses? We don't know, but he has some plans.
He has options, and I think that looks like a 5-monster starting hand from Minjay, which is not so bad, because it could turn into some traps anyways, and we're going to use Kuklok.
He's probably a lot less worried about that than us. And he might even, again, like normally with the Labyrinth deck, if you want to search out the viruses or any particular trap card, you have to summon the lady and then activate a trap and then set the trap. So you won't be able to use the trap until the beginning of your next turn, which would be turn 3, so your opponent's already had a full turn to play.
Yeah, but we could already just use the virus here on turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, he can accelerate out his Labyrinth plays and get to whatever trap that he thinks is going to be most devastating to his opponent's strategy and have it ready and waiting before Luca starts his first turn.
So we're about to see what Stovey Toby is going to set here. I mean, we will have to find a way. Oh,
we just threw away 3 cards from our hand.
but there's also the
we're going to get some back, I think.
I think so.
Sometimes people are forgetting about the effect of Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle also being able to special summon itself when you activated an effect of a Labyrinth card.
Yeah, so
and that is exactly what happened. It doesn't need to be a trap card, and therefore it is already on the field there. It is followed up by a big welcome Labyrinth that has been set.
And the Coup Clock, I think, is going to be able to special summon itself now. Another thing about this is they're not doing this traditional things because, well, as in, I want to say Ash can negate basically everything, which is adding cards from your deck to the hand, drawing cards, special summoning from the deck, but setting a trap from your deck, which is something that Minjay's doing a lot, is not something you can negate with Ash. So I was wondering, like, what might Luca have to prepare for whatever Minjay's doing? Does he have anything in his side deck? Should we have a little look?
I mean, that's really cool that he's working around the most popular card in the current format, working around that Ash Blossom, which could still come down here, but sure. But I'm looking at the side deck of Luca just now.
Oh, and here we see the Eradicator. So this Eradicator already set up.
We are going for Eradicator.
So we are
over
preferring Eradicator
the Full Force
Virus,
Virus,
right?
yeah.
He had his choice. He could have chosen either one.
But I mean, there is...
Maybe there's another one coming. Who knows? Maybe we're just going to see 2 viruses because there are also 2 monsters already. So we're trying to hit a monster here, right? Because we can take care of spell cards anyways. Okay, yeah, then that's a spell card. So that one didn't matter too much to us.
But it was free, and you're going to get to set another card with the lovely lady anyway.
I mean, Luca could have chained that to the activation of the Eradicator, and he could have gotten a monster with it. So actually, it's quite a good hit.
Unless you use it in the standby phase, because you need to, you can banish one from hand.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. You can use. Oh, and
Lord
of the Heavenly Prison on top of all of that.
I mean, Lord of the Heavenly Prison doesn't really change anything here necessarily. It's rather just an extender for the field that he was
There's
putting
Lightning Storm, so I think Minjay really
Lightning
has to
Storm
do
and
it
top
early.
Feather
On that,
do we think he's going to flip it early?
Easy?
No, it doesn't make any difference. The back row is protected and the monsters on the field are in defense position.
You're right. Both of those cards aren't even doing that much here.
I think in this situation, your opponent knows you have Eradicator. I don't see why you hold on to it. Sometimes you can have it to, you know, like, keep it to maybe get some extra value. Maybe your opponent
look, we
searches a
start
card.
off with Big Welcome Labyrinth, and I think we're trying to go for one random card of the hand first, which is interesting to me.
I was going to say the same. You can just destroy all the spell cards in the hand.
Keep in mind that the lovely lady can be activated as chaining 1, and then Eradicator can be activated as chaining 2. So that might be the
good point there.
Because the destruction from lovely lady is random.
Oh, and there's the Full Force Virus, so I think we're just going for the double virus combo here in this game.
Double
this
virus
is crazy.
and a card left over
Can you activate this turn already?
I think he just discarded Coup Clock. He just discarded the Coup Clock, so that is absolutely the case.
Oh, that looks like a full hand loop from a trap deck.
That is impossible to me, but we just see it here in action,
This is
apparently.
insane. I mean, I guess no one really thinks, like, there have been very few cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! That let you activate a trap on the same turn it was set. So, like, I can't even remember the name of the card now. Mudora. Is it Mudora, the very old card that lets you activate traps, and it was absolutely insane. But now we're seeing just doing it once with a Coup Clock is still, like, allowing Minjay to assemble this incredibly powerful combo.
Now we only have one
target. No, you can just special summon
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, we already activated the trap card.
And
oh, yeah, a lot of the Heavenly Prison
the
works as well, of course. Let's just set another card from our
have
deck.
one. Actually, no, let's make that 3.
He's just not letting Luca play. I mean, this might as well be his draw phase.
Yeah, it might actually be his draw phase.
And also, I think, yeah, Ariana also is going to give us another draw because there was another monster leaving the field because of a trap effect.
So you can either search for a lovely lady or for a labyrinth even, or you can draw. You can only use one of them.
Absolutely.
Guys, usually hand traps are used to stop big combos like this from going off that can just hand loop you entirely on your turn even, so you don't even get the draw 1 for turn. Is there anything that stops this? Like, I can't even
really
think
tricky.
of a single... Effect Veiler does not work against this. What else doesn't work? Ash Blossom doesn't work against this?
Ash Blossom can
Ash
stop
Blossom
it a
or
little
Bell
bit.
would have negated the first.
Yeah.
And here we're going to see the hand.
Okay, Eradicator for the spell cards, and look at that, I think I saw 4
Absolutely
spell
insane.
cards in Luca's hand, and that is super rough.
Luca
Look at that,
Oh my goodness.
boy.
He was seeing
And
his hand
full
and he
force
was really happy
virus.
first.
And
to take
there
out
comes
the
a
last
full
card.
boss as well, and so that Robina is going to leave the hand of Luca as well. And that is a concede by Luca with no cards left in hand by the double virus combo of Min-Jae. Wow.
We were seeing a full monster hand of the Labyrinth deck, and I remember one of you guys saying, I mean, he's probably a little less worried than we are about this, but he was looking at his hand like, oh, I win.
This is
over. This is exactly the hand that I want to have. So you have no cards in hand anymore, and I have everything.
That was really, really well executed as well. Absolute amazing showing of that Labyrinth strategy. And is that now the new way to play Labyrinth? Because we have not known about this approach to the deck just yet, because like every single regional deck list I saw over the last couple of weeks, it was always the same. Always just a bunch of traps and then a couple of monsters. And now it seems to be equaled.
More. There's like 30 monsters in his deck or something like that. Honestly, this to me is the most sort of terrifying display of a sort of rogue deck that we've seen. Most of the rogue decks I've looked at and I've thought, okay, you know, this is making a big field, but a lot of decks are including ways to break big fields and probably some hand traps and some Nibiru's and whatever. But this, like, your opponent does, makes a, you know, sets up those two traps in ways that might be quite difficult to interact with. Because as we said, you can't ash something that sets from the deck. You might not know what hand traps you're siding in. And if your opponent just rips your entire hand before you've started the game, you know, I thought Dark World could do that, but I didn't think you were supposed to do it with Labyrinth.
I'm very impressed by the creativity of the players at this YCS. I am in love with this format because all of these players, we have also seen a crazy Mathmech combo, format skipper into Search Parallel Exceed.
This is beautiful.
This is everything we are seeing is so incredibly wild, and also those rogue decks that we are seeing here. Super heavy Samurai one. I mean, what else did we have? There was another crazy deck, Goki.
Yeah, and also, of course, the Gate Guardians. And I kind of feel like...
Don't forget about the Gate Guardians.
I kind of feel like the players have been holding back a little bit because, of course, this event is super prestigious. It's the 250th YCS, so they kept their ideas maybe a little bit secret just until this event so they could showcase it here on the big stage.
But now we get to see it. I'm blown away by that. That was that was a super crazy display.
So I think we got asked earlier by Ed which deck is going to take down this event, and we all had some really conventional answers, right? I said Kashtira, you guys went with Sprite, but I think something completely crazy might just take down this event because people are bringing insanely cool stuff here.
Have you've changed your mind? Maybe you think Labyrinth all the way? You're a convert.
Honestly, I wasn't really enthusiastic about the regular Labyrinth strategy, but this got me hooked. This looks really powerful to me.
Yeah, we did see the regular Labyrinth strategy, maybe some of the downsides of it on display earlier in the tournament.
Yeah.
Like we saw just, you know, maybe not getting your engine going and then just being, you know, even with the Floodgate Gozen match, your opponent could just make a few monsters and you'd already paid 4,000 for Solemn and that was the game.
I mean, I also want to say that specifically Luca's deck, the Fluoneries, looked incredibly powerful because in this game 3, no deck would have beat that. That was the perfect hand. It was like 5 cards. It was like Exodia. You were taking away all the 6 cards of the opposing hand. But in game 2, Fluoneries, like that was a power display. You had the Apex Avian, you went through the Riser, the Empen, all the stuff that Fluoneries do by now. We know that.
For sure.
Amazing field on the first turn. It is really consistent. So this is also a big threat to probably Kashtira because the Arise Heart effect doesn't really do anything against boundaries. So we have seen 2 top contenders for this format, especially in this matchup. But let's first of all hear from our winner this round, Min-Jae, who has piloted the craziest Labyrinth deck we have seen all weekend.
Hi guys, yes I am here with Min-Jae, who's just won that round 11 feature match. The first time you've ever been on a feature match. Congratulations. You were telling me you're a little bit nervous about doing these interviews, but don't worry, I'm a friendly guy. So how are you feeling after that round 11 match?
Well, I'm just I'm happy with the results, and yeah.
Well, that's good because you've done incredibly well. What's your score at this point?
I'm basically X1.
I mean, that's perfect. What was the one that you lost against?
It was the Kastra, which is the only Kastra I met in this event.
So talk to us about Labyrinth. Why Labyrinth? What is it that you like about the deck?
I really like the strategy with the small labyrinth monsters, which one could be used as hand traps. It allows to play in opponent's turn very a lot. Even my first turn, it allows to activate my trap cards. Yeah, I like those points.
Excellent. So going through your deck, there's a couple of choices that some people are saying are ones that people don't really use. A lot of people mainly use the Ariana and the Lovely Ladies, but you've also got Coup Clock, Chandriglia, and Stovey Torby. Why have you got those in the deck?
Yeah, it just allows me to play in opponent's turn. I don't want to wait until my turn, so yeah.
Okay, understandable. Sounds like a good choice because it's obviously worked well for you. So we'll just go through a couple of the games that you had during that. Obviously, the first one, there were some interactions that led to that skill drain being used. So when you've got skill drain on the field, do you pretty much know that it's over against a lot of matchups?
Yes, because I already make opponents discard one card, and I said, like, it's not pretty much left for opponents. Play.
Well, it all went perfectly, and then you go on to that game too. Lucas started with quite a good field. There was M-Pen, a bunch of set cards with follow-ups in hand. Managed to play around your set for back row as well. So you just decided to scoop on that one. You thought there's not really much I can do here. Did you just want to get into game 3?
Yes, I opened like 2 pair, like 2 welcome labyrinths, 2 big welcome labyrinths. So I just thinking for next siding and next game. Yeah.
What are you thinking about siding in against Flu? What's going through your mind when you're making those decisions?
Yes, I sided 2 Virus and the 2 Prison of Heavenly Lord, which luckily worked really well. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. So speaking of those viruses, the Eradicator Epidemic virus, that's one we see a lot, but Full Force virus was an interesting choice. And obviously, right at the end, you deprived them of all their cards. Luca had no cards left in hand. Talk to us about your choices of why you go for these virus cards, especially Full Force virus.
Yeah, Full Force virus is for basically for the sprites. Yeah, you can make opponents destroy all their small sprite monsters, and it's also good for Flanders. Yes.
I mean, yeah, it worked incredibly well. So congratulations to you, Min-Jae. You've only got one more round of Swiss. Do you have any decks that you're slightly nervous about going up against?
Yeah, I only played against one Kashra, and I lost that game, so yeah, I'm a little nervous about the Kashra deck.
Well, let's hope that's not what you get in the next one, but congratulations again. Perhaps we'll see you in that top cut as long as you don't go up against a Kashtira in that final Swiss round, but best of luck in that next round of Swiss. Guys, don't go anywhere because we've got that little bit of a speed duel tournament to show you guys after this, and then we'll be back with more questions for commentators and, of course, our final round of Swiss. Don't go anywhere.
Very like important, especially with 4,000 life points.
This is big. It's like 19 or something, I think.
Yeah, it's 19, yeah. This is 26, I guess.
Yeah, 19. So, honestly, really good. You draw a card. And let's see. Okay, he picks up a spell. Is it the field spell?
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is hope. There is hope here for Amazonas fans, but...
All right, so how exactly does this field spell work, and what does it do
so essentially,
with your Amazonas?
It first of all boosts the 200 attack to each Amazonas monster, and then once per turn, when they get destroyed, you can special summon from your deck any Amazonas with the same or lower level. But the key thing is you can summon the same monster again and again and again. So here we see a combo. Let's call it combo, because the skill allows you basically when you take damage from a battle. You reduce for the turn the attack of the monster you crashed.
Oh, second attack.
Yeah.
And that skill's almost wasted now, isn't it?
Yeah, completely wasted. And the thing is now piercing damage once again.
How much defense does he have? I think it's the Paladin, right?
Yeah.
This one's Paladin, yeah.
And there is a set monster. Only 300. Wow.
That will be enough, right? 20, yeah.
No, I don't know if
26 into 3?
Yeah.
That would, yeah, there
it is. As straightforward as it gets.
Oh no!
Wow, no fusions, nothing fancy. The third. Wow.
Yeah, he was just not going to deal any sort of combo play with that field spell interaction, was he?
Yeah. Absolutely not. And Leo has no mercy. 2 for 2. He's just the speed duel king this weekend here in London, and I can't blame him. We mentioned it, how his peaks were kind of favorable, but he played it really well, and we were expecting some fusion summons. No, just the good old-fashioned 2600 piercing beater is enough, apparently.
I mean, hey, there's so many decks in the game that don't utilize that sort of main function that you would expect them to, which is a fusion summoning. No, you just beat down with malicious and don't need it.
Yeah, and once again, Seb actually gets punished by going second. So who knows? Sometimes it's correct, but at the end of the day, he picked up the fuse spell just a turn too late. If he would have been there the previous one, I think it could have been slightly different. But with 3 copies of the trap card, I think Leo was going to win this regardless. So congratulations to him, but this is not the end of our commentators tournament. We still have Time Wizard to go through, but just again as a final reminder, if you've had fun watching and seeing us play it through with these speed duel decks, you can too do it yourself at home with your friends. So we can suggest you to just check out this new released product because it's quite fun, and I'm sure we will battle it off screen a little bit more. So thank you guys for being with us. Let's hear it for the winner's interview with Ed.
Sweet Blue Eyes White Dragons, we have ourselves a 2-time tournament winner. Congratulations, Leo. We're going to come to you in just a moment. Obviously, we have to come over and talk to you, Basti. Now, how are you feeling? How did that last duel go for you?
It actually was a pretty quick and fun duel, as speed duel should be. The only thing is, I already know that he's going to talk about this for weeks, for months, probably for years. I'm going to listen to him non-stop, him being a 2-time speed duel champion now.
It's quite the accolade, Leo, and we were just saying in the last tournament that you hadn't won any tournaments yet, and here you are at YCS London, winning 2. How do you feel?
I feel great. First of all, I think it's really cute that he's going to listen to me when I tell the story again and again and again. But now knowing that I'm, of course, going to retell it all the time. But no, this was great. This was a lot of fun.
I'm looking forward to you sort of being in conversation and going, oh, that's interesting. That's like when I won the speed duel tournament twice at YCS London. I mean, yeah, no, that's already gotten really annoying. Don't do that. But congratulations, Leo, a 2-time speed duel champion. You're officially, out of all of our commentary team, the best speed duelist that there is. Until next time, because who knows, maybe next time Alberto will get a chance. But we'll have to see. Guys, don't go anywhere because we've got more feature matches from the main event and also some alternative formats like Time Wizard coming very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
6th anniversary!
You can't do a thing against my creepy crawlers. Here I go, my entire swarm attacks! What? You don't mean Mirror Force? Look at these great presents!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links campaign underway!
Hello and welcome back to coverage of YCS London. I'm here for another deck profile with Josh. So Josh, where are you from?
I'm from the UK, mainly from around Manchester.
And how are you doing this weekend?
Pretty good. I'm really excited. It's my first YCS, so pretty pumped.
And what deck are you playing?
So I'm on Plunder Runic after a shift from Runic's done, and I'm quite excited to show you all how it's going to play out.
Great. So can you tell us about some of the most important cards in your deck?
Absolutely. So the deck kind of revolves around your Plunder tuners. So the first one that I'd like to highlight is Whitebeard. Because the way that they interact with the Runic cards is that because all of the Plunder tuners are 4s and Hugin is a 2, you can climb up into Yord really easily, and Yord gives you a lot of advantage. And it also gives your opponent a token, which in this format is really important because of Castor and evenly matched. So I think especially for going first, if you win the Dyro, I think it's a really well-positioned deck.
That does sound like a really cool interaction, giving your opponent a token, stopping your opponent summoning Kashtira monsters, playing evenly matched Lightning Storm.
Yeah, it's really helpful. The one, I guess, potential weakness of the deck is you don't have necessarily hard negation outside of lists, so the ability to kind of prevent a lot of these blowout cards is really important.
Great. So what other cards do you run?
So as part of the combo, typically you also summon out Redbeard, because the idea is you want to flood the board to an extent. So when you synchro off with a Whitebeard, you'll summon the Redbeard, which means you're able to tag out for an additional Plunder ship monster. And then eventually you want to link into Blackbeard once you've gone through the full combo with Yord. And what that permits you to do is allow you to generate additional advantage, and you can typically go into list to then special summon it back so you can use it again in your opponent's turn. So it lets you do quite a bit.
What does the Plunder Patrol list do?
So Plunder Patrol list is, it lets you special summon the monster that's attached to it during either main phase. So it allows you to float the item back, or it can be just a standard negate in response to a monster effect.
How do you feel about your chances this weekend?
I feel pretty good. You know, despite maybe seeming a bit green, I feel pretty good about this event.
Is there anything you've been surprised by so far at your first YCS?
How big it is, just the raw scale. I knew it was going to be big. I've been to the XL before, but this big, no, I'm very surprised.
What events have you been to before?
So there was a Comic-Con here before that was like a decade ago, so it's bringing back some memories, but yeah, it's just, you don't realise the scale until you walk in, and the vibe is great in here as well. It's so good just to see all of these players here for the same purpose. It's really good.
Well, best of luck for the weekend. Is there anything else you want to say before signing off?
Just best of luck to everyone, and I hope to see some more interesting decks in Top Cut.
Well, thanks a lot for the deck profile, and tune in for the next feature match.
Welcome back. We're now here with our final round of Swiss. I have my two duelists here, one of whom is just quickly whacking on a sweater, and then we can get going with this final round of Swiss, our round 12 feature match. I have in front of me Julio Valls and Jordi Wang, who are both ready to finish off all of this Swiss coverage here at YCS London. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Who would like to roll first? Julio's going to roll first. 5, Jordi. 4. Okay, you're going to go first? Okay, Julio is going to start, so I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to be your wonderful commentary trio for this final round of Swiss. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Adam. Welcome to round 12. As he mentioned, the last round of Swiss before the cut to top 64. And welcome from us to day 2 as well. It's going to be our first round, and one exciting day we went through yesterday, and definitely more excited to see what the outcome will be for today as well. In front of us, we have one incredible match, first of all, and I want to say that sometimes this is even the most important round outside of the finals, in my opinion. It's the round where a lot of duelists, just like this two, are in front of the so-called bubble match, the one where you're either advanced to the top 64 or, unfortunately, this is where your tournament ends. And it is the most nerve-breaking, I could say, so playing on stream even more difficult. But out of the two, I think in that regard there is a huge difference, because Julio is a national champion. He's the Spanish actual current national champion, and he did it with Flow Wanderers back in the day, but now has completely changed his strategy and he's playing Mathmech. What do you guys think of the deck?
Yeah, that's a very different deck to go from Flow Wanderers to Mathmech. It's I would say quite a standard sort of Mathmech approach, and it's a deck that you would pick probably because it has that really well-rounded approach. It's a good little mid-range deck. It's got like a nice 1-2 card combo with a lot of defensive cards if you go second.
Yeah, especially also in past YCSs we have seen Mathmech as the underdog, but also I think that when you play against such a deck, it's not so easy, because the Super Factorial itself, it's such a huge card, and I think just alone the diameter and the circular themselves cause a lot of trouble to your opponent.
Yeah.
While I think on the other side, though, we have another interesting deck.
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, we have seen already today Mathmech in the round against Santoni, where he lost, but he was playing a very unique approach. In this case, we have a lot of different end traps, and end traps are usually really good against combo decks. And a combo deck we have yet not seen at YCS London is Drytron, and this is what his opponent Jordi is on. And that's a deck that we have not seen in a while after actually winning the UK National Champion.
Yep, it did.
Yeah. So we'll see whether this deck still holds, and he actually has 2 unique win conditions, but let's not spoiler them for now. So our players are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of Game 1.
So as you mentioned, Marcello, this is the penultimate round for both of these players here. They are both on an X2 record. A loss would almost potentially guarantee their end of the tournament for both of these players here. So all or nothing on the line for this round here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a huge event, and it's really tough to make it to the top 64, and they're gonna try their best. And here we see a rather standard opening with the Mathmech deck.
It's not super great to open diameter. Normally you want to do that after you've filled up your graveyard, because it does have that, I like to call it the Coach Soldier Wolfbark style effect with the revival from the graveyard. But it's enough because we have the extender in the hand to be able to special summon and then go into Alimbertion, which, did you know, Alberto, that's the Latin name for Alberto?
Yeah, thanks.
No,
really?
No, I made that
no,
up.
It's not.
I completely lied.
I thought you studied Latin in school, no?
Another thing to note here as well that sometimes players miss here, there's a very unique effect of diameter that isn't super common. It actually gives a monster an effect while it's a material, or if it wasn't a material. So even though it's detached now, this Alimbertion is going to be able to negate a card.
And that's a huge way to play around some of these hand traps from the players this weekend. But in this case, it's actually quite the opposite. So while Julio is maining something like 12 or more with some unique ones that he can search with a small word, his opponent, I don't think he's playing anything. Maybe a Kaiju or something along those lines, but not a real
I think
way.
he's got Kurikara in the main deck.
Yeah. I mean, the only actual hand trap we could say is the Herald of the Orange Light, which is obviously limited to 1. But then he has some, going second card, change of art too, which could be nice. But
yeah, so Mathmech puts up this really good turn 1 field. And depending if you have any more extenders, you can end on potentially something like a Masquerena into an Apollosa for your opponent's turn. You also have the most important, the haymaker of the deck. It's the Super Factorio trap card.
No, the deck, I think it's super consistent, and I think it will be one of those decks that I will play, honestly. It's just, you know, you just sit there, you activate your cards, and also especially, I think the Circular Aron alongside with the Sigma. I mean, Circular plus Sigma.
Here we see the equations. So, how good were you at equation? I don't know. I know Alberto.
That's interesting, going for a turn 1 Laplacian here.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, I like to call it like a Trishula style effect. It allows you to send a card, depending on how many materials you detach, 1 from the field, 1 from the spell and trap zone, and 1 from the hand as well.
In this case, obviously, as it is the last round of Swiss, it's quite possible that they know what each other is playing. So they have been sitting at the top tables for a while, and that's might be one of the... Ooh, and we see one of the attack cards in, Wear of Doubt. Yeah.
So combo decks tend to want a lot of card advantage, so you can start spilling all of those important special summons onto the field. So going for this play, I suppose to deny him some important resources and some important searches, like hitting the Where Art Thou there, probably going to attempt to deny his opponent from trying to get any more resources. We see the Decode Talker here, the Heat Soul, the Burning Draw, paying 1,000 life points, and over the course of 2 turns, it is Pot of Greed.
Pretty much, And that's why we see the deck building from Julio with a lot of entraps, because you can draw them with Heat Soul consistently, and one of them, particularly the Drawn and Lock, could be really strong against Drytron.
Yeah, especially Drytron, a Ritual deck. Ritual decks tend to all want to do a lot of searching before they can actually start setting up their field, just because the nature of the Ritual Summon requiring 2 components to be able to actually perform a Ritual Summon, you do need to go into your deck quite often, and so something like Droll and Lockbird could be absolutely devastating in this scenario.
And I think if European things are really good, because he might be holding 2 copies of Infinite Impermanence alongside with the Super Factorial, because he's at 3. And these are the only trap cards he's playing. So that will be the case, and I mean, I really like the approach of Julio. It just has a lot of interruptions, and but on the other side, I think it's not easy to play against Drytrons, but just because the effects on the graveyard, you know, to bring them back, and then with the Ben 10 itself, you're, you know, capable of adding a lot of cards, and indeed, we see the Alpha
Zeta. That's the best 2-card combo in Drytron, if I dare say myself. All right, well, if there's a good way to break this turn 1 that Julio has established here, Jordy definitely would. Oh, there it is!
Oh, no. Wow,
he had it.
That is devastating.
That's crazy, especially because this is the only one he's playing only 2 copies of in the main deck.
That's incredible. Wow. The as you mentioned, you know, the draw power with the Heat Soul is very good, especially when you've managed to deck thin. You get those important resources out of your deck, get your Sigma out, get the Circular out, get the Factorio out, and then when you draw, all you've got left is non-engine, and that's why Droll and Lockbird is being played here, so you can potentially go into that. And here is the Super Factorio for 3.
Huge.
This will be devastating, especially because now with XYZ Summon, with the diameter being a material, basically we have an Omni Negate.
Yep. And detaching 2 here, you get to send 1 from the field and 1 from the hand.
Wow.
Just removing those important resources that Jordy has here.
Oh my god! Change of heart! What a snipe! That could have been one of the only ways to fight back with like a Zeus, but yeah, wow.
Yeah, so I mean, being able to go into a Change of Heart, take the Laplacian potentially, attack. Now you've done battle with an Xyz monster, go for Zeus. That's like the only real play you have under Droll.
Yeah.
At the same time, as Alberto mentioned, with Shu face down and not really other trap cards, the impermanence is most likely going to be there, so Zeus wouldn't be enough. But yeah, Change of Heart is the craziest knife.
Gamma's a good tool for being able to fight through going second here, as it's the Drytron that allows you to revive when it tributes. So if this is hit by anything, then we can at least try and attempt to resolve the effect of the Gamma. Bring back another monster, go for an Xyz play, but don't forget 2 set cards remain, and of course the Diameter, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and also this is something that we haven't quite seen a lot. Gamma usually was played maybe on one-offs, and he's playing 3. I think he's maximizing all the numbers of Drytron in his deck, and this is something that you don't really see quite often.
Do you think it's to do with the fact that Rise Hard is such a prominent threat?
Yeah, I think so. So at least you have an easy way, to just go to an X-Twisty summon, and then if you really have access to Zeus, it just, deals with your opponent's board field. But here, with the Ben 10, unfortunately, it will not out because of the journal lock.
He just has to pick up, that's so unfortunate. Well, game 1 has been taken by Julio with that powerful Mathmex setup.
Not much can be said about this one. It was very dominant by the Spanish national champion, and yeah, it all came down to this Eat Soul, drawing him the draw and lock, which just made it too unfair with the obviously opening that he had, and yeah, now it's back to his opponent. I think both didn't expect to be playing, the last round against this specific matchup, and now they must find a way to improvise. I still gotta give the edge to Julio just because of the amount of entraps in the main, but in the side deck they go through the roof. He has like 9 more. I think he goes up to like 20, almost half of the deck in total.
Yeah, so we can see that he's playing 3 copies of Ghost Bell. That's pretty good against Drytron. The Gamma, the negating and destroy to remove the body from the field, plus everything he already has in the main, as you mentioned.
Exactly.
How do you combo through this?
No, I mean, you really can't. I think I really like this approach, by the way, because basically you sit at the table, you have 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 in the main deck,
21, right?
21.
21,
so half a deck.
like half of the deck. Half the deck is that, which obviously you need to be careful because sometimes you might draw into just those, and then it's tough to combo through. But like, that's crazy. Yeah, as you mentioned, how do you combo through that?
Because I think the deck has everything that it needs, no? So also with the Parallel Exceed, he's able to combo through a lot of things, and I mean, it's working out very well, especially like in this game 1. I think he had, the perfect hand, with the draw the lock, 3 trap cards.
It's basically a Paolo deck, So, exactly.
Well, talking a little bit about the hand trap lineup, I think, one of my favorite cards printed was Small World, and it does this amazing bridge where if you draw too many hand traps, those hand traps get you to your engine, and if you have too much engine, that engine gets you to defensive cards.
Yeah, it's definitely with the key card in the deck from Julio, but on the other hand, I think Drytron doesn't really want to side that many cards going first, right? So does he even have anything that might be
Well, I suppose we could probably talk a little bit about what's happening here. Going first, Jordi will be playing the Drytron, as you've seen, but his win condition that he's opted to try and play here is the Amor Factor Pain, as well as the Vanities Ruler, I think was popularized actually by Justin Singh in the North American region about last national format. On top of that, he's also signing a small Magic Key engine. So the Magic Key unlocking allows you to basically set up an Omni Negate to protect that Amor Factor Pain.
And unfortunately for him, he has a very unique side deck card in that of Sales Ban, which for anyone who doesn't know, it's pretty similar to a prohibition for just one card. The idea is you declare a card name, and usually it is for an entrap that you fear the most. The issue is when you're facing 21, like that's basically just going completely.
Like you just sales ban draw maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but then you need to face the other 18.
Yeah, I know.
So like it's definitely tough. I don't even know if you want to side that in at this point, but obviously he has no idea that his opponent is using that many. And without further ado, though, our duelists are ready, so let's jump into game 2.
So there's a decent amount of cards that can come out here from the main deck from Jordi. As we mentioned, he's maining the Kurikaras. That can definitely come out here. But to combat those hand traps, he's playing the Talents and Thrust lineup.
Nice handshake, and here let's see if Jordi will be able to combo through. The end, I can't quite figure out, but I do see a couple monsters. And okay, we start things off with the field spell.
And the Drytron Fafnir adds a Drytron spell and trap from the deck to the hand, and most likely going to go for the Nova here. And on resolution, we...
Once again.
That's the one copy he's playing as well. Absolutely incredible. All right, well, if there's one card you're holding Call by the Grave for, it's definitely that Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's anything else to prevent him from going through the rest of this combo. Alpha, good way to start your combo here. Zeta, important key piece to get to your ritual spell as well. So let's see if he can do anything else.
Because now, given that you're playing against Mathman, where do you want to go with your combo? Just, you know, set up the Mobera Fafnir, and then from there seeing if Julio has any response. Because now it looks like, okay, he's getting things through now with the Alpha being summoned. And this is getting crazy, because now with the Ben 10 being added, he will be able to once again access his Drytron cards from the graveyard as well.
Recently unlimited again, Ben 10 returns to the scene, a Light Fairy, which when tributed allows you to search for any Light Fairy from your deck to your hand.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned, the Light Fairy of choice is Vanity's Ruler.
Yeah. And that's one of the key alternative win condition we mentioned. And Fafnir is not just a field spell, it's also the name of probably the best card, arguably, in the deck, which is... as you can see on screen, the XYZ, and it does so much for this deck.
Yeah, it is the Foolish Burial to get you more resources, negates a spell and trap, I think, during your opponent's turn, and the all-important replacement effect for Ritual Summoning.
Yeah. Let's see if we are gonna see anything, and
that's huge.
Yeah. Nice impermanence by Julio. Oh, he was chaining something. Okay, no.
Oh, the emergency, okay.
Yeah, emergency, cyber emergency. Obviously, card meant to be for Cyber Dragon, but turns out all the Drytons are also searchable by it, so...
Jordi looks super confident with this, like, doesn't seem super, you know, bothered, especially because, like, the Cold Body Grave was incredibly powerful.
As long as you stop that Droll and Lockbird, this deck does do well going
so
through
at least I can play,
yeah,
absolutely.
So Infinite Impermanence, one of the best cards you can drop down on the Fafnir, as it negates all of the effects for the turn, not just the Foolish Burial style effect. Oh, he's already got the field spell here.
Good.
Okay, so Ben 10 appearing, and let's see if he's gonna try and search, as you mentioned, for their rulers at some point, or what's his play gonna be.
Notice as well that he activated the Meteonis Fafnir to Ritual Summon by tributing from the hand. Reason for that, the replacement effect of Fafnir is negated this turn, plus Gamma in the graveyard is fine, you know, you get to tribute off the Ben 10, bring back another body.
And I think with one of, you know, the impermanence gone, it's tough to get rid of the Vanity's Ruler if he would be used this turn.
So he goes into the Nightmare Phoenix, not to destroy any spell and trap cards, just so that he can get these materials in the graveyard, so that he can begin using these powerful graveyard effects.
Exactly, and this is exactly what we're gonna see. Let's see if here we go for the Vanity's Ruler, or he's gonna first continue comboing off a little bit more. You can obviously get back the ritual spell, and there it is. So we go for the ruler, and outside of impermanence, what are the outs that Julio has in his deck?
He doesn't.
Okay, nice.
Actually, he is playing the Thunder King Kaiju, isn't he?
Yeah, but
he
you
can't.
cannot Kaiju.
Yeah, you cannot
Sorry. My mistake.
But maybe he might have sided in the Archfiend Eccentric.
Yes.
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
honestly.
I don't know if you would say that.
It's hard because you don't know what your opponent's playing Drytron, but there's a lot of win conditions that there's so many ways to approach the deck.
Absolutely.
So you don't really know how you're going to approach. Hand traps is just the safe bet almost always.
Yeah.
I will say impermanence, by the way, is the one to go for, but given that one is
there
already
it
gone.
So here comes down the Vanity's Ruler.
Must be noted as well, you mentioned that you love Vanity's Fiend, but Vanity's Ruler is a lot better than that, isn't it? Because it's one-sided.
I know. But I like a challenge. You know.
All right, there is Natasha being searched as the final reproach for Ben 10 here. Natasha, another incredible card for going second. That's going to help on turn 3 for Jordi, as Natasha, not once per turn, able to special summon itself back from the graveyard by banishing a Cyber Angel. Helps you remove cards from your opponent's field on
Let's
that
see.
turn 3.
This could be a quick one.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have an out to this, this could actually be a super quick game 2. But it looks as if he's debating a little bit, probably checking whether the negate effect from the Fafnir is possible here. Might have an impermanence, and he does! Wow!
That is incredible.
Okay. Crazy,
Imperm
yeah.
off the top.
Is it circular too?
No
What end? What
This is
end.
crazy. This guy, he just had everything.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Because now he gets the Sigma, and then the Sigma can be special summoned from the graveyard.
Crazy, yeah.
And
honestly,
well, the
I did mention it could have been a quick one, maybe in a different way, but yeah.
The best combo going second is just simply 3 Cyburst bodies makes update access code. Will
Yeah.
we see him go for that?
And that's exactly what the Mathmech deck can do. And pretty much... but the one-off! Not only the call by the grave, but yeah,
I don't...
interesting.
Yeah,
but where did he use it? Yeah, okay.
So he used it from the...
Yeah, because he sends us a cost. That's
yeah.
the thing.
But okay.
I got really excited there, but I don't know if I
Yeah.
like that Herald. You know, potentially, if that's your only disruption.
Why not wait
like,
for the...
maybe a transcode or something,
Exactly.
or a Splash Mage?
I agree with you. Maybe he got a little too excited, but the issue is...
Especially when you negate the circular in the hand. I mean, it's already done its job. As you mentioned, it stands for cost.
Because this is enough. Like any Cyber's deck, as soon as you get to, you know, a couple of monsters, you can go for the access code. So
Yeah, so Equation is the Monster Reborn. Special summon any from the graveyard. That is 2 level 2 or minimum monsters in order to make the update jammer to then go into the transcode to revive and go for access code double attacking. Playing double access code, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's a smart choice, especially because like facing this many, you know, amount of cash drop players, then you just want to be sure.
Absolutely.
No?
Not once per turn either, if that ever randomly comes up, but can make a second one at some point if your opponent negates the first access. So it looks
wow,
like...
he also has another
wow.
extender. What a hit from Julio.
That's just incredible. But like we kind of talked about at the start, this is why I suppose Mathmech is such a solid choice for this kind of event, because you have so many good options for going second as well as your standard line that Jordy did going first.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to play a lot of entries just to prevent your opponent, you know, from playing basically. And not on the other side, just with a single card, the circular itself, you just, you know, can get things through, no? And then the I think also the Monster Reborn of the deck, let's say, the equation.
Yeah.
I think Julio here, okay, maybe he wants to go for the, you know, the most standard approach instead of going for an access code token, but I think he can do that, right?
Yeah, he's just taking a different line here. I think he wants to guarantee some insurance just in case there's any problems. You know, he still has that factorial to fall back on in the next turn if, for some reason, update access doesn't actually pan out, but yeah, so he's playing this really well just to make sure that he has, like, you know, an insurance policy in the factorial should anything go wrong.
Yeah, and I don't see it going wrong for him. He has probably done this plenty of times in this past 2 days, and yeah, it's very tough. I mean, we have seen this plenty of times throughout the past formats, all the way from Salaman Great, for example, and yeah, it's as easy as it gets. You just go for the update jammer, and the access code can attack twice at 5300. So.
Access code, such an incredible card. I honestly don't even know if it needs a software update, but he's going to go for it anyway as the double attack, super powerful. Can't respond to it, doesn't target.
Yeah.
Such an incredible card. The only way you can really respond is on resolution. Best case scenario, you can drop an effect Veiler or an infinite impermanence on the first initial effect, but yeah, loading up the graveyard with a bunch of link materials as well. Remember, it banishes the number of attributes that you have, so the more you have there, and there it
goes. Yeah. Julio throwing his hands up in the air is the winner of Game 2 and the match round 12. What a match, honestly. It seems as if it could go either way, but we did mention that just by looking at the deck list, Julio seemed as if he was the favorite by the amounts of entraps he's playing. And it all came down to the draw, especially in Game 1, only using 2 copies in the main deck, picked up 1. had it again in the second game, but that call by the Grave looked really promising, but in the end it just wasn't enough against the double impermanence and circular. Yeah,
I was really excited to see the Amber Factor pain lock, but unfortunately never got a chance to do it.
There was another impermanence. I mean, we talked about this, how many number of hand traps is playing, and is paying off, I think,
Yeah, it's definitely a deck that it's interesting. I don't know if you want to face it. Obviously, I can see a little bit of a risk because we have to see obviously how this format and this tournament in particular is containing a lot of different decks. On top of my mind, we had seen even in the previous round some Labyrinth decks which are still almost undefeated or on X1. And if he plays against Labyrinth, all of those end traps are gonna be completely useless outside of Ash Blossom. So I don't know. He's really gotta dodge, some of those shady decks in the top 64, as he's pretty much guaranteed a spot in. But nevertheless, congratulations to his opponent. He tried his best to combo through, but unfortunately he has to lose in the last round. I mean, will now try his best to cheer for the remainings. But I mean, we still have a lot to see.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, there's a lot of decks in the format, and you have to sometimes take concessions depending on what deck you choose. So you play something like Mathmech, you have all these hand traps. You're going to have a way harder time against trap decks, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the approach that he took before the tournament is just, if I'm going to play against, Sprite, Kashtira, all these kind of matchups, I mean, I'm going to be fine. Then if I play against Labyrinth, which, on a 12-round tournament, maybe I might be facing one or two, I guess I just take it, So...
But I mean, just in case we are not going to see Julio on stream again, he does have a solution in that case in his side deck. As you mentioned, Small World is a crazy card. Potentially can search for pretty much any Yu-Gi-Oh card in the game. And he has, for that reason, a copy of Denko Sekka in his side deck, which he can search with the Small World against these kind of decks. So we'll never know. Maybe he has already defeated some of these Labyrinth decks. But regardless, as mentioned, they put up a really good show. And now, obviously, this was a quick match for us, but there are still plenty of matches. There are pretty much 30 minutes remaining in the round for everyone else, and they are fighting through, and we will be able later on to show you guys the breakdown for the top 64, which obviously I'm really interested in seeing how the numbers we had transitioned into the top cut, especially if the Kashtira deck held its ground, and so if it improved its 19% of, or maybe we're gonna see a surprise. Yeah.
Do you have any predictions as to the percentage breakdown we'll see for the different decks in top cut?
So I would expect Kashtira to be the most represented deck in the top cut, honestly. And then after that, maybe I saw some different variants of Sprite. So
I was hovering around the top tables earlier.
Yeah, I would
There's
say
a lot of
Kashtira, Sprite, and then maybe I don't know. What would you insert?
I mean, I think it also comes down to the transition percentage, and I'm not sure of the total numbers, but I gotta give credit to Rika because I've been at the top tables, and Jessica alongside Alex, and they tested together were on like table 3 and 4.
Smashing it.
So they are completely tearing through the competition.
Yeah,
and
I spoke to Alex earlier. I think he's currently on X1.
Exactly, and I think not many players brought Rika, so I think Rika, we're gonna have one of the best transition in terms of percentage throughout the top cut. I think they're both pretty much guaranteed in, and yeah, we're gonna see maybe Jessica again or Alex. We had both on stream earlier on, and yeah, it's definitely. I wouldn't want to play against it, honestly. Probably the scariest deck in the room at the moment, but I think I would be surprised if we don't have at least 10 different decks in the top 64.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. And it's been a while, ever since we had such a format, and it's one of those that's really unpredictable, because usually if by the end of day one you haven't figured it out, we might have some prediction for who is going to take it. If you ask me now, I think still all of those 10 decks could take it, and it's beautiful.
It's anyone's game at this stage, isn't it? Despite the fact that you would expect Kashtira dominating so much.
Absolutely.
There's so much viability.
And we already mentioned, going through some of the milestone, the 100th YCS, the biggest TCG tournament of all time, had a lot of different decks. Darkwood took it in the end. This one is the second largest tournament of all time. And again, anything could take it. But before finding out, thank you guys for being with us with round 12. We have Julio ready with Ed for the winner interview.
Thank you, Marcello. Yes, I am joined by Julio, who's just won our final feature match in the Swiss rounds here at YCS London. It's very exciting to see this. We're now heading into that top cut. You're now 10 wins, 2 losses. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling?
I don't know what to know. I am a little sad because Jordi is also a friend. He lives in Spain too, and I don't like win friends and put out of the top cut. But in general, I felt very well. I should be in top, right?
Well, I think it depends on the amount of draws that some people have, but hopefully, fingers crossed, you've made it this far. It would be great to see you in that top cut. So talk to us about MathMech. We've seen a couple of people play MathMechs. What is it that you like about the MathMech deck?
When I prepare for an event, I try to pick a deck that can defeat all the decks in the metagame. I test Castira, all the people heard Castira, branded lose into a single as, and with MathMech I can play multiple hand traps and cover all the pairings. As Drytron with Roll and Mate, that was all.
Well, yeah, let's go through some of those moments, because game 1, as you mentioned, with hand traps, that Droll and Lockbird, that was sort of the main thing. It just completely scuppered Jordi's deck. There was nothing he could do, so he just scooped. So then game 2, we saw that Droll and Lockbird again, but then it was immediately called by the grave.
I was just afraid. He will make me a full board and I couldn't crash it.
Well, when that happens, you had so many other things happen. And you, again, right at the end, you built Access, go talk of a game. But when there were things like Vanity's Ruler and other effects that were stopping you from playing, what's going through your mind and how do you deal with it?
I had also Impermanence in hand, but actually the Drytrons plays a lot of turn 1 boards. And I prefer use in something and prevent the board. He has more extenders. If I do the Vanity Fiend, Vanity Ruler, and I need a good card to draw to out the Vanity, and I draw the other Impermanence, and that got me the game.
So it was a hard draw on the
of Impermanence, yes.
Excellent, that's all you needed, and congratulations, you've taken this. So if you get to the top cut, you say you've built a deck, your MathMech deck can pretty much handle anything in the meta. Is there anything you'd be worried about going up against in that top cut?
The worst matchup that I could have is Dragon Link, because the Bestials just remove all my monsters. The only single loss that I have in Swiss was against Joshua Smith, that with a single Magnamut just remove all my materials, and against Castira that the Macrocosmos can defeat.
Well, fair enough. Let's hope you don't go up against that. Maybe you'll cruise on through to that final. But congratulations again. I hope we get to see you in the top cut. We'll be finding out very soon exactly who our top 64 are. But before we get into that, I'm going to chat to our Italian commentary duo with some of your questions. Don't go anywhere.
Brand new for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise and shine, Ruby. Looks like we got some work to do. Crystal Beasts are back and ready to rack up some wins with their new advanced Crystal Beast forms. You can score cool new cards and add some precious gems to your collection with this all-foil set. Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles of Legend, Crystal Revenge. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back to more of your coverage here at YCS London 2023. We've already had 2 Time Wizard tournaments amongst our coverage team, so why not jump into some of the public event formats that you're going to be seeing here at YCS London. So for instance, we right now are going to have a quick tournament of Time Wizard March 2005 format. So in front of me obviously have Basti and Nadir, who are both ready to go. So guys, let's do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Oh, look at that. That's good sportsmanship. But will the handshake be denied this time? That's a 1. Okay, right, Nadir, what are you rolling? Oh, my God, also a 1. Okay, right, let's try this again. A 3. And what about you? 5. Okay, so who's going to be going first? You're going to go? Okay, Nadir is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to another mix of a team, which I quite like for our commentary. We've got Alberto, Marcello, and Leonard, who has won our Time Wizard tournaments. Time Wizard tournaments? Speed Duel tournaments. So let's see who wins Time Wizard. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to an all-Italian commentator desk, as Leo, with his mustache, is looking fresh. So here we are, and as mentioned, we are now drifting away from Speed Duel into the Time Wizard lands, and we start from one of those meta where it came and all started from, which is March 2005, and it's gonna be a blast, not only because we're gonna switch and it's always nice to mix things up, but because we're mixing things up also in terms of players, as you can see.
Yeah, we have Tom Payne and Nadir Mazzoni competing here in a format that is incredibly popular. So I think all of these players, I mean, I'm going to compete as well, are going to be incredibly experienced.
Stop it, you already...
Yeah, don't go free for free, come on. Don't, come on. Leave some for the rest of us. And as mentioned, we decided then we are going to play through different Time Wizard formats. For this one, me and Alberto are going to step out and just going to be on the commentary desk. For the next, it's going to be the same for you and Basti. But for now, our players are ready. So let's find out who will advance to the finals of March 2005 Time Wizard tournament.
So we are seeing a Chaos, probably turbo variant on Sebastian's head, and oh, we are already seeing the Delinquent duo. However, Nadir's going to start.
Yeah, Nadir is instead on Go Control, so pretty much playing a lot of copies of Scapegoats and ways to use Scapegoat to advantage. So he plays Creature Swap. Wow!
He did not play the Delinquent duo. This gives Nadir a chance to draw into Thunder Dragon or something like that.
Really?
Why would you not do that?
It looks like Seb's hand is not great.
I mean, especially because there are so many ways to get punished by that. And here comes Breaker. Did you see what that was? Let's see.
Oh,
okay.
It's Raigeki Break, and now you don't really have anything that you want to discard.
Maybe discard the duo.
If you're not going to use it, then you might as well.
Might as well. Let's see. This might be a mind game as well if the face down is not a flip monster. Wow, the face down. And it's a Scapegoat, which maybe wasn't the best to set alone, but...
But I like that he didn't panic and destroy the Breaker, because he can use the Tsukuyomi in his hand for something at least.
So on my mind, there are 2 cards that face down could be. One of them, let's see if it's... Okay, interesting.
Well.
Very bold opening, though. Setting the Magician and Scapegoat together. Yeah, interesting combo.
You want to maximize the amount of goats you are summoning in.
Which is true. And now a nice Thunder Dragon top deck. And we will see the Delinquent now. Just cause.
Yeah, I mean, now is as good as time as ever. So we're going to see maybe get these Scapegoats out of the hand of Nadir.
That's definitely one of the best cards, because we see the meta in the end, and it is it is the Scapegoat. The rest is like Chaos Sorcerer, Metamorphosis, Chaos Sorcerer, Metamorphosis, and Asura.
Okay.
This is pretty good for Nadir so far, because he can assert a lot of pressure. However, Sebastian can now activate the Thunder Dragon at some point, Basti.
He also does have a Tsukuyomi, which is a nice way to deal with the Breaker, potentially.
He don't.
Wow, he's gonna use the Snatch Steal here.
No, but I think he could have used Snatch Steal on the Magician of Fate.
Yeah, okay.
No,
He wants to go Tsukuyomi here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Turbo Delinquent Duo deck.
Yeah, okay,
and
fair.
yeah,
Fair
Snatch
enough.
Steals should be gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
If he does not hit the Chaos Sorcerer here, he's going to be in a lot of trouble because that's a lot of damage and he's not going to be able to remove the Magician of Faith from the board, nor the Breaker.
Yeah, because he pays 2,000 as well from this duo. So maybe a little too flashy here, but let's see. And he does it. Ooh, the best.
Wow.
The best. And yeah, Chaos Sorcerer was by far the best. He does eat it.
And wow, we also activate the Thunder Dragon.
Top
That
deck
is
the Thunder Dragon.
Good one, yeah.
Only one card left in hand for both outside of the Thunder Dragons, I think. So
it's risky though, because now here it just passes, no?
yeah, you take a lot of damage. Is the last card a Serpent, maybe? I don't know. But we'll figure it out. So yeah.
It has a Tribe.
Yeah, and Basti has
Tribe,
BLS in hand.
Tribe.
Both. No, I meant Serpent.
No, BLS.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
So you can actually at some point set down the Tsukuyomi because otherwise you're just
Let's see.
You just get punished
So,
all the time.
Nadir.
Wow, Charity.
Graceful.
Okay, it's
To be
okay.
fair,
I mean,
it's
yeah.
not the greatest, but yeah. Basically, a better Upster Goblin, looking for the Serpent. Doesn't quite get it. I see a Sword, Sakuretsu, and a Monster. Let's see.
And not finding the Serpent here is really good. I don't want to say good for Sebastian,
Yeah.
but it
Honestly, worst case scenario, you can keep the Sakuretsu and just go full aggression with double Tribe, Breaker, and whatever.
I quite also like the play that he's going for here, which is keeping the Dekoichi.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't quite tell what the monster was, so then definitely I agree with you.
So this turn, it's not that much damage.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have liked your approach as well, just to go for full damage here.
Yeah.
Denying a premature burial as well. No, I'm not.
Unfortunately, here we could see a huge punish because the Tsukuyomi obviously was the idea.
The cross out.
If he Sakuretsu the Tsukuyomi, then he goes for BLS.
Yeah.
And this is basically too strong. Okay.
That one's really important for Sebastian.
For sure. But maybe too soon.
Yeah, Basti, you skipped the Dekoichi.
Yeah, you skipped it.
Yeah. I think he should have gone for the Tsukuyomi first, if that's the line.
Yeah. You summon it first and then I think you attack over the
Why?
break.
Because you first of all try to get rid of the breaker, and if a Sakuretsu comes down, you go for the BLS, and then technically you're never even forced to use the crossout. But
fair enough.
Let's see. This is what will happen, and unfortunately, it's a big punish for Nadir, who needs to top deck his own Kobyo Snatch Steal.
Yeah.
What? Is he considering setting its own monster or what? What?
No way.
I mean, I have seen him do stranger things. So. Oh, we're attacking over, and the Sakuretsu.
Unfortunately, here Seb gonna smile because he has the BLS in main phase 2.
Yeah, correctly summoning it in defense position here. Very good. Applying a lot of pressure on its own here.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Nadir just happy to have the
Pot of
8,000 life
Greed.
points. Delinquent Duo on double Thunder Dragon. You don't want to activate that.
Nice. Not much. Yeah.
Oh, he's actually going for it.
it.
They're just having a good time now.
Yeah.
And this is what this is all about, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And now he's gonna turn into a top deck war. Okay. A Mystical Space Typhoon, not the worst, absolutely.
Now, next turn, a Sangan would be a top deck for game.
Ooh, that was huge ring, but the Typhoon is there. Wow.
Oh, this Typhoon was actually such a crazy
so
top deck.
So strong. Yeah. Oh my. And Pot of Greed.
Pot into Grace.
Yeah. He doesn't even need to use it. But what
reveal
a
the Grace.
turnaround.
Come on, reveal the Grace. Show it to him. Yes, there it is.
Wow.
I did not see that one coming.
Absolutely not, and congratulations. But it is Seb who advances to the finals.
Yes, another chance to claim a title this weekend for Sebastian. In the last tournament, the Speed Tour tournament, he couldn't quite close it. His opponent was unfortunately way too good for him.
Yeah, way ahead of him, and maybe history will repeat once again for the third time this weekend when we will find out the winner of the other semi-final between you and Tom.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of afraid of Tom. I think he's a really good
You should
player.
be. He was really excited to be playing this weekend, and he has been playing this Time Wizard in particular for a long time, exploring a lot of crazy decks, and we have no idea what he brought.
I have an idea what he brought.
You do? You do? I mean, I do roughly as well, but I don't know if he changed his mind at the very last second. So definitely looking forward to this second match, but just as we mentioned, this was the first semi-final. Coming up is the match of Leo against Tom Payne. So thank you guys for being with us, and stay tuned to find out who will meet Seb in the finals.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Photon Hypernova, Chaos Monsters, Kashtira, Gold Pride. More cards for Fallen of Albaz and Dogmatica, plus many more, with brand new Photon and Galaxy cards to make your deck out of this world. 100 cards in all. Photon Hypernova. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the coverage of YCS London 2023 for the 250th YCS. I'm here joined with Joseph Rothschild, aka
MBT.
All right, so you've brought all the way over from the North American continent itself the deck of your choice, I suppose, which is iconically
Hero.
Any particular reason you've decided to roll up with this?
I figured that for an American coming to Europe, it would be best if I could showcase the best deck in the room. So of course, after deciding not to play Kashtira or Labyrinth or Sprite, I went with Hero, which is, it's up there, I would say.
Okay, for actual, shall we say, important meta-defining reasons, actually, what are you trying to do with it? What is your sort of main win condition? What are you trying to do? And tell us a little bit about your key cards, I suppose.
Sure, that was a bit of a meme. I think Hero is incredibly well positioned during this format. That's because of a couple of very critical cards. Destiny Hero Dark Angel does double duty as both a way to prevent spell cards from resolving and also a way to prevent Evenly Matched from ever making an appearance in the duel. What's more, the way that decks like Kashtira beat a card like that is with spell cards, which obviously won't be able to resolve. Additionally, the new card released in Maze of Memories, the world premiere set, Wake Up Your Elemental Hero, solves almost every problem for the deck. It gives it a way to search Darklaw turn 1, search a way to get to Darklaw turn 1, I suppose, while playing around the deck's previous biggest weakness, Nibiru. I think that it is an exceptionally good deck that people are very unprepared for, and I'm excited to rep it today.
All right, so let's take a look at some of the key cards that you'll be activating turn 1.
So Obviously, the number one key card is my friend, Elemental Hero Stratos. This card's unbelievable, and now is a critical piece of the combo. It gives you the flexibility to go into incredibly powerful negators like Destiny Hero Plasma, or ways to turn off your opponent's power spells in Destiny Hero Dark Angel. The latter card, Destiny Hero Dark Angel, is a critical piece of your end board. Previously, you would end on a bunch of monsters you tribute for Plasma. Now you don't have that luxury. As a result, you're going to give your opponent this card, turning off not only their Evenly Matched and all their spells, but also giving them a body. This also plays very nicely with Rivalry of Warlords. While some individuals are playing cards like Link Karibo that can get this off the field, they can't if Rivalry's up, which is great for us. We are also playing, of course, the one, the only Fusion Destiny, which can start all of your combos not only by sending monsters to the graveyard to make Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, but also in some scenarios sending cards like Shadow Mist to the graveyard to make Destiny Hero Dangerous. It's a combo starter, it's a finisher, it plays through absolutely everything. And of course, the now searchable portion of the deck in Mask Change. Previously, you just hoped to draw into this to Darklaw your opponent and put them under a Macrocosmos style effect for the entire turn, but now, because of the new card released in Maze of Memories, Wake Up Your Elemental Hero, you can always do it, guaranteed.
So other than the actual hero portion of the deck, you have to sort of supplement that with some going second cards, some going first cards. Tell us a little bit about how you've decided to approach this meta.
Sure. I'll talk real quick about the fusions first. Both Wake Up Your Elemental Hero and Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer are incredible going first or second. First, it's part of a disruption combo that you can use to stop your opponent from getting off to the races, but second, cards like Wake Up Your Elemental Hero aren't just warrior summoners, they're OTK enablers. That's because Wake Up Your Elemental Hero gets additional attacks based on the fusion monsters that you use for its fusion summon. If you're using a card like Miracle Fusion, you could get 4 or 5. Obviously, we're in a format where you have to have concrete plans going first and second. We are playing Rivalry of Warlords, of course, which is an incredibly powerful card going first, but going second, we've got some format staples like Droll and Lockbird. Funny stuff when you are able to rip an opponent's card out of their hand with Darklaw and then put them under Droll and Lockbird for the remainder of the turn. That's a literal lie. No, I'm just kidding, it's not. One of the format all-stars in Evenly Matched we have unique access to because we're never going to get Dark Angel locked. And of course...
Unless, of course, you're in a mirror match for some reason.
If you're in a mirror match, I'm going to polymerization that off. Wait, that doesn't resolve. The deck's too good. And finally...
It only loses to itself.
Exactly. And finally, when you have a card like Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer that can take over the game especially easily, cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance, which dead individual cards in your opponent's hand, are at a premium. I'm very confident in this list. I'm confident in my own play. I'm really excited to see if we can make it happen this weekend.
If there was a deck that you had to pick that you wish that you couldn't duel against this weekend? If you had to absolutely avoid it at all costs, who would it be?
Well, I hate to say this, but it's Labyrinth. While specifically this deck has a lot of while this deck has a lot of game turn 3 by virtue of setting up a combo that instead of going for Darklaw goes for Masked Hero Acid to blow up the back row, there's a lot of ways that that deck can play around interaction like that. Things like Lord of the Heavenly Prison, the ability to rebuild so quickly with Lovely Lady, and most of their trap cards are devastating for the strategy. In testing, I found that the best case scenario is I give them a Darklaw, they open a hand with main deck evenly matched and Pot of Prosperity, but outside of that, it is a little difficult in terms of a matchup. I hope that they are too scared of the popularity of cards like evenly matched in main decks to actually show up with Labyrinth, but of course it's a bit of a coin flip.
Well, thank you so much. That was extremely insightful for a absolutely amazingly fan favorite deck, Heroes, and you are here as the emissary of Heroes this weekend to try to take it as far as you can possibly go. So thank you everyone for joining us for the coverage of YCS London 2023. This has been a Joseph Rothschild special deck profile. We'll be back in just a moment with some more Yu-Gi-Oh action.
Welcome back to the live coverage of a 250th YCS here in London. And look who I got here. You may know his face. This is Vincenzo Orofino, our winner of YCS Dortmund, of course. And Vincenzo, how have you been doing so far in this tournament?
I think I did pretty well. It was really stressful because I started 1-1. But I clutched a 10-2 record, so I'm probably in the top cut. Really happy about it.
Nice, so that should be another top for you. Did you also top Lyon in between?
No, in Lyon I also started 1-1 and I also got to the bubble match, but I lost. So this time I got my revenge.
Oh. Let's hope you're in. It will be top 64, and of course this is the biggest European YCS we ever had, so we don't really know how tiebreakers will work out, but we're of course hoping that you will be in, as you are one of the most popular players we have at the moment here in Europe. And so I'm assuming you are not going to be on the deck anymore that was so popular in Lyon. And of course you don't have to tell me what deck you're exactly playing, but how confident are you in the deck that you brought for today?
I am really confident. I've been testing it for a while and I think I can do good depending on matchups and of course variants.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many different decks at the moment in the format, so it's really hard to figure out the deck, but it's good versus everything, right? That will be really tough, but I think you did very well now already with being 10-2. We may be seeing you later on in the feature match. Do you think you can go for the second YCS title in less than half a year?
I think I can.
That man is confident, so thank you very much, Vincenzo. We are doing a little guess the card with the other commentators over there in between, and I'm having another live interview just after. Okay, perfect.
Guess the card.
Hello, Guess the Card live. I get to come and sit over on the commentator table with you.
How are you
guys.
doing, Ed?
Doing
Good weekend?
all right. Yeah, it's going all right. How about you, Nadir?
It's pretty good. What card do you think this is?
I couldn't tell you by this point. I'm going to have to wait for
I
it to
think
zoom
that's
out.
a leg, I reckon. That's
That's
like
a
a wooden
statue,
leg.
isn't it?
Oh, a statue?
Is it a Simorgh monster? I see a wing, maybe?
Is it a cape? I
Maybe
thought it's a cape.
It looks like kind of a wooden monster to
Do you think
me.
it's the Crystal Beast Tortoise?
No.
I mean,
No?
Oh, goodness me.
I feel like I should
This is a
recognize
psychic.
this by
has
now.
to be a psychic.
Oh, that's a good shout, actually.
Yeah, one of the 5D Zero psychics. I don't know which one, but it...
Oh, I recognize this card. It's got 2,400 attack,
Is this
2,000 defense, level 7.
Magical Android?
You
no,
know
that's
everything
the
else
synchro.
about
Life
it.
Transfer. Life Transfer.
Okay, you got it.
Yes.
Wow, okay, live transfer. So we're going to throw back to Basti. We're going to have some of these in between some interviews, but
One
Basti
card.
is going to be with Alex Robertson. Basti, over to you, my good sir.
Thank you very much, Ed. Here we are again, and this time I am joined, as Ed already said, with Alex Robertson. And Alex Robertson, of course, has a big smile on his face, because what's your record after Swiss?
11 wins, 1 loss.
That means you are absolutely secured in top 64, which must be a huge relief. Did you already have an X1 record before the round, or was it were you XO before that?
Yeah, so I lost the first round of day 2. So that's a little bit nerve-wracking. You go in 9-0, lose your first round, you think, oh, it might just be downhill from here. But it was okay. I was able to win round 10, and then round 11 I played against Jessica Robinson, who built the deck with me. And then unfortunately she bricks a couple of the games, so it was, yeah, it's unfortunate. But here we are, top cut ready.
Yeah, I think people are very well aware of the fact that there's that
UK group gathering around that Rika deck, right? That is pretty crazy. And we had Jessica on stream early on. You said you were building the deck together. And I think she actually won the last round as well. She might as well be in as well. So that would be really cool. And you think Rika is still as strong as ever? Because it had no hits on the Forbidden and Limited list or whatsoever.
So I've been playing this Sun Avalon Rika deck. So Sun Avalon since last June for the UK National Championship, where I got second. And then it's between that event and now, I've been hand trapped correctly once. So I think based on that fact alone, it's still that like rogue pick. Like talking to some of the top players in the event, they still don't really know the correct places. So it's very hard to interact with. If you don't know exactly where you got to pinpoint your interrupts, it just runs away with the game.
So we will give players another half a year or maybe a year to figure out how to win versus Rika. So I'm honestly a little bit afraid of Rika, and I think a lot of players in the room are. As you just said, a lot of people don't know how to interact with the deck, so that's really, really difficult. And I think it does one thing contrary to a lot of the other decks in the room right now. It is building a big board, because for example, the Kashtira deck that is so popular is just setting up sometimes a Rise Hard pass or something, but you are really going for a big combo deck, which is a combo board, which is really cool. And you played a couple of events lately, right? You have been traveling to YCSs, even over to the US, right? So how successful have your YCS journeys been lately?
So actually, basically since that UK Nationals, I've played every event I've played plants at in Europe off tops. Beside America, maybe not so good. The Shizu cards, they're a little bit heartbreaking for me. But besides that, it's been a really good run. I made top 16 at YCS Utrecht with the deck. It's a little bit different now. We've got some more spicier takes on it, as you may have seen from earlier. But yeah, I'm hoping to do well in this top cut.
Let's be honest, you just waited for your home country to have a YCS again, so you could be the champion of the 250th YCS here in London. So I wish you best of luck with that. We will definitely see you in Top Cut as you are on X1 right now. Thank you very much for the interview. As I said, best of luck, and I'm going to throw it back over to the rest of the team for one more card guesser.
Thank you very much, Basti and Alex. So we're back here, and we've got one more interview coming very, very shortly.
I'm lost.
Gateway of the Six.
Really?
Maybe.
It does look like some Japanese writing.
Double X Saber Golems.
How do you just come up with these ideas?
I feel like, I mean, come on, it's the armor, right? Look at it.
Is he the only monster with armor?
No, but it's the style of armor. Come on,
It does have two X's.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm willing to believe it's an X Saber. I'll, if you think it's Golems, I'll take that.
All right.
Okay.
It has to be.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, that was astoundingly quick.
I can feel my hand being discarded already.
Shout outs to Billy Break if you're watching. Double X Saber.
There it is.
Beautiful, beautiful archetype.
That's a great armor.
One of the funniest monsters because it's a synchro that can be summoned with two tuners, and I have no idea why. But if you look at it, it just says
one tuner, one or more Earth
monsters.
That's actually, I never noticed that.
It's a really weird thing. I've seen people do it. I was just like, I don't know why it has this weird line of text.
All right, we'll do one more before we throw you on over to Sebastian.
That's a little gauntlet. The Bestials have gauntlets, but it doesn't look like a Bestial gauntlet.
It could be quite a lot of things by this point with that little... Is it a Goki?
Evil Swarm next turn 9.
Okay, right.
How do you do this?
Look at his abs.
Okay, I've never looked at the abs of Exodon Knight before. You know, it's an insect. Does it have abs? I mean, it's clearly Exodon Knight now, but he's got. I've noticed his sword before. He's got a great sword.
Did you notice it's the only Evil Swarm that's a light monster? They're all dark.
No.
God, you're getting a lot of trivia here. You're laughing and learning.
From Legacy of the Valiant, printed in 2014.
People are
I love this
playing
card.
it again.
No kidding.
It's like a Zeus.
It's like a Zeus.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the other Evil Swarm. It's Steel Swarm Roach.
See, you were so focused on the abs that you couldn't get the name.
Let's go over back to Sebastian.
Yep. Basti, I hope you've got yourself another interview lined up for us, because we've got plenty more coverage coming your way. Basti, tell us what's going on over there.
Thank you very much, and I absolutely do have another interview right here. And joining me right now is Erikos back all the way from Greece. And Erikos, how are you so far doing in the tournament?
Really good. I just won a match that I was sure I was going to lose. So I'm very happy I made it, and it was really, really tense.
So what is your score after that round of Swiss?
I'm 10-2 now, 10 wins, 2 losses.
So you still have to hope a little bit because it's not 100% secured because we have the biggest European YCS ever. So we will see how numbers work out, but you definitely have a shot of topping this event. How many YCS tops do you have already now?
I think that's the 6th YCS.
That's pretty good, pretty impressive. So a lot of success. And what is your aim for this tournament? Because I know you were also pretty successful in Dortmund, right? You got all the way until top 4, if I remember correctly. So this time you have to top that, right?
I can only hope. I'll do my best, as always. We're playing a game that it's not always in your hand, what you're going to do. It's part of the cards, heart of the cards. But I'm definitely going to do my best, and I hope that I will go past the top 4 barrier.
I hope so as well. I mean, I'm only hoping with you for sure. So as you said, there's of course always some heart of the cards to be involved in the game. Sometimes you need that little bit of extra luck. And of course that is very important, especially in that long of a tournament, right? 12 rounds of Swiss. What would you say? Is that draining? Is that like because you're playing so much Yu-Gi-Oh! Over that weekend and then not that much of sleep and then instantly back into the action? This morning, how did you feel especially?
This morning I felt really good. Generally because I've played a lot of events, after a while you get used to it. So I think I have an advantage over the newer players because of the experience. So I've been feeling pretty good both yesterday and today.
That's good. So everybody at home, note down, play more YCS events so you will get used to the stress. And that's definitely something I would recommend to you as well. Erikos, I'm hoping with you that you are making the top cut. Thank you very much for that short little interview. And we will be back soon with more live action.
Thank you very much, Basti. So now I'm joined full screen here over in the commentators booth. I like this. This is rare. I don't get to sit and wear the headset.
How do you feel?
I feel important.
Do you feel like you've suddenly learned what all the cards do?
No, because I can't even guess the names of the cards based on the art. So
Neither can I, apparently. So.
No, that's true. You're too focused on those abs, Nadir, but don't worry, we won't hold it against you. Now, so a lot of you guys have submitted questions via some of our social media, via Instagram and Facebook. And if you guys want to ask any more questions to the coverage team, you guys can find some posts on there where you can submit your questions and we will go through some of them. Now, I've asked you some of them via the two Germans who we also asked earlier on, but we'll go through them again just in case. So Nadir, I'll start with you. Which YCS has been your most memorable, be it for gameplay reasons or otherwise?
It has to be YCS London 2014. It was my first major event, I think, and it was just really memorable going with a whole bunch of friends and cheering on one of my buddies who, in the middle of Shadow format, BA, if you remember that as well.
I remember that deck. That was a great deck.
He bubbled with Fire King.
Oh my goodness.
Tell me how you out Grunix with Construct.
I don't know. I wasn't playing Construct. I was running BA, so I'd summon Caius and target it.
I thought that was your Shadol top.
No, that was the
Madrid?
one before. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Marcello, funny. I'm pretty sure he won this event. He might tell me off for getting this wrong. I do remember.
How do you not know all of his achievements and accolades?
Come on.
Well, this was quite iconic because that was, you know, those times at the end of an event where they post the pairings and they say, you've got 20 minutes. If anyone wants to, like, you know, we're going to like to confirm before these top 32 is locked in. Mm-hmm. And I think it happened that Marcello was 33rd. And then when they posted it again, there was this huge roar.
And he made it
somewhere in the venue. And he had been knocked into top 32.
Wow.
And then managed to win the
event.
event.
Won. Yeah.
I might be making this story up.
No, it sounds familiar. I remember something like that.
And Marcello might correct me, but that's how I remember it.
Was that from the 2013 event?
That was the 2014 event
Yeah.
Nadir was talking about, so I was at that one too. I really enjoyed that one with a Burning Abyss deck featuring the beginning of the end where you got 7 docks in your grave and then drew 3 cards. It was fantastic.
I was going to ask
cards.
what deck you played by then, but I'm assuming it was...
No, it was actually Shadol.
Oh, really? It's the one time you weren't doing BA.
He hadn't discovered it yet.
I like to consider myself more of a, I like to play it when it's not popular.
Okay,
It
right.
was extremely popular for that event.
To be fair, that's me with dinos. I'm playing it now. That's why I haven't made the top cut, and it's only that reason. So we've got another question here, which I know I've asked you, but I'll come to you again. What's your pick to win the event? And like I said, I split this into 2 questions earlier. What's the one that you'd like to win, even if it's not realistic or it might not happen? What's the one you think will win?
Okay, so I said my answers before. I'll say the same ones again, even though that Labyrinth display that we saw in the round 10 feature match I thought was excellent. So what I'd think is going to win is going to be Sprite. So I think like Kashtira is a very good deck, but personally I feel happier with Sprite because a lot of people are playing a lot of powerful cards like Lightning Storm, evenly matched, to deal with a first turn field. And Kashtira doesn't really have any good answers to those. And I think Sprite does because you can put up those effect negations with Carrot and Red. So I think personally I'm going to go with Sprite to win the event. And then what I'd love to see is some Dragon Link and some Dragon. I think people call it like Dragon Control. You play the Bestials, you get pluses off the cards. Just summoning dragons, banishing lights and darks to summon more dragons. This is iconic Yu-Gi-Oh! For me. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Of like, I don't even know how old it was. When I started playing, exactly. That's what we get to see in the Time Wizard formats. That's what I was doing, summoning Judgment Dragons on people, and it's so much fun. So that's what I want to see.
Those are good answers. I was saying I'd quite like to see the Super Heavy Samurai.
That would be
just
cool.
Because that would be
a crazy feature.
Or Gate Guardian, because those are both exciting. I'm glad we got to have those. But Nadir, what would yours be? So the one that you would like to win and one you think probably will win?
Well, I think probably Sprite, as you mentioned. The only disadvantage is that it has no follow-up anymore without Sprite Elf, which is true, which is the problem. I'm really cheering for Alex Robertson, though. I love plants. I love going into Dryas. Add Sowing, Special Summon. You just have like everything just from a single loci. It's really great. So I'm cheering for the plant deck. I think for this
there's
one.
a couple in the top cut.
Yeah.
We believe Jessica's made it, and Alex just was on the interview. We're pretty confident.
Jessica's was such a good display of how that deck worked during her feature match as well, because you got to see that full field of just every single combo, the full combo going off. So maybe we'll be seeing more of that, like say if Alex Robertson or even Jessica make their way all the way through those top cut matches. Just so you guys at home know, we are imminently awaiting the top 64 cut, which means that top 64 round will be coming to you very soon. And the second we know, you'll know. And then we'll be heading straight into that feature match the second we can. There's always a lot of things that cause these things to just take a little bit of time in the processing. Sometimes matches might overrun because of judge rulings or anything. So we're making sure we keep you entertained in the meantime so that you've always got something to watch while you're here at the YCS London stream. We'll move on to the next question as well.
It's nice, as I said, like there can be times when you do need to give the players sometimes to check over the standings, because if they think, oh, maybe I just put the last round in wrong or something like that, you want to go and check.
You have to contest.
Because it's really important to you. If you,
it's what got Marcello the win.
Exactly. Like, it's really important. It can make a difference. Like, I've also been in that situation. The first European Championships I went to came 65th, and then they changed it, and I came 64th. And I didn't really know what was happening. It was the first time I'd been, but I was like, wow, this is great.
I'll take it. That's a top cut. I'll take it. But yeah, exactly. Like there's a number of things that can cause these to just take a bit of time. But rather than just keep you guys on a loading screen or anything, we want to make sure that you guys have some stuff. That's why we have quizzes. That's why we're doing Ask the Commentators. I almost got... What was it that I referred to it accidentally before we came on air? It was guess the commentator. I mashed guess the card and ask the commentator together. So now
I'd be down for that. You could show like a really zoomed in and unflattering picture of one of our noses and slowly zoom out. So you can identify
in
the
my head, it was more of a 20 questions game. But actually what you've turned it into is a zooming... I wonder if we can get that done.
Because that's how the guess the card does. I mean, it would be a giveaway. I think... Oh, no. How many of us have got beards at the moment?
Do I call this half?
That is half at this point.
Should I explain the story?
Please
how this happened?
Because almost everyone who's met you this weekend's gone, what happened here?
So it was, I got up early for the YCS so I can travel over, had my razor, had it on the incorrect setting, went, oh, well, I can't unshave that.
No.
So just had to roll with it.
That's happened to me as well. During lockdown, I didn't lock it, so I pressed it fully into my chin. I got like a reverse pharaoh beard. I thought, I have to lean into this. Because you're right, you can't just go with that, and you can't do anything else.
You could.
You could. And frankly, it was during a time when I wasn't going outside anyway, which was actually why I felt brave enough to do it. But speaking of brave, and that's not actually a good segue, but I'm just trying to get us on to the next question. Is it possible to visit on Sunday just to spectate and check out the vendors? Admittedly, we're telling you this at almost 1 o'clock on the Sunday. But yes, it is. There's plenty of people who have been dropped from the main event after the first day or have dropped out today, and they're just here to soak up the vibe and also go and visit some of the vendors that you have available. And also there's other public events as well, which have been taking part. You're probably a little late to get to some of them by this point. And if you're watching this at home going, I could be there in a few minutes.
I could run.
Yeah, exactly. Then come on down. But something that's really exciting, especially when you've sort of visited all the vendors or you've walked around the venue and seen what you need to see, the final few rounds when the crowd are all sitting watching on the screen in front of the feature, it's so exciting. The energy is so palpable here, especially when you get to that final. in that last round, we were seeing a lot of like the Droll and Lockbird moments, and you could hear the crowd going, "Oh!" for every single moment. And that happens times 20 when you have the whole venue crowded around watching it. So if you want to be here for that same vibe that you get when you're watching a sports match in a pub and everyone's got the real vibe going on and there's energy, you get that here. So if you want to come and watch something publicly and watch these finals, come on down and make sure you're
such a great
here.
British reference.
It really was. Well, we're here at YCS London.
Do you think Europeans watch sports matches in pubs the same way us?
Cannot underestimate the social aspect of a YCS, honestly.
Absolutely.
Half the game is just coming with your friends, doing the play testing on the plane, on the bus, or the train, or whatever, playing on your lap, you know, like trying to get those last-minute bit of testing out. I can't explain until you've actually went and experienced it for yourself. It's truly an amazing experience.
So come on down.
Yeah, I was definitely going to say, like, you can come and see friends. Like, for me, I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! Around London for, I don't even know how long now, but people just, who I haven't seen in like 10 years, just appear and say, "Oh, hi, Tom." I'm like, "Oh, my, it's you." Like, it's great. It's so much fun. A lot of my friends coming as well, specifically to play the Time Wizard events because they love them so much. And maybe even if you haven't played Constructed Yu-Gi-Oh! In a while, you can still come along and play the formats that you used to play and feel young again.
Oh, that's a great way of putting it. There's something for everyone here at YCS London, so absolutely do come on down. Like I said, I know it's a little bit late to mention that because that was asked yesterday, but it is still possible. And it's always worth doing that if you can always get down to a YCS tournament.
Plenty more events to come, so.
Absolutely. So the next question I have is, what is your favorite booster pack of all time?
Ooh, my favorite set, I suppose. Oh, my lord. I actually really enjoyed Power of the Elements recently. I think that's probably the first one that came to my mind. The Tier Element, the sprites coming out, you know, I think that was a big sort of power spike from Despia, Sword Soul, as we had during the national format. And then Power of the Elements was just a great segue into Tier Elements and the sprite deck. And, you know, during that last period, it's been really incredible. I've really enjoyed it. And they've kind of lasted a little bit over here, don't you say?
They've done really well, yeah. It still seems to be, though they raised the bar, and we'll see if we get another set that powerful coming out to raise it even higher.
Every couple of years, we do get that sort of defining, like, okay, this is the next stage.
Yeah.
Everything sort of, like, takes a step back as we approach, like, you know, a new, like, duo of, like, amazing decks.
I'm going to be really bad here because I can't remember the name of the set that I'm talking about.
No,
Someone's going to tell me the set where Allure of Darkness and Dark Arm Dragon and all of that beautiful... Phantom Darkness, there we go. Like, all of that beautiful... I don't know. I don't do so well with set names, but I just remember, like, all of those again, like, it's similar to the Dragon deck. This idea of, like, you know, 3 Darks in the grave, Dark Arm Dragon, Allure of Darkness, banish my DD Scout Plane, summon it in the end phase. I don't know, just like banishing darks from your grave, and I just love the theme. Armageddonite was in that set, I believe, which is a card that has been
There's one for, you know, there's an Armageddonite
powerful.
for every attribute.
Who cares, you know? We want the Dark Armageddonite here.
Did you ever see the TV spots for Phantom Darkness?
No.
There's like ads that, you know, that ran back in the day, like when they were releasing Phantom Darkness, and it's just like that, you know, that early 2000s vibe.
Oh, excellent.
Right? Like that sort of aesthetic.
YouTube? Can you find
probably, yeah.
And like personally, I remember, I don't know if this is a product that's still on sale, but you used to be able to buy a promotional pack where you got 1 promotional card and 3 booster packs. And from those 3 booster packs, I got an Allure of Darkness and a Dark Arm Dragon. As a little kid, this was just absolutely incredible. For like this one, I can't remember the name of the product. It was like a promotional booster set. No, it wasn't a tin. Yeah,
tins were a little bit later.
5 boosters and 1 like you got a guaranteed promotional card. This was a different product.
Right.
I'll never forget the first time I saw a tin. It was when I was a kid, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Had only been around for a little bit, and I think the US market was maybe getting stuff that we hadn't got, or at least the shops near me didn't have them.
Was it the Jump promos, I think?
I think they brought in, it was a Black Skull Dragon tin. And I'd never seen, I must have been 8 or 9 years old. And I remember going, what is that? And where can I get one? And I still remember being in a 7-Eleven in like Denver, Colorado. And that was the first time I'd seen the Joey and Pegasus decks.
I love the way you said Denver, by the way.
Denver. I know, I almost said it with venom. I didn't mean to do that. But I would say my favorite set was, and again, I'm going to be a bit like you, and I'm going to forget the name here.
We've got Nadir, our library of cards.
You're not even supposed to be good at the set names.
You're
and
our
stuff.
encyclopedia for this. It was the one with Sky Strikers in it, the vampire one.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Start of 2018.
Yes.
May 15 release. I forgot the name. Dark Saviors.
Dark Saviors.
Yeah.
Do you know, I was going to
May
go...
15th of a month.
I was about to say, was it Dark Survivors? But Dark Saviors, because I bought quite a few of those booster boxes because I really wanted... I wanted all the Mobilize Engage, and I wanted to build a Sky Striker deck, and I found that really exciting. And I've still got the deck I built from that, you know, hidden away in a dusty drawer in a deck box. So
you never
at
know.
some point,
Sky Striker could
never
win
know.
another YCS.
Well, fingers crossed. You
Mystic
never
Mine?
know. Oh, that's true.
You know what? There are just some decks. I kept
Some
thinking
decks.
it shouldn't be able to win before. You know, you can't say it can't.
I wouldn't know
win.
anything about that.
No, true. Although, like I said, there's support coming further down the line for dinosaurs, which means at some point in about 6 to 8 months, maybe, I'm going to start being at these tournaments and
We're
seeing
going to see you
dinosaurs
on the coverage
that feature.
table, I think.
Yeah, I'm actually, that's the one tournament where I won't commentate or host. I'm just going to be like, me, this is my time, let me play my dinos.
You can just swap between, you know, you can quickly play around and then come back and do the...
You'll see me running from the interview area onto the desk and be like, okay, I'm ready. Who's my opponent? I'm ready. I'm ready to
win
do
your
this.
feature match and then interview yourself. You'd be like, so Ed,
Tell me about your deck. Well, thanks for asking, Ed. it was actually taken a while. Well, it was an incredibly good day. Might I say you're very well dressed today? Well, thank you, Ed. I agree. Well, that would be quite strange, but I might try that. Keep an eye out for that in a few months' time. So we've got a couple more questions, and then hopefully we'll be very close to that top 64 cut being available. We've got a couple more moments before then. How would one sign up for this and other events? This is our logistics question for how people get involved in a YCS.
Okay, so I think the best thing to do probably is to follow Konami on all of their socials, because that's the easiest way. There'll be an announcement, because sometimes the tickets for these events can sell out. So this is a newer thing. We're moving into, you know, post-COVID, I guess, we're moving into signing up online, whereas before you used to just turn up, hand in a pen and paper deck list. Now you used to do all the sign up online.
All through Neuron as well for deck lists, which is great.
So because of that...
Back in my day, we used to use
exactly.
a pen and paper.
We used to use a pen and paper, and people would write the wrong thing down, or the judge would come and say, what is this absolute scroll that you've written here? But now you get to properly select the card name from the database.
My first YCS was in a field. We would sit and play with cardboard that we drew on. That's kind of why I like the idea of that memory thing. So that's very good advice. Make sure you follow the Yu-Gi-Oh! Socials, because they always tweet out a link of the tickets or bookings are now available for insert YCS here. So when London came out, they put out the tournament packages on a link that you guys could then purchase. And then obviously going through Neuron, the official app, that's how you guys can submit your deck lists and make sure that you're actually also signed in for those tournaments on there. So that's definitely an app. If you haven't managed to download that at any point and fill in the decks that you currently have, make sure you do that, because then you'll be perfectly ready for whenever you can come down to one of these YCSs. So I can ask the final question that we've got here. What happens if the time goes out during a duel? Now, this is quite an interesting question for people at home who maybe don't know. But during a feature match, you might occasionally see the judge lean over and place a kind of token down with a big T written on it. Now that is when time has been called. Yeah. Now the process has changed over the years about what time means, but what's the current format of it?
So currently the way time works is, timer ticks down for the end of a round, it hits 0, and at that moment, time is called at that specific moment. So depending on what is going on during that duel, let's say you're in main phase 1, that is the final phase for that duel. So you can continue playing, you can continue activating and special summoning all your monsters, and by the end of that phase, once you're done, life points are checked. And when the life points are checked, whoever has the highest total, it then becomes the victor. So if you're in a situation where both players have the equal amount of life points, that is a draw. Well, I mean, it depends on
that duel will end in a draw, and then you'll check the current.
Then you check the overall
score in the match.
Standing, yeah.
So that could lead to you being the victor. That could lead to a draw. Could lead to a loss. There's loads of things.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. That's the exciting thing about Yu-Gi-Oh!
And
So that's
it's
exactly
worth
how it
noting
works.
again. You can't get a draw in the top 64.
Yeah.
So you
That's
do
a great
have
rhyme.
to get a winner. Yeah, you can't get a draw in the top 64. It's a
Do you
good
want to
thing
explain the
it's
process
top 64
for how
rather
time
than
works
top 32?
in the Top Cup?
So you'll play another round where there will be 4 turns or 2 turns if the game's... Hang on. I think you should explain the process.
So I believe it goes to sudden death in the top cut. So the life points are checked at the end of the phase as normal. If life points are still equal at the end of the phase, then they're checked again at the end of the turn, and then if that's still equal, then you have another turn, then at the end of that turn, until at some point someone
has a deficit in life points.
Okay.
Because you can't draw in the top cut.
Because it doesn't make sense, because we have to have a winner.
We need a winner.
We need someone to win.
And if it's 1-1, then how many turns are in the next game? If time is called in between the second game and the third game, what happens then? Do you know?
We'll wait and see.
Okay. I'm not trying to test you. I was just checking if you knew. Fortunately, our judges will be very aware of it.
Yeah, no, that's something that's obviously dealt with to the absolute minute detail.
And one thing as well, just in case you're at the event and you can hear the announcements, so our clock for the feature match is slightly different to the main event clock. So then there might be an announcement saying time on the round, and you might even be, I doubt you'll be able to hear it, but we can hear it in the event hall. But if you can hear it at home and you hear a big announcement, or it'll be a faint announcement saying time on the round, that doesn't apply to us.
Yes.
Because our feature match is on a slightly different timer, because they have to wait for all of our commentary, so it would be unfair, to run down 5 minutes of their match time while we're discussing their decks at the beginning.
That is true. You'll see the timer in the top right-hand corner as well.
It's just the timer on the top that counts for us, yeah.
Exactly. So I hope that answers your question. But the fun thing about this is that we get to sit and have little conversations amongst ourselves and talk to you guys about the questions that you submitted while we wait for these. Because as I've said a few times during this, there are a few logistic things that end up happening which cause delays. And as we've already heard, even Marcello, one of the fellow commentators, has had to contest some of the standings at some point to make sure that things were calculated correctly. And with so many duelists, it only requires a couple of people who maybe have draws or maybe have 2 losses or whatever it might be to just make that narrow point in the cut. But by the sounds of it, we're going to be very, very close to getting that top 64 cut very soon, and then we'll be able to jump straight into the feature. We're constantly checking all the time to make sure that we've got the notification for when it's ready, and when it is, we'll come straight to you. But that means we still have a few more minutes before we get into that feature match. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens here. And who knows? Who knows what deck? Because at this point, what I've really liked about the current format is that we've had a few formats where it's been quite similar. So obviously we had the format fairly recently, where there was a lot of tier elements with the Shizu cards. Those were obviously very dominant, and it got to the point we'd see a lot of mirror matches. I don't believe from any of the features that we've had so far that we've had a single mirror match, but we've got to see some really exciting decks, like even Mathmech, Drytron. We've seen
Gate Guardian, Super Heavy Samurai.
Guardian. I keep wanting to call them Super Massive Samurai.
That's even better.
The Super Heavy Samurai one was a very interesting, and also what I liked about that was it was sort of ahead of the curve, because there's support coming out, isn't there?
Yep, the next set, Cyber Storm Access.
Yeah, Cyber Storm Access. So the fact that they were playing that deck before it sort of hit its stride, and they still managed to get into the feature matches.
Oh, that's really cool.
It was very cool, and I will be interested to look at the standings and see if we're going to see that deck enter into the top cut.
It's always a real special thing when someone plays a deck before it's at its full power. I think like the best example I can remember of this, remember when people were playing Spiral pre-Double Helix? It would basically be like a synchro deck. You remember you used to summon the Blackwing Gofu?
Yeah,
try and do
I
things with
remember.
that. And then like Helix comes out and it's like, well, I was playing this deck before it was cool.
Before it was cool. Goodness me, we call the hipster deck builders going in.
And you're mentioning the variety of the deck, so just after round 11, we were looking, this is, so there's one more round, but we were looking at people who are most likely already locked into the top cut, and we saw 9 different decks represented among the 10 or so people who had already locked in, so that means they had at most 1 loss.
Well, that's pretty interesting. I'm wondering if it's possible for us to get up the graphic that breaks down the deck profiles that we've actually got throughout this weekend, because I think that's a really interesting graphic to look at throughout all of these tournaments, where we get to see exactly the percentage of people who are playing the deck. So as you guys can see, from day one, Kashtira was the dominant one, which is pretty understandable. That's a very good deck at the moment. Branded getting some good representation. Sprite, which I know both of you have mentioned. Runic, we've already seen a lot of Runic in our feature matches. Labyrinth, we even had that in the last couple.
We've had at least 2 that I've featured.
Absolutely, I think that has been how many we've done. At least 2, possibly 3. We have so many features, it's hard to keep up.
I think the only one that's missing here is Sword Soul, you were just about to mention. I think, 6%. Doesn't sound like a big number, but I think out of the total amount of different unique archetypes that are being played, I guess it's up there. I don't know if anyone's
it's
even
still
made
quite
day 2
high.
with
If you
it,
think about it, like if you come to an event and you're playing 12 rounds, 1 in 20 is Sword Soul, there's a reasonable chance you could be facing a Sword Soul player.
That's true, and we may end up seeing one of those in that top 64 cut, so who knows? I'm trying to think what other decks that are slightly on the rogue side.
Well, it's
that
just
we
worth a
haven't seen
mention
yet.
is that Runic stat that we had is comprised, you know, a lot of people play Runic with a complementary engine. So we've classified Runic as the main engine because in a deck featuring Runic, you typically play like 17, 18 Runic cards. So
from that point on, you have to fill it with Exchange of the Spirit. You can fill it with Sprite. You can fill it with Live Twin and Sprite. You know, so there's a lot of ways to play it.
We had a little look beforehand and saw that the most popular sort of sub-variant was to run Naturia cards, so it was just over half of those Runic decks were Naturia cards. But I think there'll be a lot of Sprite, and maybe some other sort of more niche things. I think maybe some For Hire, some Plunder Patrol. I think people like to use the Runic engine to complement.
They certainly do. And
you
like
mentioned
you
For Hire. There's someone playing that. I won't spoil it just now. I think he wants to keep it on the down low. But there is indeed a For Hire Runic variant of sorts that is doing well at the top tables currently. We'll see if they manage to sneak into top 64.
Wow, so maybe we will be seeing those. I'm very excited to see what makes it, especially into like top 16, top 8. The top 8's going to be very interesting to see, because one of my challenges that I have to do whenever we do any of these YCS coverages is that when we get to the top 8, I have to do a rapid-fire interview with each of them going through like a conveyor belt, which is quite fun. Actually, that was a question that I've been asked a few times this weekend, is people see me typically reading, during the interview, reading off some of these cards that we have branded with the 250th YCS, and they wonder what it is that I write on them. So basically, during the duels, I'm sitting backstage watching the stream and watching all the feed that's going on and listening to you guys commentating. And I'm making notes of all the major moments that happen, and then also making notes of anything that's interesting about the way the deck's built, so that when it comes to the post-match interview, that I can ask something that actually feels quite informed and means that people watching get to know exactly what the player was thinking in those moments, thinking when they're building their deck, just stuff that makes it a beautiful interview to do.
It's actually, he has nothing on these cards.
Don't give away my secrets.
He remembers it all. They're just a placebo. You know, you look at it and you imagine what you've written down.
I can project my mind onto the card and read whatever I need. That's the beauty of it. But that is typically what I'm doing with those cards. That's what's on them. It's just a bunch of things. I have each game, major moments written down play by play that I've seen.
I think it's really interesting to make sure that when someone is playing through the duel, when you watch it, you think, you know, you have like the perfect information. You can see the opponent's hand, you can see their hand, but it's really cool to see like, okay, what were you specifically trying to do in this situation? And then sometimes it's cool to understand like, oh, okay, well, actually this play that they didn't make sense at the time, or maybe I thought this would have been a little bit better.
Yes.
You get to see from their perspective.
Because there'll be a judge backstage watching as well, and they'll suddenly go, that's odd, they're not playing this card, or, oh, I wonder why they didn't go into that. And I'll go, well, that's something I'm going to ask. And then I'll make sure that when we get to that moment in the game, that I can go, talk us through what you were thinking about during that moment, because a lot of people were thinking you might play this, but instead you did this, and those are always quite important things to ask.
We've got like plenty of people watching, so obviously there's the commentary team, and there's everyone backstage who's watching it as well, who are all very keen Yu-Gi-Oh players, so we can point out a lot of things that might be interesting to talk about for you.
Now, I've just seen that we actually have our players ready for our top 64 cut, and I'm very excited to say that Jessica is one of them. Jessica, with that Rika deck, made her way all the way to the top 64 and is going to be on the next feature match. So we are going to go quickly to some of the Guess the Cards, and we will be right back with that top 64 cut. Thank you so much for all of your patience while we've been waiting for this, but it's time for us to get into the best part of these YCS, the top cut.
Photon Hypernova, Chaos Monsters, Kashtira, Gold Pride. More cards for Fallen of Albaz and Dogmatica, plus many more with brand new Photon and Galaxy cards to make your deck out of this world. 100 cards in all. Photon Hypernova. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back, duelists. We're here with our top 64 cut here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in London, our 250th YCS. It's very exciting to finally be speeding towards that final. In front of me, I have two duelists. I have Din Carbui and Jessica Robinson, who are going to be working their way up from here through top 64. But first, let's get through this feature. Let's do a high roll to see which one of our duelists is going to be going first. You could use 1 or 2 dice, whichever you prefer. So for Jessica, that is a 3. And that is a 4. So are you going to go first? Din Carbui is going to be going first. I'm going to hand you guys once again over to Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to be taking you through our first feature match of our top 64 cut. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome everyone to the top 64 of YCS London 2023. We're finally here down to the direct elimination part of the tournament, and it's an exciting match we have for you guys. As you might have noticed, Jessica, which we featured in round 4, she made it all the way to top 64, dominating with a Rika deck. And spoiler, she's not the only Rika player in the top 64. We will be able to show you guys later on the deck breakdown for the top 64, but I can already tell you, not much of a surprise, 12 different decks, which is crazy.
I think the most interesting thing here is, while we already had Jessica on stream, we had to get Din Carbui's deck here, didn't we?
Exactly, because obviously, you mentioned Jessica has been playing Rika, has been playing it pretty much, she played it for a year straight, I want to say. But Dinka is another one of the best European players, winner of YCS Milan with one of the huge surprises, Prank Kids, and has been demonstrating now for a few years that his innovative ideas get him there. He's the one who popularized the Naturia Runic deck we have seen previously. And now the Runics are still there, but the Naturia have been substituted by Fure Higher, which we have not yet seen, and once again Dinka does not fail to surprise. So we are in for a treat, 2 of these unique decks in the top 64. I want to find out who will advance to the top 32. Dinka is going first, so let's head into game 1.
So as we kind of alluded to just before we began the top 64 segment, Din Carbui is on a Runic variant with an engine I don't think we've ever seen in the metagame before, have we, Alberto?
No, never. I think that it's very particular because basically he's playing also, I mean, in Runic deck usually you don't ever see Sprite in them, but he has a small package of Sprite monsters and, you know, also a starter. And then on the other side, as Marcello was mentioning, he's playing this very particular Fure Higher engine, which we're really looking forward to seeing. And I think Dinka showed us over the last few YCSs how consistent the Runic deck is, and I think he was the first player ever showing how powerful the Naturia Runic back
There
then
it
was.
is, the fossil dig. Yeah, this is the main other portion of the deck he is playing. This actually searches Rex, Fright, Fur Hire. This is a dinosaur monster as part of the Fur Hire archetype, which is one of the most powerful support cards we've seen relative to an archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh!
And I think one of the main reasons why also he plays this is because he plays, you know, sprites, so it's very good because I level 2.
Draw and lock.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Wow.
Droll and Lockbird in the main, Marcello.
Yeah, and this is amazing against the Dinka deck. I was about to say Jessica probably for the first time is the one reading cards. Usually she's used to her opponents reading her cards, but the draw and lock here is insane.
It's particularly good against this deck. You know, in general, Runic is a draw deck. You know, you're deck thinning, you're getting those resources out, but also with the sprites, you can't search. And on top of that, the whole point of the Fur Hire engine is that it has this really powerful draw combo using Folgo and the effect of the spell Rookie for Hire.
Yeah.
And now under Droll and Lockbird, you can't do any of this. And it feels so bad to special a Jet here, doesn't it?
Absolutely, every single card, and even this engine, as we mentioned, gets you to some searches. But here we see another plan from Dinka, who obviously is not happy with this, but will try his best to stay in this game and gonna go for the Mannequin Cat.
Yeah, Mannequin Cat is a card we saw popularized a little bit last year. It has such a diverse array of options because it is simply a special summon from your deck, a monster with the same attribute or type that your opponent controls. And the secondary effect here, we see that resolving, bringing the Droll and Lockbird that was discarded for by Jessica back onto the field here. And yeah, I guess we'll wait and see what the target is. Is that Recon or Dompa? It's Dompa.
Dompa, yeah.
So special summoning from the deck, an attribute that Jessica controls. That's a wind monster, Dompa being a wind. Special summoning out Dompa, Marksman for another level 2.
Yeah, and the Dompa gets you a Furrier from the end, so we could see the special summon of the Rex that has been searched previously on. And it's a pretty decent start. He can also destroy a card on the field, which obviously could be the draw, but let's see. I really don't know where Dinka could go from here because the draw and lock shuts down also the fountain, so it's definitely tough. But here we see what we just mentioned. So he's gonna special summon Rex.
And unfortunately cannot use the Rex here. Typically it would get that spell card, the Rookie for Hire, that helps you climb up into some good draw power, as well as comboing with the Folgo. But yeah, Droll and Lockbird. Good meta pick, I suppose, do you think, this format?
I mean, it seems like in these past few rounds that we have been doing commentary on, it has been amazing. So maybe, yeah, I guess so.
The only time you don't want to see that is against Labyrinth, am I right, Alberto?
Yeah, no, but I think the draw and lock in this format is very powerful. Most of the decks played this weekend were Ronics, and I mean, still here Dinka is managing somehow to put some pressure on her opponent. But also I'm very curious, Dinka extra deck is full of one-offs. So it will be very curious and asking him if he wins this, how he manages his matchup against Kashtira, no?
Yeah, it's weird because like you have all these level 2s that combo really well into, you know, the sprite portion with Gigantic, and he's only playing one Gigantic. He's playing 2 Folgo. He values the second Folgo over the second Gigantic. That's insane.
Wow.
All right,
it's also interesting, yeah, that he didn't go for the Dompa destroying the Droll. So I would be surprised if Dinka didn't know what Jessica is playing, especially because she was on stream. So keeping the Droll would make more sense against a deck like Kashtira, obviously. But
so I think maybe it's to do with the zones. If you keep the Droll and Lockbird in the middle, when you go for that Jasmine triangle, you can't make the healer or the Dryas to trigger the Jasmine. I think maybe that's potentially what he's going for here, but yeah, still going despite this Droll and Lockbird using the Donner for Hire. You know, we talked a little bit about it throughout the day as a card that is, you know, that Diamond Direwolf effect, but it's a Fur Hire card. It actually does something else in Fur Hire. All right, and that is then going to bring back the Rex and the Dompa here.
is he actually using some targets? Because I know he's playing Thunder King Ryo, but is it in the main deck or just the side deck?
Yeah, it's just in the side deck.
Side deck,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Because that card is obviously really strong in any mirror match, you know. And let's see.
Because now you just go with Masquerade, and then later on I think you want to go for the Unicorn in your opponent's turn, if you really feel like. Still, I mean, playing under Journal Lock, of course, puts you in trouble, but I'm guessing if, I think,
this
okay.
is the beauty of Rex. It has a secondary effect. You can banish it and get back a few rare cards from the graveyard or special summon a monster. So this is how you can pretty much link climb and as he's doing. So
yeah, this Donner for Hire acts is almost like a Mo Cricket to an extent. It's a special summon of 1, and if you do bring back a Fur Hire, you can get another Fur Hire. And that is how he's able to just put up all of these Link monsters through the Droll and Lockbird and the Masquerena as well. Still not done with the turn here.
Ooh, nice starter is really nice here.
One off.
I think we just maybe end on a red or a carrot.
Yeah, one of them. I think knowing that you're playing against Rika, you might want to put up maybe the red.
So he's considering it, yeah. Obviously, not afraid.
Ooh,
but the
blue.
Blue, interesting, okay. Obviously not gonna be able to use the effect.
Yeah, that Droll and Lockbird has resolved.
That's an interesting summon, I would say.
Fountain to wrap up the turn here, it looks like. No runics played. Oh no, there was one runic in the graveyard, I think. So one more could be a draw too on Jessica's turn here. All right, well, this was an incredibly powerful and strong opening by Dinka Bui, despite the Droll and Lockbird, which is such a detrimental card in this deck because, like I said, this is a very focused on the draw power of this deck to help complement those runics. And yeah, well, let's see if Jessica can do anything.
Yeah, still interesting that he opted to go for the blue instead of the red.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
All right, Lokai's a good start. Now, the problem is Masquerena is going to be activated in response to the normal summon here, going to go into a... Okay, that's a big Link summon. Are we going for Underworld God? No, we're actually going to go for Folgo.
Interesting.
All right, so this Folgo now gets the trigger here, using 3 different materials for its summon.
Exactly. So first of all, you can special summon a Furier monster with a different type from the one you used from your deck. Also, if a card your opponent controls is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can draw a card, and then again, if you have 3 or more Furier monster, you draw 2 more, so you can draw 3 cards with it.
And then comboing that with the Fountain, that's a lot of disruption we can potentially get just on this simple activation of the Masquerena into the Folgo.
Very interesting, yeah. Because now it's where the Dompa comes into play. By using its effect, he's able to destroy the Lochi, and then pretty much draw 3 potentially with, if he, depending how many he's used, because he used a different type.
Yeah,
he needs pretty much a different type. Yeah, he does have it. So this is
wow,
crazy.
And it comes the Raffaele, how you know?
Yeah, he's gonna be able to draw 3, and as you mentioned, Nadir, any runic card is gonna be amazing here.
Yeah, Raphael as well has a bonus effect off the top of the deck. We can excavate, and it doesn't just add Fur Hire cards when it excavates off the top of the deck, it adds any card off the top of the deck.
Yep.
And this is again, I think, the beauty of the.
And there's a runic card.
Okay.
And just takes the freezing curses. That is absolutely incredible. Just a free freezing curses from the champion for hire.
Nice. And now he draws 3 cards.
There's 3 cards drawn.
Crazy opening, even through this drawn and lock. Wow.
All right.
We do see the Therian.
Probably one of the better extenders in this deck is the Lilyborea. Gets to target a plant in the graveyard, special summoning it back.
I think we've never seen someone playing and then drawing a lock and then drawing as many.
I know, right?
No.
Yeah. I can't draw the
Flashing
reminder.
fire.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, it just has it. Yeah, we're gonna pick up. There it is.
It.
Wow.
So much power in this Fur Hire runic deck, piloted by Dinka Bui in this top 64 of YCS London.
Love it, honestly. We mentioned how unique his deck is, and once again, usually throughout this event and the past ones, Jessica has been facing opponents that had to read her own cards, and this time she's facing the opposite problem.
Gotta read Folgo.
Yeah, gotta read all of the Furrier cards from Dinka. They're pretty good.
Yeah, no, the support that Rex offers, also being level 2, such good synergy.
No, but honestly, we really didn't get to the point on which Dinka wanted to go, no? Like, we were understanding maybe he wants to go, you know, for the Masquerade and then Unicorn. No, absolutely not. He just, you know, draw into 4 cards and then, I mean, his deck, obviously, I think, was a surprise, but he played incredibly well and then draw a lock, I think. So.
Absolutely, but now, obviously, the die roll did pay some relevancy, and we're going to see the opposite thing. So, Jessica, she's going to go first. What do you think she's going to side for this matchup?
Well, we actually talked about it yesterday, I think, a little bit, that Naturia Rose Whip.
Exactly, yeah.
So if we can get to that Naturia Rose Whip, your opponent can only activate 1 spell or trap card that turn. That is a great and powerful way to shut down a runic variant like for hire.
Outside of that, obviously, she's playing a combo deck. We mentioned it. With these kind of decks, you don't want to overside, and that's why most overside deck is for going second. On the other hand, Dinka has more of a versatile deck. As we saw, he does main the Psyframe package. He drew the driver. Maybe this time he will draw into the Gamma. But outside of that, he also has a few more end traps in the side deck in the form of Ash Blossom. But outside of that,
yeah, I think
sure.
the Bestials here are actually pretty interesting, but Light and Dark not really going to have much relevance in this matchup. So
I guess the Feather Duster is always nice in this matchup, but it's just a one-off, so I don't think he's playing the Frost, right? So it's just actually the one-off. But
it really feels like he's just going to have to try and fight through this with pure engine, isn't he?
Absolutely, and there are a few other options, but for example, it's very interesting that he's decided to side the 2 copies of Sprite Jet.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we haven't seen in a while, I think, never, I guess, but it's working out well.
Absolutely, and regardless, they're gonna try their best. It's all down to this. Whoever loses is out of the tournament. Whoever wins will advance to the top 32. But our players are ready, so let's go back to game 2.
So, game number 2 here. Jessica most likely wanting to go first with this powerful plant combo deck that we've seen pay off really well in the previous round. And will it work against such a unique strategy that Dinka Bui has managed to come up with here?
Okay, we start with Princess, I believe.
Yeah, this is the Rika Princess here that should get into the rest of the engine.
And the reading begins.
Yeah. Which is so interesting that Dinka Bui has to read this, because he's become known as, I suppose, quite an innovator, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, it's an interesting opening here from Jessica, who now uses
That's a powerful, awesome.
Wow!
Oof. That is not ideal.
Yeah, this could have been a bait because she did a normal summon, but nope, unfortunately, very slow start.
That's a good start.
And we see the Rex.
Dinka Bui drawing the Rex for hire, normal summoning to then search the Rookie for hire. And you guys are going to witness how this deck can also function. We saw what it did in game 1 going first, setting up that powerful end field, despite the fact of the drone lockbird. Now, do we have a way to find 8,000 damage going second?
Yeah, I think it is incredible anytime that Dinka Bui puts his hand on a deck like this and then, you know, invents, you know, these crazy combos. Honestly, I think.
And this red makes things a lot tougher.
Should Jessica have any hand traps or disruptions, it's not going to do a lot when you have a Sprite Red on the field.
I'm thinking back to, you know, Marcus Patel and the rivalries. They were siding. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because that could have been really strong here.
Yeah, you know, the putting together of multiple different engines like this is generally quite risky into cards like Gozen Match and Rivalry of Warlords, but they actually opted not to go with that in the side deck.
She's not using it, so the face down
maybe it's the Ricochet, because otherwise if she had the impermanence she would have activated it, I guess.
Maybe she wants to wait for gigantic, it's possible, but definitely it is Dinka who is in the driving seat, and now it's gonna use the rookie. So tributing this Rex to special summon one from the deck with a level higher or below. And the Ash Blossom. Okay.
All right. Red is chained to that Ash Blossom to negate, and it will resolve to continue with the rookie special summon. That's the incredible part with the sprite package, isn't it?
And here we see one of the one-offs, which is the beat. Few higher. Because as mentioned, you need a level 3 or a level 1 from the rookie as you tribute a level 2 monster.
Yeah, so this works out really well here because beat is sort of the searcher for the deck. When a Fur Hire is special summon, it gives you another Fur Hire monster, and then you can continue to extend past that point. All right, well, Dinka Boogie is going to try and think as to what we're doing next here. Seems a little bit stunned at this point as we try and navigate through this final back row and potential disruption that Jessica has.
Seems like he wants to... Oh, and he has the start. Great.
It really depends if he wants, if he has enough to push for damage, because otherwise he could play more conservatively.
That's the thing, he doesn't actually need to go for game, does he?
Yeah, because like, I mean, he's so far ahead in this game already. So Jessica unfortunately is left only with one card, and the set card has not been activated, so our guess could be that she's not holding any copy of Infinite Impermanence.
Sprite Carrot is the search here for blue, so if there's any spells and traps that Jessica wants to activate, has to be now, otherwise that carrot will come down on the resolution of this search here for blue. Important thing to note as well about starter is that it inflicts damage to yourself as well as locks you into level, rank, and link 2s for the rest of this turn. So I think that's probably why Dinka was maybe thinking for just a moment, you know, is there anything else I can do before I lock myself down? Like, okay, we're just gonna attack with some weenie little monsters, I suppose, deal some damage, and just try maybe set up something.
I think it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, obviously, you want to try to go for game, but Jessica has used a lot of her resources, so even if you just end on a carrot and red, when she has a face-down card and 2 cards in hand at the beginning of the turn, it's fine if you have, you know, double negation. So
yeah, double negation versus 3 cards. I mean, that one final card you have has to be something
really
absolutely
good,
incredible. All right, deciding now, what do we make here? Do we just simply leave the red and the carrot up? Do we want to maybe go for gigantic, get another body out?
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he just passed even. Like, in game 1, he does. He does. Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, he can smell the blood. So let's see what the face down is. Okay, it is the sheet. Yeah.
So this will probably, maybe, force out a activation from the carrot here.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
It is. So 2 cards remaining for Jessica. Ooh,
Talent!
Talent! Could have been a sick top deck on her side.
She does need the draw power. I think her only card in hand there was an Ash Blossom.
Yeah,
so trying to
another Ash Blossom.
dig for some engine here to try and continue playing.
Surely needs something. Yeah, see, she's just gonna make sure that, you know, some of these effects, or maybe the damage from the starter was not counted, but yeah. Now, let's see.
What can we do with even best case scenario? We top deck a singular copy of Lokai here versus a red, which is still online. We do have the negate. Negate, but not destroy. I suppose that could be a redeeming factor here. So the Rika deck, obviously so powerful just with the 1-card interaction of Lokai or unexpected die, but that's not ideal.
Okay.
Sunseed Twin is typically what you want to leave inside the deck. So drawing the wrong portion of those seeds there, unfortunately, for Jessica. I think, you know, it's not insurmountable when you, because I'm sure you've experienced, there's a lot of combo decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you need a specific piece to stay inside the deck. You can do some stuff, but it's never optimal when you draw the twin.
Yeah, it was pretty much as you when you drew the Garnet, right, with Brilliant Fusion.
Good old days. Yeah, that's where the OG name comes from, Gem Knight Garnet. So Dryas being special summoned here from the Link summon with the twin, and just passing on it, it looks like.
Yeah. Unfortunate, and yeah, plays back to The Inca, who now accesses Runic Engine, which is an interesting decision because he's not going to be able to access, you know, his battle phase, and maybe there could have been a way to end this one, but...
I think unless he has, you know, 6,400 damage, the Dryas gets the trigger when you take damage, and then you get to special summon a healer. I don't know, I suppose if you don't have enough through all of that, it's better to just set up even more.
Absolutely. And here, as you can see, we get
wow.
Special summon back a lot of the Furiers. Yeah, this is great from the Inca. I mean, we did mention as Donner, and we renamed it the new Diamond Direwolf, but in this deck, it actually uses all of its effects, and it's
an incredible card for hire. I mean, it's a special summon 2 back. Like that's really powerful here, and you know we get to search the Raphael with the beat here. And I don't think we have any more targets for the Rex, probably. We are only playing the one rookie, but hey, that already did its job in the last turn here, so...
Yeah, amazing stuff from Dinka. Let's see this excavate.
Oh,
wow, even an Ash.
It's such a good card because it adds anything you excavate. It's like a mini pot of duality.
Yeah.
All right, Folgo, Justice for Hire coming back again. Once more, these for hire cards, absolutely crazy synergy with this deck that Dinkaboy has managed to come up with. Special summoning the Donpa out of the deck here. That's the level 2 as well as the effect to destroy face-up monsters.
And now he gets back the Donner. Yep.
Wow.
With the Rex gonna
just
pop
incredible.
a card with Donpa. This is huge. And still managing to keep Red and Carrot on the field. How
many draws is this? Is this another 3 here when the destruction of the Dryas?
Yeah.
You're not really Runic when you have 4 Ires, right?
That's an Ash Blossom on the Justice for Hire. All right.
Could get negated. Well,
yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to potentially. You just tribute off that Donpa. Well, I don't know. I suppose Donpa is your disruption on your opponent's turn. Maybe.
I mean, maybe.
Because don't forget, everyone, we are locked out of the battle phase because the Runic Flashing Fire used to special.
I think you don't negate just because of Nibiru, maybe. You know.
Do you think so?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you know, you're
so safe here.
Yeah. Why risk it?
Yeah,
I guess.
There's no reason to do anything risky. The game is all but over here. Dinka just needs to keep his cool and not do anything completely drastic.
That's why I think he's debating a lot about using this red, but probably he's gonna not go for it. Yeah, he doesn't go for it. Makes sense. And now we're gonna shut down the Nibiru because he accesses Gigantic.
Well, any other disruption from the hand here, locking out by the Gigantic Sprite. Neither player can special summon for the rest of the turn except level 2s. That includes Nibiru for your opponent as well. Sometimes people forget the Psyframe Gamma. That's also potentially an option.
And again, similarly to the previous turn.
Wow.
What a show from Dinka. And one more draw remaining for Jessica. Seems like an impossible battle, but she's gonna try her best to stay in this top 64.
It just feels like such a mountain to climb at this point. Okay,
Con it is. No more Carrot for Dinka.
Here it is, the quick play Rex from the graveyard, special summoning. And now we're going to activate the Justice for Hire and the Raphael as a duster to the hand. And now Folgo gets the trigger. Special summon from the deck.
You can see Dinka and Jessica both kind of smiling at each other. I mean, this is huge.
What a deck is
and
this?
You drew 3 like, wow. If you're in the top 64 and facing, looking at this, you don't want to play against
it's absolutely
Dinka.
Terrifying.
Is that another princess?
I think it's the last card in hand, isn't it?
Yeah. She does have a princess in the graveyard, which potentially can be used. So, but outside of that, yeah, this is her last attempt at staying in this match.
You know, as you mentioned, the synergy between the Fur Hire cards just seems really, really good. I mean, drawing cards on your opponent's turn, very powerful if you can dig for hand traps. But of course, you know, the Fountain works really well with it as well because you can also see Runics.
Yeah, but now we see the princess from the graveyard. which maybe Dinka might have forgotten, but yeah, this is not enough. Nice handshake from Jessica, but it's Dinka who wins 2-0 and advances to top 32. Nice match, round of applause from the crowd, and honestly, we mentioned at some point some of these unique decks at Toulouse. There is only one winner, and what a show-off from Dinka. It was one of the few decks we didn't see in action yet. It's terrifying.
Do you think that it sometimes approaches this stage of the format where you have all of these different decks and it's like, oh, I don't like this deck has this weakness, this deck has that weakness, and then somehow this incredible synergy, this strategy of this runic for higher deck, do you think this is like the big spike in power that we've developed in this format?
Yeah, but I think also he's one of our players ever that always manages, the right way to find, new mixtures, because we have seen some of our players in the top cut playing live twin, for examples, and I think this is super scary, honestly, because especially yesterday Jessica showed us how powerful Enrica deck was. So I mean, congrats to Dinka who advances, but
yeah, but I think better than us what can speak for ourselves are the numbers, as we have ready the deck breakdown for top 64. So let's bring it up on the screen, and wow, Castillo doubled
that is dominant.
Its percentage from 19% of the total field. Almost half of the top 64 is Kashtira, but there are 12 different decks as mentioned. And yeah, Sprite keeping there. Probably this Branded, the one who performed the worst out of these top decks.
When you consider the fact of the second most represented deck was Branded, and then to look at that conversion rate into the top 64, it's doing really badly, isn't it?
Can you remind me of the deck I picked for the tournament?
Yeah, hey,
not a good call, Alberto.
Fair enough. But as I was saying, Rika also showed a really good performance. Unfortunately, of course, Jessica is out, so one of these Rika deck is out. We'll see if some of the others are still in competition, but regardless, this is an amazing top 64 we have ahead of us. It has been a pleasure to be here with you commentating this round, but we still have more remainings. But before we jump into top 32, we have Ed ready with the winner, Dinka Bui.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, I am joined by Dinka right here, who's just won that first round of our top cut, the top 64, straight into the top 32 cut here at the 250th YCS in London. First of all, congratulations. So straight into top 32, you're quite accustomed to top cutting by this point. How do you feel here in London?
Fine. City is cool, event is cool, yeah.
Good answer. That's what we like to hear. The event is cool. So the thing I want to ask first, obviously you're running Runic Fur Hire Sprite. The Fur Hire is quite an interesting choice. Can you talk to us a bit about the deck and why you chose it and how you've been playing it?
Yes. I tested different types of Runic decks, and I figured out that the Fur Hire Runic Sprite deck is the most explosive one. Just resolving Rex into full combos, like basically game against everything, because you draw like usually 6 cards on both turns, and the Fur themselves, they also give you a negate, a pop, a lot of follow-up, basically, yes.
I mean, it worked incredibly well, and it's quite an interesting deck to see because we see a lot of Runic variants, but this is the first one we've seen with all the Fur Hires in it, and it was very cool to see. So let's go through some of that game against Jessica. So obviously went first, but you got drolled, but you did manage to play around that, and you managed to set up a decent field. So game one, when you're getting drolled, what are you feeling in that moment?
Droll was kind of hard. Even if it was not for droll, I would have gone super nuts that turn. But IP Masquerina allowed me to play on her turn, so I...
The Folgo.
Yeah, with Folgo into draw 3, into Runics. That was just game.
It was just game straight away because, yeah, deprived Jessica of most of the options that she had to play. So then she scooped, and then we got into that next one. You managed to ash her Rika Glamour, and that completely stopped the first turn, so it was just set pass. So when you're doing that, are you already thinking, I might have this in the bag?
Not really, because there was one set card. I was really afraid of Rivalry of the Warlords. So I tried to play it around it, and I knew she had not a lot of cards to play, So I just ended on red carrot with follow-up and played around rivalry. So I ensure she can't play next turn, but the triple tactic talents punished me.
Yes.
But unfortunately for her, she didn't do that well, so I managed to win that game.
Well, that was the thing. It was the Sunseed twin in hand, which is kind of a brick when that happens, and there wasn't the Sun Avalon link on the field to be able to do anything. So just at that point, there was sort of no way out, and you basically just ended up taking the game. So you're feeling good, you're feeling confident. Is there anything going through these next top cuts that you're worried about going up against?
Yes, Naturia Beast.
Oh, really? Why?
I play a lot of spell cards.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a problem.
Beast apparently likes spell cards.
No kidding. Well, congratulations. Wish you the best of luck in that top 32. We're going to give you some time to just decompress before you get into that next round. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got a little Time Wizard tournament for you before we get into the top 32 cut. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We're here with more coverage here at YCS London. So obviously, we've done our speed duel tournament, so now we're well into our time in the Time Wizard March 2005 tournament between our casters. I've got Tom and Leo here who are ready to battle it out to see who's going to be making their way into the final of this particular caster tournament. Gentlemen, you've done the deck cutting. Let's have a little bit of a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Okay, that's a 6, and that is a 3. Who's going to go first? Tom, you're going to go first? That's good, there's the fist bump of friendship. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Marcello and Nadir, who are going to be your commentators once again for this round. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to the second semi-finals of the March 2005 Time Wizard Commentators Tournament, where we will find out who the opponent for Seb will be in the finals. Kudos to you. You would have a nice battle, but in the end, it was too much. That BLS really got you.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many bomb one-off cards in the Duel Monsters era, you know? Everything you top deck is potentially just, woo, like a huge swing, so...
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It was close, honestly. That ring made us believe for a small second, but then he also had the MST top decked, so sometimes that's how it is. Yeah. And this time, though, we'll see quite a different matchup. So, in Lyon, Leo actually brought a completely different deck, which was Burn. I'm really interested to see whether he's going to bring this again. But it's Tom who I'm most excited for, because sometimes when we look back at these Time Wizard formats, and in general when asked what's the best deck of all time, you might get different answers. Sometimes you tend to think decks, especially from 2005, would be completely power-crept by what we use today. But I think Tom can show us that some of these decks shouldn't be underestimated, because he's playing a turbo variant with multiple copies of Reasoning, Dark Magician of Chaos, so a deck that can really OTK, and I'm definitely thinking Tom, who is known as a combo player, can pilot it really well. So I think our players are ready. Let's find out who will advance to the finals.
So the sort of win condition that you're going for with this deck is you're trying to turbo through as fast as you can with your upstarts, your graceful, all of the draw power, and then, yeah, hitting that all-important Reasoning. You don't play a high monster count in this deck. And like I said here, we're doing some deck thinning with the Toon Table. You're trying to get those cards out of your deck so that you can resolve the Reasoning, mill a whole bunch of cards, special summon a monster, and then begin using banishing effects, and then bring them back with Dimension Fusion, I think, is generally how you play this deck.
And here is one potential win condition as well, which is the Toon Cannon, which can create some very unique loops potentially, but or just close out the duel at the very end.
I assume the Toon version of this works exactly the same as the the OG one. Okay, so
and we see
also Genes in the main deck. Curious.
And some very heavy monster count.
Well, he's found a Reasoning, so that's really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jinzo, that's typically something you want to hit off that top for the Reasoning there, rather than seeing it in your opening hand.
But yeah, the idea is you also sometimes play some Chaos Monsters, so you can, for example, here, banish these two and then bring them back with Dimension Fusion, which is huge. Yeah.
Another Chaos Sorcerer picked off from the top there, and I think that's the second copy of
Yeah.
Reasoning as well. So again, like really powering through this deck as fast as you can. And it's interesting that he chose to go first, isn't it?
I agree, and we could see him debating a little bit there.
Oh!
Wow!
Did he call 8? That's the question. He must have, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the one card you're absolutely terrified of is the Dark Magician of Chaos.
Yeah. And here, play is back to his opponent. Face down are a Scapegoat and a Jar of Greed. So let's see. Charity for both players in the opening hands.
So the deck like Burn, it's a little bit strange because you have to like stall out and wait as long as you can, but you're able to just kind of, you know, fire off as soon as you're ready with the Reasoning Gate deck because you have so many back row removal cards like Giant Trunade, Heavy Storm. They return everything to the field to your hand, and unless there's like specifically Wabaku, which I assume you probably play, you're in real danger with this deck.
But I think he's playing something different because it is carded the Knight of Silent. So I think
it doesn't look like
it
the Burn
changed.
deck.
Yeah, I think it changed.
And Scapegoat, is it used immediately to prevent this 1000 or? Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
So the idea is, you know, just chump blocking a little bit, use your Metamorphosis, potentially do a Tribute Summon, things like that. If they play Metamorphosis, I'm not sure.
Really.
What's the Scapegoat for then? Is it just a wall?
Yeah, probably just a wall. I mean, you could tribute the tokens for the Cannon Soldier, to be fair. So just deal some additional damage.
So you can't tribute them for a Tribute Summon, but you could tribute them for the Cannon. Okay.
Yeah. So you can deal 2,000 life points potentially to your opponent.
So this is really scary as we're starting to load up the banish cards here with a potential Dimension Fusion at some point. Sorry, not Dimension Fusion. A what's it called? Dimension Fusion.
Dimension Fusion. You're right.
Okay.
Yep.
And also here is kind of locked, no? Because of the Scapegoat, because otherwise he would have been even better. Yeah.
But as mentioned, you can just
take his time.
Take his time, and he does have 2 copies of Dimension Fusion in the end. So
okay, so Leo's also playing like a Jar of Greed, which is like that's typically a card you're playing in some sort of combo sort of deck, right?
Yeah.
But
yes, but he's just not even attacking over the Scapegoats. Obviously, he would lose his Sangen to Chaos Sorcerer, so he wants to resolve that. And wow, Monster Reincarnation in the end. Interesting card to play.
Yeah, something that you don't really see quite often being played. Spy.
And a Spy. So yeah, Leonard didn't bring his Burn deck again. He's playing a deck very similar to what you played, Nadir. So, not to, excuse me, Seb. Seb, played against.
I think maybe he's on Chaos Control.
Yeah. Either Chaos Control, Chaos Turbo, something along those lines.
Gravekeeper Spy is just such an incredible monster in this format because it's a 2000 wall and it gives you another monster. And that's a delinquent duo off the top.
Wow.
Not that strong in this against this type of deck unless you specifically hit spell cards, I think,
see.
right?
Ooh, the worst, probably one of the worst, yeah. Definitely the worst. And with Chaos Sorcerer and Double Dimension Fusion, you could see...
So you see the Scapegoat's kind of actually being a bit of a conflict here because it doesn't have the space.
I agree. Okay, this is an interesting choice. Might come back to hurt him, actually.
Yeah, he's sort of cleaning it up for him, isn't he?
Yeah, and it also gives you potentially the option to just crash the goats. But let's see. Because also what I would have liked last turn maybe was put a goat in attack mode, attack over the Sangen, and then banish it with Chaos Sorcerer. I think that play would have been
But
cool.
he passed, so...
Did he pass like this?
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
Do you think it's good to attack over the Spy here instead of banishing it? Just
But why
you put an attack mode? It was one of those things where you...
no, it's still his turn. Okay. No. So he didn't pass.
I crashed.
Yeah.
No, because Tom
motioned
Black
for
Luster Soldier, no?
Yeah, it looked like Tom motion, but I don't think so. No way.
Okay. Well,
no. It just looked confusing, but it just crashed too, so definitely makes sense.
I don't think so, because Tom drew into Black Luster Soldier.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, he has another card. He has 4 cards. Yeah.
At least I think in Tom's situation, he would definitely rather banish the Spy than attack over it anyway, just because you don't want to give, like,
I'm surprised that Tom is not seeing this line of just using a goat to attack over Sangen and then banishing it. Because it's, I mean, he's a very experienced player. Oh, but
Monster
nice
gate
top
tributing
deck.
a token.
Does he even have anything left? Probably a crane, I would guess.
Crane, yeah.
Not much outside of it. Yeah. And there it is.
Yeah.
Is there any value to milling any spells in this format? I don't think so, no.
Just for, I mean, there is the Magician of Chaos.
Yeah.
So Dark Magician of Chaos gets you there.
I think that's his third dimension.
copy, wow.
Yeah.
So I think he's probably just waiting until he finds an opportunity to see either Storm or Giant Trunade, because I don't think he's milled any of those yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he could have attacked with a token, actually. I think it would have been better and just
in the
managed to
previous
mess it through,
turns,
yeah.
yes. Now I
Now
agree
it's
that
okay.
you might as well push damage, but in the previous turns, I think he missed it completely.
Still pretty good on life points. He's nice and healthy.
Yeah, I mean, Upstart Goblins also helped.
Of course,
Leo.
yeah, those did resolve, yep. All right, getting in for a little bit now.
He does have the BLS. It's a weird spot. What did he get with Sangen? I have no idea.
We couldn't quite tell.
And let's see. Draws a card. Definitely looking for his own copies of Chaos Monsters. Wow.
It's pretty desperate when you...
cross out, you can see. Yeah. This is not looking good for Leo.
That is always like the most desperate play in this format. I'm clearing the token for him.
This is not the best idea, especially because here there is an interesting ruling that might come up, which is once you properly summon Chaos Sorcerer, you can get it back from the banished zone. So then this is what's going on, and unfortunately clearing that token, it's actually really bad for Leo. Did he? Torrential maybe? Let's see.
Might have one.
Do you know, I don't think I would have hated him special summoning Blackluster Soldier by banishing Jinzo and then dimensioning for the Jinzo, no?
If he had the targets,
I don't know if we had the light in the graveyard.
Yeah, the Sacred Crane and Jinzo, right?
I know, because one was banished and one on field.
Maybe it doesn't have a light, yeah.
I don't think he has
he
a
doesn't
light.
have another light. Yeah. He doesn't.
I don't know. What? What's going on? Okay, no, yeah, you can only get a spell. Yeah. Okay.
Lightning Vortex.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate because he's playing like Freebolt Trunade and Heavy and he didn't mill a single one.
Yeah, but he didn't draw for Crane as well, I think.
And now he's gonna get back the Jinzo.
Tribute over a Crane here.
Maybe we see the Solemn though. Let's see. Solemn into Mirror Force? Could be.
That has to be very specific, especially if you use a Solomon to a Jinzo. I mean, you're kind of doing your opponent's job for them, right? Like taking down your life points like that. There it is. Do we have anything? Oh, he's reading it. Yeah, I think he wants to make sure if it's on the field type of ruling here.
And Leo doesn't look that happy.
He doesn't have anything?
Wow.
That...
Nice. Okay.
Jinzo is so good.
Wow, what a match. Honestly, slower than we expected. It seems as if Tom opening was fast enough to get things going, but probably the reasoning being called correctly and guessed correctly by Leo really slowed things down. And especially the Scapegoat, I think, it looked like a double-edged sword at some point.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was really working for him. But I mean, that's sort of the advantage with this deck, isn't it? Because you don't need to go on OTK. Like,
yeah, you just wait. You know,
just take your time, fill
when
up
the
your
moment
grave.
arrives. Yeah, yeah. No, it was a very nice one, honestly. And I think maybe with the goal at the beginning, we would have taken to the Sangan, as you said. And
yeah, maybe there was a better line for you know, Tom, but in the end, it didn't look like Leo had a chance at all in the entire match. And since now we are gonna see the same exact matchup in the finals, it's definitely Tom who was the most excited to play, and now I gotta say the one with the most potential to win this one.
Yeah.
So Leo, for the first time though this weekend, is kicked out of a commentator's tournament. So he will not go free for free, but still an amazing show and the speed duel king of the weekend, I would say. But thank you guys for being with us. So this was the second semi-final, which means we are all ready for the finals of March 2005 between Seb and Tom coming up. Stay tuned, keep watching, and we'll be back with it quite soon.
throughout that game. So I'm interested to see how the rest of these go.
Same.
Now, I've heard rumors of the representation in the top cut. Do we know the representation of the decks in the top cut 100% yet?
I think we don't have the graphics for it just yet, but I can definitely tell you there are more than 10 different decks actually
we have
in
the
there.
top cut.
Ooh.
Actually, we have the top 64 breakdown. I think we can just get it
that's
on
nice.
right here. I mean, Marcello has already talked about it.
I see.
So,
But I was wondering if we'd seen the deck representation. I'd heard there's a lot of Kashtira, which frankly is quite...
Kashtira is really good. Why don't we just take a look at this before we do the questions again?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Look at that, 41% of Kashtira. We were right. And then Sprite, obviously, Runic, which we just saw in the last game, with the fur higher as well.
Oh, yeah.
Which is very exciting. Mathmech and Branded, and 5% Rika. So that's pretty exciting. 13% other, could be anything. What do we expect to see in the others?
I think Drytron is still in competition.
Absolutely.
Springens was in there as well, and some other cool stuff too. And maybe we'll get surprised with another cool match in the next round. I thought also there's no Flow Under Reason there, but I'm pretty sure we still have Flow Under Reason competition as well.
And we have had that
Traptrix is also in competition.
True.
Goodness me, so lots of good decks that are coming into that other category there. But 41% Kashtira. I mean, are we surprised to know that?
I'm honestly a little bit surprised, yeah, because I saw that the Sprite decks are really doing well this tournament, and I expected this number to get closer to the Kashtira number, actually. But it seems like they're getting apart more for now.
Slightly more. So that's going to be very exciting, and we'll see what happens in the top 32. Obviously, we're trying to bring you guys some coverage and content while we wait for that to get finalized and for us to bring you the next duel. But before that, I've obviously got Leo and Basti here who are ready to answer some more of your questions. Now, I've obviously spoken to you guys about a couple of these. We've talked about which YCS event was your most memorable, because some of it was the ones where you were judging and you were playing and things like that.
Yeah.
We've talked about the ones that you want to win the event. Do we want to just go over those again? The one that you want to win in a more fun way, and then the one that you think might actually win.
Yeah, I think my opinion might have even changed a little bit on that. Even though I see that Kashtira has such a high number there in Top Cut, I am really now a little bit more on board with something special winning the whole event. Because, for example, Dinka Bui, the mastermind out of Berlin, just coming up with something crazy every single time, that for higher deck, drawing 7 cards on your opponent's turn. Who doesn't like that? For me, a pretty strong contender for sure. And then also there are other crazy strategies still left in competition. So I think something that was not expected to the winning deck before the event is going to take it down. So I'm just going with some kind of underdog for now.
Well, that's probably a good call. I would also like to see an underdog deck at least make their way all the way up to the final. But I guess we'll see. I think we've got lots of exciting features to come with that. But Leo, what's your thoughts?
I'm going to stick with Sprite, to be honest, because the names of the players that are running the deck, they are favorites for this tournament for sure. So I think that one of them will actually take this event down with it.
Very likely.
I imagine so. I still have a weird feeling that we're going to see Runic at least in the finals, possibly even taking it.
Very strong engine.
That's what. Yeah, I mean, we just saw it again with Dinka Bui, like that.
For sure.
Such a good deck, and there's so many people playing it. Just all the people who've made it to this top cut are very, very skilled with all of these decks.
64 out of over 3,000, right? That's a pretty strong card.
You have to be good, and we are definitely going to be in for some very good games. And I said this when I was chatting to the others, but my favorite thing as we get into this top cut are the more people who are no longer taking part in the main event and they sit in the audience just behind us, or just in front of us even. That's the other side. They are so energetic, and when you hear, so when people got drolled in some of the last couple of rounds, you hear the entire crowd go, "Oh!" And that's so exciting to hear and be a part of, because you know that you're getting some energy.
Absolutely. It makes it even more fun for us as well when we have that.
Well, you guys contribute to it. Because like I said, when I'm listening to your commentary and making notes, I can hear you go, "And we've seen the troll and Lockbird!" And I love the excitement. And I'm so happy to just feel that energy get more and more as we get closer. So we still have a handful more questions which were asked. We've actually gone through a couple of these which we technically don't need to answer. One of them was, is it possible to visit on Sunday?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it is. That's a quick answer.
You can still come if you like.
Absolutely. Come and watch. Come and hang out and watch the finals. And also there have been public events today, which are always fun to take part in outside of the main event. On top of that, the question for both of you, who do I go to first for this?
I will give him the honor of going first.
I know.
Thank you. I won the die roll, so...
Yeah, okay, there we go. So the question here is, what is your favorite booster pack of all time?
Oh.
It's quite a difficult question. A lot to pick from.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to go with Power of the Elements.
That's what
I
Nadir
think-
said.
Yeah, I think that the Telement mirror match was just a very beautiful thing to happen.
You loved it. You really loved the format that we were in before.
I mean, I still really like the Telement deck. Now it's not really that good versus Kashtira, and you have seen the numbers. So
Yeah, no kidding.
The numbers on this deck are dwindling, but I think that Power of the Elements was a really nice addition and was a really great format that we got from it.
What is it that you like about the Telements deck? Because you've always been a big champion of them, even when we were in a format that was dominated very much by them with the Magnificent Mavens cards. You were always a very big champion of it and going, I love this, I love seeing the skill involved.
There are just so many interactions, especially since we got the Bestials. Because both players or every deck is just able to just basically negate the grave effects, and you have to know when you throw your negation, you have to know when you are committing to a board, when you're playing passively, because all of the different playstyles that players can have, like aggressive plays or rather conservative ones, or going for really nifty combo plays, everything just works with Telements, and this is why I love the deck so much.
Well, that's a very, very good answer. Now, Basti, we come over to you. What would you say is your favorite booster pack of all time?
I will go with the Duelist Genesis, and
Okay.
I have a personal connection and a personal story connected to it, because the World Championship back in the day, in the release year of the Duelist Genesis, was held in Berlin, which was my hometown, and I was very little by then. I was like right around 13, 14 years, something like that. And I traveled, I went there with my parents even, so they were with me. And the special thing about that event was you could play a sneak preview for free of the current set.
Wow.
So I got to do that with the Duelist Genesis cards. And I was like 13 or 14 years, as I just said, and I won the sneak.
Did you?
I did. Like, I don't know how, but I did win it there.
What did you get for winning?
Yeah, I did get more packs.
Oh, did you?
I did get more packs, and I drew an ultimate rare.
Wow.
Yeah, of the...
Stardust Dragon.
No, not the Stardust
Red
Dragon.
Archfiend.
The Red Archfiend. That's what I pulled. But then, even on top of that, 1 week later, I bought a single booster pack. I drew a Ghost Rare Stardust Dragon. So that set was really mind-blowing.
I got one of
for me.
those as well. I went to my local store to get the Stardust Dragon tin because I wanted the Stardust Dragon, and they just didn't have it yet. So I was like, okay, I have my money, so give me 5 boosters, and I pulled the Ghost Rare Stardust Dragon as well.
That's crazy. Both of you got the Ghost. I've never pulled a Ghost Rare, and I wish deeply that I could have that moment of
Keep on trying.
elatory joy. One day, maybe. I was saying that the one that I really enjoyed was it Dark Survivors, the one that had...
Dark Saviors,
Dark Saviors. Yeah. Why do I keep saying Survivors? Dark Saviors, because I remember really that feeling that you got with the Ghost Rares, I was getting whenever I pulled Mobilizing Gauge.
Oh, yeah,
I
of
just
course,
found that
of
really
course.
exciting. And actually also, to give a different answer, I really liked. Do you remember when Ash Blossom was introduced in the Kyber box?
Maximum Cry. Oh,
Was it not in the Kyber box, or at least
It got reprinted in there as well.
sorry, so the reprint one rather. So I remember buying. I bought a lot of those boxes. Claim them on expenses. But that was the most fun thing ever. To just because I wanted to get playsets of Ogre and Ash Blossom and things.
Yeah, all the hand traps.
All the hand traps. I just wanted them really badly. And so I've got a big stack of those, like the thick playmat, the foldable playmats that come with it. So if I ever host my own locals, I can just give everyone one of these playmats and go, there, play, my friends, play with my hard...
We should plan that. I will attend,
thing.
honestly. I will attend the locals.
London locals at ads.
Yeah, exactly. Come on over. We'll have some fun. But yeah, those are all very strong answers. Some nice memories attached to those as well, which I think is very, very sweet. So the next one, actually, goodness me, some of these questions are ones that we've technically answered. But for people who haven't, I don't know, I guess we could answer them again. But people are wondering how you sign up to this, how you sign up to a YCS event. So what would your advice be for people who want to make sure that they're involved in the know and are able to come and participate in the next tournament?
Yeah, for sure. So quite recently that process has changed, because nowadays you will have to wait for a social media post on the official Konami account, on the Yu-Gi-Oh account, and then there will be the announcement that registration and tickets will be available very soon. And then you are waiting for that because there will be a specific date that you are required to then get your ticket. And you should really be aware of that date, because sometimes tickets will be really sold out quickly.
There are a lot of players who really want to attend these events.
For sure. And therefore, just be there and then buy a ticket as quickly as possible. And then definitely also one really important thing, don't forget to submit your deck list before the event, but that's something just a couple of days before the event.
Yeah. Gives you plenty of time. Like we said before, that's where you can use neurons, so make sure that you guys use that. It's a really good way of also looking up card text and things if you guys don't know what cards do, but also it's the way that we officially do all of these, you know, deck list submissions.
Yeah.
And as they were, I mean, we sounded really old when we were saying it, but Nadir and that were going, and Tom were going, well, you know, back in my day, it used to be a pen and paper to submit it. This used to be all fields. But yeah, now it's all digital. We move swiftly into the 21st century with how we submit.
The environment is spanking mad.
Yeah, that is really good, because I remember that for one of my first tournaments, I used abbreviations on my deck list. So I didn't write Mystical Space Typhoon, I wrote MST. And then,
how did that go down?
Yeah, a judge told me to really not do that.
Please never do that again.
Yeah, he was really serious about me not doing that again, and then I never did.
Well, that's always a relief. Now, I'm fairly certain we are very close to getting our top 32. Just making sure that we haven't got it just yet. It has been submitted. The files are ready for us, which means any moment we are going to have our top 32 feature match ready. Now, I mean, we've asked all the questions that you guys have asked. Remember, if you do want to ask more questions for us to answer as we go throughout the day, in between these rounds, make sure you head over to our Facebook or Instagram, which you guys can follow. And also there will be posts on the stories where you guys can submit questions to any of our commentary team. I haven't asked the Italians some of these questions yet, so I'll make sure I get them at some point as well. But we still have Time Wizard. We have the final, I believe, of the Time Wizard that we've pre-recorded for you guys, so you guys can get to see a little bit more extra action. It's really nice to be able to show off the alternative formats when we do these. But part of what we're trying to aim for with these kind of streams is to make sure that you guys are getting constant content, whether it's us doing this, whether it's us playing live the Guess the Card, or whether it's getting to showcase some of the alternative formats that you might see in the public events. That for us is really, really fun, and it's nice to be able to bring you guys some of that entertainment. But speaking of which, because we still have a little bit more time to wait while we're killing some time, why don't we do some live Guess the Cards together?
Let's go. I haven't done that all day, so
yeah, I know. We did a lot of this yesterday because we find this really, really fun to do, because it's very easy to do Guess the Card. But to be fair, I'm very bad at it. But yesterday, I got 2. Yeah, I got 2. That's 200% more than I've ever achieved. To be fair, one of them was the same one I got before.
I mean, we knew about Cyberstein, but what was the other one?
It was Multiply.
Multiply.
I got the Multiply
Such a
one.
niche one, though, as well.
I know. As it zoomed out, I saw the yellow and the red eye, and I went, well, that's Multiply. It's one of those old classic cards I remember. I remember it being used in the anime.
Yeah. 1 million Karibos.
That's the thing. That's exactly what we said when we were watching the stream. I think it gets used against Pegasus to cover Thousand Eyes Restrict.
I think versus Kaiba.
Is it against Kaiba?
When they were playing like on the castle or something?
That definitely, I think you're right, actually, that definitely does happen. But yeah, that's exactly it. So hopefully we can get on screen and we can play some of this Guess the Card with you guys so that we can just fill that little bit more time before we get into our top 32 card. And here it is.
Here we are.
Our first Guess the Card.
Oh yeah, a blue card, a blue card.
Oh, that's an eye. That's the eye from the Millennium. So is it Millennium Shield?
That could be the case.
No, it's definitely not Millennium Shield.
Oh, I have a feeling. I don't.
No?
I'm holding it back, though.
Oh, goodness me. I don't think I'd... Oh, okay. Now I'm confused. I like whatever
The crowd is also like, ooh.
Oh, the bottom side looks like a volcano. I was thinking about the Salomon Great Sanctuary, but this is angehäufte Reichtümer.
Accumulated fortune.
Accumulated fortune.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember the name of it, but I recognized the art the second it got to this point. I really like that.
Yeah,
I like the blue.
that's a chain-burn card. That was
angehäufte Reichtümer,
really cool.
the German name for it.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, do we give him the point for that?
No. I will take the point gladly.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's how we were playing here? Okay, well, I guess you need it, right?
Only as chain link 4 or higher. Draw 2 cards. Goodness me.
That was really fun back in the day.
That is. Oh, good heavens. Now, this could be fairly much... I'm having to squint at it and see if my brain fills in the rest of the image. You know what I mean?
And does it?
Oh, no, it doesn't. Whatever I thought it was, it's no longer that.
It looks like a barrel or
I'm going to say,
or a ship.
The Karakuri barrel, Nishipachi.
Ooh, it could be a plunder card, yeah.
Oh,
that looks like plunder.
That could
it's
really
a boat.
be a plunder card. Yeah, that looks like a boat for sure.
Or it's someone crammed in a box.
Could still be a Karakuri.
Oh, it's
or
neither
it's
of that.
double cross.
Oh yeah, it's bright double cross. That's true. That's true.
It's yeah, it's crossing the shields. The doubles.
Every time an announcement goes live, I'm suddenly wondering if we've got it. But I can tell you, do you want me to tell you who our top cut is?
Yes,
that we've got
please.
the top 32. So we have Lorenzo Muselli with Kashtira versus...
please
maybe
don't say that.
don't say that,
sorry.
because
Okay,
they
right.
might be sitting right in front of his
Yeah,
stage.
no, you are right. And then we've got, that's a name that I'm going to struggle to say, Jalil Krasniki.
Yeah.
I think you got it.
I hope so. Otherwise, I've butchered their name live on stream.
You can ask them again if you
That's true. Don't worry. I will be before I announce
But now
their
let's
names.
focus on the next guest.
We saw this one earlier.
Psychic Life Transom.
Okay. I literally had this one with Nadir, and I didn't get it. We were going, is that a cape? Is it? And he got it
It is
eventually.
a cape, right?
It is. But we didn't get it as quickly as you did there.
Someone, I think it was even Luca Forjan who won with it at Euros.
Yeah, there we go. God, that's the knowledge that you get from this coverage team here.
For sure.
Wasn't even a match I casted.
Really?
Yes, I was just watching.
No,
That's how good I am at guessing.
Release set of this card.
The Duelist Genesis.
Crossroads of Chaos, as
That's
far as
also
I'm
possible.
aware.
Yeah, it's Crossroads of Chaos, I think. Yeah. Wow. We didn't have a 7 synchro before that.
Yeah, right. There it is, Psychic Live Trancer. That's something that you were saying, that like when you guys are finished with the coverage, you are watching everything as well. Like you cannot fault either of your passions for this.
We're just little boys enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's what we do now.
I've done this one. This how could I forget? I was
this
so
Solar
focused
Recharge?
No, I was so focused on mocking Nadir because he was focused on the fact that
Yes, I saw that from
it's Roach.
You guys did that when I did the interview with Vincenzo.
That's
and so
exactly
on.
it. Yeah, and I was too busy mocking Nadir because he was focusing on the abs. He goes, "Well, it's abs." I go, "Yeah, I can see it's abs, but I don't know what the rest of the card is."
And all of you guys were saying this is Exeter Knight, right?
Yeah, I
you were
thought
going,
it
this
was
is
Exeter
Exeter
on
Knight,
it first,
and then
yeah.
at the last picture, very obviously it is Steel Swarm Roach.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's the thing. I'm a lot worse off at this than you guys are. If they come up with some classic cards or dinosaurs, the worst thing would be if they bring up Ultimate Conductor or Misk and I don't get it.
To me, that is a classic card.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, fine.
But it has a revival. Actually, Traptrix can play this.
Yeah, and
That
it's
is
not
true.
even that bad.
Yeah, it's actually good.
Really
Have we seen any Traptrix decks playing this time?
Yes, I think Ben Sherman was in the featured match with Traptrix.
And I think Chantari is running it in top 64.
Is, yeah.
Oh, I meant this card within the Traptrix deck.
I didn't
Maybe.
check the lists. I could, on the side, just quickly look it up.
Well, that's a good point.
Just a little bit of a
Let's have a look.
side quest here. And Ben Sherman, for example, did not run
Running
it.
the Exciton Knight.
He's running the Exciton Knight, though. I will check with Chantari, though, just in case.
That is a house with hair.
Yeah.
A really fancy haircut.
Yeah, or it's a whale draped over a skyscraper.
Neither, actually.
Oh, no, it is. It's a fur higher.
No. This is like a wolf standing next to a mural.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a very. I think this card never saw meta play, actually.
But it's a really nice artwork.
Yeah, for sure it is.
I mean,
I like the suit.
Silent Wolf Kalupo.
But I had something like along the lines of Kalupo in my head, but
Sure
I never
you
would have
did.
figured out Kalupo.
I mean, gentlemen, I've now noticed over to our right that both of our players are ready for our top 32 feature
match.
Words are now failing. Words are my tool. I'm now failing at them. But we are going to be right back in just a moment. We'll leave the Guess the Card rolling for you. We'll be right back with our top 32 feature match. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the 250th YCS here in London. We're already into the top 32, so that feature match is ready to begin. We have Lorenzo Muselli and Jalil Krasniqi, and we are already into the roll, and Lorenzo is going to be going first, I believe, in this feature match. So, with no further ado, I'm going to hand you guys over to Tom, Basti, and Leo, who are going to be your commentators for our top 32 feature game. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. Glad to be back in the commentary booth for actual casting. This will be top 32 now, and we're about to see some more action of the Rogue deck. It wasn't even listed in our top 64 breakdown, but it is still in there. It's still in competition, and funnily enough, we can give a little bit of a background story because Jalil did not only, he's not only playing the Mathmech strategy, but he also played a Mathmech in top 64 because he had to play Julio Valls in there, which is quite funny.
Actually, we had Mathmech in the top 64 breakdown. It was other in the entire breakdown, but in the top 64 we have Mathmech with 6%.
That's a good performance, isn't it, for a deck to like creep out of the other category? You always know that that was a good choice to take for the event.
For sure. I mean, Mathmech is a fantastic deck. We have seen absolutely crazy combos already from Alan.
Was it Noah? It was Noah Bagelman.
Noah. I'm really sorry, Noah. But this deck has a high ceiling, as we can see. However, I think this is more of a standard
traditional,
variant of the deck. Traditional,
for sure. It feels very. I just love how kind of compact the deck feels. You just need one monster, and that kickstarts everything. You draw a couple of cards, you set up your nice interruption, and then you draw a bunch of hand traps. It just feels so nice to play.
For sure.
But I guess the players are ready. So why don't we just go into the game one? I gotta be honest with you guys, I completely blanked when Ed told us who won the dice roll.
I'm pretty sure Lorenzo did, actually.
I'm glad you
and
didn't.
Lorenzo is
I was gonna say I didn't know either.
Lorenzo is on the Kashtira deck, so I was really surprised by the Kashtira representative, the Kashtira numbers in top 64 because they really went up. It's like over 40% of Kashtira. Yeah, it really is high.
So the tried and true kind of the deck people thought was the best deck.
But look at that.
Yeah,
I think Jalil has a lot of cards that could do really well here versus Lorenzo's opening.
Do you see that Droll and Lockbird?
Yep.
It's the ideal response, I would say, to a Pressure Planet Rathos. Rathos?
Rasoth is put
Rasoth.
Probably.
I'll go with Rasoth.
The correct way to pronounce it. So Jalil is shuffling because he knows there's maybe no more going into the deck anymore. And there it is, resolving Droll and Lockbird here. Probably going to stop the turn from Lorenzo in its tracks.
Droll and Lockbird was something I really thought would be a cool card to play this weekend because Kashtira, even though it doesn't do this, I mean, it can sometimes do some crazy combos, but whatever it does, it always wants to search at least a couple of cards from its deck.
For sure. So we are still going to summon out the Unicorn.
Wow, but
that means we have the Theosis already.
So that is going to be at least a Shangri-Ira to summon out a Fenrir in the opponent's turn, or we are just going to summon that one. We might have a Rise Heart in hand, so we could go for a Rise Heart pass.
Because
however, sorry.
Yeah, because that would be all the cards that we would have searched anyway, so that Droll and Lockbird would have done nothing.
But it would have done a lot because this is all resources that you had in your hand.
True.
So there is Small World on the side of GD, and there we have the Rise Heart. If you have Small World and you are playing a Kaiju in your deck like Dogoran, the Mad Flame Kaiju, or something else, you will have a bridge for Small World to just get the Kaiju out. So if your opponent uses all the resources for a Rise Heart pass, then you have a good shot. Hopefully you're not matching any of these cards with the Rise Heart effect.
As he said,
dangerous.
Lorenzo has already, he would have 2 extra cards in his hand right now, if not for the Droll and Lockbird. So it's very strange for a hand trap like Droll and Lockbird, which normally most people read it and think that's a -1, as in you use a card, it doesn't directly stop anything your opponent does, but in this case, it's a +1 because Lorenzo's got 2 less cards than he would have.
Ooh, but it's also 2 cards in the spell and trap zone here for Lorenzo, so he might have ways here to stop the plays of Jalil as well.
And he has played it right here. There was actually a Nibiru, I thought, in the hand.
Yeah,
Jalil,
I think so too.
So very heads-up play.
We are going for the impermanence on a Rise Out first of all. I mean, that's also a way to deal deal with it.
That might get answered by a Forbidden Lands, would draw out another one of those set cards in the Spell and Trap zone. And the good thing about Nibiru in this deck is, if you have a small world,
you can always use it.
Yeah, you can insert one of the good cards.
Yeah. I'm interested, do you prefer leaving the materials, or do you prefer detaching the materials so you can banish them straight away and make sure they're in their banish zone and use them later?
It depends heavily on whether you have Kashtira preparation set, because Kashtira preparations requires you to special summon from the banished zone, and therefore this would be perfect to now use the effect. But we are resolving Malmec Circular here, and the impermanence also resolved. And let me tell you something, Lorenzo is one of the players here with the Kashtira deck that has decided to not even run the Forbidden Lands.
But he's running triple Book of Moon, double Book of Eclipse, and triple enemy controller, so there is plenty of stuff that you can see. Now we are seeing the small world reveal, the Nibiru go into Veda, and now add the Diameter
as well. He knew exactly what he was doing with the small world.
I think that this is something you could also do later in the turn, because now your opponent knows that you have the Diameter follow-up, so this basically makes him not want to negate or book the D'Alembert.
I agree. He might want to have that negate with Diameter online as early as possible, but I do agree with you. It is a different way you could go, because obviously not showing your opponent that you have more follow-up, and obviously committing to that, because Nibiru is a card you can use otherwise, right?
Both the Circular and the Diameter are going to resolve, and I think I see Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse in the main deck of Lorenzo, so both cards would probably have to be used here, I'm assuming, because otherwise there's going to be the potential of a negate for them.
I think there is an impermanent set as well.
Book of Eclipse it feels so steep, the cost of, in the end phase giving your opponent those draws, because that would get 3 draws for your opponent.
But it is Book of Eclipse indeed. And do we have an answer to that? Because as we know, Book of Eclipse could be met with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, as there is the potential of drawing involved. And I think it is really strong here, because honestly, cards like Effect Veiler or Droll and Lockbird that are to be drawn by Yelil are then not going to be as effective anymore, because the Arisad will be live again.
And Yelil is...
Oh, and we are heading to end phase.
He has nothing. He has the equation that he searched, and of course also the small world that we know of, but he has some follow-up for next turn.
I was going to say, you're giving your opponent 3 draws, you don't necessarily have any follow-up in your own hand thanks to the draw and lockbar. Is a Rise Heart going to take on the world by itself, do you think?
I mean, it has to try it.
We'll try,
I mean, there's a pretty good line here, because we could just use a Rise Heart effect and then try to banish one of those cards, and then also try to attach the Big Bang at some point. So Big Bang could be our... we started with
now.
Look, we just...
Yeah. I was going to say you could attack, and then that would let you attach the Rise Heart, and then you could attach the Big Bang. But Lorenzo's going for the impermanence, which will let him do that in the main phase 1.
Yeah, and I think when we see him do that, that probably or most likely means that he has a way to maybe go for enough damage to seal this game right here, because that's quite a big of a commitment to just get rid of that impermanence, because that could have helped him next turn, honestly.
But I mean, if you don't go for the impermanence play, then you might actually not have anything here. So I think extending your field is really strong.
Yeah, I really like this. It's such a it doesn't look like the Arise Heart's doing anything. All it does is banish cards from the opponent's field. But the ability to reattach and rebanish Kashtira cards is really powerful.
And there comes Kashtira Burr right there.
I would have also really liked a Theosis here, because Theosis would get banished immediately. You could add back the Rise Heart, and then
it's really cool to activate it, Theosis with a Rise Heart in play. I agree.
Normal summon Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and that tells you something, that he is running the Baron de Fleur in his extra deck, which is just being summoned right there.
Wow, this is crazy. I mean, along with the Kashtira Birth, this might be enough to attack the game on this turn, right? Because
that's what I'm thinking.
Pop 1 with the Baron de Fleur, the Kashtira Birth can get back the Fenrir, and then Fenrir can attack and use its effect to banish.
Can't even get Nibiru anymore.
That's the thing. We saw Nibiru being used for Small World.
Just checking his zones there, because he activated impermanence.
Yeah. This is looking good for Lorenzo.
We're adding the Fenrir. We can just activate the effect. Oh, he's just attacking. This is game already.
This is great.
It is indeed. Game in the second turn. That was perfectly played by Lorenzo. He gave his opponent so much advantage with the Book of Eclipse, but it stopped the turn. That was enough.
In the end, again, if your opponent's only drawing in the end phase, it's it's not... I mean, if your opponent gets a turn to use those cards, it might be devastating for you. But if you can capitalize on the turn that you've been given by the Book of Eclipse, as we just saw, perfect gameplay.
For sure. I mean, it was a little bit of luck involved because his opponent did not draw into Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, because that would have been the one interruption that he could have drawn into that would have really helped. Because, like, as I said, Effect Veiler and Drone Lockbird, I'm not doing it, but that Ash Blossom on Kashtira Unicorn would have been pretty good.
Yeah, but... Oh, yeah, okay, all right, I get it. Yeah, that's true.
That would have been...
Yeah, to be fair to Lorenzo, he had already played through a Droll. The opponent had Nibiru in hand, which he played around.
But yeah, from there on, he definitely played that out like a charm. Also, it was so quick, right? He right away knew that he had to use the Impermanence and that he had a setup to go for game in that turn. And that is what he did there successfully.
That was a really lovely line. Like,
yeah, for sure.
To spot activating the Impermanence, because, yeah, and then you need to attach the Big Bang first, and then you can get another material out from under the Arise Heart.
Yeah, that's something hard to figure out, and did it on the spot and in a really, really quick time. So let's see what Galil can bring in here from his side deck. Something that I see that going first is pretty lovely is Rivalry of Warlords.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, that is good in parts versus the Kashtira
it's kind of
deck.
so-so, isn't it? Because there are a lot of cards that can prevent Kashtira from accessing their extra deck, like Rivalry of the Warlords, like Dimensional Barrier, but then a lot of players think maybe it's not so strong because the Kashtira monsters themselves are quite beefy, they can still banish cards from your field, your extra deck.
But you would rather want to have it plus your combo than not, right? Because this is really strong. You can actually just search it out if you have a really good hand. With Parallel Exceed as an extender, it's easy.
Yeah.
That is absolutely true. And yeah, of course, it would then still make it happen that his opponent could not go into the extra deck, which is pretty strong because you do have those interruptions. You do usually have super factorials. So if you just leave him on monsters that want to go into a battle phase, and for example, Fenrir would be a monster that in battle phase could get rid of the rivalry, but if you then just use via super factorial, there is no attack happening
to get
anymore.
rid of the Fenrir.
Yeah, it does sound like an excellent sort of complementary piece to all of the rest of your engine going
For sure.
on.
So I definitely think we are going to see that now here in game number 2. The players are shuffled up, so let's get back into the action. Game number 2 here of top 32 of YCS London.
The players are just getting the confirmation that they are on, and now Galil can start the second game of the match right here. Hopefully he has access to Mathmax Circular.
That would be a dream start for sure. And I think he does
see it
not.
in his hand?
He does
I
not.
can't
I mean,
see it
he has
flicking.
Sigma and the Parallel Exceed,
Exactly.
so that works.
Yeah.
Mathmax Circular, just the first time I read the card, I just thought this is unbelievable. Like, special summoning itself by sending a monster from your deck to the graveyard, like as if that's some sort of cost.
Seems about right.
It
The thing is, the line we see here now from Galil really struggles. There's one interruption from Lorenzo, so he kind of has to hope there's not any interruption there.
It does deal with infinite impermanence because of the Lingaribo.
True, that's very good there.
An Effect Veiler or an Ash, or possibly a Nibiru at some point.
Oh, but it is
very
resolving.
bad.
But I mean, okay, there are some lines here. You can, for example, you can now search the circular, send something funny because you already have the Sigma, you can send another Sigma, and then you can use the Alambertian to tribute the Lingaribo to summon back the Diameter that you just sent. Yeah, you have to send the Diameter, by the way.
I'm pretty sure you gotta do that, yeah.
And it clears your extra monster zone for Sigma to come back, which I like. That's a nice line.
Definitely something I could see. And, oh,
it's
it's tributing itself, though.
Okay.
I don't hate that. It's nice to have the Lingaribo as an answer to an evenly matched.
For sure.
That is true as well.
So we are searching for the super factorial. So he had that one line, and it was quite risky because it will lose to one interruption, but he already got to the super factorial now, so I think he's happy there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go for it. If it's risky or not, right? You've got to do something.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you think he goes from here?
Maybe Splash Mage into Heat Soul?
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
There's the Splash Mage. Lorenzo says, of course, I haven't interrupted you yet, so I'm not going to do now.
He might. Now might be the perfect time for a Nibiru.
So there is Heat Soul.
And now we are trying to draw into the Rivalry of the Warlords.
That would be a pretty decent draw. You don't want to draw that on your opponent's turn. You would much rather try to pick it up now.
And now, like, obviously seeing a handful of hand traps.
Ooh, Drollen Lockbird works as well, though. That's a pretty decent pickup, too.
That's a really good card to draw on the opposing turn, but it also works here.
For sure, for sure.
I was like, having minimal engine is not great until it resolves, and then you have your, all you need is that minimal engine, and then you've got all of the stuff to back it up.
Yeah,
so his hand is just full of interruptions for Lorenzo. He's going to have a very tough time getting through all of this.
I love the hand motion that Jalil did, by the way, by passing the turn. It's the first slow hand motion is like, am I done with my turn? Yes.
Like a magician setting up his pieces.
A bit of showmanship.
So, Lorenzo, what is he going to do against that? I can have a quick... Oh, that's a lightning storm going after the back row. So I think Jalil can be happy that he did not draw into a rivalry then.
That is true. However, we are still going to be able to summon the Laplacian. Not going to get rid of one monster from the field, which is a bit unfortunate. However, taking a card from the hand and having a negate is not too bad either. But if you summon a unicorn now,
you can just attack it.
You can just attack.
Indeed,
taking out the battle phase is a valuable resource from the opponent.
So, what are we hitting here with the effect of Laplacian? That's pretty important, probably. And that's... I mean, it would have traded 1-for-1 with the Laplacian there.
That is
so
true.
it's probably all right to hit that, but not amazing, I would assume. I would have much rather hit Engine there, to be honest.
I like the way Lorenzo's extra deck is just sort of packed, side deck even, is packed with ways to answer his opponent when he's going second.
Yeah.
Two very powerful cards for going second here.
For sure. Triple-Tactics Thrust, for example, is also a card he is bringing in, and I mean, there was already a monster effect being activated, even two of them. Oh, and there's the other triple tactic cards, the Talons.
And that one will have to be negated by Laplacian, otherwise I see no point in running it. Okay, yeah, there
exactly.
We go.
It's always weird when if your opponent says in that situation, draw two, you should still negate it anyway.
We are still drawing two, though.
It does.
The Desires is being activated, and this has been a debate lately. People are running Pot of Prosperity in Kashtira for sure, but people were like, oh, I think I need a little bit more of consistency. So they also added the Pot of Desires, but there's the Drone Lockbird. Of course, we knew about that card.
Drone Lockbird versus Desires never feels good.
No. But against Kashtira, like, I think it's still just about okay, because you know there's a lot of cards that Lorenzo could have. The Pressured Planet, the Terraforming, this Unicorn's not going to be able to search.
But that is just very well, if you have no idea on what you're going to make here, just go for a Zeus line.
Yes.
Yep. If I saw that correctly, it looked like Lorenzo only normal summoned the Risa. That means he's not going to be locked into XYZ summoning here. So maybe he has plans doing something else. Maybe
that would be a lot of fun.
There is something else. But I mean, there's not the potential of a normal summoned Ash Blossom now anymore, because he did just normal summon the Rysart.
He could have special summoned it.
It looked like he just normal summoned it though. Because like it's an effect.
It is an
hand,
effect,
so
I'll grant you, but he could have said.
But there's also Kashtira Burr for the Fenrir now.
It's still quite an aggressive board.
This is such a good field to out the opponent. You can get rid of the Heat Soul, you can attack, or you can just out everything and end on a Rysart.
Exactly.
Just by attacking.
That is true indeed.
Vanish, and then you get a replay, so you can attack with the exactly.
And you get to take out possibly the access code or update jammer from your opponent's extra deck.
Yeah.
This is really strong, not gonna lie.
This is what we call power spells. This is a full turn just of normal spell cards that are just so good that they can tear apart an entire field on their own.
Yeah, so Lorenzo is checking, and of course, Gilead brought two access code talkers, so that would not be the best banish here. Oh, we're reading up on the G Golem there. That's a pretty cool card as well. That has been featured lately. The Crystal Heart in a lot of MathMag player decks. And I think Lorenzo is considering that, but that's not really the card you need there. And I think it's either going to be Update Jammer or maybe Splash Mage, because those are the cards that are scary in that follow-up turn to maybe go for game. So you can't really get the access code talker out of the equation, so I would assume that that's going to be the card. But maybe you're just ending on Unicorn, and then you can also banish the second access code talker?
It's very possible. Are there any side deck, extra deck monsters?
No.
No, okay.
No.
I was going to say, because sometimes you might think that you need to include two copies of a card when you're going second, but you could possibly side out a copy when you're going...
He's going with the access code talker though, so he thinks he may have a way to get rid of that second access code talker too.
One slightly funny thing that I heard somebody mention is normally obviously you kind of arrange your extra deck quite neatly in threes and twos and so on. But if you're playing against Kashtira, you just want it in a random order because you don't want them to be able to easily see your strategies. Oh, there's three of this, there's two of this. You want to make it a little bit harder for them to find.
You got to work with all the tricks. Yeah, you got to take all the tricks you can get.
Not make it so obvious.
So, Are we just going for a Rise Heart here?
I mean, you are under draw and Lockbird, so you can't really...
Oh, but look at that.
Yeah.
So we really are ending on the Unicorn. So we are relying on our deck to also now pick out the second access code talker.
Imagine he went for a Rise Heart. There is a Kaiju, a Cosmic Cyclone, and Parallel Exceeds plus... or Exceed, not Exceeds. Plus the Circular, that is absolutely insane.
Shall I tell you something? The Parallel Exceed is not going to do anything anymore because we already resolved.
Yeah, but it's still one body.
Yeah, it's one body.
I mean, sure, yeah.
It's a very heads-up play from Lorenzo here because a Rise Heart's very powerful, but Unicorn and Fenrir are also very powerful interruptions.
So there comes the Dogoran over the Fenrir. Interesting decision by Gilia to leave that card in going first, but I do get why, because it is a small word bridge most likely. And even in the follow-up turn, just getting rid of that Rise Heart or now that Fenrir works out for sure.
I love leaving up the Unicorn as well as a very powerful interruption, and maybe that's why he banished the one access code talker, because he thought he was going to leave up the Unicorn and have the ability to banish a second.
And now I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here, because we can just search for Equation. We don't have the second Laplation. This is one of the rare occasions where a second Laplation plus Super Factorial would actually be kind of neat.
Oh, it would be excellent, yeah.
Yeah, but there's only one in the extra decks. And also, we can only attack with one monster this turn due to the effect of Mathmech Circular. So we gotta figure out one monster that we want to actually end the game or control the game from here on now.
A play that you could make at this point is go for a Transcode Talker, boost the attack, and or make it with Update Jammer. And then, of course, boost the attack because you are summoning it in the correct zone.
Oh, true, yeah.
And then attack over Unicorn and over the Rise Heart. Set the Cyclone for a possible birth effect. Maybe immediately use it so your opponent can't top deck a normal summon. And the Kaiju would stay on the field then.
Which is a good thing. That's a plus, actually, for sure. I do agree.
Could just attack over the Transcode Talker.
Yeah,
you would have to find a way sometime to get rid of it.
Yeah, if it's bigger than your monsters, it is still a problem.
I mean, the grind game of the Mathmech deck is really not that great, because the usual game plan of this deck is to do enough on turn one to stop your opponent, and then turn two, you're just going for that big swing with Access Code Talker. But that's not going to happen here.
Kashtira really does put pressure on your deck's resources in quite a unique way compared to a lot of other decks, like banishing a couple of cards from your graveyard, banishing a couple of cards from your extra deck. And it's clearly causing a lot of problems for his opponent here.
So it is going to be the Transcode Talker. Yeah, it's pretty much the only monster you can really summon there.
And don't forget to activate the effect of Update Jammer, so you can attack twice.
Is Update Jammer something you have to activate?
It's actually it's mandatory.
Oh, it's mandatory.
I just recently also had that conversation. Actually, Update Jammer is mandatory.
I wasn't sure myself.
But it is summoning back the Update Jammer here.
Update Jammer does have an extra effect while it's in play, but I very rarely see people use it.
That's true. It almost never comes up. But let's get Update Jammer onto the screen, so maybe it does something really cool here. But first of all, I mean, it will not be able to attack here because the effect of Mathmech Circular was used early on, as I stated. And let's see. Oh, is he also going to use the Equation here? We know about the Equation, but it seems like there's nothing else you really want to summon here. And also, you cannot really attack. And looking at your extra deck, you will realize there is really nothing that great anymore. He's reading up on the G Golem Crystal Heart again, but I don't think that card is going to do too much here either.
It's a real puzzle. When just, you know, as I said before, this deck's really efficient. But when, you know, when you break one piece of an efficient deck, like taking both access code talkers out the extra deck, maybe he just wasn't really prepared for this possibility.
I mean, that's why you're playing two, right?
Exactly. You're like, hey, I'm playing two, so I don't get in trouble with that. But here he is. Ooh, okay.
Now
For a second, I thought we are going after the Dogoran, but no.
That is, by the way, a lot of damage because of another effect of the Update Jammer, because if an opponent's monster is destroyed by battle, it's 1000 damage more.
Ooh, that's pretty good then.
So the Transcode Talker buffs itself up to 2800, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, so that would be 13 over the Rise Heart and 300 over the Unicorn, plus another 2. Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, what's happening here? So we did replay that. The Update Jammer was not summoned out. Oh! Was there some card that was a non-Cybers monster being used this turn? Oh, he summoned the Dogoran! And you are only allowed to summon Cybers monsters when you want to use the effect of Transcode. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal here because the Update Jammer didn't do that much anyhow. But still, that's not too great.
The Update Jammer gives attack.
without being co-linked, it doesn't gain any extra attack points.
So basically G Golem Crystal Heart now. We are going for that. That is interesting because I didn't see this one coming in here. And you can target one Earth Link monster in your graveyard. You can just special summon back the Transcode Talker, and then it is co-linked again.
Oh, that is
that's
absolutely the wrong
Crystal
one.
Heart.
Oh, that was the Marince's one.
The first
really
Crystal
sorry.
Heart I thought of, but it was not. And that's the game.
Wow. That is crazy.
Really
So-
heads-up play from Lorenzo there.
Wow. Absolutely fantastic here. I mean, it was really unfortunate that he used the Dogoran and then later on forgot about it, trying to go for the transcode effect. I mean, but it's still very well played from Lorenzo because the obvious play would have been go for a Rise Hard Pass. You have the Banish there, but no, he knew. I can take out one Access Code, and if I leave my Unicorn on the field, I can go for a second one.
Yeah, imagine that Gilead had an Access Code Talker there. I think he could have easily broke the entire board and then also had a Cosmic Cyclone to back it up.
Yeah, it would have been game immediately.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Yeah, really. Do you think this is something you get from experience? Because it's not an obvious thing to do, just to say, I know for a fact that if I'm playing against Mathmech and I banish both their Access Code Talkers, they're not going to be able to beat me.
For sure. And I mean, Lorenzo Muselli definitely is somebody that we saw in the top cuts of recent events. He is really grinding the YCS events, so it's definitely someone you could expect to maybe have that deep run this time because he had a couple of deeper runs lately.
He has been topping everything, and maybe this is finally the event where he pulls through all the way to the finals.
I could definitely see that coming because he is really performing on a super, super high level, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one taking it all down.
And with the best deck and a nicely teched version of it, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, there were some good books, like deck is a good read, so you can actually counter some. I mean, game one, it looked really bad for him at first, but the one Book of Eclipse that he had just won him the game. He gave his opponent 3 cards, and I mean, we're in a format where Runic Fountain is really good, so letting your opponent draw 3 cards is really most of the time not the play, but if you can survive the turn and then just OTK straight up with no effort whatsoever, it's great.
I love the way he just sort of squeezed all of the value out of his Rise Heart, you know, getting to not only banish one of his opponent's monsters, but then also somehow using a Rise Heart, which again,
the
summon the monster back.
Fantastic. So, we have heard from us about this matchup, but Ed, can you ask our winner of the last round what he has to say about this?
Thank you, guys. I am here with Lorenzo, who's just ended up taking that top 32 feature match and has gone straight into the top 16. No stranger to top cuts at these YCS tournaments. You were saying Utrecht and Leon and others. You've top cut quite a lot. So here you are. Are you enjoying the current format with Kashtira and things?
I don't really enjoy the format, but I mean, I like all the playing and go to events, so I went to play. I want to play.
What was it that made you choose the Kashtira deck out of all the... Because we've got quite a lot in this current format. Why did you go with Kashtira?
It has pretty much all the decks, but I think Kashtira is the best one to pick for this event because as just a Rise Hard that many decks has problem with it. So I just picked this for this reason.
It makes sense. We had 41% of the top 64 were using Kashtira, so you're not alone in thinking that it's a good choice for the day. Let's go through the 2 games that you just had. So you got Drolled on the field spell, but you made a Rise Heart and passed, and then the Rise Heart got impermed as well. So there's a lot of difficult things to navigate around that. What's going through your mind when you sort of have to keep going through so many different things?
So game 1, he made Droll. So I know that he's playing mat match, so I think he has also Nibiru in the deck. And then I could have played match extend, but I just Arise Pass because like Circular, he can activate Circular and like this, but he has also Impermanence. But unfortunately, I had Book of Eclipse to end up his turn, and then I drew Ash. Then Baron, and I make a play with the Kashtira Big Bang to summon Unicorn and to finish the game.
You went for the OTK, all very good. And then obviously game 2, there was a little bit of stuttering at the end, which we'll talk about in a moment. But Jalil started really well with a full combo and built a good field, but then you managed to lightning storm the back row and things, and then you had triple tactics talent to force out the negation. Then you attacked over Jalil's monsters, so you were already in a really good life points advantage for a while. And then just at the end, there was the misplay with transcode because of the Kaiju summon, because obviously you had your Fenrir Doggerand, and then that meant that you can't, because I think the effect says that you can only do it when there's Cyburst monsters, but there was one dinosaur monster special effect. So when that was happening, was that quite easy to resolve, or did that complicate things?
No, it was quite easy. The thing is, the game 2, when I took over his field, I managed to banish 2 Hatches code because I leave a unicorn on the field. And then I leave 3 monsters on the field with bird, so a lot of pressure. And then also with the Kaijus, but he admit defeat the next turn.
Absolutely, and it just basically, that was where it all ended, admitted defeat, and there you are, a 2-game win in your top 32 feature match. Very exciting. As you go into the top 16, is there anything that you're worried about going up against? Do you fear the mirror match, for instance, or are you pretty confident with mirror match?
No, I'm pretty confident. I know the mirror match pretty good, and I want to play, and I want to go at the end of the tournament, as always.
Excellent. Well, best of luck to you, Lorenzo. Congratulations on getting this far. I wish you the best of luck through the rest of that top 16. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more coverage coming your way before we get into that top 16 feature match very, very soon.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Welcome back. We're here with even more coverage here at YCS London. So obviously right now, we're into our final round of our Time Wizard March 2005 format. Gentlemen, I expect to see some good, clean dueling from the two of you. Let's have a high roll to see which one of you is going to go first. Obviously, the deck cut there, a necessary part of the process. That's a 6 for Tom. Right, Basti, what are you going to get? Let's see what happens. That's a 1. Okay, so who's going to go first? You're going to get, Tom's going to go first. Okay, which means I'm going to hand you guys over to Nadir, Alberto, and Marcello, who are going to be your coverage for this final. Let's see what happens. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to the final of this incredible commentators tournament. We'll figure out whether Germany will go free for free, although Leo did lose, or whether Tom is gonna represent UK here in London and take it home. To be fair, we had the same exact matchup previously, and Tom dominated completely.
Yeah, I think this deck is such a glass cannon to an extent, but also just has so much explosive power. But sometimes you can kind of just chill, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's on one hand it's super powerful, it has a lot of plays, and on the other side you can just rely on your cards and then just push it, no? So it's...
Absolutely, we saw this scapegoat especially being kind of a double-edged sword. Let's see if it will happen again or whether Seb learned something from the previous match. Our duelists are ready, let's find out who the winner will be.
So coming into this matchup, I think the game plan of Sebastian is probably going to just be survive, or maybe potentially... Oh,
wow.
Okay.
And the start is brutal.
When reasoning comes down, you're off to the races here, and I think Tom is very happy with this. Let's see if he can hit something really... Okay.
Okay,
oh.
Okay.
Good.
Free draw.
Yeah.
Oh, but he has Monster Gate as well.
Gate.
Wow.
All right, we haven't seen the amazing D-Mock combo yet, so we'll see if he can finally hit that today. Here comes that Monster Gate.
Absolutely. Let's. He has double Monster Gate, actually. Wow, what an opening.
If he doesn't hit D-Mock, I'm going to be so disappointed. Oh, no, skipping BLS.
Yes, but he has Monster Incarnation, huh?
Yep.
A lot of spells being mailed here.
Wow. Imagine
Jinzo.
And Jinzo comes down.
Okay, so that is definitely not a card you want to use your second Monster Gate on, but
no.
Jar of Greed set is...
But it's okay, but the setup is insane, because now you have the Monster Gate to get rid of it, Monster Incarnation to get BLS, plus Dimension Fusion. So the setup is there, and it's not easy to get rid of a Jinzo in this format.
I think
Turn one.
I think Seb drew into Tribe already.
Okay, wow, that would be nice.
Yeah. They will deal with that.
And that actually would be really strong, because he gets rid of the monster for the Monster Gate to be used on.
Yeah.
Let's see. And there is the duo. Wow, this could be actually really nice for Seb. Let's see what he gets. That's
a reincarnation.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Very important, especially with the Blackluster Soldier in the graveyard.
The best by far, actually.
Yeah.
Discards that card destruction as well, probably.
Oh, he's gonna take it slow.
Hypothetical question here. If you're going first with this deck and you set Solemn Judgment, your opponent goes bang Reasoning. Do you Judgment? It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, you could. I wouldn't call you crazy if you did.
Treb Infecting Virus Calling Machine finally dealing with the Jinzo. Well, I say finally, that's a breath of relief from Sebastian, because that is one of the most oppressive cards for Go to deal with.
Yeah, this, he get the graceful. He really needed to pick up something good, and he did. Because otherwise he could have completely bricked. So, wow, Solemn Judgment from Seb could come down. It doesn't.
Okay.
I think he whiffed completely. Because it's
no monsters in hand.
Oh, he's getting rid of 2 jars.
No, then he didn't whiff.
Yeah.
What's the last card? It's the only one I can't tell.
Yeah, it's Reasoning, Monster Gate.
Reasoning again, okay. And now here we can see your question. Is this gonna be a Solemn?
But I think I will call A here and just risk it.
Yeah, so you're not too worried about Jinzo.
Yeah.
So
no, Jinzo's gone.
Jinzo's gone. And then if he hits Cycle Crane, you just Judgment the Monster Gate in case.
I agree. And he does get the Crane. Which gets the Scapegoat.
The thing I'm scared of is in this deck, if you hold your Judgment for too long thinking, okay, I'm going to wait for that big bomb Dimension Fusion, like, there's a chance they're going to see Trunade or Heavy Storm before they start going for that, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe Judgment on, Reasoning is just a way to just sort of don't let them get going in a kind of way.
And here it's interesting. Tom could have gone for the Monster Gate, but both he has the read on the Solemn and he has the Scapegoat, so it's obviously much better on the Scapegoat.
Contributing for cost as well with the Monster Gate, wouldn't it, through the Solemn?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a really bad swing of tempo.
But there is a second Solemn top decked by Seb. Nice.
That's really good. That's really good. All right, if he can see something like a Trunade.
Wow.
What is that?
Why?
What is that?
Why didn't he go for the Scapegoat?
Is that what that is?
No, I just meant the end phase Scapegoat into the Monster Gate, yeah.
All right, well, Sebastian's turn here is going to lead with a Spy here. Will he go in attack or defense?
I mean, you must go into attack.
Yeah, he wants to get as much
also
pressure.
because he drew into Tsukuyomi, so...
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, get the third one out of the deck on the next turn after you deal some damage is really, really strong.
And here again, a Scapegoat should come down from Tom at some point.
Do you think you take both attacks and then flip Scapegoat, or do you use them as chump blockers?
I think I just block the attacks.
Yeah,
block the attacks,
you can use it now.
Yeah.
Just thinking, like, you know, maybe you want to keep as many on the field as possible, but sometimes that
Like,
hurts you.
yeah.
It's just depends on, I guess,
I think
long-term situations.
This Solemn might have been nice.
On Scapegoat?
Yeah, because you might have the read that there is a Monster Gate, you know, in hand. And you just want to push the damage, because if you do in 2 to 3 turns, you completely win.
All right,
There's a
true.
grenade.
Yeah.
That's a huge. But there is double Solemn, so here I think
you're forced to activate one.
Yeah. I mean, you're on 1,000, but yeah, how can you not? You gotta just pray, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't activate it,
because the issue is if you don't use it, if you don't use it, even if they just set up a decent monster, you don't do anything with the Solemns.
No.
So, but this might actually help Tom in the long run.
I was just thinking, like, long-term, you know, it's just the life point cost is so... Oh, wow.
This must be Solemn.
Yeah, this must be Solemn.
For sure.
No matter what, yeah.
There are too few targets. I think there is only one Crane and the Dark Magician
Chaos,
left.
yeah.
Oh no, there is actually the Toon Soldier potential. The Toon Cannon, yeah.
Yeah, but I would not risk it. I mean, just...
No, there is no reason. Like, if he does get the Dark Magician,
yeah, it's
you're
over.
done.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah, no. No way. No way!
Rewarded for it!
Wow.
It was the worst possible hit, so...
Yeah, worst possible by far.
He gets rewarded.
Defense? Yeah, because he cannot attack, right? Yeah. Wow, really unfortunate.
Maybe do some damage with
What's
the effects.
last card?
Potentially.
Can't tell.
I can't tell the last card.
All right, so we know that Tsukiyomi is in the hand here, and Spy can get out another Spy if we haven't already drawn it. So you can definitely mount a bit of an offensive here, but, you know, I don't know, what do you think? Do you play around Lightning Vortex? Do you just keep pushing? Like, I think you just keep pushing with this deck, right?
But, like, funny enough, he cannot attack over the Toon Cannon, because it has
How big is it?
1300 defense.
13, wow.
Yeah.
So maybe he needs to tribute summon Thunder Dragon here. Yeah. And honestly, I think it's the correct play.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just gotta deny the presence on the field here. Okay, so no banishing setup from Tom yet. No Chaos monsters have come down here to really get that Dimension Fusion with some good targets. I don't want to say he's had a slow start. He just hasn't seen the right combination of monsters in his hand. It's just been all spells.
Yeah. As mentioned, gonna go for the Thunder Dragon and just push 1200 damage and clear everything. Here, it comes down whether he can pick up one of his Chaos Sorcerers.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's... can we do anything with that?
No, not really. I don't know the last card. I can't tell the last card in end.
Is it like an all-art reincarnation?
That would be
What
amazing. Is it a Toon Table, maybe? I don't know.
So strange. Well, we'll see if it gets activated at some point, and this is desperate plays here, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not stealing a Thunder Dragon. I mean, at least if we could make Colossus, you know, I would agree with this. But
I agree. At the same time, when you get rid of, like, when you see your opponent normal tribute summon a Thunder Dragon, you know they don't have a monster that is able to deal with your Thunder Dragon. So Tom just needs time, and he needs,
yeah, both players just kind of running on fumes here, just waiting for that perfect combination off the top.
Reasoning.
Is that worth activating at this point? Do
he
we have
only
targets?
has-
He's counting.
I think there is only
Last
one
crane.
One crane, and that's it.
So you have to go for... No. He's out of crane as well.
No.
1, 2...
Two cranes.
I think he's out of cranes.
No.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
And yeah, this happens as expected. And yeah, if he's out of everything, I think Tom might be in deep trouble. And Charity is picked up by Seb.
Yeah, so notice that he's not activating this final reasoning because of the reasons you just mentioned. So
yeah,
just nothing left here, really.
No, might be an underwhelming game for Tom compared to the one against Leo.
5,200 life points remaining, and there is a world where even a control deck can put up 52 in this 2005 format.
Yeah.
So let's see how much of a attack we can establish here. Spy goes into attack. Do we have anything else?
I would have not discarded Tsukuyomi though, because he has Dekoichi. Yeah.
Yeah.
You drew into Dekoichi, so I would have not discarded the Tsukuyomi.
And let's see. Premature Burial is a nice top deck, but of course there is still a second Solemn, right? No, he used both, I think.
No, he
used one.
Ah, no, yeah, because he didn't use it on the gate. He didn't use it on the gate.
Yeah, that's how you got rewarded for it. So now if he prems for Jimzo,
Exactly.
it's the dream situation.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, if Tom can maybe find a way to bait out this last Solemn Judgment, Prem on Jinzo is just a win condition by itself.
What is that card?
Is it like one of those spell power cards?
Isn't it the card? Maybe I know. It's the card where you don't pay cost for spells. I think the continues, but then you should have used it now. Might as well save those 800. I might. I don't know. It might be that because that's where you OTK with the cannon and dimension loop. So I think that's the card.
But he didn't use the judgment though.
Maybe he's asking for a target?
I mean, he has Book of Moon, but...
Oh, wow. No, this is just resolving.
Okay, he has Book of Moon.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, I mean...
I don't like letting Jinzo stay on the field.
How do you get rid of Jinzo?
Yeah.
That's the point.
Like, you need to top deck an out with the Dekoichi, and you got rid of the...
Tsukuyomi.
Goes south as well.
That's good.
MSD. Yeah, I don't know. Seb is really trying his best not to win this one. To give us a show. Wow, and it's another Solemn, which is actually really good.
Yeah, Solemn Judgment, the summon of Jinzo, I suppose is what you would have to do here.
Wow.
Start Goblin.
Let's see, really looking for that Chaos Sorcerer or Black Cluster Soldier. Let's see.
Big fan of
He does pick it up, wow. And this is, if he has the targets for it, this is just a game.
Yeah, I think he should. He has Spy and one Thunder Dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great top deck, and it seems like it will be Seb who wins this finals.
I'm a Banish a Light in the Dark, attack over, and there it is.
There it is. Well played, but it's Seb who... It is Seb who wins this match, and he's the champion. So Germany going 3-4-3. Seems unstoppable, and congratulations to both. They played a really intricate game, I feel like.
In a very risky fashion, right?
Yeah.
Like he took some risks there.
No, but because like if you don't activate the Judgment on the Reasoning Gate and then he gets the Dark Magician of Chaos,
you lose.
Then you lose.
You lose the game on the
100%.
spot. And even here, if you don't negate the Jinzo and you don't top deck something for the Jinzo, you just lost. So yeah, it's definitely took some risk, dodged some bullets, but he's here and. I mean, congratulations to Seb. As mentioned, this was the end for the March 2005 Time Wizard Tournament. And now Germany is not allowed in the last, so it will not go 4-4-4. The last tournament we will be playing later on will be on April 2010, and it will be us Italians competing again against you and Tom. We'll see who will be crowned champion, but before we do more, we have our winner, Seb, ready for this interview with Ed.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am joined by the two finalists. Obviously, our winner, Seb. Congratulations, mate. Very well played. But, Tom, let's come to you first. Talk to us a little bit about that round. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm okay. You know, it's a high-rolly deck. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Obviously, everyone saw the, you know, you play Reasoning. Sometimes you hit it. Sometimes you hit Toon Cannon Soldier. Sometimes you hit Dark Magician of Chaos. You know, it is what it is.
Well, commiserations to you on not quite taking home that Time Wizard 05 format, but we come to you, the second of our Germans to win this. How are you feeling, Basti?
Absolutely amazing. Probably at least top 3 moments of my life.
Top 3 moments of your life. It's a nice low bar for entry there. But that's what you want to hear, that winning one of these commentator tournaments is a top moment of your life. Like we said, we still have one more tournament left for you guys to see between us commentators, and that is going to be the 2010 Time Wizard format. Slightly different, but still a fun one for us to play through. Congratulations again, Basti. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got even more feature matches and more of this coverage coming your way.
Bonjour duelists, I am here with Ryan Jabri, one of the best French players, one of the best players in Europe that we are having, and he is of course still in top 16. So Ryan, how do you feel today?
I'm feeling good, yeah.
Yeah, of course you're feeling good, you made it this far into the tournament. You have won one YCS, but you have also topped so many others. Do you can you recollect how many YCS you've topped so far?
Not a lot. I top it 3 times with my win. Yeah.
Any Euros?
Yeah, 1 time.
So only 4 tops, as if this was not more than I top. But what decks did you play then?
I play Kashira.
And in the other YCS you've topped, and of course the one you won. I mean, I know, but
at the Europe, I played Sprite Brave, and last time in Milan, I played Sky Striker Orcust.
Sky Striker Orcus is also one of my favorite decks of all time. I gotta say, it was a pretty beautiful deck. But you chose Kashtira for this tournament. I think at this point everybody knows. Why did you think that Kashtira is the perfect deck to bring? Because there are some other decks in competition right now.
I don't know if it's the perfect deck to win, but I think it's the best like for a lot of rounds. Like it's very consistent as you have just 1 card combo and it's good, yeah.
Are you afraid of any card? Like maybe Nibiru? Is Nibiru a problem card for you at the moment?
Yeah, Nibiru and a lot of the trap there for the level 5. I don't know the name in English, but you have a lot of card to be afraid, but we're gonna see.
Oh, you mean the Super Agent Organism?
I don't know if this one, I think is a graveyard something with the... They said the level 5 can be activate the effect, they are in defense. I don't know the name in English. In French it's a cimetière des grands créatures, mais in English I don't know.
Yeah, that one, of course. We all know what that card is. So, do you think you have the guts to take it down today? Do you think you're going to be a 2-time YCS champion?
I don't know, we're gonna say I don't know.
All right, so very humble here, but of course Ryan Jabri is one of the best players we have in Europe, maybe even the world. But for now, I'm going to kick it over to the caster's desk back again, where Ed is sitting with our Italian commentators.
Thank you very much, Leo. Always nice to have an interview between these rounds with some of our top cut, and now we're in the top 16. That's always a very exciting time. Boys, are we enjoying the tournament so far? Are we feeling excited about this top 16?
Yeah, kind of really looking forward to them. Honestly, there are so many decks, different decks, and Ryan seems confident, but also, yeah, we have also another friend here talking with Leo. We will soon see that is
Yes.
quite familiar to us, which is Samir Bashir, former European champion as well, and. Yeah, it's been an exciting weekend, and
it's true. There's a lot of very, very interesting things, and actually there's some questions that I haven't managed to ask you guys that a lot of people have been asking. So I want to make sure I throw them to you.
Sure.
What's your guys' pick to win the event? So out of 2 sort of questions, what's one you would like to win, and then what's one you think is going to win? Marcello, why don't you start?
Okay, so we had our usual friendly bet, and I decided to pick the deck I thought had the least chance maybe out of those to win, which was Labyrinth, and it's still in contention, so it's still among the decks remaining at the event. The deck I want to win, though, after seeing Dinkabu in action, is any Furier variants. We have 2 remaining, so I'm excited to see more of that.
We still have 2 remaining in the top 16. Well, we might see more of those Fur Hires very, very soon then. And what about yourself?
Yeah, my pick for the tournament was the Despia, but still, I might have bet all of them.
Going
honestly,
that well.
top 16.
Not going that well.
Well,
I have to check.
I suppose we'll see, though. Anything could happen in this top 16, and I'm excited to see what that's going to be a part of. But we are now going to quickly throw you back over to Leo, who is ready with one more interview, and then we'll come back for a little quiz. Leo, what's happening over there?
Thank you, Ed. I have found another French powerhouse somewhere in the venue. It's Samir Bashar, and he is also still in top 16. So 2 French players already. Samir, how are you feeling today?
Honestly, good feeling because classic. I didn't go to the London on decision 2 days before. I go to London 8 hours yesterday.
Well, that is a pretty quick decision, and good that you made it here, because honestly, the top 16 is fantastic already. What deck are you playing? I mean, Ryan played the Kashtira one. Are you playing the same?
Yes, no, I'm not playing the same deck of Ryan. Me playing Sprite, because I didn't play test for the rest of members of my team for this event because I didn't go on the last just a good feeling for Sprite this format.
So are you playing anything else in Sprite? Are you playing Runics or are you playing the Melfi variant?
The Melfi, of course. The Melfi, Runic, not battle phase.
Okay, so you know Samir really likes his battle phase. He really wants to attack. So what's that you like the most about the Melfi variant?
Can you repeat, sorry?
What's the thing you like the most about the Melfi variant?
If I playing other of Melfi variant? Oh, okay. Me choose to playing Toddler Wasso, Montcashira, for all the same in Sprite deck. Whole engine for the same deck.
Oh well, fair enough. So, do you think you can actually win the? Do you think that you can win the entire tournament this time? Because you have been European champion, you have been European runner-up, but have you won a YCS so far?
Honestly, I'm much happy if I won YCS. I won Europe one time, final one time, and never won YCS. And please, one YCS.
So, I honestly, after this interview, I have to root for you. You're going to be my champion now, Samir. So, I think that we have the top 32 deck breakdown over there. So why don't we kick it over back to Ed and our Italian casters?
Thank you very much, Leo and Samir. That was a heck of an interview. I really like the energy. That was an excited gentleman who was very happy to be here, only deciding 8 hours before.
Exactly.
That's a very last-minute decision, but to make it into the top 16.
Amazing,
very
good
impressive.
Yep.
Very good. So I've just been told that we have the top 32 bracket, so that'll be able to see exactly what's going on with this top 32, which is quite exciting because we can see where we're moving through as we go into the top 16, top 8, top 4, and then obviously into that final. So once we get that graphic up on screen, you guys will be able to see exactly what's going on. Why don't you take us through this, Marcello?
Yeah, so we can see already some amazing names, but a lot of those really well-known players have also been kicked out, such as Daniele Stella losing to Marvin, but Dinka Bui, as mentioned, has that few higher deck all the way up to top 16 and is going to be up against Marvin. On the other side, though, Joshua Smith, another top name, has been also kicked out of the top 32, and his opponent will play against an Italian well-known players in Flavio Palumbo, although very young, but also with a top 4 finish at a large event. But if we move to the other side again, Vincenzo Rofino, YCS Dortmund champion, with another shot yet again at a second YCS in the same season, which would be a first for Yu-Gi-Oh! In Europe. But again, Patrick Hoffman, another of those players who have been playing for a while. But Giuseppe Frosi, Italian player with Labyrinth, so one of my picks as well that I would like to see in action. And moving on, we have the man, the myth, the legend. We just saw Samir Bashar, who is able not to cheer for him, honestly. Brings so much joy and energy whenever he's interviewed. And we are going to have a huge clash again with Ryan Jabri against Lorenzo Muselli, another of those players who has been super consistent throughout the whole season. And finally, in the last tables, we have Anchi, which was one of our future matches yesterday. And what a clash in the last match between Dinkan Pham and Lorenzo Santoni. Both players are phenomenal. Lorenzo, one of our bounty duelists, YCS champion, and Dinkan just had a huge finish in Lyon. Maybe this time he makes it even better and wins it all out. Great matches remaining.
Really exciting to see this top 16, and actually we've just been told that we have our feature match for top 16, so we can confirm it's going to be Patrick Hoffman versus Giuseppe Frosi, so that's going to be pretty exciting. So our players are currently being fetched, which means we'll very soon be bringing you even more feature match coverage here at the 250th YCS in London. I'm excited to see this. We know what the decks are, but are we excited to see that matchup? Don't want to say, just in case people are watching.
Yeah, I mean, I did already spoil it when I was going from the top that I wanted to see Giuseppe in action. He was the player who was after yesterday, 9-0. So it was one of those crashing through day one, and he managed to make it all the way to the top 64, and now he's in top 16. I gotta say, between the two, he is the one with the least experience. Patrick Hoffman, very accomplished player, has been playing pretty much as long as us, all the way, and still is in the top 16 nowadays. But one of those players who has been missing the crucial win, so maybe it is this time now, but he's up against one of those really annoying decks. So I'm definitely excited to see this one. We won't be doing, obviously, the commentary. It's going to be Leo and Seb once again. But I can tell you I'm going to take a seat in the front row, but I don't think there is any available yet.
No,
We
it's
gathered
packed.
a huge crowd watching already of our players. So it's going to be an hell of a show.
It certainly is, and it's going to be exciting. We obviously were saying just before this that we were going to do a quiz, but sounds like we're going to have to wait until after the top 16, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
And then we'll get into that battle arena. We'll do our own battle, our own duel over here to see exactly who's going to come out on top in terms of trivia. But before then, the reason we're all here is these top 16s. Don't go anywhere. That top 16 feature match is coming right up.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of YCS London. I'm here for another deck profile with Adam. So Adam, how are you doing this weekend?
I've been having a lot of fun in the side events, just playing my deck, 60 card dinos.
Sure, and where are you from?
London.
Easy to travel then?
Something like that, yeah. We all came from West London, Dartsphere Games.
Is this your first YCS?
No, not at all. Been to all the London ones in the last few years before the pandemic hit.
And you've been enjoying those, I take it?
Some I've done better than others. But yeah, it's always a good time. It's always a great time.
So what deck did you say you were taking?
60 card dinos.
Do you want to tell us about some of the key cards you're running?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm basically running 60 cards because there are so many decks in the format that it feels like you run any number of hand traps and just to counter everything in the game. So I figured if that's the case, you may as well run Small World to make advantage of those hand traps to turn them into extra extenders in the deck. So I'm able to run things like Cyframe Lander, Cyframe Lord Omega, and Cyframe Gamma to to help search the gamma from the deck, thanks to cards like that. And it's all viable thanks to cards like the Scrap Golem, Scrap Engine, and the amount of things you can just get out of dinos when you've raised the ceiling for it is insane. Of course, it can be choked out pretty easily, but it's a really fun deck to play. Being able to turn a Nibiru into an Immadorned Archosaur or any dinosaur in the deck is also really good. Just being able to search things like Miscellaneousaurus.
Are there any monsters that you can't search with Small World?
Are there any monsters I can't search with Small World? I think I can search almost every card in the deck. I think there's always a way to search up a Small World. I haven't experimented enough, to be honest, Les.
So you say you're running scraps and dinos?
Yes.
So what are the new scrap cards?
The cards I'm running are Scrap Raptor, Scrap Chimera, and because it's a rock-type monster and can search Nibiru, Scrap Golem as well. And because Scrap Raptor is a level 4 tuner, you can use it to summon Cyframe Lord Omega, and then link into Cyframe Lambda, so you're able to search Gamma from the deck.
Great. What other cards are you running?
I'm running cards like Set Rotation, so I can turn off cards like Runic Fountain while being able to search cards like Lost World, so I can shut off cards like Evenly Matched, Infinite Impermanence, or the cards that can destroy my deck.
Yeah, Lost World is a very cool card because you can give your opponent a token.
Yeah, you can give them a token and then you can back it up with a Rivalry of Warlords so they can't play the next turn.
That sounds like a very fun strategy.
That's one way of describing it, yeah. So I feel like every deck has a way of making it very difficult for your opponent to play, and I feel with a 60-card deck, you've got to use as many of those ways as possible.
So how do you feel about your chances this weekend?
I am dreading it, to be honest, but I'm looking forward to having some good games at least.
All right, well, I hope you have a fun weekend. Thanks a lot for doing the deck profile with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you for the next feature match.
Welcome back to the coverage of the 250th YCS here in London. And Leonard, I think it's time to talk about the meta game a little bit. Let's have a little bit of an overview, a little bit of a breakdown. Let's check out what are the different decks right now, because honestly, there are quite many decks that are really viable right now in the moment.
Yeah, starting off, we have Kashtira, a deck that we have seen in the previous European YCS Lyon as well in the top 4.
Sure. Yeah.
strong deck, really strong deck. I think the top contender.
I would say so too. I expect this deck to be the most represented here over the weekend. I know a lot of top players are actually on it. It has been pretty successful in Peru, for example. Oh no, it was Lima, but in the South American
You have
YCS,
been successful with it.
I also won a regional with it, not gonna flex, but yeah, that's a really good deck for sure. And a lot of players are going to use it this weekend indeed. But there are many more contenders. And honestly, one of them wasn't really one to be expected because at the beginning of the format, not a lot of players were on that Sprite deck. But
I was on it.
You were on it, and a couple of other people were as well, and it's starting to add up. A lot of people are actually having success at regionals with Sprite at the moment, but not with any kind of Sprite deck. There's that little bit of extra sparkle that is being added on right now.
We are playing the Melfis in Sprite right now, and it is a little bit of a small engine. We have 2 main deck monsters and 2 extra deck monsters for the most part, but those cards are crazy. Just like Melfi of the Forest, take 2 level 2 monsters of any kind,
Easy peasy and Sprite.
search out Catty, and Catty is absolutely insane. Special summons itself out in the end phase, and then searches a Penny in the next turn, quick synchro summon, everything. This card is so good, gives you access to Herald of the Arclight or to Marry Melfis, which is a bounce on the opposing turn.
You could tell that you love the Sprite deck. You're really a big fan, so I think it could as well be your pick for the event, right? You're really hyped about the deck. I can definitely see it coming into the finals, or at least deep in the top cut for sure. And then also there are 2 other variants of the Sprite deck, which are a little bit less popular, but also still very strong. First up, there's the Live Twin Evil Sprite version, which is also really good. Sometimes it's even being paired with the Runic engine as well, throwing more and more engines into the deck. And also, let's not disregard the winner of the South American YCS we had, because Adventure Sprite also still is a thing, and they won a YCS recently, so we might as well see this deck taking it all down this weekend.
Yeah, Adventure Engine has some ups and downs, of course. Sometimes you can brick a little bit, you can draw cards that you really want to search out of your deck, so the draws are not that good sometimes, but if you just start Rite of Aramesia, it's absolutely massive. It is really, really good.
You know what is really amazing to start with as well? Mathmech Circular, because this is also a deck that is coming back into the meta game a lot currently. In the Ishizu Tielemans format we had, it wasn't that popular because there were Mudora, Keldor really making that deck struggle, but now Mathmech is really on Steam. We have seen winning Mathmech decks at regionals back and forth over all Europe, and therefore this deck, for me personally, is a really hot contender this weekend.
Bystials are kind of strong against it as well. You can chain them to Super Factorial, which is really strong. You can also try to stop the combo by chaining them onto Sigma, but I wouldn't recommend that. If there's one more extender, then basically the entire combo still works. But
Bystials are also not that popular at the moment, so it's really good times for Mathmech overall. And honestly, it's even more represented than another deck that a lot of people expect to be super, super good in this format. But Branded still is a top contender, but it will be interesting to see how this deck is performing this weekend. I know you talked to a really passionate Branded player earlier on, and what do you think? Is Branded like the deck that can take it down all this weekend here?
If you have a good day with Branded, it is the absolute best deck in the format. The deck has one issue, and that is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Which is everywhere.
Yeah, that is the problem, because sometimes when your deck has one issue card, then you might meet it in the side deck of another player. But having a card in every main deck that might shut down your entire turn just by its own, that's a really tough choice.
Will be interesting to see how the Branded players are going to do this weekend. I can tell you there are still plenty of Branded players. I mean, we have plenty of players overall, so still a lot of Branded players as well. Next up, very contrarian, we actually have multiple trap-based strategies in this format as well. And both of them are really good, and I can definitely see both of them top this weekend as well. Let's start off with Labyrinth.
Labyrinth is really powerful. You can run multiple floodgates if you want to. You have so many interactions. You have a decent going second. And also you can just run evenly in the main deck. And what's even stronger, it's Ra Sphere mode. The card is absolutely super powerful. It breaks basically every board if you don't play around it. Kashtira players will probably try to just end on a Rise Heart, which is not the best board after all. It can take apart an entire Sprite board easily. And it's really hard to recover from that. So the deck is really strong. Also, if it starts, it's crazy.
Honestly, like going second when no deck is really putting out negates, it's just super good to set 5 because you are going to break the opponent's board with all of your trap cards very easily. So I think that is definitely a contender. And the other deck that is really starting to get popular with these of the structure deck is Trap Tricks.
Welcome back to even more coverage here, the 250th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from London. We're now into our top 16 feature match. We're heading towards that final, and both of these duelists are going to be trying to see if they can make their way into the top 8 cut. Before then, got to see exactly what happens here. The hands are being rubbed together. They both want this very much. So in front of me, I have Patrick Hoffman and Giuseppe Frosi. And it's going to be exactly what we want to see to try and find out who's getting to that top cut. Gentlemen, can we do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first? 2 dice. A gentlemanly, sportsman-like approach to rolling dice. That's a 9. And that is a 7. You're going to go first? Okay, Patrick is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to be your wonderful commentators for our top 16 feature match. Take it away.
Thank you, Templar. So, we are here for the top 16 round, and we have one kind of familiar face there. Patrick Hoffman has been a fantastic player in the recent years. Oh, maybe not too recently, he wasn't that successful, but I remember when this guy was on Paleozoics, it was absolutely crazy. You did not want to face him.
Absolutely. And I mean, still recently, he's always a face very well known at the YCS circuit. Every YCS you travel to, you will always see Patrick and he will smile at you. So I really enjoy always meeting Patrick. And I'm happy for him to have success here at this event, particularly. So definitely a hot contender for the tournament, I would say. And he's definitely also bringing a pretty hot deck to the table. But I think the players are already shuffled up. So let's see in action what deck he's bringing. Let's go into top 16 of the 250 YCS in London. Let's start it.
A pretty hot deck indeed. Patrick Hoffman on Kashtira with quite a few Pyros, or Fire-type monsters. Fire attribute.
Aren't they all Psychics?
I'll get there.
Well, the main deck monsters, Psychics, and the extra deck monsters...
But I mean, Rysart is a warrior.
Yep.
Oh.
And he's also Fire attribute.
At least that. I will give you that, of course. And we are starting it off with the one-off, with the Terraforming to catch the also powerful field spell, the Pressure Planet
That is
Breaks
a beautiful Terraforming.
Oh, yeah, it is.
And it terras really well.
It does. It does. It probably makes much nicer gardens or whatever you're turning into your planet, into than other field spells.
And we haven't. Did we pick up something from the terraforming?
Have we missed the field spell part of the adding the unicorn?
Did Patrick just immediately search for unicorn?
Just one step ahead of himself. Or maybe he just had the unicorn in his hand already.
Possible. I haven't seen the.
But why would you give that information away first then? That seems kind of odd to me.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that. It did seem like if you already have the unicorn, it might be nice to play the unicorn first, and that way you play around draw a bit better.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking, for sure. But there's also a possibility that Patrick knows what he's up against, because Giuseppe probably wasn't too happy about the loss of the die roll, because he is on the trap deck of the format. He is on Labyrinth, and therefore going second here is not going to be the best situation for him ever.
There we have the field spell.
There we do.
There it is.
I mean, to me, like, Kashtira is quite good going first, and is also quite good at going second compared to a lot of other decks.
Certainly is.
Labyrinth, I feel like, is a lot better if it goes first.
Yep.
So you're always upset to lose the dice roll if you're playing Labyrinth.
So there comes Kashtira Birth.
Oh! That is huge.
Oh yeah, allowing us to normal summon the Ogre. And Ogre will be able to catch us Kashtira preparations from our deck. There it is. And of course, this is a good card in the grind game to special summon out Kashtira monsters from your banished pile. But also, it has an additional effect, as all the Kashtira cards do have. So on the result of the activation on the effect of a trap card, note that because we're playing versus Labyrinth, and there's going to be a lot of trap cards, you could just look at the opponent's hand and banish one card from it face down.
So quite a conservative opening turn for Patrick there. He had a lot of Kashtira cards going. You can see he's not used the special summon effect of Birth. He could possibly have extended a lot more, but has decided to go for the more cautious approach.
Yeah, but Labyrinth players used to play Lava Golem or Ra Sphere mode, and this is a really good approach to counter that deck choice. I don't know if there are any in Giuseppe's deck. Maybe not.
Not really, no. That's true.
I think Lava Golem, it doesn't matter. If you do like sort of full combo against Lava Golem, your opponent has to sort of make a choice because you've got enough monsters that I think Sphere mode would be really bad against sort of full combo, zone lock kind of style.
But I mean, that's a bold approach by Giuseppe because he's actually not having any answers to the full zone lock in his main deck at all. That is really, really interesting of a decision. But we now see the Pot of Prosperity for 6, and that's such a good interaction with the Rysart already face up on the field, because that will mean we can attach one of those face-down cards that have been banished from our extra deck by Prosperity, and I would assume that's either going to be one of the Elder Entity Antis, or it's going to be...
Oh, Infinitrack Goliath?
Of course, or Gururaev. Oh, was it?
Yeah,
no,
this is Infinitrack Fortress.
Yeah,
okay, but Garura is also an option. He's actually playing 2 copies of it. No, he's playing 1.
No, I was actually looking at the Labyrinth list at that moment. But yeah, both of them are playing Antis, and it makes sense that Giuseppe is playing more of that than Patrick is. But he is also playing all 3 options. He's playing the Antis, he's playing the Garura, and the Goliath too. And look, that's very heads up by Patrick, because sometimes people will have the preparations set down for a while, but versus a trap deck, why not activate it immediately to get value out of that second effect?
I'm interested in that because if your opponent has impermanence, they could just chain it anyway, so you wouldn't then get to use the effect of preparations. And if your opponent has evenly matched, you're also not going to be able to resolve the effect of preparations. So what do you think that the point of that is?
I mean, just get it out. Let's just let's have it on the field.
I was just thinking against something like Runic Destruction, you don't want to show which one the preparations is because your opponent has more information about what to target.
Why would you not get the effect when you activate when the opponent activates evenly matched?
Because preparations has to be has to be resolved by the time the other trap card activates.
And there still needs to be a Kashtira monster on the field, yeah.
Oh, so evenly matched, yeah. So you wouldn't you'd either not have a Kashtira monster or you wouldn't have preparations.
I mean, the Kashtira monster would come from the preparations at some point.
But if evenly matched resolves, then you only have 1 card, and it can't be a Kashtira monster and a preparation.
Yeah, yeah. After evenly matched, there's only going to be 1 card left.
I understand.
So look at that. We have duality, and we are revealing double Pot of Prosperity and Terrors from the Underroot, and we are picking the Prosperity to try again, getting a good card from our deck here.
And the Rysart is just going to attach all of those good cards.
Yeah, it gets so much fuel in situations like this when your opponent goes duality, Prosperity, and once Patrick's used Prosperity, he's now got all of these targets in his extra deck to sort of, it's not like equipping, but it almost feels like equipping. You know, it's powering up the Rysart with extra powers.
And shall I tell you something? I have found out why Patrick Hoffmann did not even consider to go into the zone lock combo. There's a very easy explanation, because he's actually only running 1 Kashtira Shangri-Ira and therefore cannot even go for the full zone lock, which is a very interesting decision there in his extra deck.
Yeah, that's very committal, because I feel like it's nice to have that as your plan A, is to activate a Rysart and play around Nibiru. But some hands, if you just draw like a pile of Kashtira cards and no other defensive cards, then it feels quite weak, perhaps, just to end on a Rysart.
True, true. Absolutely. So we did pick up the skill drain there with the Pot of Prosperity. So probably the plan here is going to be to set as many cards as possible and then hope that the Rysart is not going to hit the skill drain in the end phase.
Do we think Patrick's going for a record of most materials on an XYZ monster in a feature match?
Oh, in a featured match, okay, because
not
if he's for the overall record, I think he's still far behind, because I've seen some big Rysarts lately.
But this on the stream, I think this is quite impressive.
Yeah, for sure. So we're definitely not going to detach the materials that we attached from the extra deck. So no Goliath, no Garura, no Antis. And I mean, the Goliath in this matchup is really good because it makes it available. It makes it good versus the. Oh, we're not going to see whether it was the good one. Yeah, I was about to mention the Dogmatic Punishment.
I was running through the traps in my head. I was like, doesn't work against Compulsory, it doesn't work against Terrors, but it does work very well against Dogmatic Punishment.
Which is a free of in the deck of Giuseppe here.
And having 1 extra way to not be destroyed could make all the difference.
Dogmatic Punishment is such an insane trap card. It's basically able to destroy 2 monsters most of the time if you're sending Antis. However, the downside is that you're actually playing into the triple tactic cards most of the time.
Yeah, and look at that now. Kashtira Preparations is a threat already due to that second effect versus trap cards. But now we can also, of course, after banishing Bifenrir, get it back with the preparation. So the grind game is so good. He's in a really good spot here, Patrick is in the driver's seat, I want to say.
We could see quite a niche interaction going on between the preparations and the Lord of the Heavenly Prison in Giuseppe's hand.
if you think about what's going to happen if Giuseppe uses a trap card, then Patrick would have to activate his trigger effect first as turn player.
Yeah,
and
true.
then,
Absolutely.
And then the Heavenly Prison be chained.
So there comes big welcome Labyrinth. Then we have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on top of all of that. Patrick really with a strong hand here, having an additional card to interact with his opponent. That is so huge.
He actually added this card off of Pot of Prosperity after his combo in the first turn.
You're right. That was known.
That is something that Giuseppe should be prepared for.
It's a really nice feeling to have have your Kashtira set up and then activate Pot of Prosperity to search for some interaction with your opponent.
So we are going to search for the Kashtira Unicorn.
Always a good one.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still Kashtira Birth on the field. That means we will be able to just normal summon that out.
So interestingly, neither player electing to use any of their sort of trap trigger effects, right? Because Giuseppe could have used Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Patrick could have used Kashtira Preparations, right?
Oh, I think you should have just used Kashtira Preparations, because that would have been an easy one. But wait, we still did resolve that chain. So I think, yeah, now would be the trigger timing for Kashtira Preparations.
Well, yeah, technically he's already resolved everything, right? Because once you attach, that would always be chain link 1. But, I mean, you could sort of do a shortcut and attach it as you say you're activating.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's sort of very technically, you have to, that's always going to be the last thing to happen.
So we are searching now for Kashtira Theosis.
And Patrick knows about the skill drain face down. He doesn't know if he's already banished it.
True.
An interesting thing he could do, actually, is just attach the trap that he banished, just to see what it is.
That is actually a very good point. I think this is something you should do.
Honestly, some people don't really pay attention to that, because you really have to be aware which card is banished where. And you got to tell at every point what is the card we just banished, when was banished what, and therefore you got to really pay attention to that. And that is definitely, hopefully, something Patrick is doing.
Yeah, if you attach the wrong card, you might put something in your opponent's graveyard that they want there. And
there comes Theosis onto the Unicorn. I think Scarecrow Kashtira could be a card we're summoning out here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to summon it in defense position, but we're going for the Rise Heart, the little one. And I don't think that there is a target for Theosis to add.
I was thinking about that myself. You might be right. I can't see any face-up, but there have been a lot banished throughout the course of the game.
I think there could still be one, to be honest. Because he banished 3 with a Rise Heart early on.
But I mean, he attached those.
Yeah,
he's been attaching things, summoning them with Preparation, summoning them with Birth. He could
Fair enough, yeah. But now we are banishing again with the Rise Heart.
And we are banishing a Fenrir as well, banishing 3 cards face down from the opposing side. So a Rise Heart is going to attach more and more and more cards.
And the more it attaches, it does become a lot more threatening. And if you make a Zeus with it, that's a lot of fun. I mean, he probably won't in this matchup, but it's so much fun to have a Zeus with like 12 triggers.
Oh, we are attaching a Zeus.
We're attaching a Zeus. That's the wrong way around. Patrick is supposed with the Zinner.
That is a pretty funny interaction.
Hey, he just showed his opponent that he doesn't have access to Zeus anymore. I mean, that is kind of valuable information, but I guess at this point, Patrick doesn't really want to go for a Zeus anymore.
Shall I tell you something? The extra deck of Patrick has many surprises, as he's actually on 3 copies of Zeus, and therefore still has access to that.
I was going to say, I would assume it's kind of normal to run at least 2 copies, because if it's really important going
but
second.
3 is very special. I haven't seen 3, to be honest.
I agree.
But I think this is... Oh, okay, we're attacking with the Unicorn, so that is, again, banishing something.
I think...
Oh, no, yeah, now we're attacking with the Fenrir again.
He's going to have to respond to this attack, right? Because otherwise Patrick does have... He is representing 8,000 damage.
Skill drain. Do we
Skill drain?
I mean, you kind of want to chain to that, right? The question is, do you chain to the other face-down card, or you try to chain to the skill drain?
You know what's kind of funny? You don't really need to chain, because there is Enters underneath your...
that is true.
A Rise Heart, so you could actually trigger the Enters by using the effect after the skill drain is resolved.
That's also possible.
But I think we are just chaining right here, right now. But do we go after the skill drain, or do we go after the other card, maybe? We do go after the skill drain.
I like going after the skill drain, yeah, just as a sort of insurance. If the game goes longer, the skill drain is going to cause a lot of problems.
So we are debating on if the attack was declared already?
No, I think the attack was declared. I think they're just to that thing I mentioned earlier about preparations and Lord of the Heavenly Prison and ordering the chain links. So by my understanding, preparation should have to be chain link 1 because Patrick's the turn player.
Or chain link 2 because of the Arise Heart, but
chain link 2 after the Arise Heart, and then chain link 3 will be the Lord of the Heavenly Prison, which will be in play before it could be banished by the preparations.
So we are setting Trap Trick. but that is not a card we can use this turn. So, and now unresolved, I would think that Kashtira Fenrir will activate its effect to ban.
Banish the Ariana.
Banished the Ariana already.
Oh.
So we actually prevented the OTK here on Giuseppe's side. So I wonder if there was something that Patrick could have done that could have prevented the OTK, but I don't think so, because the Lord of the Heavenly Prison is pretty big.
Yeah, prevented the preventing of the OTK. He can still attack over the Lord of the Heavenly Prison because his Arise Heart is being boosted by the Pressured Planet.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, we also haven't used the special summon effect of Kashtira Preparations yet. So we could get another monster onto the... and there is enemy controller as well. That is pretty strong in that situation too.
So
and now we're packing up Patrick Hoffman with the enemy controller against the trap-heavy deck. This is not how you usually see those games end, but enemy controller, since the day it came out in a very old Ancient Sanctuary, I think, it is used to end games in the battle phase as the quick play spell that it is.
I love seeing like these old quick play spells, Book of Moon, Forbidden Lance, Enemy Controller, all coming out of the woodwork with
Forbidden
Kashtira.
Chalice, and like all of those are being featured in the list of Patrick even, because he's running the books, he's running the enemies, he's running the Forbidden Chalice. I think lately Forbidden Chalice has been falling out of popularity a little bit. At first I thought that's a really good thing to feature in your deck because it looked a little bit better than Infinite Impermanence at some point to me, because I expected a lot of trap tricks to be around in the meta game, and Sarah is unaffected by the Infinite Impermanence, but you could still deal with it with the Forbidden Chalice on your turn. But I think overall trap tricks wasn't as successful as we expected it to be, so it's not in the tournament anymore, and the choice of running Forbidden Chalice is maybe not that great anymore.
I'd be interested, because that's something to me I've never really understood as to what the advantage of Forbidden Chalice is compared to Infinite Impermanence, which you can use on your opponent's turn. It seems like a really big advantage, so I wonder what the sort of comparative upside of Forbidden Chalice is in Patrick's mind. That'd be something interesting to ask him if he wins the match.
For sure, definitely. That would be something we could ask him. And I think that one thing is the Trap Tricks matchup, but probably that wasn't his main concern preparing for this tournament.
To be fair, the Trap Trick matchup is really hard for Kashtira, because once there is a Floodgate trap hole, setting your Unicorn face down,
it has always been a problem. It has always been a problem. But let's see how Giuseppe can power up his already powerful going first deck here with cards from a side deck. And one card is very obvious to me, two even. One is the Imperial Iron Wall that is in there as a one-off, which is just pretty much preventing all of the Kashtira effects from going off, at least the banish effects. And then also there's Eradicator Epidemic Virus. And we know, and we have just said it, that there are so many quick play spells in the deck of Patrick, so there might be a lot of cards that could get hit by that virus.
Quick play spells are actually still okay-ish. However, if you're looking at the scenarios in which Eradicator can be activated, I don't think that there's going to be too much play for them. Also, I think you're rather going to side them out, right? I
That's
mean,
what I
Chalice
thought.
is not really that strong, and also especially the enemy controller. I mean, it got you game in this last game, but it's not the ideal card here.
I feel like he could have probably, if he hadn't had the enemy controller, he probably would have been able to close out the game on the next couple of turns.
Certainly, yeah. It looked really, really good for him, I will agree. And also like Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, all of those don't seem to be designed to beat the Labyrinth matchup, so therefore he might as well just be siding out of his spell cards. The question is, what is he bringing in for that? And if I'm looking correctly here, I see one Evenly Matched, one Feather Duster. That sounds a lot better. And also we see triple Tactics Thrust. So I think Giuseppe will have to be careful here with his monster effects, because those one-offs can be fetched out from the deck.
Don't forget the Lightning Storm we're also seeing.
Exactly, we could grab that too.
I mean, those are pretty good Eradicator hits for Giuseppe on the other side, but the players seem to be ready, so we can actually just go ahead and see what they sided in. I'm just very curious about this matter. What is your opinion on the Triple Tactic Thrust package for this event?
How many copies?
I mean, 2 or 3 and then at least 1 talent.
I love it going second, and I hate it going first. So I suppose if it's in your side deck as a going second card, I'm all for it. Otherwise, I'm not sure how I'd feel about having it in my main deck going first. Wow.
I'm making a bold call right now. I'm saying it will be in the winning list of today.
Okay.
That's my prediction for today.
Oh,
and there's immediately Imperial Iron Wall. The one-off has just been drawn, and it's also not only preventing the Kashtira cards from going off, but also that powerful, evenly matched.
Yeah, very powerful. And I think you activate it right now, possibly in the draw phase or the standby phase, to prevent your opponent activating Pot of Prosperity as well.
Or normal summon
100%.
Denko Sekka.
Or normal summon Denko Sekka.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it doesn't prevent normal summon Denko Sekka, but you at least have the consolation prize of an Imperial Iron Wall. Which might not be enough of a consolation prize if you can't use your other 3 cards.
And it just makes sense to just block out the Pot of Prosperity as well, because if that one finds a Harpy's Feather Duster or a Lightning Storm, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Exactly.
He actually catched the Kashtira Ogre there to his hand, and there is the special summon of Unicorn. And do we immediately do something against that?
Unicorn is so far not answered by anything. We are still contemplating maybe a Welcome Labyrinth. Yep, there we go. Welcome Labyrinth is being activated, going to special summon out a lady of a castle.
One of the ladies?
Which one?
You've got a few choices.
Is he going for?
It looks like he's just put his hands over Lovely Lady, but has chosen instead for...
it's actually just Lovely Labyrinth of the Silver
it's just
Castle,
Lovely
not
Labyrinth.
even Lovely Lady.
It's just it's a lovely labyrinth. Okay. The labyrinth is the lovely... or maybe her name is Lovely.
And I mean, they're all ladies, so it still adds up. The story still makes sense. But I think after having that on the field, we are allowing the search effect of Kashtira Unicorn, and that gives us Kashtira Birth.
Birth is a decent card.
I will agree on that.
Especially in a grindy matchup like this one, the ability, it's just a threat every turn. It's like an extended this turn, and then next turn you can use it again unless your opponent doesn't answer it, which is really useful.
It certainly is. So I don't know whether Patrick's chances are that great when he's not finding one of those powerful field-breaking cards, right? Because Triple Tactics Thrust into something like the good old Feather Duster would have been really, really powerful here. And without that, I think it's going to be rough.
Well, keep in mind, he could still have the Thrust or the Talents in his hand. Because...
Ooh, and that's a card that has not been that popular anymore lately. There can be only one.
And now, as Leo pointed out,
there is
the Rise Heart, which is a warrior.
Yeah, the problem is Rise Heart can't get to level 7.
No, Rise Heart's not going to be very useful, but you can summon it as a consolation prize.
But wait, you have to, don't you?
Yeah,
when you activate Theosis.
I agree. Maybe he has... How many copies is he running? Do we know?
He's running, in the main it would be 2. That would be a card you could potentially side out, of course.
So he might have the only remaining copy in his hand?
That could be a thing.
Or is he still resolving it
okay,
now?
there's the Theosis now, so probably there's going to be something we have to summon out here.
Maybe a judge just pointing out that you have to resolve it if you possibly can.
Yep, okay, and looks like there is something we can summon out. Probably the Rise Art we were just talking about.
But I think all the other Kashtira are Psychics. It's possible, it's forgivable to sort of forget. I mean, I didn't know until Leo pointed it out that the Rise Heart is in fact a warrior.
And I think I would have forgotten as well, but at the start you were actually running Reinforcement of the Army.
I was thinking of that, yeah, as I mentioned. I was like, I should probably have known that because I have seen people include Reinforcement of the Army in Kashtira.
All right, so, but as you said, that is not going to help us here really. Normally, Donna would be a card we could go into, but we already resolved Kashtira Theosis, and therefore there's no more Link summoning happening this turn.
This is very tricky because if Patrick did side in those Triple Tactics cards, there's no way really to force Giuseppe to use a monster effect this turn.
And that's why it is Giuseppe's turn again.
Okay, so we're attacking over the Unicorn, which I find quite interesting. Because that opens up another Psychic monster on the field, and you could very well go for a Fenrir, which can't use the effect anyway because there is an Imperial Iron Wall. So
yeah.
I want to say, if you are in a situation, I mean, the game is not over by far yet, and Patrick is still really healthy considering his life points, but if you're ever in such a lock, if you're ever in the tight grip of 2 Floodgates and in-engine of Labyrinth, it's hard to get out.
I agree. Do we think this is maybe another Welcome Labyrinth he has face down? Because he's sort of... He's got his hands on it now. He's thinking about activating it. It would make sense because you couldn't activate it last turn if it was.
Can you activate
can
it
also
now?
not activate it here because you already have
Oh, you're right.
on the field.
That is totally correct. None of them are not fiends, right? They're all fiends.
Yeah, that's what I just looked up as well. So I think that is the reason why normally you don't really see there can be only one in the Labyrinth deck, and usually you're seeing Gozen Match rather. But he has decided to also run that.
Maybe Giuseppe feels like just one Labyrinth in play is enough.
And we get the Dogmatica punishment now.
From the Silver Castle monster.
I'm glad he didn't use Trap Trick like last game that he searched for, because he wouldn't be able to activate that under Imperial Iron Wall.
That is indeed true. So, does Patrick find answers here?
He's got to find something that's not evenly matched, not any of the triple tactics card, because I think Giuseppe's not going to give him the ability to use those, because he's probably not going to use any monster effects.
I find it really funny that he just set the monster with his trap card, because now Lightning Storm would have been active.
There's still a field spell, my
the
friend.
field spell.
I completely forgot about that.
But yeah, I mean, still, we got rid of a Rysart and gave our opponent a Unicorn, which can now search for another spell. Yeah. Are any of those spells really doing something, though?
I'm interested in this order, because, I mean, it's a bit weird, because normally you want to attack the monster that you don't want in play, but he could have done this another way round and attacked the Rysart first and then swapped the Unicorn for the Rysart.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Patrick would only have had a Rysart and not been able to search out again with the Unicorn.
There is another field spell, the Race Off. So potentially there would have been a possible Lightning Storm coming down, because he had a field spell to set over his Race Off.
That would have been really cool.
Would have been cool indeed. So we are searching for another Rysart here.
A big hand of Kashtira cards is normally fine and very good at pushing through opponents' boards.
And now theoretically we could normal summon the Rysart to then go into Donner, but that can only get rid of monsters.
We are special summoning the Rysart, so I think now we're locked in Exceeds.
Yep, that is absolutely true.
Is that a special summon?
I'm not sure.
I mean, he revealed it, right?
No,
I'm impressed. You guys seem very confident in your ability to tell from people's hand motion whether
it was a normal summon, as I thought.
I mean, he put it face down under the spell and trap, face up under the spell and trap zone.
The thing is, Donner, if it could also go after back row, would be so much stronger. But Donner can actually only destroy monsters.
In fact, you can't even activate it in this situation because it can't even be targeted.
Oh, that is indeed true. So that Donner is not really something you want to have there on the field anymore. There's Kashtira Birth now.
There are so many for hire cards in this tournament.
Yeah. It was one of the things when we were looking at what for hire decks were included when we were trying to find them, and then we realized almost every deck had a Donner in the extra deck. So we're going to have to look a bit harder.
We are getting rid of that Donner with Dogmatica Punishment, but that's not the main purpose of this activation of Dogmatica Punishment. We are much rather sending the Antis to then get rid of that Kashtira Birth.
That's interesting here, because he had been quite stingy with not activating any monster effects, but now he has activated a monster effect in his opponent's turn, which would allow Patrick to use any of the triple tactics cards that he's drawn.
Oh, yeah, right. Now there would be the potential Thrust coming down.
And that could add, for example, Harpy's Feather Duster.
You're right, and we know about all the back row, right? So
we're having Ogre, and Ogre is actually pretty big now, right?
Ogre should be on exactly 3,000 now, being boosted by 200 through the field spell.
Yeah.
And we're searching for preparations. So we weren't able to destroy the Lovely Lady with the Donner, but Ogre works just as well. And I mean, maybe Patrick even was a little bit happy here that Giuseppe used that punishment, so he had free room to special out the Ogre again. And he searched that Ogre in his opening turn, so that Ogre was very well known there in a sense.
I mean, but how much does this do now? Because we are pretty sure that Giuseppe will at some point have another Welcome Labyrinth card.
Yeah, there should be another one. Oh, there should already be one set. Ooh, that could be an impermanence. We are actively setting that card into the same column. But okay, it wasn't very long without a lady there. There is the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle again.
And the impermanence does have to target and negate an opponent's monster.
And you can't target that lady still.
And you can't target it, so it is a nice idea to try and put it in the same... I mean, if it is impermanence even, to try and put it in the same column as there can be only one. But unfortunately in this situation, Giuseppe doesn't even have a targetable monster.
Yeah, that's true.
We have seen Lorenzo earlier go for a game by activating impermanence on a monster that just didn't use the effect this turn, so maybe Patrick can pull something off. Maybe he can special summon another monster, another Math Mech, I don't know.
Oh, it was with preparation that was set there, okay.
interesting choice to put it in the column of the there can be only one then.
Well, I think it's nice to put it in a column that doesn't have a face-down card. It's kind of a good habit.
Oh yeah, that's good.
If you can put your traps in something where you know it's never going to be hit by impermanence. But in this case, I don't think it really mattered which
and also,
column you put
Patrick
it in.
doesn't even play impermanence, so
that's a good
there's
point.
no potential top deck of that.
Is this a special summon in his opponent's turn of the unicorn with preparations? Or
no,
you think
we're
he was
searching. I think we
he was
just
just
summoned this
activating
out.
the preparations
Yeah.
just because.
Just because. Searching for birth. So there are a lot of cards now in the hand of Patrick, but none of them really do too much versus the field of Giuseppe.
I feel like this Imperial Iron Wall has put in so much work this game.
for sure.
Like there would be so many cards banished by now, if not for the Imperial Iron Wall. And
Let me tell you, I have played versus this card with Kashtira, and it is so annoying.
And
It
the one
really
copy as
stops you in
well
its
being
tracks.
drawn.
Yes, yes.
Although having said that, Giuseppe does have multiple copies of Lord of the Heavenly Prison, which is able to search it. It is a continuous trap, so it can't be searched by the Lady Labyrinth, but it can be searched with Lord of the Heavenly Prison. And
Yeah, the problem there would be it would go...
It wouldn't.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there. I see what you did there, too.
Yeah, normally Lord of the Heavenly Prison would banish it, but if it's Imperial Iron Wall, then it says, you can't banish me.
Yeah, indeed. So, what's Patrick's approach here to this game? Is he going to be able to get more monsters onto the field? I mean, one very obvious solution here could also be Zeus, but how do we even get to Zeus here at that
I was
point?
thinking about that because the combination of Iron Wall and there can be only one is the tricky part, because you cannot get your Rysart to level 7, and that is a big problem. I think at this moment we are just waiting until we are drawing into a Harpy's Feather Duster and possibly win off of that.
Probably, yeah.
We are seeing a downside if there could be only one, because I think Giuseppe may have been able to put a lot more pressure on Patrick without it. It is slowing him down.
Agreed.
Now, as is, he is sort of gaining resources and gaining momentum, but there are very swingy cards in the game at the moment in the form of Harpy's Feather Duster, so giving your opponent more time is a significant downside.
Oh, for a second I thought it's Harpy's Feather Duster, but it was only the Kashtira Birth there. But I mean, Kashtira Birth buys us some time, because we can now turn over, special summon back the Unicorn.
Or Ogre.
Or Ogre even, true. And that is actually dealing with the attack that Giuseppe can do each turn.
Ogre can crash right here.
Yeah, also that, true.
And how good is the resource management? If you went through all the days, and now we're playing the terrors of the Overroot, and that is going to destroy the Kashtira Birth again. You cannot use the effect of Kashtira Preparations again. There is Imperial Iron Wall on the field, which is the biggest problem for Patrick right now. And we are going to set face down another Rysart or the Ogre.
He gives him the Ogre. I mean,
But
it
face
cannot
down.
be. Yeah, it cannot be flipped up again this turn.
Was there a...
Yeah, all right.
So Giuseppe can't use the Lady while he has 5 cards in his spell and trap card zone. He probably doesn't want the Welcome Labyrinth out of his graveyard.
And I mean, he also, he just doesn't want to activate the effect of the Lady. I think playing into Triple Tactics Thrust here would just be a huge mistake, because that's more top decks that Patrick can have at the moment if you also give him those.
I do love Terrors of the Overroot. It's so much fun.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool card. And that's just a pass there by Patrick. So he doesn't have another copy of Kashtira Birth, but he will get another turn, as Giuseppe can only attack for 3,000. I'm saying only. I mean, 3,000 is basically over 1/3 of the life points, and now Patrick is down to 1,500, but he will get another turn.
Last turn to draw the Duster. I can't think of any other card that will get him out of this
I mean, you can also set an Effect Veiler probably, and there's barely an out for his opponent onto the Veiler in defense, because it cannot be Dogmatic punishmented. But yeah, we are just setting one more card, and I can't imagine which this one is going to be.
Do you think Patrick runs Effect Veiler still?
Maybe enemy controller to put that Lady into defense position.
I can't be targeted.
Oh, okay. We do use the effect of Scareclaw Kashtira. Oh no, we're not. Oh no, we cannot use the effect of Scareclaw Kashtira, of course, because of the Iron Wall, but we can special summon it out with the Kashtira preparations in our opponent's battle phase.
Are we going to find the Harpy's Feather Duster before we are going to run out of life points on Patrick's side? He is looking at his hand. He is contemplating. What can I do next? Is there any way I don't lose? No! Patrick scoops up game 2 and Giuseppe ties it up.
That means Labyrinth is still in this. Equal score, and we are going to have a final and third game here in our top 16 encounter of YCS London. And how do you like the chances of Patrick now that he will be able to go first again in that third game?
I think this is really good for him. He does not play the full zone lock. However, I mean, the first time it really worked out, right? You can still side in most of your spell trap removal.
Yeah.
Lightning Storm, not that much. If you... Hold up.
Okay.
If you open Lightning Storm and you have sided it in going first, you can just pass. You can go for a little bit of trickery. Oh no, my hand, well, pass.
But
Lightning Storm.
You know what's dangerous then?
Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking about.
You can always save it as a backup in case you're, you make an Arise Heart and then...
Lord of the Heavenly Prison is also a card that you could side out going second.
Yeah, but I mean, Giuseppe has made the decision to actually play triple Lord of the Heavenly Prison in his main deck, so I think he's on the opinion that this card isn't too bad going second, because otherwise he would play a lower number of it, to be honest.
He obviously quite likes this card.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I just find this card fun. So maybe that's why I really like it more than good, but I think it's great. You can search for any trap, and it puts 3,000, and it works really well with There Can Be Only One, which he's running as well, because it's a different type to all of the Labyrinth monsters.
But looking at the side deck of Giuseppe, now for going second options, I think his most powerful tool in the side deck is Dimension Shifter, but obviously that is not going to be a very powerful tool versus the Kashtira matchup, so actually 3 cards in his side deck that are not going to do anything.
But he has one crazy card, and that is Psyframe Gear Gamma. And the funny interaction is if you have one of your pots, then you can just activate it if your opponent ends on a Rise Heart, which Patrick is very likely to do. Then the Rise Heart will trigger, because it's mandatory, try to attach another banished card, and then you just slam that Gamma, you get 2 bodies, you get 3,500 damage. I used to go into the sprint then, but that's obviously not an option here for Labyrinth. But just summoning Gamma on your own turn, it's the best thing you can do.
It's a very good feeling. You do have to be careful, you can't do this with Pot of Duality.
That is true, indeed, yeah.
In the Labyrinth deck, you can do it with Prosperity, which is excellent.
Yeah, but probably if I saw what Patrick was doing in game 1, where we had the information that he could have gone for the full zone lock, but because we saw he had the requirements, certainly so, but he didn't go for it, so that might be telling here for Giuseppe that he's not going to do so in game 3 either, and then I really like holding that Gamma for your own turn, absolutely. So, there are a lot of questions we have. Do we see Gamma? Are we going to see a powerful board from Patrick Hoffmann? Those questions are going to be answered now because the players are ready. Game number 3 of top 16 here at 250 YCS in London is starting here.
Opening hands of 5 have been drawn. We are looking at them for the first time now. Do we see anything in Patrick's face? Does he act like he doesn't have anything?
I think he's got a bit of a game face on.
He's a veteran of the game. He has a poker face here for this situation, of course.
So we're opening with the Fenrir, which is obviously not ideal. We want to start the combo with the Unicorn. However, if he has Birth as a backup, then it doesn't matter because you can just search the Unicorn, activate Birth, normal summon the Unicorn, and then go for the Theosis to special summon out Ogre and add preparations.
Look at that, Giuseppe is really considering whether to do something against that, and there is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I mean,
you like this?
There's not when there's Theosis coming right after. Absolutely
it's
not.
It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? Because you don't want to use it and have this happen, but you also don't want to just not use it until it's too late.
That's true.
The thing is, you could, like, the only card you really want to search for there is the Rise Heart, and then Fenrir plus Rise Heart on their own would only be Shangri-Ira, and Patrick would rely on having the Kashtira Birth in his hand already, and so in that situation, I don't think I would really Ash the Fenrir, to be honest.
Exactly. But the big punishment if you don't Ash the Fenrir is if Birth is in the hand, because then you can activate the Birth, search a Unicorn, activate Birth, and then normal summon the Unicorn.
I agree. There's ups and downsides to that, for sure.
I would have Ashed the Prosperity.
Yeah, that's an easy decision for sure.
That's for sure.
Because that can find so many good non-engine cards now as well, because in the side deck of Patrick Hoffmann, there is Solemn Judgment, the also powerful counter trap from back in the day, still being popular in nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh! And is he going to find it here? But Desires won't help, I can tell you that.
There's only 5 cards, Patrick. So
oh! that is also a beautiful looking card right there.
Are we preparing for a possible turn 3?
Or do we just take the Kashtira birth because we needed to even get to our Rysart here?
But I mean, with what card do you want to combo birth here? You don't. We don't know the hand of Patrick, so there are 2 more cards. Maybe you take the birth if you have something else. I doubt that it's a unicorn.
Probably,
it shouldn't be a Scareclaw Kashtira. It should also not be a Rysart because those
Ooh,
cards
it is
work without
Scareclaw
birth.
Kashtira. So that means there is probably no more card to pair it up with, and he really needs that Scareclaw Kashtira to be summoned to the field and to get to a Rysart.
I won't lie to you guys. I would have taken the Harpy's Feather Duster and probably end on.
You'd end on this. You really want the Feather Duster.
I mean, the Feather Duster is insane.
Oh, unless it does lose out to Lord of the Heavenly Prison, but that is about it. I agree.
I would still think that my opponent is going to side out those.
So that is... Oh, and on the effect of Scareclaw Kashtira, that looked very desperate from Patrick, but he really needed to grab this. There is the Gamma from Giuseppe. So that is strong stuff. But, oh, I think that driver came right from his hand.
Oh. And we are banishing it face down.
He's also going to lose a card from his deck thanks to the Ogre, if Patrick chooses to do so, which I think he's...
we have
that is a little late, though.
Yeah.
You've got to be careful not to get too excited and banish already with
I mean, to be fair, he just targeted and his opponent already just put the card face down. I think this is a fuel for a little discussion with the judges, but I think that they are easily going to handle the situation.
It's really nice in situations like this when there's a judge listening to the exact conversation that was said, when there's a sort of difference of agreement and communication between players.
At the end of the day, he wasn't able to activate the Ogre. And again, Leonard, I have a question for you, because you already pinpointed out that Gamma on your opponent's turn onto an Rysart is really strong. And couldn't we just have let our opponent go into the Rysart here and then have the Gamma for it?
If you don't have a spell to activate the Rysart, then it doesn't help you. However, you could use it probably in the end phase, I guess. They will try to snipe out one of your back row cards, right?
Absolutely.
Do you think Giuseppe might be afraid that the pot of... Because last game, the first card that Patrick attached from his extra deck to the Rysart after using Pot of Prosperity...
But then you can still use the Gamma on that effect to attach something. I mean...
Yeah, it was Goliath. So, yeah, it might be that he was worried about that, but I agree. This does
seem
seem
but
strange.
there's Imperial Iron Wall, so maybe that would be the card he's picking here. But, I mean, there was Ash Blossom, Gamma, and Driver in his opening hand, so he's not having that many cards here anymore. First of all, he turned them over to Patrick, but now he wants to have a look himself. What are we picking here? We have both Labyrinth traps to choose from, but also, of course, that Imperial Iron Wall is looking pretty.
I think he already has one of the Welcome Labyrinth cards in his hand. I think I've seen big Welcome Labyrinth. We are looking for...
Oh, okay. We are not this. Okay, it will be the Imperial Iron Wall here.
I mean, we know your opponent doesn't have the Harpy's Feather Duster.
That is true. That's a big information.
It's even... it's not on the bottom anymore. It was on the bottom from the Prosperity, but now it's shuffled into the deck somewhere because he's already shuffled his deck with Shangri-Era.
Yeah, that is true.
Fun play from Giuseppe there. It does look a bit weird the way he's set, but as we mentioned before, he's playing around.
And there's, of course, the Kashtira preparations. Making sure to flip this in your end phase, where he cannot chain any trap cards yet. So now every activation of a trap card would potentially trigger the preparations.
However, there's no card in hand as well, so there's nothing you can...
Yeah, and also there is Imperial Iron Wall now. And there's skill drain as well, but only 7 minutes left on the clock, so this might be a costly skill drain here, because that brings Patrick ahead on life points here.
I think it's all going to come down to whatever the last set for Giuseppe is.
That skill drain can potentially be really important, because you could turn the Shangri-Era in attack position, oh wow, that is really important.
Right there. That's even boosting our monsters more.
You can,
you can attempt to activate the effect of Shangri-Era in the standby phase and then just destroy the Imperial Iron Wall or the skill drain.
Or you can turn, because you have actually activated the effect of Shangri-Era, you can turn it into an Rysart as well if you want to. Lots of options for Patrick here.
That is true. So, there was the surge.
We can also put this in attack position. If the skill drain wasn't there, this could have been a rather easy Zeus play. Would, however, lose to a Welcome Labyrinth trap, because you can just summon it in attack position. We are going for damage here.
Of course, there is the Rysart.
A skill drain sort of reduces Yu-Gi-Oh! To a bit of a mini-game of who can have the biggest monster in play, right? And this Rysart is very big. It's at 3,200.
Yeah, and it cannot be outed by any of the Welcome Labyrinth cards, because the monsters, they are just not big enough.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is a lot of damage, as we just said. 5.5 more minutes to go in this, and Giuseppe will have to come up with an answer very quickly here.
Also, if you have the big welcome labyrinth to out the Arisat, you cannot use it because of your own Imperial Iron Wall. So this is just, how does Giuseppe get out of this? And Patrick is smiting a little bit.
Oh yeah, he likes this, he likes this. And there's, ooh. Still in battle phase, I would assume. We summon out that unicorn from our hand with Kashtira preparation, so that forces Giuseppe to use the Welcome Labyrinth, bringing out the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle.
One thing I thought I might have seen in Patrick's extra deck was a Draco Sack, which might be there for explicitly this purpose.
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah,
may have made up that
absolutely.
there was a Draco Sack in Patrick's
Well, let me
extra
just
deck.
quickly
Shall we
check.
have a little look?
I have his extra deck, and there is indeed a Draco Sack. Yep, and that is
excellent
usually
use
there.
of 2 level 7s.
Yeah, that is usually there for exactly such cards such as Skill Drain or Imperial Iron Wall. So we might really see that.
The beauty of Draco Sack is that it contributes itself for the cost, which gets around Skill Drain. Skill Drain is one of those classic cards that a lot of people can play around.
Ooh, what is this? That is
Oh.
Forbidden Chalice on our good old
Unicorn.
monster. And
also
therefore,
boosted by the Great Sword.
yeah, that will be enough to actually get over this monster there.
Oh, and that is fantastic, because in a skill drain scenario, the chalice does not really matter to you anymore, so you're going for maximum damage here.
Well, maximum value. You get to destroy the Lady of the Labyrinth.
That as well.
And now
One
that
last
is a
card.
really important card to draw for Giuseppe. Is it one that can turn this game around? It is one that has to be set to the back row. So, back over to Patrick there.
Is it the Mirror Force that he so desperately needs?
Let's
Keep in mind,
hope.
it can't be Storming Mirror Force because there's still preparations. So we are attacking.
So, for a second I thought we are playing around the Mirror Force there. But we are just declaring the attack.
Oh,
and there is
Dogmatica.
Dogmatica Punishment.
Punishment is really
But
good.
Is that enough?
That could only theoretically take care of 2 monsters, right?
Can't even, because you cannot target anything with Antis, because the monsters have to be of lower attack than the monster you're sending to the graveyard. So Antis isn't the option here.
You can use the sneaky Tri-Brigade monster, which when it's sent allows you to send another.
That is absolutely the way to go. We go with the Bucephalus 2.
I wasn't going to try and say his name.
Oh, but we do go for Garua. And are we trying to draw into our
Battle
lovely
Fader.
lady there?
Oh,
No!
and Patrick Hoffman showing some emotion here. He is winning this really intense game of Kashtira versus Labyrinth, going into top 8 of the 250th YCS in London.
I love
what
that
an
from
accomplishment
Patrick.
already, right?
Yeah. Just to see someone like so calm, so cool and collected, and then at the end of the game be like, yes, I got it now.
And I mean, he's already part of the game for so long, and still you can get so excited about stuff like that. I think that feeling never gets away, right?
Yeah.
Having success in that kind of a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, the biggest European YCS ever, this is just something you want to have in your record. And he now is part of our top 8. And I can already tell other players for top 8 are already lining up for the top 8 interviews. We have some really good names coming up. You guys can be really, really looking forward to our top 8 participants. I think we're going to show them off on stream later on, so definitely make sure to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, not miss out on those players exactly. But we are going to wait for a little more. We can talk about this game because Kashtira versus Labyrinth is quite the difficult matchup.
Oh, yeah.
There are so many floodgates. I'm still baffled that this Imperial Iron Wall was just a one-off that was drawn all the time.
Yeah. I like, I mean, maybe as we mentioned before, the
fair enough.
the Lord of the Heavenly Prison can search it out.
Yeah,
it's
that
a
is
nice
true.
interaction because normally you can't search continuous traps because they're banished by the Lord of Heavenly Prison.
For sure.
But yeah, Imperial Iron Wall says, I can be searched.
I can be here, yeah.
Hey, pick me.
Yeah, but that means Labyrinth was eliminated from the tournament, and I think that was our last Labyrinth player left, and therefore I think from now on it is going to be between the Kashtira decks, between the Runic decks, maybe between the Sprite decks as well. Those will be the contenders left in contention.
I am pretty sure that there's also a Ferhaya
Oh,
Runic
I
variant.
mean, yeah, okay.
I might see him there lined up with other top 8 players.
Might be a little bit of a hint for sure, definitely. But yeah, still, we're having at least 3 different decks here in top 8 left, which is pretty cool. I mean, the meta still shows to be wide open, but still, when I see those guys standing around there, the names that we have produced for this top 8 cut are still really also powerful.
I see like 2 YCS champions right there. Of course, I'm not going to tell you who it is. We are soon to find out. Ed will tell you guys soon. But we also have so many tops just standing there. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I'm just really hyped about this YCS.
2 YCS champions, and how many YCS wins between them? Is it only 2?
I think it's only...
We're going to see in a moment, because I can tell you we're going to show off every single phase. We're going to have a little bit of a chat with the top 8 participants. So I really love that, because this is already such a big accomplishment. And sometimes when in top 8 you don't get the featured match and you lose in top 8, and then you never were actually part of the coverage. But now that we are actually having them on our stream, you can already see who it is, and that's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's a really nice milestone for players, because obviously it's a really big milestone to make the top 64, and then the further you get in, you know, it just...
The cooler it gets.
The cooler it gets, exactly. You get to be, you know, the prizes get better, you get to be more over the coverage, and you get to play more Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about playing more Yu-Gi-Oh! And of course the friends you meet on the way, right?
Absolutely. But also, I mean, now with top 8 approaching, does it start to get to your nerves? Because now the pressure really is starting to add up, right?
It gets to my nerves already, and I'm not even participating in the top 8 because I'm getting nervous. I'm getting a bit shaky here.
Do you think as well, though, you're also kind of growing in confidence because you've won so many games by this point. You think,
and also,
I can do it.
Yeah, for sure. And also, the guys that are standing there, they are so accomplished, so they by now know that feeling of going deep into a tournament. And I think in my interview earlier with Erikos Beck, for example, he mentioned that when you are having more and more tops, you just get used to that. Your body gets used to those pressure situations, and then you can just easily maneuver in them. And I think a lot of those guys will be able to do that.
But I just saw another YCS champion lineup.
Do you think the people you see next to you makes you feel nervous because you can see all these other players who have done really well?
I mean, there are accomplished players, but then there are more accomplished players, so that could definitely be a thing for sure. I can see that, yeah. I mean, I would be afraid of a lot of those guys sitting in there. Every single one of them, to be honest.
To be fair, I tend to play better if my opponent is a really accomplished player. Because I really respect, I mean, I respect all of my opponents, but I really want to win then. I get into a hyper focus, and it just works out better for me.
Yeah, but speaking of all those names, I think we are now lined up with our top 8. First of all, we're going to talk to the winner of our top 16 match. We're going to talk to Patrick Hoffman, so please, Ed, take it away.
Thank you very much, Basti. Yes, I am with Patrick right now, who's just made his way into that top 8 via that amazing top 16 feature match. Patrick, congratulations. How are you feeling at this point?
Really good. I'm really hyped to win this all.
Well, that's what we want to hear. We want to hear that energy. You were just telling me that since you haven't had a top since COVID, but you have had multiple tops, so you're no stranger to this side of the tournament.
Top 8 is the furthest, I guess.
It's the furthest?
Yes.
Well, congratulations.
Top 16 and top 32 the last time.
Well, congratulations on getting this far. We wish you the absolute best of luck. That was a pretty amazing game. There were a lot of back and forths going on in there. How are you feeling about that game in general?
Game 2 was a little bad because my hand was a little bit tricky. It was not really bad, but it was like I have not a lot to beat over Iron Wall. But game 3, I saw my hand. I started with Prosperity and all these things, and I was sure, okay, I will get this.
There were a lot of interesting moments. Like you said, that second round, you tried really hard to play around like Imperial Iron Wall and things, but then when they both came out, Skill Drain and Imperial Iron Wall as well, were you worried?
A little bit, yes, but I know he had Chalice, so the only thing is that he get a monster with has 3000 ATK. And Eraser is there with the field spell, it has more, and then he make it, and it's not so many time left on the clock, so it's okay when you activate Skill Drain like 7 minutes before the clock ends, so that's fine for me, I don't care about that.
We're great. So congratulations, well done on getting the furthest you've ever got. This is a very exciting time, top 8. Congrats. I'm going to let you head off this way because I'm going to interview the rest of our top 8 who I have here. So first up, we've got Ryan Jabri. Welcome, Ryan, our YCS Utrecht 2020 champion. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Excited about this top 8?
Yeah.
Do you think you can take it all the way?
I'm gonna see. We don't know. I'm gonna see.
Humble. That's what we like to see. Best of luck. You are the first player in our feature match coming up, so I will usher you off so that you can get ready and prepared. Congratulations on getting this far, Ryan. Next up, Samir Bakar. Come on up, Samir. Now, we saw you have an interview earlier. You've got a great energy about you. How are you feeling?
My feeling is strange. It's strange feeling. Thinking it's possible.
It's definitely possible. You've made it to the top 8. Can you take it all the way?
Can you repeat, sorry?
Can you take it all the way? Do you think you can take home that championship title?
Oh no, my English is so bad.
That's okay, I'll try again. Do you think you can win?
Do you think you can win? Oh, bordel. Translate, please, translate! Help me!
Don't worry about it. Best of luck. Good luck in this next match. I hope it goes well. I shall usher you off as well. So next up we've got Dinkar Bui. Welcome, Dinkar. We've seen you already in a feature. Former YCS champion Milan, second place in Utrecht. How are you feeling here in London?
Excited.
Excited? Yeah. That's what we like to see. We saw you play incredibly well, obviously, because you've now made your way to the top 8. Do you think you can take it all the way?
I guess, yeah, I think so.
Anything you're worried about facing in these next couple of rounds?
No, not really.
That's what we like to hear. That's a calm, collected man. Congratulations on getting this far. I shall usher you off as well. Congrats. Next up, we've got Flavio Palumbo. Welcome, second place in Italian Nationals fairly recently. How are you doing here in London?
Yeah, it's good.
It's good. Now, how's the entire thing been for you? Have you had any challenging duels so far?
I don't understand too much.
Has it been easy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been easy. That's what we like to hear. Someone who's breezing their way into the top 8. Congratulations on getting this far. I shall usher you off as well. Next up, we've got Tom Kleinergraber. Welcome. You've had multiple top cuts before. This isn't your first time being in this far in the tournament. What's the furthest you've ever managed to get?
Last race is London. I made top 4.
Okay.
This time I might take it.
You might well take. That's what we like to see, some confidence. Well, congrats on getting into the top 8. Wish you the best of luck. Is there anything you're worried about going up against in these next couple of rounds?
No, the entire meter is pretty, crazy. So just looking forward to every game.
Positive. I like to hear that. Thank you very much, Tom. We shall usher you off, and then we shall next get up Anshi Shu. Anshi, we've seen you already up here. We've seen you on a feature. Do you think you can take it all the way? Do you think you can win today?
Yes, easy.
That's what we like to see. It's easy. Well, I really hope it goes well for you. Congrats on getting this far. Top 8 in YCS London 2023, the 250th one. Very exciting. Best of luck to you, Angie. I shall shuffle you off this way as well. Lorenzo Santoni is up next. We've seen you already on another feature. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good. It's been long ago. Yeah. I didn't make it to the top 8, yeah.
Well, now here you are. Do you think you can make it all the way to the final?
We can make it. We can do it.
Yeah?
Yes.
Good. I like this. We have an entire top 8 who are incredibly confident. Congratulations on getting this far. I shall usher you off finally as well. Goodness me, that's an exercise in improv and interviewing that I never have to do normally, but this is very fun. It's the exciting energy that we want to see from everyone who's in our top 8. And like we said, we have Samir Bakar and Ryan Jabri as our feature match for that first top 8 cut feature that you guys are going to see. It's going to be very, very exciting. So I'm going to just wait a couple of moments because they are about to get ready, and I'm going to throw over to our commentators who are going to talk to you about this, to just get ready, get you in that mood, whet your appetite for our top 8 duels. It's almost there. Top 8, then top 4, and then into that final. It's going to be so exciting. I can't wait to see what's going on. Gentlemen, how are we feeling now that we're in the top 8?
We're of course feeling fantastic, and I mean, let's just go over this entire tournament real quick. We have had so many amazing featured matches, so many amazing decks, and I gotta ask you guys, what was your favorite deck of the weekend?
Go ahead, Tom.
I really enjoyed the Mathmech deck, the big combo Mathmech deck.
No, Bagelman showed us another aspect of Mathmech.
I love a big combo deck. There's just, I don't know, something, a lot of the decks now are quite grindy, and some players really love a grindy gameplay, but I love having a deck myself. I mean, I don't mind if my opponent doesn't want to do a combo, but if I love having a deck where if I get to go first, I can do something really cool and really powerful.
I like that too, for sure. Leo, what about you?
Okay, that's a tough one. I loved the Mathmech one as well. I think you have heard my excitement if you have watched the round. If you didn't, definitely do after the tournament.
Sure.
It was absolutely amazing having Omega as part of the combo with the Lama. Okay, I'm getting too much into it again. I of course loved the Super Heavy Samurai, but I was getting really nostalgic when I saw the Goki deck. I mean, just searching rematch, searching Goki rematch, and
he
then
searched
activating
rematch twice. Like,
yes,
like just search double rematch at some point, and we were like, "You're not going to activate both of these in this tournament." He was like, "Still, I will have it."
Is it the same though without Firewall Dragon?
I mean, it's not the same, but it's maybe even cooler. I mean, I really liked it. The end part I was not totally convinced of, because you just ended on IP, a Fogblade, and Appaloosa. And I don't think that Appaloosa is the monster card for this format.
Yeah,
no,
and also the end board never really was there for long, because it always got evenly matched.
And we've seen as well, like, having a monster that you want to use to negate your opponent's effects, if it's smaller than a Kashtira monster, it's possibly not going to do the trick.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an issue for sure.
The 2-4 is really not that great right now. If you have a combo in which you successfully can go for a 3,200 Appaloosa, then again, summon Unicorn, activate Unicorn, negate attack, and then the whole thing is done eventually. So maybe Appaloosa will find its way into other formats again, because the card is incredibly powerful.
Of course.
It has struggles against Kashtira.
Yeah, so if I could speak for myself then as well, we just saw Labyrinth in its more traditional approach, but we also early on saw the Labyrinth deck with all the monsters, with Kuklok and Chandelier and all that kind of stuff.
The stove.
And the Stov as well.
Stovey Torby.
Yeah, the Stovey Torby.
He sounds very friendly, doesn't he?
He does, but he wasn't friendly at all. Like, he was really... like, we saw the double virus in Game 3 knocking out the entire hand of Luca Forjan. That was something that I really liked because it innovated the deck completely. It showed us a new aspect of the deck that we didn't really see before, and therefore that was something I really enjoyed. But I will have a follow-up question. Now, we talked about the most interesting deck to us, but what is a singular card that has impressed you this weekend so far that you have not foreseen, maybe? So there were a couple of cards that you could anticipate. For example, Evenly Matched pretty much was something that was known to be really good, but was there something we couldn't really expect?
It's a tough one.
I'm trying to think.
That is really a tough one. I think...
Oh, yeah?
Oh, please, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, I know it's a bit boring, but the new, well, not the new Labyrinth, but the additional Labyrinth support were, I mean, they're not singular cards. There's a couple of singular cards, but I know it's a bit of a cheat because we just talked about those. But those were some new cards that I really wasn't expecting to see.
So you're going the easy route, huh?
I am.
I think for me, it was maybe Small World. We have seen a lot of Mathmech this weekend. I mean, they weren't all successful on stream, but sometimes. And you could just see the diversity in big combo decks. You can search out so many different starters. You can go for a format skipper to have this incredible combo. You can search out a Kaiju to break a field of your opponent. You can search for an Ash Blossom if you're playing versus Branded and you know it in maybe game 2 or 3. You can just end on your normal combo board with Ash Blossom, which is arguably the best answer to Branded Fusion. So I think that this card in this format is fantastic right now.
Yeah.
Basti, how about you?
For me personally, I mean, it was a little bit to be expected, but I think Psyframe Gear Gamma is so popular. It almost feels like it's more popular than Ash Blossom this weekend. Like, the Labyrinth deck is even playing it. Like, if you are playing a hand trap this event, it seems like people are really going for Gamma, at least as their second option after Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And I do totally understand that, because versus Kashtira, it feels all right, but versus all the other matchup, it feels so impactful, not gonna lie. Like, imagine Norman Summon Beaver effect, and you hit them with the Gamma.
Did you say it was all right versus Kashtira?
Because people can just special summon out another one.
You just
the Arise
Gamma the Arise Heart.
But you saw that they didn't do that, just last feature patch.
You can't blame the Gamma for that.
It would have helped, I think.
Probably, yeah. That would have been a good one.
To revisit a question we asked before, now that we know a lot more, what deck do you think is going to win?
Oh yeah, we have more and more information now, of course. We are narrowing down the field more and more. And I gotta say, I gotta go with my local hero. He's from Berlin. He has been a YCS champion before. He's bringing Runic for hire this tournament. So Din Kabui is my shot to win this tournament.
Oh, I was gonna pick the deck. I was gonna pick the Sprite deck. I still believe in it.
Yeah.
And we've still got multiple. I'm not sure what every player is playing, but I know at least the 2 players
there are
featuring,
Sprite
I believe,
decks
are on
for
Sprite,
sure.
along with maybe a couple more, but I might have got that wrong.
So I'm going to go for a player. I have no idea what he's playing, but it is Tom Kleinegräber. I think we've seen
that. Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, right? He's there, right?
Yeah.
I'm going for Tom Kleinegräber. He has been at it for a long time now, and he usually does not get further than top 8. But I
that's
think
his thing, that's his thing.
This time, he's going to really go for it. He's not going to lose in top 8 again. He is going to win this entire tournament.
I love the way people say, oh, he doesn't normally get further than top 8, but getting to the top 8 of all YCS, you've already beaten out like a couple thousand people. Yeah. You can definitely be proud of yourself for that.
Yeah, and I mean, he's very much into the current Yu-Gi-Oh! Because he has topped Lyon. He has topped Las Vegas as well as a team, so he really, I think he has topped like every YCS he's went to in the last half a year.
Nice.
Yeah, of course.
He's
a very
such a nice guy.
But also, I think one of the matchups in top 8, which we're going to feature even on stream in a moment, that is so, so cool too, because it's not only going to be about the decks, but it's also going to be a little bit about the nationality, because we are once again, as we already had in Dortmund as well. In Dortmund we had a crazy French match between Gabriel Soucy and Samir Bashar.
The rematch.
But this time it will be Ryan Jabri versus Samir Bashar. So another Frenchman duel will be, or another duel of Frenchmen will be happening in top 8, because I think in Dortmund it also was top 8, wasn't it?
I think it might be top 16, but it doesn't
Something
really
around
matter
there.
as
Yeah.
well. I mean, both of these players are really accomplished. I have talked to both of them earlier, and I mean, none of them have said, okay, I'm going to win this entire event. Both of them were really a bit chilled, right? They were like,
very chill,
I might win this, I might not. I mean, Samir really wants it. You have heard that. He was like, yes, win, please. But, so he wants it a little more than Ryan, maybe. So I'm going to give the edge to Samir here. But I think that we are ready for the next featured match. We're going to swap out commentators, but first of all, we are going to give it over to Ed for the featured match of top 8.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, we are here with our round 8 feature match, the top 8 feature match, rather, here at YCS London 2023, our 250th YCS. And we're very excited to bring you Samir Bakar and Ryan Jabri. This is going to be a very exciting duel. These are two friends who have been in this situation before, having to duel against each other. But how will they fare as we move into the top 8 cut? Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. So take a dice and roll. Samir's, yeah, go with 2. Samir's going to roll the dice. We have had that already. Okay, that's a 5. And Ryan has got himself an 11. So Ryan, are you going to go first? Ryan is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to take you through our top 8 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away. This is very exciting.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to the top 8 of YCS London 2023. What an exciting match is waiting for us. Honestly, we couldn't hope for better.
Yeah. Top 8 is an incredible achievement to get this far already. And unfortunately for our players here, they have to play against each other when they're hometown friends, right?
Absolutely, but they're not just hometown friends. They are among... I wouldn't want to say maybe legends, but like they are for sure among the best European players. Such incredible achievements. Both have won. Samir, former European champion. Ryan, former YCS champion. So
European champion and runner-up the following year as well.
Which was impressive, But they are gonna battle it out in an old French top 8, and it's gonna be exciting nonetheless. We saw obviously the other top 8 competitors, and there are still some really interesting names among them. And right before the match, actually, it was Ryan and Samir having a little chat among the remaining nationalities, and they were really proud about French being there. And unfortunately, they were joking about UK being completely knocked out in top 8.
All right, okay. All right.
It was Ryan, it wasn't me, I swear.
Well, someone is going to win this match, and it's probably going to be someone French.
Yeah, we can bet on that. And regardless, as they were already interviewed yesterday, by the way, both from Leo, we had Samir, having some very funny interviews. One of which where he said, "No, I prefer the Melfi Sprite. I need my battle phase." And the other one where he actually mocked Ryan deck, saying his deck. He has an incredible story. He wasn't supposed to be in London. So for the first time ever, he didn't actually play test with Ryan. And that's why they're playing different decks. Ryan is on Kashtira and Samir is on Sprite Melfi. And that is because 8 hours prior to the event, he wasn't supposed to be here. That's what he said on the interview, but he's now in the top 8. So
it's going to be quite a story to make it this far and potentially all the way. Having
absolutely
probably not even should have been here in the first place.
And I don't want to jinx it, but speaking from experience, when I won back almost 10 years ago, YCS London, I booked the ticket on Friday night directly at the airport. I didn't even have a ticket. Maybe history will repeat itself. Regardless, our players are ready. So let's jump into game 1.
We talked a little bit about Samir's deck list, and yeah, a Sprite Melfi variant versus Raihan's Kashtira deck. Now the thing with Samir as well, he's actually playing a couple of Kashtira cards himself, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. He's the only one Sprite player we have seen with 2 Fenrirs in his deck. Something that was somewhat popular in YCS Lyon, not so much today, but I mean, it's working out for him.
Yeah, I think this is something that we have seen so far over the last few months with the Swap Frogs being played, and Samir is not mentioning them, but he's playing 3 Swap Frogs as well, which I think is, is a good addition. He said yesterday in the interview as well that he really wants to summon the Totally Awesome, so maybe we will see it in action.
But great start here by Ryan. Sometimes an impermanence is enough. There is an Ash Blossom as well, I believe, from Samir. But this opening is really nice from Ryan.
Yeah, it's pretty strong here considering how, you know, Unicorn, probably the best starter that you want to see in Kashtira, met with an Infinite Impermanence, but he has the ability to extend further with the Kashtira Birth into Fenrir, and now an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, Ash coming down, will be able to get rid of some extra deck cards. Let's see if he's playing any one-offs. So that's what exactly Ryan is gonna go through, and it seems like he might get rid of the Mosquito. Let's see. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like the Shadow Mosquito is the probably one of the more deadly cards going second for Samir here.
Yeah, he's not playing the Gamma Burst in the main deck, so he only relies on
the issue is that it was negated by impermanence,
Yeah.
so he was just going to, and he shouldn't even have looked at his for an extra deck, but fair enough. At least they know what they are playing, so.
Pot of Prosperity and Fenrir, Unicorn, Birth. What an incredible opening hand.
Yeah, honestly, Pot of Prosperity is one of the most played cards in this top 8. Just an amazing addition to any of these decks, and this hand is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, the only drawback with Prosperity is you cannot draw for the rest of this turn, but I mean, it's not going to be too much of an issue at all. There isn't a lot of whole bunch of draw power in this variant here. We see a lot of going second cards here.
A lot of tech cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, also the Lava Golem, something that we haven't seen so far this weekend.
Pretty underwhelming pot, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Might be forced to pick a Lance even if he feels like Samir has anything that could be used against it, I guess.
Well, the Kashtira deck showing its resiliency here and the ability to play through these disruptions from Samir, but yeah, maybe just a follow-up or a little bit of protection with Lance, as you mentioned, is probably a good shout here.
Yeah, again, they know each other pretty well. They probably know their deck lists, so whether Samir has anything for going second, we could see this Lance. Otherwise, it might even be a pot into pot. Yeah, and that's what it is, yeah.
Ooh. Well, unfortunately, Pot of Prosperity once per turn, gonna have to just simply wait another turn before being able to activate the second one, and I suppose it's just doesn't really feel like he needs the protection with the Lance and just passes on a simple Fenrir.
Wow. So maybe he has a Book of Moon, for example, or another Forbidden Lance, maybe.
Yeah, decided to opt out even the Shangri-La, although he's not playing the mirror match, but now it's back to Samir.
Samir on this Sprite deck with the Kashtira Fenrirs is, I suppose, I don't want to say it's very common at all, is it?
No, absolutely
not. It used to be quite common, as Marcello said, like in the period of YCS Lyon, in which Fenrir was popular, and here it is.
One of the Shu copies is actually pretty nice right here.
I suppose if you +5 on 2, it does make 7. So Samir incorporating a Fenrir package, just as you mentioned, kind of before the release of Photon Hypernova, just using it as a just generic good starter card.
Yeah. Both going first or second, so it's it makes sense, and it's probably one of those cards you can also easily side out if you feel like.
Also, do you agree on Ryan just passing turn? Like without making anything else?
I think it's where the decision with the Lance paid off. So if you pick up the Lance, it's better to go Shangri-La to just protect it, and otherwise it felt like that was not enough. So it's okay to just keep them on the field, I think.
Hard to say if they actually know card for card each other's deck list, considering how they're teammates and such, but I don't know, I suppose like in a general sense, maybe like Kaijus, that kind of thing, you don't really want to overcommit into just a Shangri-La body.
And here, as you can see, Fenrir is going to be used, and finally we can get rid of this Mosquito if he feels like it.
I think he's only playing. Oh no, he is actually playing 2 copies of Zeus.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so that's why he transitioned instead to the Melfi XYZ.
Yeah, so the Melfi XE monster is extremely powerful for the sort of end field that you try. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other Ferrari added.
Right. That's just going to drop that down alongside the Nimble to special summon out from the deck another level 2 here. And I suppose the dream extender here would be at any sprite card at this point.
Yeah, but this is good enough,
Yeah.
potentially, if there is no face-down threat from Ryan. So let's see.
Seen a couple of sprite variants throughout this whole entire tournament. And what do you think about like the Melfi specifically, rather than, you know, maybe playing something like the Adventure Engine?
Yeah, I do like it because it's just 2 cards, and the rest of them are in the extra deck. So honestly, it's it basically adds 1 to 2 more interruptions, pretty much 2 interruptions at the cost of nothing. Because any single combo, even just the Beaver alone, gets you to the Melfi combo alongside it. So I really like it as a package, and it doesn't surprise me that we have some yet remaining in the top 8.
Sprite Carrot comes down here from the hand, having hard drawn that. That's a very, very good way to try and play through going second here. Into a Sprint now, sending from the deck probably a Nimble monster here.
Yep. Yeah, I think it makes sense, because here from now on, if the Beaver, if the Angler resolves, then you can also go for the Gigantic if it really feels like, and from then you can get the blue as well with the Jet.
I guess the surprise for me really is the Swap Frogs. Those are something we have not seen in a long time, and I'm kind of skeptic about them being that useful. But Samir will probably prove me wrong throughout this match.
Yeah, Samir is no stranger to trying sort of different tech cards, different approaches to deck building. And yeah, historically we know that about him. So we'll see if it pays off in this matchup as we begin to overlay our Link 2 monster and the Nimble for a Gigantic Sprite.
And with the Carrot, of course, this face down does not really matter. And we can see here why the Runics are not good, according to Samir, because the battle phase is gonna be a thing. And yeah. Is he playing the Gamma in the main deck, the Gamma Burst, I mean?
No, he doesn't. No, he only plays the Mosquito. Yeah. Which is something, by the way, if you play this version, I will be a fan of playing the Gamma Burst, because basically you have so many different solutions, and then if this is the case, your opponent gets rid of the Mosquito, which was not, because then it ended up, you know, getting rid of the Melfi.
So this is a bit of an unconventional play. I mean, it's not super unknown, but yeah, the Bujin Link monster special summons a monster from the hand and a monster from the graveyard with the same level, going into that Shadow Mosquito, now into the Sprite starter for the Sprite Red here.
And I'm surprised that Ryan wanted to, you know, banish this Mosquito, but then in the end didn't.
Yeah,
now
he thought about it at first.
Yeah. And this is easily game from Samir.
Yeah, this will be enough.
So the Shadow Mosquito, for you guys at home who don't know how this card works, declare an attack, detach, and it places a counter, a hallucination counter, and then everything that you crash into it will be inflicting damage to your opponent that you would have taken instead.
Yeah. Pretty much equal to the attack, so yeah.
It's really unfortunate that he actually considered the Mosquito at first and then went for the Melfi.
I mean, to be fair, it was probably over anyway, but like this makes it super easy to OTK. Because basically it's 2,500 for each monster that can attack over it, so it's a lot. It's a lot, yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't seem like there is anything from Ryan, so...
Just going through the motions here.
Exactly, gonna deal 25.
I think he's explaining how the Shadow Mosquito interaction actually works.
Yeah.
So I suppose, do you think like this is one of the advantages of Sprite? You know, typically going second is probably a little bit harder than usual, but you know, having the ability to set up a big field like this or go second with the Mosquito, do you like that in the versatility that the deck offers?
I do really like it. I mean, I gotta say, obviously the Runics are also really good, but this deck seems like a top contender, and I don't mind it at all. It has a lot of versatility, as mentioned. Going first, it can do a lot. Going second, too. There are not many cards that are really good at stopping you. Like one entropy is usually not enough. And yeah, I think it has really good chances of taking it all the way to the victory. So this game, it's over. So it seems like Ryan is still debating and checking his math, but it should be plenty.
I'm not sure if there's anything that can be used as disruption from the hand here, or you know, as we mentioned, that face down, the Sprite carrot offers that protection if necessary.
Yeah, I don't know if they're just counting or debating what's going on. At the same time here...
Yeah, I think they're just trying to double check that.
Okay, because you need to attack with the smaller ones first. Okay. I got scared for a moment because I thought you attack with the gigantic, which would get rid of the hallucination counter as it is for tissue, but okay. You attack with the other monsters first, and let's see if there is anything face down from Ryan that can save him. Just to force out this carrot, maybe.
Do you think in hindsight maybe overlaying into that Shangri-La would have been a little bit safer? Would have mattered?
I don't think it would have mattered at all, because you can do just the same as what we have just witnessed. And yeah, it is plenty of damage to seal this one out. So I think we're going to see an handshake quite soon. Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's just a matter of math from Ryan, but this has been enough as it is already dealt 8,200 to Ryan life points. He just needs to realize it.
So we're just confirming things with the judges to make sure that this all adds up, and this is conveniently going through the exact motions that they wanted here. So, in terms of the deck list itself for Cash Tier, we saw a lot of...
okay, we saw damage tap Forbidden Lands, but yeah, it doesn't matter at all, so okay. Sorry, what were you saying, Nadir?
Yeah, no, in terms of the deck list itself, we saw Ryan playing quite a lot of different tech options and such. We saw the Lava Golems, the Dart Rulers in the main deck. Dart Ruler, how do you feel about that in the main?
It's definitely a unique choice, but at the same time, I think it has to do with the fact that I mean, at least 3,000 duelists were expected this weekend, and when you play against such an amazing field of duelists, but like 12 rounds, top 64, you need to prepare for a real variety of decks. And Dark Ruler might be better against some matchups, worse against some, but in general, I would say it's pretty good to just negate all of your opponent monsters. So it seems to me as if it's just a generic card that Ryan thought was going to be good. And in this matchup, it actually is really good, going second against the Melfi Sprite board. But he now needs to go first.
Yeah, no. So Ryan gets a chance to go first again, see if he can open as well as he did before. And despite that amazing opening that he had, the hand traps used by Samir was enough to shut him down. Going first, however, we could see some of these options that he's got here. We've got Dimension Shifter, not incredible in this matchup. Sprite itself has historically played it against Tearlaman in the last format, so potentially not that, but a pointer of the Red Lotus we see here.
Thrust as well. By the Grave.
Basically, we have discussed how amazing a pointer of the Red Lotus is, and it's arguable whether, we mentioned yesterday whether we like it or not, but to even point it a step forward, Ryan is playing a card we have yet not seen this weekend, which is Light Force Sword. Essentially, a similar card to a pointer in this deck, because what it does is you randomly banish face down a card from your opponent hand. They will get it back after a while, pretty much after 4 turns, but with a Rise Art, you just get it right away. So essentially you get rid of a random card from your opponent hands, and when you draw it with a lot of these cards, like even multiple copies, it's not once per turn, you can do your own small end loop similar to Dark World, I guess, and those are definitely coming in now.
We talked about this before, just seeing cards that are absolutely ancient resurfacing into the meta is one of the beauties of the game here.
Yeah, also Samir is playing, the Grave of the Super Ancient Organism we talked about yesterday, and once again, I think this is another very old card, from...
Talk me through some of these one-offs in the side deck from Samir. What do you think of these ratios?
Well, I mean, 1 Bell, 1 Droll, 1 Grave.
I think he was late. No, he didn't have time to come here. Just took some
couldn't find them in
cards.
time. Yeah. Maybe the logic is sort of just to diversify the options in your side deck, depending on.
Let's
I
call
guess.
it that. He's probably playtesting at YCS London to find out which of these should be played at free copies. But regardless, it's going really well for him, and we might see some of these one-offs in the deck for this matchup. So regardless, one of these duelists is gonna lose here in top 8. The other will advance to the first semi-finals. They are ready, so let's jump back into game 2.
Well, Ryan gets another chance at this, having taken a game down here, and potentially has another option here. Do we go first, maybe? You know, do you play like the mind game, maybe? Let your opponent start, make them miss side?
I mean, sometimes you can...
That's what he did!
Nice.
That's what he did!
Nice.
Wow.
Nice call.
Okay.
And it actually paid off, because there is a Kurikara in the end from Samir, which is going to be useless at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, utilizing the ability to sort of mind game, take advantage of your opponent's side decking patterns, because you know you can really take out a lot of powerful cards in your deck if you think you're going first, or rather going second, and then when you swap that around, you have cards that just don't function, like Kurikara, as you mentioned, just totally dead if you're going first.
I like that a lot in siding, and actually we will walk him through some of the matches. Eric Osbeck, one of the amazing European players, was knocked out by Santoni with this exact strategy. He let him go first, and he drew into evenly matched Gamma, and you know, a lot of these cards, and he just lost in top 32 like this.
Ever been a fan of smoke screening?
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one to me, but yeah, I do like it in general as an idea, I guess.
And especially what usually happens, and I think it happened to Samir, that if you thought you would have gone second, you basically side out the double cross, which is something that Samir did. So I mean, he only has this Mesher which he left in the deck, and also he hard drew the red, which is very nice, because now you can go with the sprint and send the angler. I mean, I think the setup will be very, very powerful.
Yeah, he also has a starter, by the way, so he has a lot, as mentioned. He can get to another card, another interruption, and now you can see the Melfi, for example, so let's see.
There it is.
Yep.
Despite the sort of trying to four-dimensional chess your opponent into miss-siding, it's, as you mentioned, does it feel like it mattered? I mean, this is full combo, right?
Yeah, exactly, because like Samir thought he would have gone second. Indeed, we saw the evenly match had been sided in, but I mean, look at this end. Because like sometimes you know, just Sprite with one card put up this incredible field, and
that's it. Yeah.
So the Melfi of the Forest activating the effect to search out the Melfi caddy, and in the end phase, you can special summon the Melfis from your hand. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how this interaction works?
Yeah, it's a very unique one. As mentioned, once you special summon, when your opponent normal summon or special summon a monster, you can get it back to your end and search for a beast, in this case the other Melfi in the deck, and then perform a synchro summon from the end, which gives you a level 4 synchro, which is usually the Herald of the Arclight. Or it can be even the Melfi Synchro, which essentially is the Merry Melfis that bounce a card, so kind of a compulsory evacuation device kind of effect. The only worry I have is there is no interruption for spell and traps. Yeah. So if an evenly match would be picked up here, which now the Ash Blossom is forced to be activated for this exact reason, we could have been in trouble. And Dark Ruler also would have been really nice.
You mentioned the Sprite starter that Samir had. Did he already use it this turn, or is it one of the set?
No, it is one of the set.
Okay.
Yeah.
So interesting that he doesn't immediately go for starter into Carrot. Do you think it's to try and play around Dark Ruler?
Yeah, but also he saw a Lava Golem being revealed in game 1, so maybe that's why he wants to wait, and if your opponent Lava Golems you, then you flip it to get Carrot, which can make sense, I guess.
I really like that. He's playing pretty conservatively to play around a lot of different cards that Ryan might have here. And I'm just wondering do you think maybe Ryan is regretting his decision to go second?
From what we saw so far this weekend, I think that Kashtira players in general tend to go second after side deck.
Ooh, but here we see a nice one in Talent, and I regret obviously not using the starter earlier, so let's see.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is a monster effect that activated during this main phase, which allows you to fulfill the activation requirements of the triple talents. And this card, I mean, we've seen it in and out of the formats over the last couple of years. What an incredible card. Mind Control, Pot of Greed, and what's the other one? Third effect. All three of those dual monster staples in one singular card.
Also, they want to look at your opponent's hand and choose one.
There it is. Dual. That's the classic one. Yeah,
just
let's call it
delinquent one.
Delinquent Uno. All right, actually choosing to steal the Melfi. Do you think we're trying to go for a Zeus play here?
Yeah, for sure. He's playing at the same time, obviously not a way to climb it, so the red would still be an issue, but here we see the start. And
so
this is,
So the logic here is that you take the Xyz monster so that you can perform a battle, then use it to climb up into Zeus here, right? But you detach 2 from the Zeus, you're going to get negated by red.
Exactly.
If you try and go for Downer to put more materials on it, the sprint bounces away. I mean, you wouldn't do that anyway because it doesn't have 4 materials, but does it really achieve much?
And also it's unlikely that he's playing Downer in Kashtira, so it's like...
But I really like the play from Samir, because now with the sprint effect, it just detaches a material from the Gigantic and just bounce back the Melfi.
And we still have the red and the carrot online, and it feels like... I mean, right, special summon Fenrir.
We might see the Smashers.
Yeah, I think it will make sense. Now you go for the Smasher, you just get rid of the Fenrir, then if he goes with a spell...
You can wait potentially for the battle phase, at least the start of the battle phase. So that's what I think Samir is going to do, because if he activates it, you have red, so you're not really afraid. And I think this makes sense.
If you activate red to negate here, do you think you tribute the Gigantic because it has no materials to destroy, or do you want to leave a level 7 on the field for your opponent?
No, I think you get rid of it. Most likely, just because you have the Smashers, so they would need 3 ways to access it, and 3 monsters because you have Carrot to negate the birth. So I think you're fine with getting rid of the Fenrir.
Well, this is one of the great additions, or rather one of the great abilities of the sprite Carrot and Red, is that when you negate with them, first of all, they don't negate the activation, they negate the effects, and on top of that, it's optional to destroy if you tribute a extra deck monster. So, and you have that option to decide, do I want to remove it? Do I want to keep it on the field?
Yeah, here you have to for multiple reasons again, because if you leave the Fenrir, it forces you to another negation by just entering the battle phase. So let's see.
Options still exist. I mean, an Xyz can still battle this turn technically. You know, we can attack over the sprite, but here comes Reinhardt.
Normal summon finally by Ryan, and yeah, again, Samir taking his time.
Because now if you go Smasher on the Fenrir, then if he has a Theosis, for example, you can negate it with the Carrot.
Yeah.
He just has so many options. He has so many ways to stop him from continuing.
I mean, at the same time, why is it threatening though?
Yeah, true.
Like,
and Samir gives him the thumbs up. You know,
it's like
go ahead.
If you banish it with the Smashers, then they can get to the Theosis to add it back to the end. So you can just wait, and now you can use the Carrot if you want. I think this is fine for Samir. Like, you're in a good spot at the moment.
Yeah, like you said, waiting till the star step is fine. If he commits into an Xyz monster, that's an easy Smasher option.
I think he's just trying to realize whether he can lose this game. Also, guys, we are kind of forgetting about the Melfi, so he has a lot of stuff that he can do.
So at some point, this caddy could return to the hand to get a search here.
Yeah, that's the only surprise to me that he hasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason is the Fenrir, but yeah, now we see the Smashers, and it's actually a kind of a surprise because it would mean that the Theosis would resolve, and if he gets rid, you know what I mean? He has to kind of get rid of the Arise now. Yeah. So now we will see the red. Yep. And one last card. It is the birth, and we do have the Carrot. So he's thinking about, obviously, he has to negate the effect, not the activation. And I think Ryan tried his best.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately. Oh, and I think he top decked a starter. Wow. Yeah, I mean, very well played by Samir, recognizing all of his options. And now in the lead, he really has a lot of options. He's not gonna be able to go for the Mosquito as he did in game 1 because there is no monster from his opponent, but still a lot of different options. And
I don't believe Ryan has any cards left in hand, right?
No, at all.
Yeah, so he's pretty much in a top deck position if we can't close out the game here. Kashtira Birth does offers a lot of recursion and the ability to grind, but Samir is really far ahead right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he does have this Kurikara, which again is quite useless at the moment. But we mentioned it in the top 64 with Jessica. That basically, she was left with only 2 cards, and Dinka decided to just pass on a red plus carrot because, well, you can just use those to negate whatever cards they draw into. So this might be similar if Samir doesn't find enough damage to close this one out.
Personally, the only thing I'm not like super, you know, crazy about with the Sprite deck is you don't really have a lot of follow-up in this situation. You know, he had to draw, and you also had to make sure that you had enough survival with those monsters to then go into Gigantic. But if your opponent is able to clear everything but not end the game, you know, without the ability to, you know, recur from the graveyard like Sprite Elf, it just you kind of fall apart. But does do enough to survive, doesn't he?
He did, and honestly didn't use the Melfi, because that's also a way to, you know, get back some more resources into the Herald to just have one more negation. But for now, he's just trying to figure out whether he can win. And as mentioned, worst case scenario, he's not playing the Gamma even in the side deck, and he probably wouldn't play it now. But decides to get a starter instead of the double cross. Interesting. Maybe he sided it out going second.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Alberto, probably not really want to put that in going first. Although sometimes, you know, do you think it's okay to keep in a card like that just in case you can break your opponent's field and then you set up and then let them go on turn 3 if you can?
Honestly, of course, he didn't know that he would have gone second because, like, Ryan let him start. But in general, you usually side it out if you plan to go second, especially because, like, you have multiple cards, like such as Evil Image and stuff. So you don't really want to draw that. And I'm pretty sure that Samir sided out the Swap Frogs as well by going second. Which
for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, he could also go battle phase, and then in main phase 2, he could go for a Zeus play so that he has the carrot plus red plus the Zeus. So I think that would be a nice plan, in my opinion. So
and this is where he decides whether he wants to use it or go for Zeus. Okay, no. Gigantic, he's debating. Yeah, okay, he's going to be using it. Yeah. So no more Zeus, but let's see. No Swap Frogs either. Oh, he's playing double carrot. Oh. Interesting. Double red as well.
Okay.
Whoa. Okay. Really interesting ratios, yeah? Double carrot and double red. Okay.
I suppose with the sort of evolution of this deck now, it's probably not too bad to just hard draw them, right?
No. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough, absolutely.
And again, as we mentioned, Samir doesn't really need to do anything drastic, doesn't particularly need to go for a game when you have this many resources ahead of your opponent. They simply just have
it's just going to end, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happening. Ryan, one draw away from being in this duel. The best draw by far would be probably the Dark Ruler, right?
Yeah. But I would have gone for the Zeus play, honestly, so that you have the solution of carrot or red just in case, and then the Zeus as well, right?
But instead, Ryan starts things off with the birth, and let's see if he tributes the Gigantic. He does.
Yeah, he wants to remove it.
Yeah, wants to get rid of it. One more card from Ryan. Is it anything useful, or is this going to Samir?
Thrust.
Ooh, Thrust. Okay. Nice one, actually.
It's actually really scary in this situation, isn't it? I mean, all we have left is the red is still online, but I mean...
It's definitely a good one. He can access some of his draw power, potentially. A lot of different options.
What you're looking for here?
You can do, like, you can either try to go crazy, or you can even grab something like a Storm and get rid of, you know, turn this into a top deck war, because your opponent has used pretty much every Sprite card. Yeah. You know they have a starter, so obviously that's not great. But if you can beat it... Did you get Terraforming? Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
So Thrust as a counterpart to the triple talents that was released a year or two ago now as a new one that allows you to... You can't just search talents with it, but the powerful effect, of course, that people have been utilizing it for is to be able to search any spell and trap card from your deck to your set, technically. And if your opponent controls a monster, you can add it directly to your hand and use it this turn.
And yeah, he's gonna use the effect because his opponent is forced to negate, but then you can use the other effect of Fenrir. So this is actually huge. He gets rid of every single card.
Do you think it's even worth using the red to negate here? I suppose you have to, right? You can't let them get the search.
You have to, but this is completely back online for Ryan. It was definitely one of the better draws from the deck, Frost.
Yeah, not bad. Actually managing to turn this around. So after a pretty poor start from Ryan, maybe with that misstep on even deciding to go second altogether, has maybe clawed his way back into this.
Yeah, very surprisingly, still the Kurikara, the only card in the end, and the starter gonna be used now just to thin out of these decks and also get... I mean, I guess there was a consideration whether this is worth it because of the Kurikara. So technically, I think you can wait if you have a target to bait the Fenrir. So if you draw and then activate starter to go blue, and if they then Fenrir, you can Kurikara it. I think honestly that would have been nice. And let's see if this is not a misstep by Samir, but obviously unless you draw into the third starter, and I don't want to jinx it, you can use the jet. So let's see. Is it gonna be the starter? Ooh, with a spell by its Feather Duster. Okay.
Yeah, a bit of a top deck war going back and forth here. Samir, a little bit of an edge, I'd say, considering how we resolved the blue last turn. We have a jet in our hand, so we still have a decent amount of engine.
It is as simple as this. If he is able to force out this Fenrir, it's game. Because it's exactly on 3000. Kurikara would be 3000 attack. So that's his plan right now.
Oh, but I think he's out of starters, though.
Did he use all three already?
I think so.
Might be the case.
Because two are in the graveyard and one is banished.
It's banished one, so yeah, he's out of... He cannot use the jet. That's why maybe using this in the end phase was a mistake, but I guess worst case scenario, we can go for a Nomibaru, you know, something like this. Let's see.
Actually, a Omibaru would be... Okay, we're going to go for the mana.
Yeah, it's still good enough. As I mentioned, you really only need to force your opponent to activate this Fenrir, and I think there is only that much that your opponent can do. Let's see.
All right, Mannequin effect to attempt to special summon here. It looks like it's...
Ryan allows it.
Ooh. Okay.
This is really intense.
But unfortunately, he does use it, and this means that the Kurikara becomes an option. And there it goes,
wow.
Kurikara from Samir. Wow.
Keeping it off from the field here, gaining the attack as you mentioned. Is this enough to just clear?
It's barely missing some life points, I believe. Because the mannequin is 2000, or I believe?
It's 2000, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so this wouldn't be enough. It would be 2600. But it's still really dominant.
All right, well, we've completely cleared here. And
2600, yeah. And in the end phase, you get back the Fenrir as well, because you summon it with Kurikara. So this is still really, really good. You get Zeus, Brass, Fenrir, so honestly, really dominant position by Samir, who, as mentioned, gonna get back a Fenrir. One more top deck from Ryan.
Last chance to get an answer for this. What have you got, Ryan? It's a Zeus that we're staring down with a live Fenrir. This is...
Yeah, there goes the handshake. Well played by both, but it is Samir who convincingly wins it 2-0. What a match. Really, what a match.
I can't believe that he tried to go for that, you know, let you start despite everything, and it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, especially because like Samir started in all the going second cards, right? But he didn't draw any, basically, and then he paid off in the end. So.
Yeah, we mentioned now it was gonna have a bittersweet ending regardless. Two friends, two teammates playing it out. But the journey from Samir and this fairy tale almost continues with this last-minute booking. And now he's one of the 4 duelists remaining for a shot at the championship. Wow.
Only 4 players remain, and we'll have a look at just exactly what decks are remaining for the rest of this tournament. But Sprite is going to advance on to top 4, the Sprite Melfi version.
Yeah, especially because like taking a look at his deck, he has a lot of options. We have seen this weekend our players relying on multiple little engines on their deck. And he's a swap procs as well. He told us yesterday he likes Totally Awesome, he goes for that line in game 1, and then in game 2, I think, knowing that he goes second, he just side them out.
Takes them out. I am still thinking that might be the only weak side of his deck, but maybe, I mean, we didn't see it in action in this match. We'll see whether he will be able to summon this totally awesome. But if I had to find, you know, just one thing I don't like that much about his deck list is the 3 copies of Swap Prog. But again, I can be completely wrong, and we'll see whether it will pay out. Regardless, from Ryan, I don't think much can be said. He tried his best, as mentioned, maybe a little too many mind games. Well, I don't know.
Sometimes you try and be a little bit too clever, you know. So
yeah,
we're gonna have a little look at the top 8 deck breakdown here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so the variety has dropped a little bit, we
Quite
can say.
significantly, yeah.
But honestly, one of them is still in top 4, and that is exactly our dear Samir. But Kashtira really showing why it is the most represented deck ever since the start. So 19% of the total field, around, what was it, 48 or something in the top cut, and now 75 in the top 8. Definitely showing massively, but still some runic decks as well left, and we will find out the remainings of the matchups and how they went down. But I think Samir definitely has what it takes to finally win a YCS after he became European champion. And I don't know if you guys have any predictions left from these top 8 incredible duelists, I guess.
I think Samir is no stranger to trying out unique and different strategies, but wow. I can't say how much I love Dinkabui's for hire deck.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
The deck is incredible. He showed us, I mean, incredible stuff. But for predictions, I think I'm done for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's Brandon doing?
Yeah,
ask me next event.
yeah. But I mean, as you mentioned, we still have a lot of cool decks. Dinka is definitely the one with one of the most unique decks remaining with this Furrier, and we'll see. Definitely a lot of scary competition, a lot of accomplished duelists, and we could all go all the way to having more than just a single YCS champion. But Ryan has been kicked out, so one of the possible 2 times YCS champion is not the case.
I don't think if you had a chance to look at the top 64 standings, overall, the top cut for this event has been absolutely stacked. There's so many named players, and we can see here even the last top 8 players remaining, all really good seasoned duelists.
A lot of different duelists. We have Flavio Columbo was a runner-up national champion, and then I think whatever.
What's the story there?
No, I mean,
poor Flavio.
No, Flavio, my dearest respect, but I would just call you out as the number
Poor
1 seed of the top 64 when we have, you know, a lot of already champions. But he's still there.
Yeah.
So he's still in the top 8. So maybe he is as soon to be champion. But yeah, as you mentioned, we had a lot of competitions from all over the world, and still having some potential big names. But regardless, only 2 matches remaining. This has been a long weekend, 18 matches in total to find out who is gonna be the champion for YCS London 2023. And 2 more remain.
You've been in this situation before where there's just 1, 2 more duels between you and victory.
And it's crazy, yeah. It's honestly a unique experience. You have to try and just take it as a game at a time, but obviously when you can see it, you can almost touch it. It's quite different. And this is exactly what we're gonna ask Samir. And to do that, who is better at that job than Head? Definitely not me, so let's go to the winner interview.
Thank you, Marcello. Very kind of you. I'm joined with our top 8 winner, Samir Bakar, who's just made his way into that semi-final, that top 4. Very exciting time. Samir, you've made it to the top 4. How do you feel?
Me feel it's possible. Now I'm playing versus my friends, and I cannot lose after one my friends. I don't accept.
How does it feel to duel a friend in the top 8?
It's strange playing versus my friends. I want a final if I'm playing versus my friends on the top 8. It's a game. And it's complicated for me to describe the emotion.
I understand.
I'm sad. I'm a little sad.
You're sad? You're a very passionate man, Samir. I appreciate you've got a good energy about you, and I like that. We're just going to quickly go through the game because it was you did really well at dominating most of that. It was a 2-game win. So the first game, build a huge field, the Ninja Shadow Mosquito for that extra damage, and you attack the game. During that, how are you feeling? Are you feeling confident at that point?
Yes, for the road. After my opponent, after Ryan used Unicorn and didn't banish my Mosquito, me just won the road for OTK because I cannot grind. And me save Carrot, Red, no Prosperity, only one face down. It's possible with Fake, and Red Carrot, it's a whole possibility for one.
I mean, we get to hear your whole process there is great.
Yes.
And then we move into your second game. You had the full combo straight off the bat, and basically you basically just did a really good job of controlling the field, slowly chipping away that damage, and at the end that Kurikawa just kind of sealed it.
Kurikawa beginning me show off. And after that, whole sprite endurance with his hand of endurance, and just thinking I cannot win my extra deck. It's just Fenrir 240, it's so much for my monster level 2. Just thinking for proc Fenrir on Mannequin Cat. For Fenrir, it's a solution.
Very much. Well, congratulations, Samir. You're now in that semi-final. Best of luck. Hope to see how far you can go in this. Maybe the final. Maybe you can go all the way. We'll see. That's what we'd like to say. Congratulations again. Guys, don't go anywhere because before we get into that top 4, we've got ourselves a quick little quiz. We'll be right back.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links 6th anniversary.
You can't do a thing against my creepy crawlers. Here I go. My entire swarm attacks. What? You don't mean Mirror Force? Look at these great presents.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links campaign underway.
Welcome back. I told you we'd be back with a quiz. So, as you can see, I'm joined by Leo and Basti. I've got to say, I really enjoy Samir's energy in that. It's quite hard to understand Samir, and I think it's quite hard for him to understand me as well. But I think we managed to make it through that interview, and now we're here making sure that we do some good old-fashioned quizzing before we get into that top 4 match. Are we excited for the top 4?
Yes.
That's all I need to hear. Are you excited for the top 4?
Yes.
Yes! This is what we want. Energy, excitement. So, speaking of energy and excitement, we have here a brand new quiz. So, for instance, this is called Higher or Lower. Now, this is going to be a difficult concept to explain, but basically the card you have to say is either going to be higher or lower than the other card. Do you understand?
That was really easy to me.
Very easy to understand. So, for instance, if I'm going to say level, I'll start with you and I'll say name a level 4 monster.
Armageddon Knight.
Okay, and what we'll do now is I'll then have to turn to whoever hasn't answered and say higher or lower. So you've said Armageddon Knight, level 4, higher.
Blackwing Scirocco.
Higher.
Do exceeds count?
Do exceeds count? Probably no, because that's not a level, that's rank.
Then Dark Magician.
Higher.
Blue Eyes Chaos Max.
Lower.
Red Eyes Black Dragon.
Lower.
Lower, thank you. Glow Up Bulb.
Lower.
That doesn't...
Oh yeah, I can't go lower. Okay, higher.
Plague Spreader Zombie.
Higher.
Sangan.
Higher.
Dark Grepher.
Higher.
Kashtira Fenrir.
Higher.
Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier.
Higher.
That's a tough one now because we reached a quite high level.
Already, this is where it gets really tough, is when I push too far high.
Yeah, I think one of the train monsters, but none of them comes to my mind, so.
That means you would get the point there, Leo. In fact, we'll give you that point. We'll start there, and we're going to see if we can get to 3, because this may be quite difficult. So we're going to go for a slightly easier one now. I'm going to start with you, Basti, because obviously we started with Leo. So name a monster with 1,000 attack points.
Sangan.
Very good. Higher.
Of a higher level or higher attack?
Higher attack.
Oh, Armageddon Knight.
Higher.
Dark Grapher.
Higher.
Okay, I'm going to go with Kashtira Ogre.
Higher.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Higher.
Blue Eyes Ultimate Hat Dragon.
Ultimate Hat Dragon. I don't know if we can go higher than 4,000, can we? Higher?
Thanks for making me try. I wouldn't know.
I might be more generous and say lower.
That's very kind.
Go lower than anything lower than 4,000.
Yeah, I can find one of those. Kashira Fenrir.
Lower.
Kashtira Fenrir. What about the Magician of Faith?
Okay. Lower.
Glob Bob.
How much is that attack?
100.
Okay, lower.
Why is that hard? I'm gonna say Utopia Future. It's the 0-0.
Is that 0-0? Okay, right. Higher.
Hard one. Mathmag Circular.
Higher.
Mathmag Alimbertion.
Higher.
Dark Magician.
Higher.
Obelisk the Tormentor.
Again, I don't think we can go higher than that. Lower.
Lone Fire Blossom.
How much is that?
I think 500.
Higher.
Five-Headed Dragon.
Wow. Lower.
Ooh, there are a lot. So, Kashira Unicorn we didn't have yet.
Higher.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Higher.
Didn't we have Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Oh, we did. That means I'm going to have to give that point to Basti. Did we? Yeah, we did. We've already had it. Because then the follow-up one was Chaos Max Dragon. That was in the earlier one. So we've got that. So that's 1 point apiece. So we're going to see what we can do next. So let's try Link rating. So name me a Link 2 monster.
Nightmare Phoenix.
Higher.
Nightmare Unicorn.
Higher.
Saruya.
Saryuja?
Yeah,
okay. Lower.
Isolde, Two Tales of the Noble Knights.
Yeah, good, okay. Higher.
Nightmare Griffin.
Higher.
Underworld Goddess.
Higher.
Ooh, that's Arrival of the Ignister.
Higher.
Lower. Sky Striker Ace Kagari, which is a 1.
Higher.
Skystrike Ace Zeke.
Higher.
Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess.
Higher.
Oh, that's what it's getting. It's getting interesting. I'll have to pass.
Okay, so Leo, that goes to you. There's not very many that go higher than that, so it's quite difficult once we get into the 5 realm. So we've now done Link rating, we've done attack, we've done level. Let's try defense. It's now, is it 1 apiece? No, it's 2-1. Okay. Sorry, my mistake. Of course, you just passed that point over, of course, generously. So that's 2 points to 1 point. So let's see what happens if we do defense. Name a monster with 2,000 defense.
Trickstar Lilybell.
Lower.
Glow Bob.
Lower.
With 0 defense. Jubel.
Okay. Higher.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Higher.
Labyrinth Wall.
Higher.
Wow, you're testing me there. More than 3,000 defense points. I think the Liebe, the Juggernaut Liebe, the Exceed monster, I think it's over 3k defense.
Lower.
Is Juggernaut Liebe really over under 3?
Is Juggernaut Liebe over? We're going to have it checked.
Is it? I'm not sure myself. Liebe, like the XYZ monsters with trains.
L-I-E-B-E.
L-I-E-B-E. We're double checking just to make sure that there hasn't been a mistake made. It all comes down to this moment. Who is it that said Liebe? Was it you? Okay.
But honestly, who pays attention to the defense points, right?
We said, is it over 3,000? It's 4,000. Okay, so that means you got it right. So then I said lower to you.
Yeah. That's a quite difficult task, to be honest, but I'm going to say Kashtira Riceheart. We didn't have that.
Lower.
Sangan.
Lower.
Plague Spreader Zombie.
Lower.
Effect Veiler.
Higher. I'm going through the cards in my head going, attack, defense. Higher.
Trickster Candina.
Higher.
Gemini Elf.
Higher.
Is Gemini Elf higher than Trickster Candina?
Oh no! Was that a slip up there?
I think it might have been.
Okay, that means
But
the
I'm not
point.
sure.
The point is going to have to go to Leo there, I'm afraid, Basti, which means you have got to 3.
Is Candina 1,200 defense points or is it 200 defense points? I'm not sure.
Candina.
It should be 1-2.
Can we double check just how much Candina is so that we're 100% certain? Otherwise, this is all a sham. We need to make sure that we're getting these things right, you know? You can feel the tension in the room. Look at both of these. Look at the Candina. 400 defense points. Did you get it wrong?
Gemini, no, he didn't get it wrong. That's the thing.
Oh, so the point goes to you.
No. It's my turn now.
Is it? Is that how this works? Okay.
You said Gemini Elf, right? Oh, you had to go lower.
How many's Gemini Elf got?
5.
Oh, so you went. So the point does go to you. Yeah. Yay! There we go. Okay, that's what we want to see. Now we're just checking the state of our top 4 game to see if they are available right now. So we've got time for one more. Currently, we've got the categories have been level, link rating, attack, and defense, but we haven't done rank. Name a rank 2 Xyz monster.
Gigantic Sprite.
Higher.
Divine Arsenal, Sky Thunder, AA Zeus.
Is that 11?
It's 12, I think.
It's 12. Is there higher? Can you go higher?
I don't think so.
No, then let's go lower.
I will go with Steel Swarm Roach.
Lower.
Ginbuster.
Lower.
Lyrilisk Nightingale.
Is that 2? 1. That's 1. So now we're back up. Higher.
I want to say, first of all, this is really hard when you're standing here. And I have to name a monster with a rank higher than 1, right?
Correct. Literally any monster.
Gachi Gentetsu.
Wow, okay. Higher.
Olivier.
Higher.
Livia the what? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, Time Thief Redoer.
Okay. Higher.
Volcasaurus.
Volcasaurus, wow. Higher.
I want to say this block monster, but I forgot the name. So I'm going to say something else. Nice. I'm not stalling. Mecha Phantom Beast Dracossack.
Higher.
Let's go with a very extraordinary Exceed Monster Van. In that case, I will just have to go, of course.
Great stall. This is great.
With Juggernaut Liebe again, of course.
Higher.
Higher. Higher than Liebe. Ed, you are asking tough questions here. And I want to say that I'm really thankful for you. I'm really thankful that you're doing all of this. And I have no idea. Point goes over to Basti.
Okay, point goes to Bastis. That's now 3-2. So that's been very, very interesting to see how this works. The best bit is I don't necessarily know the answers as well as you guys do. But when you get put on the spot in front of lights, it's remarkably hard to remember even basic cards. If you suddenly started to make me do this, I don't even know. So I almost want to try and do this with original. Let's try this with original cards. Tell you what, I almost want to do we were playing this backstage. I don't know if we'd be allowed to do it, but I'm thinking of a card, but doing it with the original Yugi and Kaiba decks, because those were fun, but I don't think we're allowed to do that. So we could try one more higher or lower. Should we try level again? Or do you want to do attack?
Attack, yeah.
Okay, we'll go for one more attack. So the points are 3-2. Okay, let's see if you can equalize this, Basti. It sort of comes down to this. Tell you what, to make this even more exciting, I will make this worth 2 points. So if Basti gets this, he wins. But if you get it, you secure the win.
not so thankful anymore.
No, I'm sorry. I've got to engineer some of the tension. What I loved in that last round from both of you was you get to see how presenters' brains work when they're trying to come up with the next question or something. That's really great. Really appreciate your answer for that. And what a pleasure it is to be here with you. Ding. Oh, so that's it. The thing I meant to say. That's exactly what we got to witness here. And it's quite exciting. So let's go for this with the attacks. Name a monster with 500 attack.
Ancient Gearbox.
Higher.
Strong one, I gotta say. Let's go with Shura the Blue, the Blackwing.
Higher.
Sirocco, the Dawn Blackwing.
Higher.
Blue Eyes White Dragon once more.
Lower.
Lower. Dark Magician.
Higher.
Blue Eyes Chaos Max.
Yeah, you've said that one already.
Oh, but not in this round.
Okay. Okay, fine. Lower.
Lower. It was okay. Then I'm just going to go with the Archfiend Queen. The revive.
Lower.
First thing, I have no idea how much the attack of the Archfiend Queen is, so I gotta be a little bit on. But you said lower, so I will go with a very safe route of saying Effect Veiler with 0 attacks. So.
Okay, you really can't do much better than that. Higher.
Spore.
Higher.
Blackwing Bora, the Spear.
I'm now going to say that you're going to have very little. We're going to try and make this as rapid as possible, just to give you much less time to think. So are we ready to go rapid fire?
No.
What was the card you just said?
Bora, the Spear.
Higher.
Red as Black Dragon.
Higher.
Dark Magician.
Higher.
I said Dark Magician earlier in this round.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Basti. I'm going to have to give it to Leo in that case. Because you've repeated yourself.
It was too quick for me. Got it.
That's fair. The speed is what threw you, but congratulations, Leo. You were worried, you were aggrieved for a moment that I had maybe set this up in a way that was really going to damage you. But don't worry, you managed to win. Guys, thank you very much for bearing with us. We are just basically waiting for these top 4s to be announced. And if I'm not very much mistaken, we're going to be ready very, very shortly. So do not go anywhere, guys. We will be back very, very soon with your finals after the top 4, because that's how that works. Thank you, Brain, for doing that to me. We're going to be back with the top 4 very soon, and then into those finals here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live in London.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the coverage for YCS London 2023. We have another deck profile here. We're joined with all the way from the United States. Who are you and what are you playing?
My name is Zane Bakari and I'm playing Bestial Control. It's a really fun deck. I've been having a lot of success and it's been a lot of fun.
It's more of a Bestial Control deck with your Dragon Engine, trying to, like, you know, set up those big dragons from before. Tell us a little bit about your sort of the main starters that you begin with in this deck.
So the main starters, I play 2 normal summons in the deck. They are Black Metal Dragon and Starleash Safer. They essentially do the same exact thing. They put 2 bodies on board in order to make the main kind of core of this deck, which is Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres.
Tell us a little about the bestial part. So there's a lot of people, I suppose last format particularly, they would play like Magnamut or something. You've gone with a more heavier sort of engine. Tell us a little bit about that.
So that is true. I've gone with a really heavy bestial engine. I'm playing 3 Bestial Lubellion and 6 of a variety of the other Bestials. I'm playing 3 Magnamut. It's the best one. It searches any dragon, not just Bestials, if you didn't know. And also, on top of that, I'm playing Branded Regained and Branded Beast. Both of them are really good for grinding out any back row decks, or, you know, just those instances where Hieratic Seals, you just need a little bit extra oomph in your combo.
You're also playing a way to float, I think, the Hieratic Seal. Is that Albaz we're also running?
Yes, we are playing Branded the way that it was originally intended. We are summoning Albaz and fusing with our opponent's monsters. So we play Mirror Jade and Titaniclad to summon with our opponent's monsters. It's just a really good way to break boards and to OTK. And Mirror Jade is still in really good interruption piece.
Non-targeting interruption obviously cannot be understated. Speaking of non-targeting, we've got some Chaos package in here, right?
Yeah, Chaos Space still tends to be one of the best cards in this deck. We got a really good light target finally in the Bestial Lubellion, but we still have the good, the Baby Dragons, Black Dragon Collapse Serpent, and White Dragon Wyverburster, and the shout-out Chaos Dragon Levianeer. Probably one of the best board breaker like monsters, besides things like Kurikara in the current format, honestly.
As well as finally wrapping it off, you know, you need a little bit of protection, you need a little bit of versatility to be able to stop your opponent from setting up their field. What have you got for us in terms of your defensive cards?
The main defensive cards that we play are hand traps. Hand traps are insane into everything in the current metagame. They feel really good to play. And, you know, don't get stopped by zone locks. So we play Ash Blossom, Nibiru, Gamma, Effect Veiler, and Imperm. I think this covers the widest variety of decks in the current format, and a lot of these cards hit Rogue as well. You know, it's just really good overall. It's been working out really well.
It's very insightful. Thank you so much for giving us a little bit breakdown on the Dragon Link deck, which we may or may not be seeing going quite deep this weekend. Thanks again, Zane, for joining us. We'll be back in just a moment with more coverage from the YCS London 2023. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. Only 2 rounds remain here at the 250th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series from London. In front of me, I have Din Carbui and Tom Kleinergraber ready for that top 4 feature match. And one of these 2 players will be making their way into the final. It's very exciting because this is what both of them are here for, is to make sure they can get into that last round and secure that championship. So, when they're done with their shuffling, we're going to ask you guys for a high roll so that we can see which one of you is going to be going first, gentlemen. A thorough shuffling has been done here. Important when you're getting into this level of the tournament. Okay, they get 2 dice. That is a 6 for Tom. 11 for Dinka. Okay, so Dinka, are you going to go first? Din Carbui is going to be going first. I'm going to hand you guys over, of course, once again to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to take you through this semi-final match here at YCS London. Very, very exciting. Gentlemen, take it away. I can't wait for this.
Thank you, Ed. Semi-finals hype indeed, and how fitting. There are 2 German players with 2 German commentators and 1 UK host and 1 UK commentator.
Yeah, that is some beautiful
that adds
symmetry.
Up nicely indeed.
Do you want to know another funny bit? Oh, a trivia. I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't know if Dinka really enjoys my casting, but out of the events that I've casted, which is a few, but not like a lot,
Sure.
he has made the semi-final, well, at least this semi-final, another semi-final, and won.
All right, so you should stick to casting again then for Din Carbui.
he can ask me if, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, also, those were the 2 players Leonard and I picked when we saw the top 8 players gathering. He was like, I will go with Tom Kleinergraber and I will go with Din Carbui because those are, of course, our German friends. But of course, anybody now left in the tournament is going to be a huge, huge candidate to take this all down. We are about to have the top 4 of the 250th YCS in London. We have 2 exciting players, 2 very accomplished players with a lot of tops and even wins. So let's get into the semi-final. Let's get into the playing action.
Din Carbui has put up quite the pyramid there with his opening 5.
I love players when they just make a little something to do while you're waiting for us casters to get our act together.
And also, it's not only 2 accomplished players, but it's also Din Carbui being on Runic for Hire, a deck that nobody even saw getting all the way here into top 4. So that is so strong.
He does have a history of bringing these, you know, rogue unknown strategies
Absolutely.
all the way deep into the top cut of a YCS.
And you might be wondering, what does Fossil Dig do in a Sprite deck? And there you have your answer. Rex Sprite for Hire indeed is a dinosaur, which you can search out with it.
Yeah, so when that's normal or special summoned, you can search one for hire spell or trap from your deck. And I think from looking at his list, he's only running the one.
Yeah, that should be Rookie for Hire.
Did you realize that this is a little Fluffle crossover? Because this is also almost a Fright Fur card.
Yeah, sure. It is almost. So Dinkabui grabbing a card from his deck. And I think the important part about his deck is that he needs to combine both of his engines to really be super powerful. So he needs to draw into his Runic cards while also having access to his For Hire cards. So there is the activation of Rookie For Hire, tributing the Rex, and that gets Magic Ash Plasma Choice Ring, but there is the Gamma answering that!
That is absolutely perfect scenario for Dinka.
We have said it earlier, if you resolve Gamma on your own turn and you just have the driver and the Gamma on the field, then it is going to be hard for your opponent to come back. But we have also seen Omega being summoned in this tournament already. Basti, can you enlighten us?
There is no Omega in the extra deck of Dinkabui. But, I mean, his
Link
deck is a Link deck, so you
you're
can
more
very
than happy
easily
with
use
this.
that. And we also got that beat onto the field. But still, do we have access to our Runic engine? Because honestly, that is quite a crucial part of that deck.
So perhaps we'll see Donna, which is a card we've seen in a lot of other decks, but this is Donna in its home deck, if you like, and it's so much more powerful. So that will allow you to tribute it and summon 2 For Hire monsters from your graveyard.
Which he's doing right there.
And they should trigger the effect of Beat, which will allow him to search any For Hire monster from his deck to his hand.
This is snowballing quickly. He's getting the advantage of the For Hire, and then there is the boss monster. That is the card that really enables you for some crazy drawing action or even Pot of Duality action somewhat.
Yeah. Both a draw
Rafal, champion of For Hire.
and a gate on your opponent's turn.
Yes.
Yeah, if you discard a For Hire card, so you need quite a bit more resources, but that's what his first effect is. Therefore, summon Rafale, the champion For Hire, and then just go to duality action.
Yeah, that is so crazy. When I read that card first, or rather, when I played versus Dinkabui and he explained me the card, I was like, you can just add whatever card? Is it not just a For Hire card? And he's like, no, I can actually just grab whatever I like.
And then we are seeing a small engine that Dinkabui is running as well. He just added Sprite Sprint. I think he is running the one-offs of the Sprite. He's running 1 blue, 1 jet, 1 carrot.
It is 3 blue, but all the others are only ones, yeah.
That makes sense. Blue is clearly the most powerful.
For sure it is. But still, I think usually you want to use Rafale to get into your Runic engine because we still have not seen any Runic cards there from Dinkabui, and the Runic cards are what are your main interruptions on the opponent's turn. And when you have Runic Fountain face up, but there is the Runic Tip indeed, so he has all of the engines of his deck combined now, and he will also be able to now, okay, we use it to special summon.
So you can see quite the big going second engine here. Evenly matched discarded, Gamma resolved on the first turn. There is nothing better than this. We are adding the Fountain, and there's 1 card left in hand, if I recall correctly, apart from the Sprite starter that could be used here.
Yeah, if it's another Runic card, that would be perfect for Dinka here, because he'd be able to add, draw 2 off of his Fountain.
Yeah, but it's not even super necessary because there is the Rafale, which is going to be able to draw into more cards, or rather Folgo, which is going to be the result of this Link Summon, maybe even right here. And so you can even draw into cards on the opponent's turn. And indeed, it is Folgo Justice For Hire. So you don't necessarily need the Runic cards right on the spot because you might as well draw into them on the opponent's turn.
So Tom not being super familiar with this card, which is fair enough. I don't think we've seen it very much. It's going to allow Dinka, first of all, to special summon a For Hire monster that is different from any of the attributes, or perhaps types, I think, types that were used to special summon Folgo. And it also can't be used as a Link material.
Yeah. So we are special summoning out Donpa, the marksman For Hire.
So Donpa, I think, will let you, when another For Hire monster is special summoned, destroy a spell or trap from your opponent, which will in turn, hopefully, trigger the Folgo, which says if you control enough For Hire monsters, I think by default you draw 1 card, and if you control multiple for hire monsters, I think it's 3, then you can draw 3 cards instead, which is
we're not
absolutely
even done
insane.
yet. Gigantic Sprite hitting the field.
We want to see the blue, and we want to special summon out the Sprite Carrot. This is also an engine that I love to play in the tier element strategy back then, going for Gigantic Sprite at some point with some random level 2s, and then just go for the full Sprite combo involving Smashers as well. Does he run Smashers or just the starter as the spell card?
I don't see Smashers in here. No,
Fair
there's
enough.
no
A very
Smashers.
full deck from Dinka, we can agree, right?
Yeah,
he's
that's
got
red.
a bunch of, for hire, a bunch of Runic and a bunch of Sprite cards.
But it's so fitting that some of those for hire cards are actually level 2, right? There's Rex being level 2, Donpa is also level 2, so that just works perfectly well together with the Sprite cards.
So Tom's going to have to pay attention if he's not played against this for hire deck, how Dinka's going to destroy a card he controls, and you have to pay attention to the effect of that Rex in the graveyard, which can banish itself to special summon a for hire monster at any point during somebody's main phase.
Yep, that is something he definitely has to pay attention to, because those graveyard effects, especially when that Rex is somewhere in the middle of the graveyard, you could really easily forget about it, but that's something at this top level of competition probably is not going to happen to those players.
And we are also going to see Sprite, Red and Carrot on the field, so all of these Sprite cards that you want to have on your end field are just right there. Also, Rex is really good at not only summoning monsters, it also just adds back the spell cards that you're using in your combos.
Yeah,
oh, it can add it from your graveyard as well?
Yes.
That
You
is
special
so
summon
good.
it if it is a monster.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
I mean, this honestly right now looks like a Sprite end board, but just with the potential of drawing so many cards as well on your opponent's turn, so you have insane follow-up with that as well. That is just really, really, really good. And also, we saw so many evenly matched over the course of the weekend, and this board is evenly proof with that Sprite Carrot right there.
So on Tom's side, what cards are we seeing in his deck that might potentially let him answer this field?
So evenly matched would have been one of those. Book of Eclipse in combination with that evenly matched could be something as well. I can see that happening. But besides that, nothing really. I mean, maybe Triple Tactics Thrust into Triple Tactics Talons. That's always a way.
So interestingly, Dinka, most of the time if you used a book or something to target the carrot, you would just let that through. There's no point tributing a monster, but Dinka might want to remove a monster from his own field in order to give him space to summon a for hire monster from his graveyard and then trigger the effect of Dompa.
You could also maybe chain the IP as a response to that.
But it looks like Tom just passes, and I definitely think that is a smart play, because Dinkabui is not going to have a battle phase here in this turn. So why do you want to try? You can just try next turn with even more cards in your hand, especially, like one more card in your hand in that particular scenario, but Dinkabui's field is full, so probably not going to see a lot more development here. And as I'm saying that, he's going for an Exceed Summon.
But that's a really interesting... It seems to have thrown Dinka a bit. I mean, not that he looks like it, but he did pause, at least with his hands. He looked a little bit confused, like, what else do I do? Like, this is my board. You were supposed to try and answer it.
And that is just nasty at this point. You can just go for the Mannequin Cat, the number 29, I think, and just special summon the Ash Blossom if you still had Sprite Red in your deck. Does it also summon from the graveyard?
Well, it doesn't matter. I think maybe he doesn't care about summoning a monster from his deck. He cares about giving a monster to Tom, because the potential answers to Dinka's field are things like evenly matched, things like Lightning Storm, or just summoning a Kashtira, but none of those you can do if you have an annoying Ash Blossom stuck on your own field.
And you actually can summon from the graveyard, so you detach the red and then you can special summon the red back when the Ash Blossom is on the field.
I think you're just double-checking that as well. Very much looks like that, because he deliberately detached the red there.
That is about to happen. Tom was ready to give it over to his opponent, but no, Dinkabui special summons it to the side of Tom, and he gets himself a Sprite Red as well.
And in fact, so Folgo can draw cards when you destroy one of your opponent's cards, but Tom didn't give any cards to destroy. But now Dinka says, all right, I'll give you one, and then I can destroy it.
There comes Rafal again, and we are destroying the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring with the Donpa, showing us that Donpa can not only destroy spell and trap cards, but also just any card on the field.
Yeah, a really dominant position for Dinka here. He's going to be able to draw 3 cards off Folgo here.
And that's going to give him a lot of Folgo up.
That is indeed the case. I actually like that one, Leo. I got to give that.
Thank you.
to you, that was a really good pun.
And again, once you draw cards with Runics, you just draw even more. The drawing never stops.
So back over to Tom. So this turn, as there were no runic spell cards being activated in the last turn, he has to do something, because there will not be another turn of Dinkabui not having a battle phase.
Exactly.
And this is just the point when you're playing against a really unknown deck like the For Hire strategy together with Runic. I mean, you know what the Runic cards do. This is why you're also afraid. You know what the Sprites card do. Oh, and we are seeing evenly matched. And I think this might as well just be the case. He might have two.
Evenly matched number 1, possibly?
Yeah, evenly matched number 1. This will
evenly
be
matched
by Carrot.
part 1.
So, I mean, Dinkabui is considering what to do here, but obviously you're going to negate with Sprite Carrot, yeah.
And we are even tributing the IP Masquerena, and now we're going to see if the... Oh yeah, we are destroying and drawing.
Course. Let's draw
we're
free.
Just checking.
But
Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom on the Volgo.
This, I think you can consider red.
I would consider red, yeah, drawing through, especially if you think, like, what use is red if your board's going to be destroyed?
Oh, wow, he did not use red, and he did not have another evenly, so that was actually the right decision for Dinka, just keeping the red negation.
There comes the race off, and Ka is once again considering whether to react to that.
This is what I was trying to say earlier, before something crazy happened again. This is the point when you're playing against rogue strategies. You don't know what's expecting you.
I agree.
That is the Dinkabui bonus, because he always brings those rogue strategies into the tournament. Their opponents, his opponents never know what to do. I can only recommend you play locals in Berlin, because you will play versus this guy trying out his weird strategies. I can tell you from my personal experience.
And I feel like the Kashtira monsters all get a lot weaker when you've already used your battle phase for evenly matched, because you can't, if your opponent's got an effect negation, normally you just sit on the effect negation until your opponent uses an effect. But Kashtira monsters are very threatening, they can just attack over any effect negation that you have. But if you've already used your battle phase to evenly match now, all of these effect negations you simply have to force out using your Kashtira monsters, which you don't necessarily want to do.
Yeah. So now Tom trying his best, trying to come up with something here, using the effect of Rice Art.
And it works.
Yeah, it does hit the field here. And Tom also wants to use the effect now. Of course, the card from the deck is being banished as cost, and it is going to be the Nightmare Unicorn, and Dinkabui quickly picks up his deck and also banishes 3 cards face down.
That smells like Kashtira Birth to me in hand of Tom. Otherwise, I don't see a reason why you would banish the Kashtira Unicorn. And Birth is actually a really good card against Runic.
Yeah, but Dinkabui really fought for a while when Tom activated the Race Off. So I would be thinking that Dinkabui very likely has Runic Destruction.
Oh, he added it.
Oh, he even has... oh, yeah, then of course he has Runic Destruction.
I saw a Flashing Fire. Maybe I saw that wrong. Yeah.
I think I also think it was a Flashing Fire.
Honestly, could have been both.
They do look quite similar. He could have, I mean, he's drawn so many cards by now, he could have anything.
Ooh, look, there's the summon of the Dark Arm, but now we use the effect of Rex, and Donpa is going to be able to destroy the Dark Arm, and that means Dinkabui is going to take game number 1 here.
Wow.
Absolutely phenomenal. This Runic first turn, this Runic for hire first turn was crazy. There were so many monsters, so many unique interactions that I haven't seen before in my life.
Yeah, Dinkabui finishing 2nd place in YCS Utrecht, but he's back for revenge. Here in top 4, already being up 1 game in this. He wants to get back into the finals and this time be a champion again for the 2nd time in his career.
That was just such a great display. We got to see the full combo on. And I guess, what was his opponent supposed to do?
I mean, he tried with an Ash Blossom, but that was met with a pretty good answer there.
I really like the idea of skipping your turn, because if your opponent doesn't have a battle phase. And maybe he didn't see what the punish was. And I mean, for us, like, we didn't see what was going on. We thought, wow, that's really cool. But then Dinka just showing off again. You know, I can put a monster on your field, and then I can trigger my Foggo to draw 3 cards. And yeah, you know, you drew 1, I drew 3 extra. Come at me, you know?
Just another display of power. I was thinking he was using the Mannequin Cat to summon the Ash Blossom to the opposing field to let it stick there, but no, he had a different idea. He just wanted to draw 3 cards.
That also worked out pretty well. And I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good approach by Tom, because Tom obviously knows how to pilot against Runic strategies, because Runic strategies in general are really popular at this event. But that specific version, that Runic for Hire version, obviously is not so well known, and therefore he knows how to work against the Runic engine, but the for Hire engine not so much.
I mean, it wasn't a for hire card, it was a mannequin cat, which I think some players are playing, some others are not. And that was a really creative use of it. I really like the idea of, just giving your opponent a card so you can destroy one of them. It's like, that's not really,
For sure.
amazing.
But like the sequence of him just passing the turn versus a Runic deck just seems very, very good. I really like that.
To be honest, with those engines, I wouldn't even have expected for Dinkabui to fit another mannequin cat in there. Like, this is the least card I would have expected. But I mean, it just makes sense if you need something to destroy, that you use the mannequin cat to special summon something to the opposing side. I mean, I think this scenario has come up more often this tournament than you would think.
Yeah,
and I think
I would agree.
The general utility of giving your opponent a monster, funnily enough, is just good. Just
really
to give your
good
opponent.
right now,
Imagine a format where it's just, I'll give you a monster.
Oh no!
Oh no, really?
I mean, there are some nasty monsters in the format like Ibli, the Corruptor, or...
You don't want that.
Brass Disciple, or Dark Angel that we have
just
seen.
an Ash.
The Gimmick Puppet as well, for sure.
Oh yeah, Gimmick Puppet. You're absolutely right. But we have seen that the players are ready for game 2. I think that Tom might be starting, but let's see. Let's go over to the table.
Honestly, I watched a little bit of Tom's game. I think it was in top 64 when he was sitting there in Top Cut, and he was going second in a couple of matchups. For example, in the mirror match, but I think letting Dinkabui start here with his Runic for Hire deck is not really the greatest option.
Very brave to let your opponent start when you don't really know what their strategy is.
Indeed. So he did decide to go first here, starting it off with the card that would enable your entire combo immediately with the Kashtira Unicorn.
I mean, we have figured out over the weekend that Kashtira, after siding even, is incredible at going second. However,
those dimension shifters, I think.
Oh yeah, dimension shifter would also be absolutely massive against this deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing I'm noticing in Tom's deck that I think is really cool is running that cross-out designator. So he's running a variety of popular hand traps or interruption effects.
And we're chaining the dimension shifters, so that is quite a good start for Tom Kleinegräber, as those Runic cards in the next turn are not going to hit the graveyard.
Or the for hire cards. I think you want the for hire cards into the graveyard as well. Because Donna, Rex,
so
all
this
of
hits
that.
2 of the engines massively. Still the sprite cards left though.
Only thing that is sad, but I mean, it's fine, is that the Theosis gets banished immediately without a target in the banish pile, so you can't use it from the graveyard to summon out Scareclaw Kashtira. But I mean, at this point, if you have Shift Directive, fine.
Honestly, I think I like it even more in the banished pile, because you are going to end on a Rysart. So a Rysart can just easily attach the card from the banished pile, and therefore you could then use the Kashtira Theosis again. So it will be more likely to actually use the on-field effect of a Rysart compared to just that Scareclaw Kashtira somehow.
Fair. What we're saying, Kashtira, they can banish it from anywhere.
Yeah,
you can even banish it from the banished zone.
I don't know how that would work, but sure if you like.
Well, you banish it by attaching it and then banishing it again. Bring it back for a little bit.
Tom, it's your reality. It's your world, and we're just all living in it. So, and we're playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh!
We are playing that checks out.
That makes this reality so beautiful. So we are searching for Rysart here via the effect of Kashtira Fenrir.
So do we think Tom's going to play these sort of... we've seen players go for the more conservative, just play 3 monsters, make a Rysart, and then pass. Specifically to play under Nibiru.
Yeah.
Do we think we're going to see that now?
I think it's a double-edged sword versus any Runic deck, because Runic has so many cards that can out that one Rysart, because Runic Freezing Curses, Runic Flashing Fire, really both of them are really strong against that. So we see that Tom decides to not do that
Tom
and rather goes for
Shangri-Ira.
We can now banish the Big Bang from the deck with Rysart to spend it. We can also go for the Ogre. hopefully Tom has a birth to follow this up. I mean, it is kind of a tell, the ogre.
Maybe he just decided, I don't want this card in my deck. Go away.
No, I'm pretty sure we're going to go for the ogre as well, because now at this point we already have committed into the Nibiru, so we might as well just get another card that is helping us with the Kashtira ogre, and getting the Kashtira birth onto our field will also be really, really strong, because as we know, Kashtira birth, a powerhouse of a spell card versus the spell card deck, the runic deck.
Good old Kashtira Geburt on the field here, the German name, but for the moment Dimension Shifter is active, so this is going to be relevant in 2 turns.
Yeah, but still, I mean, those games can take quite a while against runic strategies. And
As
now we are searching for the Kashtira Big Bang instead.
So, as I was suggesting earlier, the crossout designator, I think, is an indicator that Tom wants to play very aggressively and flood his board with Kashtira monsters, because crossout designator is pretty much the only way I can think of that Kashtira can play around a Nibiru.
Yeah, true. So I think his deck in general is pretty well designed to play the mirror match, to be honest, because of course Crossout Designator by design is a good card in the mirror match, because you will be able to also negate like Theosis, Unicorn, and all that kind of stuff, like the engine cards as well, because both of you are playing them.
And it's almost like a negate anything, because you can include in your deck all of these common tech cards people are playing, Book of Moon, Infinite Impermanence, and so on, and you can negate any of those.
Certainly, yes. So Tom takes a little bit of time here, decides to go, ooh, do we go for Mind Hacker here?
I think that looks like where this is going, or another Shangri era.
Yep, it is indeed Diabolus's The Mind Hacker.
And I really like that because, okay, I'm not going to do the Folgo up joke again, but I think you can actually, first of all, get a grip on the extra deck of Dinkabui. You really want to know what else he's playing, because that Mannequin Cat was a surprise for sure. You have no idea about the cards that are going to be summoned later on. Maybe, okay, we're now taking away the zone blocker as well, but I think that Diabolus is going to do a good job here at giving Tom necessary information.
Yeah, I think it's really useful. I mean, he did see an awful lot of it in the last game, because Dinka basically summoned it all, but yeah, what do you... Well, I suppose we might not even get to see what's banished if Tom does the banishing face down for it.
Good point.
But yeah, but still absolutely, I think a pretty good thing to just still look at the extra deck here, maybe learn a little bit, maybe read up on all the cards that are in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a little bit of time. I really like that, what you brought up there, Leo, because this matchup certainly is not super familiar to him.
Probably not at all.
Look, we can see it. There is the Gigantic Sprite, and when there's only one Gigantic Sprite in the extra deck, that looks like a pretty good hit there immediately.
And the deck of Dinka, because he's running so many different engines, it might be quite tight and increases the possibility that if you banish, how many cards does he banish now? 5 from Dinka's deck, it might start to become quite annoying if you hit any of the important cards. We can see maybe 1 Beat, 1 Domper in the main deck, so...
Or maybe even 2 Runic Fountains, that would also be quite
insane,
crucial, yeah.
Runic Fountain would be a hard hit, however you would have to hit 2 of those. I mean, manageable.
Yeah.
You can do that.
For sure, for sure. There are only 40 cards in his deck, and you already took 8 of them out right there.
Well, 1 was from the extra deck. But that,
yeah, okay, fair enough, yeah. So it's 7.
Yeah, your counting was a lot better than I said 5. I don't know why I said 5. I was like, some of them are from the extra deck, but no, only 1 is from the extra deck.
So we are also setting the Kashtira Big Bang, and that is usually not what we're going to do with that, because usually this is part of the big combo. We're going to banish it to special summon one of the materials of Kashtira Shangri-Ira back to the field. But honestly, the on-field effect versus this particular deck seems quite good, because we saw that Dinkabui is floating the field with multiple monsters, and all those for hire monsters are adding up to each other. They are summoning right next to each other, and then just a Kashtira Big Birth timed very well at some point might just end the entire turn.
So we're adding Rex for hire, Fright for hire to the hand, and also I've just realized that this is the second time, if Dinkabui wins, that he enters a YCS final with a runic strategy.
Indeed, yeah. In Utrecht he also played Runic Sprite, but now he just found those nice little for hire cards as well, which is a pretty good addition to the deck.
This Arise Heart is getting very large.
Ooh, there comes Runic Destruction. Just going after one of those cards in the back row of Tom there.
Interesting. If he hits Big Bang, it will trigger in the bench. No, Crossout Designator is activated.
Interesting. What card would you go for here?
Entertainingly enough, and maybe he's kept the evenly matched specifically for Crossout Designator. I don't think Dinka would activate a Runic Destruction in his main phase 1 if he had
Unlikely.
evenly matched, but evenly matched isn't going to be much use in your deck, so maybe you just banish it anyway.
I think, do we have access to all of our Kashtira monsters yet? Because we could just banish a Kashtira monster that we then... Oh, but we do go for the evenly matched, just in case. Just in case, but I still like it, because you don't want to top deck into your own evenly matched next turn, so it's actually a good thing.
So are we banishing anything useful? Another cross-out Designator, Ash Blossom and Greatsoth. That is not too bad. There is nothing that you are missing now, however, it also doesn't give you some resources.
Yeah, true.
One Kashtira monster would have been nice, let's be honest.
So. Yeah, a lot of them are already under the Arise Heart, so you're not too sad. But I agree, it is one of the real big downsides of the Runic cards.
Now, Tom.
Well, welcome back, duelists. We appreciate all of your patience, but we had a little bit of a power outage there. Someone activated system down. It put us in a standby phase, but we managed to red reboot it, and now we can Sky Striker mobilize engage. That one didn't quite work as well, but thank you very much to both Leo and Tom for helping me write this segment. We appreciate all of your patience. Thank you very much. Obviously, we are now going to go straight back into the exact moment where you guys left off in our top 4 feature duel. So I'm going to hand you over to the wonderful commentary trio, Basti, Tom and Leo, who are going to quickly update you on where we are with this duel. Guys, take it away.
Yes, there we are again, guys. It has been a bit of time. Ed has done some fantastic crowd work to keep the masses in this venue entertained, but we are just ready to get back into this game. We are fixing the timer right now, so we are not missing any minutes from this fantastic duel. Tom has built up a big board with the Arise Heart. He has taken away some resources with the Diablosis. We are in Dinka Bui's turn, and Dinka is not going to be able to activate a possible evenly match because of the cross-out Designator.
Yes, now we're updated again. I think the players have waited long enough. They sat there in the dark, but we are back here. We have been enlightened again, and so let's see whether Dinka Bui finds some enlightenment here in this turn to break this entire field of Tom Kleinegräber, or whether we're going to have another game, a game number 3 here in this semi-final. So, we are getting back into this. Let's get going.
All right, so Dinka, of course. Now, you should take a second and refocus. Okay, he has planned something, so he's just going to immediately activate the flashing fire 1 second after they were told to play again. But I mean, I understand it, because there was quite some time to think about your next moves.
I'm assuming like Dinka's got his entire turn mapped out here.
But this is pretty interesting, because we decided to use that flashing fire after the destruction, so we could have gotten the destruction into the graveyard as well, but we decided not to do so.
I've got to keep in mind the dimension shifter that Tom activated.
Oh,
although it was a very long time ago.
True, there was one more thing that is still active. There is actually a dimension shifter. You're very right about that.
So definitely worth chaining here for Tom, because obviously the Runic Flashing Fire is going to get banished, but if you use the effect of Arise Heart, then you get to banish the Runic Flashing Fire face down and trigger the Diabolos effect once again.
Take even more resources out of the main deck.
There'll be tons of cards.
And we are going to see the Theosis, detached Theosis, being banished now, and it will trigger after that. So basically, you're having a bad trade on Dinka's side, but you're getting rid of the Arise Heart.
Yeah,
it's a good trade if you get rid of the Arise Heart.
But you get the Theosis add back, so
That's
you're
true,
investing one card, and basically there is still one card on Tom's side.
And so, what are we triggering? We're first, for sure, and certainly are going to trigger the Mind Hacker here, but also, of course, there was a Theosis being banished, and therefore we could add back something else.
Very important, go for Theosis on Chainlink 2, because otherwise Gamma could be a deal breaker here.
Also very important, it's very easy to get very excited when you're triggering effects just to I'll add this for Theosis. And he just made sure to just tap the Diabolosis first and say, I'm going to use this effect, and then I'm going to resolve my Kashtira Theosis, because otherwise you would miss the timing.
That is a lot of the main deck of Dinka Bui now being gone through the effect of the Mind Hacker. And by now, maybe a full engine out of his 3 engines is not available to him anymore.
Dinka, having a look, I don't know if you can fully absorb all of that information in one go.
I think he can. Honestly, this man, he can do it.
Just scans it now, he knows exactly what's left in his deck.
I was typing in Dinkabui into our card highlight tool because I was getting confused for a second.
There's already a picture of him on the screen.
So what's next? Normal summon of Rex. And then we have a level 2 monster on the board, which makes us able to special summon another blue from our hand.
So what's his plan? Like, this is another real test of Dinka's skill, because he's lost half of his deck, he's under Dimension Shifter. What can he achieve?
No battle phase.
No battle phase. He's got like 3 arms tied behind his back. I don't know what the third one came from, but...
The most difficult part is, of course, I cannot count Dinkabui's deck right now, but if he does not get rid of this Diablos this next turn, it's going to take another card from the extra deck and then almost deck out Dinkabui.
At that point, it feels like it would already be too much. There are so many cards being banished already. I don't even know whether you could actually activate the effect of the Diablosis to do a lot more there. Ooh, we're now going to special summon with freezing curses.
I think there are 14 cards banished.
If you did the quick math there, then sure, I will believe you.
So there were 8 after the first turn, right? And then, 8. One from the extra deck and 7 from the deck.
Yeah, then 9 through a Rysat, and then another 9 from the Diablosis. So it should be 18.
18, and then -1, I suppose, 17 from the deck.
You're very unlikely to resolve another one.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are specialing out the Hagen, but we're not going to use it, maybe indicating that there is no Runic Fountain anymore in the deck.
Oh, that would be huge.
Or he'd rather a card in his hand. I mean, what's Runic Fountain going to do? You've got no Runics anywhere near the graveyard, so he may prefer the card in his hand, even if he had a Runic Fountain.
Yeah, true.
He could just have a Runic Fountain in his hand.
That could also very well be the case, but I mean, honestly, we didn't even expect Dinkabui to get to 4 monsters on his side of the field, so maybe he's just trying to link up into an access code talker or something here. I know he was playing that card, but he's actually not playing that card anymore right now, as I just see it.
I mean, access code talker in a runic strategy seems kind of odd sometimes. I mean, of course, there will be moments where you can use it, but I mean, you are still under the runic battle phase restriction, so...
Yeah, I mean, you could out the entire board, but it actually doesn't, because there are no cards in the graveyard to banish for the access code talker.
That is also true, and we are getting rid of the birth that could possibly banish more cards from the graveyard where there are not.
Nightmare Phoenix, a blast from the past. I so rarely see its effect activate when it's co-linked to draw a card. Also says co-linked monsters, or is it co-linked nightmare monsters? I think it's just co-linked monsters.
Monsters.
Okay, co-linked. So nice protection, even though he can't necessarily deal with the Diablosis this turn. He can put up some monsters that are at least slightly difficult for Tom to get around, although not that difficult as long as he has
Okay, they both clarified how many banished cards there are for Dinkabui and whether that effect of Diablosis could still resolve, and then it goes over to Tom Kleinegräber again.
If it could resolve, that would just be devastating.
Oh, yeah.
That would just leave Dinka on like very, very few cards.
Now Dinka will have to find something to play with. There is always the option to just attack and go into Zeus, get rid of the field, because this Donner would be threatening the Zeus immediately. But if you don't have Birth, then it's going to be a tough time for you to get out another play, basically, because you have nothing you can special summon from the hand.
Yeah, he has at least the one Kashtira card. I can't remember what he added when he used it during Dinka's last turn, but he added a card.
That is huge!
I mean, in that case, you have to banish from your hand, and he has to get rid of a Kashtira Fenrir from his hand, but that will, of course, play around the battle protection from Nightmare Phoenix, so we are outing that Phoenix, and we're going to run over the Donner as well in a second.
Very clever here. Again, if you weren't so familiar, you might just be like, yeah, Kashtira can attack over Phoenix, but Phoenix can't be destroyed by battle, but then Scareclaw negates its effect. Like,
yes, it's a back and forth between those two.
It's a back and forth, but then at the end of the day, nothing really. He just attacked it as if it were a normal monster.
Oh, but look at that. Some people forget about that effect, but there is a second effect of the Mind Checker. When it destroys the monster by battle at the end of the battle phase, you can just banish one card from the opponent's graveyard face down, which is just what he did. And there comes the Zeus we were also anticipating.
And after we have seen the Nightmare Phoenix, we are summoning the Zeus, of course, in the extra monster zone, so it is protected from its brother, the Nightmare Cerberus.
Yes, indeed. So, Dinkabuyu, one more time, being put on the spot here. Does he have an answer to this field as well? Because in the first turn, he worked through that board from Tom Kleinegräber quite well, even though he was under Dimension Shifter and under a Rysat. So, still very, very strong stuff there from Ka.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if he can do anything, and it looks like he just passed. So Tom only needing to 500 extra damage. I don't know if he can do 500 extra damage because all of the Kashtira monsters require you to have an empty field.
Except for Riceheart.
Except for a Riceheart.
But there is the battle phase. Dinkabui is going to get one more turn as it's going back to him with 500 life points left. And does he find the answer here to get back into his game number 2?
He couldn't even activate Vampire Retainer or Familiar, so this is a really tough spot for him. Now, it is all coming down to this. Are we going to see a game 3, or will Dinka find a miracle way to get back into this game?
So it looks like we are going to normal summon out the Donpa. Marksman for hire.
So time to special summon another for hire monster from his hand.
Yeah.
And then it will trigger its effect to destroy a card.
Ooh, we're specialing out the Rex, and now immediately the effect of Donpa is activating, trying to destroy the Zeus.
Oh, and Rex is the perfect card here, because if you chain the Zeus, Rex still has a graveyard effect.
Surely you don't chain the Zeus here.
I mean, that
would end up with no field, and your opponent,
field at all.
I mean, your opponent would have no field, but I would rather keep my 3 cards probably.
Oh, yeah, okay. We are letting that resolve.
I mean, now you're giving...
Oh, Zeus is resolving.
He did actually activate the Zeus there. So there's nothing left on the board but Dinkabui with 500 life points, and we draw into the Fenrir, making this a game for Tom Kleinegraber, equaling the score here in top 4.
Wow, that was really down to the last card that Tom was drawing. He couldn't give his opponent the chance to play with the for hire monsters, of course. Yeah. You're targeting the Zeus, but the Zeus, it just has to happen here. And then he just needed this one monster as a top deck. Fenrir, attack, game.
I feel like Kashtira so often are in this situation where you just think, no board, no cards, I just need one Kashtira monster, and then here we go.
He got it. He got that Fenrir from the top, being able to knock out the last life points by Dinkabui, and so that will bring us a game number 3 here in our semi-finals. And what are we expected to see here? Something pretty interesting in the side deck of Dinkabui is the possibility of adding up on Sprite cards. He's actually only playing 1 Sprite Jet in the main deck, but he plays 2 more in the side deck. And then also, you asked me that earlier, he's siding in Sprite Smashers as well. So
yeah, not because he's playing Springans.
Probably not, though. So that is something, this is a really interesting looking side deck, because also we are siding into Wiz, the Sage for hire. So we are adding more and more engine with our side deck, because that's usually not the approach. Normally with your side deck, you're trying to find the non-engine card to beat different matchups, but he's just adding up on engine.
Yeah, very rarely people will side in like 1 card, so like the branded strategy will side in something that they can search, the gimmick puppet. But in this case, we're just siding in a full extra engine.
Also really irrelevant in this matchup, but really cool in others, because Sprite was so popular. We're siding in Thunder King Ryo as well, because if you just end up in a mirror match, or in a match versus Sprite, because this is clearly not a Sprite deck.
Not really.
If you're ending on a Mannequin Cat, you can actually capitalize off your opponent going for blue or gigantic or whatever, and just special summon as Chainlink 2 with Mannequin Cat a Thunder King Ryo. So none of the effects can resolve.
Do you expect this card to come in here
Absolutely
in this matchup?
Not. All right. It would be really good on the field, because your opponent can't search anymore, but there's no way of summoning it unless you normal summon it.
One more card which is specifically designed to be sided in going first versus the Kashtira matchup, and it is the Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. Such an old card, but such a powerful card in this matchup as well, and I definitely think this card is going to find its way into the main deck of Dinkabui here.
I was just going to say, it's another old card that somehow Kashtira has dragged up into relevance. It's amazing what this deck has done.
Yeah, absolutely. So many of them.
I even saw somebody run Light Force Sword.
Oh, that was a thing. Yeah, I don't think any of the players still in competition are doing that, but it is definitely something you could consider for sure. So, what else would there be? I mean, for Tom, on the other hand, of course, we're trying to draw into that Dimension Shifter again.
Oh, yes, that one proved to be really effective against both of those strategies.
Certainly is. Then that Harpiest Feather Duster looks good to me. I think that 1 Lightning Storm. And of course, it's all those one-offs because we're also playing Triple Tactics Thrust.
Don't forget about Ghost Spell. You can first of all deny the draw 3 of Runic Fountain, because it requires shuffling back the spell cards, or not shuffling, but putting them under the deck.
Yeah.
And also you can negate the Rex effect, and probably
Can
some
you
other
negate
effects.
Mayhem for hire, or is that only summoning from the deck?
I think it's only from the deck, as far as I remember.
Oh, that's Mayhem. Oh, no, I
it's
I
summoning from the
misled you.
graveyard. Yeah, but it's
no,
not-
the
it's not
card's Rookie
Mayhem.
for hire.
Exactly, yeah.
I got the wrong name. My
It is rookie.
apologies.
Thank you. But it does look like the players are
And
awaiting us. They want to play this game 3 here out in top 4. We want to find out who's going to be our first finalist of YCS London 2023 here. So let's get back into the playing action. Game number 3 coming up now.
Rookie for hire can't be bowled. Your question has been answered, but I think that Ghost Bell is still a reasonable side in here, going second. Kashtira is so good going second, but against this for hire first turn field that Dinka is putting up, you need a little bit more help.
I feel like when you see the first turn that Dinka put up the first time, you're probably going to side in all of the hand traps you can think of.
Just try to stop him somehow. But we're starting off as we did in game 1 with Fossil Dig into the Rex.
So do we think after he saw the Gamma in Dinka's deck in the first game, that he might, if he has Dimension Shift, to try and wait until there's a monster in play?
Yes, I would absolutely think so. I don't think we're getting Gamma here again. And there's a monster on board now for the moment, so that's helping. But there is the Dimension Shifter on side of Tom Kleinegräber. So he waited to not play into that Gamma, and that is huge here in game 3. Tom,
please.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought that was a really smart play. That's why I mentioned it before. I was like, this seems like a really clever thing to do. You really need to resolve your Dimension Shifter. So this is the best way of doing that when you've already seen a Gamma.
And I think sometimes people are playing around cards like Triple Tactic Talents, so they don't really want to use their shifter in the main phase. But Dinkabui, he's playing 3 engines in his main deck, so the space for non-engine cards like Talent is really limited. So I think it definitely makes sense to take that trade and just do it in the main phase here.
But now there is still a really good option for Dinkabui, something that Sprite players have been doing for a long time, going for the good old Mannequin Cat, special summoning out the shifter. I mean, we have had blue in hand as well, but this would be a way to special summon out blue from the deck by going Mannequin Cat, special summoning out the shifter. Of course, also giving your opponent 1 more card on the field, so that you can't special summon out the Kashtira.
Yeah, but which is good versus Kashtira, exactly. And I mean, that means you can then special summon out Jet instead, and now with the blue, you could just search for red or carrot. So that's actually really powerful of a play there. I can definitely see that coming down here.
Yeah, having that blue seems a really helpful extra thing under this shifter to be able to at least set up some interruption for your opponent.
Yeah, this is the engine that plays the best under shifter, the Sprite engine, compared to the For Hire and the Runic engine. So it's definitely good that he has access to it here.
And there is the red.
No, I really like this because this is where we get to see our players really have to think on the fly, because Dinka's presumably been doing this For Hire combo all weekend.
Yes.
But now he has to think, what's the best thing I can do against my Kashtira opponent under a Dimension Shifter with the cards I've got?
And look, it is the Mannequin Cat coming down. And does Tom have an answer to that?
In defense position, so you can't crash into it with the Dimension no shifter. But the interesting part here is, will there be a Gamma from Tom's side? Because that one would be quite crucial.
Oh,
you know what I think would be really funny is if he had another Dimension Shifter for next turn.
I mean, you can't activate it because there's already a card engraved.
Ah, but he's about to take the Dimension
Oh,
Shifter
but there
out of
is
the
a
graveyard.
Gamma on the Mannequin Cat. So that was planned out perfectly by Dinkabui, but it is answered with an also powerful Psy-Frame Gear Gamma by Tom Kleinegräber.
This is not gigantic Sprite. You have the red, so you can negate the Gamma and destroy it, and Mannequin Cat will still resolve, but you cannot special summon something out from the deck, so no Jet here. There are drawbacks to Dinkabui's play here, but there is still the shifter. It all comes down to Tom Kleinegräber's birth in hand or not, but there's also another card that I can see in the hand of Dinkabui, and it is the Ancient Organism.
That's strong.
Wow.
2 cards being added to the back row.
We might see a really grindy game here with both players having the ideal opportunity to interrupt their
Oh,
opponents.
but that's a strong start right there from Tom Kleinegräber. He could dig for cards now, such as Harpy's Feather Duster, and get rid of that back row there.
Prod of Prosperity is basically, sometimes it feels like search for any card in your entire deck, right? Because excavating 6 cards, the chances of hitting cards you want is incredibly high, especially if you haven't drawn them already.
So what are we finding? That doesn't look too powerful to me at all. I mean, there is the Rysard. You could normal summon the Rysard, which would enable you to go into Donner while playing versus for hire, which would be quite funny.
I like Tom just double-checking Dimension Shifter has 6 stars.
Oh, it would be also cool to go to Baron here.
Very hopeful, being like, oh yeah, no, maybe it's got 7. All this time, no one's tried to use it before, but I could figure it out in this semi-final feature match for the first time.
You know what card would be crazy here? Virtual World Shen Shen. One of Bassi's favorites.
Look at that. There is the normal summon of the Rysard. And does Dinkabui answer that in any way?
Tom does seem to have his own for hire card to use, his own copy of Donner Dagger for hire.
Yeah,
so that will let him clear the Dimension Shifter.
I must say, for hires are really dominant this tournament.
Yeah. Nobody saw that coming, right? So we are reading up on the Kashtira Rysard there.
So the special summon effect, I believe, of Rysard is the one that locks you into XYZ summon.
Absolutely. So very smart play there by Tom, just banishing the Unicorn.
It kind of sounds like there would be a birth in hand.
Yeah, and that would be so strong right here. That would be really, really, really powerful. The thing is... Yeah, okay. That birth is really needed because you can't really afford to give Dinkabui another turn. There's Donner effect on the Sprite Rat. That is resolving. Empty board again for the Kashtira player. Splash with summon Kashtira Fenrir. That is strong again, but there.
Organism, and the organism is shutting down everything that this Fenrir could do. Search something? No. Attack? No. You're just sitting there now with your Fenrir and it's not looking that scary anymore.
But is there the birth?
There's also birth, and that will enable us to do some Exceed plays. And Grave of the Super Ancient Organism doesn't do anything to rank 7s.
Grave of the Super Ancient Organism, such an old card.
Yeah, it didn't even know about ranked monsters.
Imagine a Grave of the Super Ancient Organism thinking that monsters could not have a level.
Yeah. So, exactly what Tom is doing here. He is using his ability to XYZ summon into Kashtira Shangri-Ira right there.
Do we think
attack position?
This is just to attack? To possibly summon a Zeus in main phase 2?
Yeah, I think it very well might be.
But it's super interesting that he decides to go for the Shangri-Ira with only 6 minutes left on the clock. He's not dealing any damage here to his opponent, but potentially...
This plays around. Flashing Fire.
That was what I was going to suggest. One of the nice things about Shangri-Ira is it can't be destroyed.
That is actually super smart there by Tom, not gonna lie. On the other hand, if you go for Zeus then, that Zeus is going to lose out to
But
Flashing
you're
Fire.
going to get rid of the most important card in the game right now, which
true.
is the Super Ancient Organism.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, you're also going to lose your Kashtira Birth in the process, but we're waiting for something.
Yeah, and I mean, Tom is okay right now. He's not behind in life points.
Exactly.
He didn't need to get ahead there, so that's kind of nice. And there is the most powerful for hire monster there is. There is Beat, the Bladesman for hire, and it is being tributed for Rookie for hire.
This is where Dinka has a good advantage, I think, because Tom probably doesn't know where to interrupt his opponent.
Indeed, true.
I mean, the last time he used Zeus on 2 for hire monsters, he just won basically on the spot after a top deck. So there is a good chance that he might...
Wow, there's another Sprite Blue coming down. We got a level 2 monster. Now we have Sprite Blue on the field as well. This is strong stuff. After having 2 so more or less one-sided games in game 1 and game 2, this is really coming down to the wire, going back and forth.
And he will have to chain the Zeus here if Dinkabui decided to side in the Sprite Smashers, because if he waits for it, then doesn't really matter.
He can still side.
You can
still
chain. Yeah.
He goes for starter.
Chain the Zeus. Did he get a starter?
Yes, he got a starter. Does he run 2 reds?
No, he does
the
not.
first red is just sided out.
That would be interesting because it's quite threatening, and Tom has to decide whether he's willing to take that risk that Dinka has another red if he activates the Sprite starter.
But I mean, if Dinka gets Tom to activate the Zeus, he still has the graveyard effect of Rex Fright for hire and has the starter.
Exactly, so probably not so wise.
I think we may as well just link climb here. Look, there's Donner, and Donner would then again give us 2 for hire monsters from our graveyard, and there is, as I just said, the most powerful for hire there is in there. There is the good old Beat. Arguably, Beat and Rex are both pretty strong, but Beat is definitely something that surges from the deck.
I think if you're Tom now, you have to activate the Zeus, because if Dinka wanted to destroy the Zeus, he could destroy the Zeus. So why wouldn't you activate it now? You know, if Dinka cared about the Zeus, he would destroy it.
Yeah, certainly. So, the Donner. Is he going to do something about the Donner or not?
I mean, Tom also has one face-down card. I don't know if we know which one it is. It must not be an impermanence because it would have been set to the column of the ancient organism, right?
Oh, it is an impermanence. Never mind.
Very interesting. Okay.
There comes the impermanence onto the Donner. And does that stop Dinkabui? Oh, there's Rex being activated as well, adding back the beat, special summoning the beat.
This is again where the kind of the fear of the unknown might come into play for Tom, because he's got this Zeus, he's got to know when to activate it, but it's very difficult to know when the best time to activate Zeus is, when you don't know what your opponent's deck is capable of.
Oh, but it looks like he's strongly considering using it here, and that is indeed what's happening. The whole field is gone, except that one Zeus in the extra monster zone. And does Din have something to follow this up?
He has a Sprite starter. Usually that is quite the perfect starter, but you're only going to be able to summon a carrot out. We have used blue, we have used Jet this turn. Okay, we can just summon out blue and not activate the effect, just to have it as a body. But we have the carrot hard drawn! This is going to be another extender, and Dinka actually has some plays here. Can he set up a field that beats the Zeus in defense position, or possibly a top deck of a Birth?
There is the Gigantic coming down, and also only a little bit over 2 minutes left, and that Sprite starter, of course, lost us 1,100 life points. So now Dinkabui, being on the clock, he has to come up with something here, and it has to be quick. There's Rex coming out from the extra deck, so again, access to our for hire engine.
Interestingly, Dinka's not used the effect to summon from the graveyard of Donna for hire this turn, so he could go into that now because he has a for hire. Oh, he doesn't even need a for hire monster.
Oh, but that is all. He just passed it back over to Tom. We were so excited, but now the Zeus runs over the Gigantic.
And
we
Tom
just put
has another Zeus! The second Zeus is supposed to seal the deal here for Tom. He wants to reach the finals finally.
And there's Birth from the top as well!
Birth! I cannot believe this. I think Dinka just drew for turn and passed, and now we have the Fenrir here. Tom is in the driver's seat, and that is the handshake! Tom Kleingräber, for the first time in his life, reaches the final of a YCS!
What a game, what a match! Tom Kleingräber overcomes the disadvantage of going second there in Game 3, and he will be playing, as you just said, his first YCS final of his life. What a match, wow.
What a well-played game from both players there. By playing around with the Zeus against an unknown deck.
Also, in the end, the speed of play, right? They were both exactly knowing what was going on, just passing it back and forth. And in the end, Tom Kleingräber being the one that comes out on top.
This man has tried it so often. This man has topped countless YCSs and Euros and Nationals and YCSs again and Euros again. This man is just one match away from a win.
And a very well-deserved place in the finals, beating Dinkabui, bringing a very powerful unknown deck, a very successful player who's been on this stage before and seems quite calm and quite cool and quite confident.
Certainly is. But we all thought there's going to come more, right? When he was resolving that Gigantic Sprite, we were like, now it's going to happen. But of course, he then was locked into rank and link 2s. And therefore, that was not really the best case scenario for him there, because he couldn't go into cards like Nightmare Unicorn anymore to then get rid of the Zeus or something. So that wasn't a possibility. That was kind of unfortunate for him. So Tom could at some point then just draw into the Kashtira Birth, making it his tournament.
Once again, like just showcasing how powerful these Kashtira cards are. Once you've got a few in your graveyard, just one Birth, one Fenrir, one Unicorn is enough to just explode and flood the board with monsters and win the game.
I am really confused about the graveyard effect of Rex for hire, because also in Game 2, the board was completely empty. So the entire field was sent to the graveyard by the Zeus. And then we had Rex in the graveyard. And I don't know why he didn't activate anything. He just passed with an empty field, and then Fenrir was drawn from the top for a game. So I already looked it up. It says you can use one of each effect per turn.
It might be that just one for hire monster by itself wasn't going to do anything material to the game.
That is probably the case. Also, sometimes it's weird because, yes, there is that synergy between the Sprite engine and the For Hire engine because some of the For Hires are level 2, but not all of them are. So sometimes you just have the level 4s in hand and then it doesn't add up anymore. And that's kind of unfortunate from time to time. So in the end, we are not going to have Runic For Hire in the finals of YCS London, and instead we're going to see Kashchira, but we still will have to find out, of course, who won the other semi-final, because
that is true.
We saw Samir Bakhshah playing it with the Melfi Sprite in top 8, so he was one of our top 4 contenders, but then also Anki playing his Kashchira deck as well, so we will either have a Kashchira mirror match in the final, or we will see Melfi Sprite versus Kashchira.
I mean, Melfi Sprite is one of the toughest contenders for Kashchira. This deck is designed to beat Kashchira because of the interaction of Melfi of the Forest and Sprite Catty. It is really fantastic because you stop your opponent from using Unicorn, it cannot attack over the monster, you have the Herald of the Arclight, and you can disable any follow-up plays while having your opponent while letting your opponent have a monster there. But I think we're going to be joined by Ed Templar, our fantastic host, in just a second.
Who do we have here?
Gentlemen, here we are. It all comes down to this, my friends. We're now here in the final of the 250th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
I guess we are.
Live from London. Now, what did you think of that semi-final? Because I had to make a lot of notes for that one because there were a lot of amazing interactions. Talk us through each of those games for us. Can you remember off the top of your head?
Well, the first game, I think what we saw was the kind of, presumably the combo that Dinka was going for, because it was only a 1-card combo, and he's running 6 ways to get to that Rex, where you link climb, and then you draw a lot of cards in your opponent's turn once you've received, once you've summoned that what's his name?
Volga. Oh no,
Volgo.
Volgo.
Yeah, Volgo is withdraw free. Yeah, that's a really important one for sure.
And then we saw a really interesting play, actually, of just passing. Now, it doesn't sound like an interesting play, but you can't normally do that in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Just pass the turn, but an interesting take, because if you pass, it doesn't give your opponent any cards to destroy, so maybe he thought Dinka wouldn't be able to do anything.
But then.
There was the time of the Mannequin Cat. Honestly, Mannequin Cat with quite a showing here in this match overall, because it was pretty in game 1, but also in game 3 it almost was the decider, but then the Gamma, of course, from Tom Kleinegräber came into place.
That was a great moment. I love hearing, because from back there, while I'm listening to it, while I've got your commentary in my ear, I can hear you guys yell with all the energy whenever one of those things happens, and it's great. And hearing the big crowd that we've got here, this might be the biggest crowd I think I've ever seen at one of these that we've done together. It's crazy hearing how much they all scream when a great moment happens, and we are likely to hear a lot of that in the final. But guys, before we get to the final, it's a long old journey. 12 rounds of Swiss, top 64, 32, 16, 8, the match you've just seen in the top 4, all down to this. Give us a little bit of a review of what we've thought of YCS London so far.
It was honestly the most diverse YCS I have ever had the honors to cast. We have seen so many decks. We have seen Super Heavy Samurai perform really well, even before Cyberstorm Axis.
Yeah, crazy.
We have seen Goki had their comeback. We have seen something else.
Gate Guardian.
How could you
forget? That was one of my favorite feature matches that we did all weekend. We got to see the new support really brilliantly displayed.
Yeah.
And even took the win. It wasn't just a showcase. That actually took the win there.
Yeah, the Gate Guardians combined.
Yeah, the Gate Guardians combined is crazy. Is that 3,750 attack plus all of it?
You should play some quizzes with that.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I should.
And lest we forget, the matches that the other casters did included a hero deck, a Dark World deck, a Dragon Link deck. Like, is there anything we didn't see?
That's true. Didn't see dinos. See you later.
I mean,
You're
just
gonna
had
need
fossil
to play.
dig into Rex.
Honestly, the fossil dig into Rex, I saw that and thought, that's my boy. That's a man playing cards after my own
Have you
heart.
seen how cute Rex is?
I know, it's such an adorable
It's
card. When you
adorable.
guys put them up on the card highlight, I really love seeing all those.
For sure. But I mean, overall, biggest European YCS we ever had. Really diverse metagame, as we just discussed, and so many strong players, of course, battling it out for the title, because who doesn't want to be the champion of the 250th YCS? I don't know whether you've had a time to look at the trophy yet, but that trophy, beautiful.
It's wonderful.
Really
And also, we did take some pictures and videos of it for social media. I even got to hold it aloft. And that's the closest I'm ever going to come to holding that trophy
Same,
for myself.
to be honest.
I know, but what a moment, and it really is cool. And we will be presenting that. Mr. Ishida, the Vice President of Konami Digital Entertainment in Europe, will be handing that trophy over to whoever wins. Gentlemen, have we discussed who's in the final? Are you aware of who won the other match?
No,
not yet.
Would you like to hear?
It looks to me.
So obviously,
Oh, sorry.
Tom, we know just won in that last round.
Okay. Continue.
Oh,
I'm building tension. I'm building suspense.
tension.
Samir Bashar.
Oh, wow.
So we've got a Germany versus France final here. So that's
Nice.
someone who's regularly top-cutted from Germany versus a former European champion.
And European runner-up as
And European runner-up. So that is someone who has
Crazy.
very much topped a lot of these events. But can he take home the YCS London trophy? That's what we're all waiting to find out. And it's going to be very exciting because the feature match is almost ready to go. So I'm going to leave you guys to just talk for a moment about this weekend and your highlights, etc., that you haven't already discussed. And very soon, we'll be back with a brilliant highlight for you with our final round. Guys, a pleasure to talk to you as always. Enjoy.
Nice outro you just did for yourself after leaving us online here.
Obviously, yes. But also...
Well, we're on the stream now. We can refute that.
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't mention that, but that also means with Samir and Tom being in the finals that it's not going to be a mirror match and rather going to be the matchup between Kashtira and Melfi Sprite. And we didn't see that all weekend on the featured match, so I'm really looking forward to that as well.
I think it's a really fitting final for this YCS. Even though we've seen a large variety of decks, it's great to see the most powerful decks being represented in a head-to-head in the final.
I think we have seen that in the French mirror match of Ryan Jabri versus Samir Bashar. And Samir obviously won that 2-0, so that might actually be an indicator here.
Who knows? But he still has to overcome Tom Kleinegräber, which we just saw is definitely able to play perfectly, even in the spotlight, even under pressure here in the featured match area.
Even if he has to read all the cards in the semi-final of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
Yeah, and just in case you don't remember, Tom Kleinegräber has not just countless tops, but here in London, that's a special place for him because he has reached the semi-finals of YCS London 2 with Infernoids, if you remember back in the day.
Yes, I thought he just made top 8 there.
Oh, it might have been top 8, true. Still a pretty big accomplishment, my mistake.
Absolutely.
But top 8 with Infernoid, no less. That was no point, really, I can remember Infernoid being the best deck to
Billy
take.
Break.
So.
Yeah, it was arguably the best deck there in Prague, right?
YCS Prague.
Maybe my memory was failing me.
But at that point, definitely it wasn't one of the top contenders at all.
That is true.
Tom really invented something crazy there and was super successful with it. And this time, he took a more popular deck, the Kashtira deck, but still he perfectionized it. And he was running that in YCS Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago. He's still playing it here in this event too, and he's definitely a master of the deck at that point.
Yeah, I love the unique twists he's added to the deck as well with that crossout designator.
Yep.
Crossout designator has been becoming more popular lately, I think, and it also decreased in popularity again, so really polarizing cards for Kashtira players. But this obviously might be the way to go because Tom is performing perfectly with it. But let's not disregard Samir Bashar. I know we haven't just seen him on this featured match, so we cannot talk too much about his plays for today. But he had a really convincing win against Ryan Jabri. That was absolutely fantastic. Ryan was just at 0 cards in the end there with just a birth, and he just he played it really easily, I think.
It looked so easy. He was easily outgrinding him. He was like, yeah, I have more cards than you, and this is how Yu-Gi-Oh! Works. So if I get ahead in card advantage, there's nothing that can stop me here. I'm just going to be the winner of this match, and he was.
You need to tell that to the Kashtira deck, you know?
Some Yu-Gi-Oh! Players just make it look like good ballet dancers, right? It looks so easy. It looks like, I could do this myself, and then you are sitting there with your cards.
Yeah, it's very easy to do when you watch somebody else do a combo and they explain how it works, and then you go and try it yourself and you go, wait a second, wasn't I supposed to have a monster here? Why is this still in my hand, not in the graveyard or the deck?
Nothing is pointing nowhere with my link arrows.
But one more thing that I want to point out from the semi-finals, because now Tom Kleinegräber is, of course, one of our finalists, but he was super close to going out of his tournament because he was on 0 cards and he had to top deck while Dinkabui was on only 500 life points. And Dinkabui had multiple cards in his hand, so next turn he might have been able to save himself again, but he found that Kashtira Fenrir from the top, and that maybe is that little bit of luck, that sparkle of luck that he will need to also take down this whole tournament.
I reckon he'll have forgotten about that, you know. You think that's my divine right, you know, just draw that one Kashtira card to win the tournament.
I think he will take it,
I think you just take it. You just think, right, I'm got that next game, please.
Yeah, he's very much a professional for sure. If I know Tom quite a bit, and he's always like super serious about everything, and when it comes down to Yu-Gi-Oh, if you talk strategy to him, he will be so professional, analyzing every single aspect of the game. And honestly, those are the Yu-Gi-Oh players that I enjoy talking to the most, because they are really thinking on a higher level, on a different level. For you viewers at home, definitely those are the people you should also reach out to. Just most of the people in the Yu-Gi-Oh community are so helpful, but some of them are so good, so it's so valuable to talk to them for sure.
Also, Dinkabui is of course known for playing crazy decks the entire time. But Tom, as we already said earlier, he went top 8 or top 4, we don't know, apparently, in London with Infernoid when it was not the best choice. He has also been known for playing crazy rogue strategies, but sometimes you just gotta grab the best deck in the format, arguably, and just casually get to the YCS finals.
Roll with it. Just roll with it, certainly. And I think we are still setting up now because we have a very special thing that we really haven't done so far in any of our YCS coverages so far, that is currently being set up. And it is going to look really nice, I can already tell you that. But I mean, it's a Jubilee YCS, 250th YCS. So of course, we're going to have some special things in stock for you, which are being prepared just right now.
Could see in the background Samir bantering with some of his friends. That was
Samir
almost made me crack up here.
He's always such a great and friendly face, even if sometimes we can't understand what he's saying. He's just always so much fun to have around.
It was just so much. I also interviewed him earlier. There was so much energy there. At some point, I did not understand what he was saying, and then I just said, fair enough, and he went, oh, you did not understand. Oh, it's okay. And he was just happy after that as well.
He's a very warm personality, right?
And honestly,
he just gives you a warm feeling when talking to him.
Staying this happy and bubbly after however many rounds he's played, like 100 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh over a weekend is very impressive. I think a lot of players after, you know, round 10 of a YCS are feeling like very tired. He doesn't seem to be affected.
He's currently making jokes right before the final of a YCS. I would sit there in the corner being nerve-wracked, and really I wouldn't even know whether I could hold cards in that final.
Practicing my dice rolls over and over again.
I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh is not easy. It looks easy sometimes when they're playing it, but this actually needs a lot of focus. And I mean, after that many hours non-stop, those days are getting late. Yesterday we played until 11 or 10.
I mean, it is, from the caster box, it's easy because we're, you know, there's 3 of us. We get to see everything.
It's not that easy.
We get to do it slowly. Well, it's not that easy, but it's a lot easier.
It's not that
hard. And then for you guys at home again, you're hearing us discuss it. You're watching it yourself. You can look up what all the cards do if you're not sure. You can rewind it if you miss something. These players have got to be on point. They're doing it live. They have to make all of the decisions. They have to plan out everything in advance. It's really difficult.
Is a whole different level that we have here at YCS events. Of course, a lot of you are going to play at a local level, maybe at a regional level, but this really is for Europe, the top level of competition. There's not much more that's getting more intense than those YCS events. And of course, the absolute pinnacle of that is going to be the final of a YCS, which we are going to have very shortly.
Also, if you're playing at the local level and you enjoy it, go to play at the regional, enjoy it, and then you can come to those events because they are even more fun. I think this is all about a number of players, right? Because 20 players at local is 20 fun. 100 players at a regional is 100 fun. This is fun 3000.
This is amazing. Again, even if you feel like the competition might be a bit intimidating because we're seeing all these great players and how am I going to beat 3,000 players? Well, the first thing you do is you come along, you play, but you're always going to have a good time. You get to play Yu-Gi-Oh with your friends all weekend, which is, again, what everyone here loves to do. There's plenty of public events to play. There's so much going on. There's so many people to meet. you know, you can meet Nadir.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to be enjoying that this weekend.
And us as well, of course.
And us.
Yeah. But I mean, let's not disregard. We've had that hero story a couple of times before, that a person is attending his or her first YCS and then just goes ahead and tops the event. So that is definitely something that is possible, for sure.
And if you're lucky, even luckier than topping a YCS is being featured on our wonderful live stream. And if you come with a particularly creative deck, we're always on the lookout for those to feature in the early rounds.
Yeah, that is one thing you can show everyone forever, and you can also annoy everyone with it. This one time when I was on the featured match. But yeah,
I summoned Gate Guardians combined and attacked for game.
Yeah, I mean, a friend of mine, actually, he attended the German Nationals back in the day. He just got 3 times the Dino structure that Ed loves so much. He just put that deck together in, I think it was a format where Zodiac was really popular. He just topped the event.
That's crazy. Those are the stories that will stick to your head, right? Those are like the crazy stories, and you just can't forget about these.
We made him a trophy so he can remind everyone.
That's really, really cool.
Here's my card.
Not me, but other friends did. Because I'm just claiming something here. No.
But yeah, I mean, as you just saw, we were your casters for top 4. We were your casters for the semi-finals. That means we will be handing it over for the finals to our team of Alberto, Marcello, and Nadir. And that means from our side, we will be saying goodbye. So do you have any final last words? Did you have any specific highlights for your personal weekend, Tom?
Too many to choose from.
Yeah.
I just love being here. I love meeting everyone. This is London for me.
Oh,
so, you know, all of the Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to play as I was growing up, going to local tournaments around London. It's great to meet so many people who I've met from playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Across the years.
Yes. So I will have to say, working together with you two guys, that was, of course... No, it was, of course, some of those featured matches. I mean, I've seen you guys a lot already. Who cares? We just want those duels, and those duels were fantastic. Of course, some things that Basti and I thoroughly enjoy is just in between those rounds, we're going into the top cut, to the top tables. We were just watching the players, and a few months ago we were walking around really scouting for those spicy decks, for good picks, but this time we're just like walking around. Oh, there's Super Heavy Samurai, there's a Blackwing, there's this, there's that. So much diversity in terms of decks here.
And we get to have so much fun as well, because we get to look at all the decks. We can see someone, what are they playing? Let's have a look at that. And we get to pick the very best for you viewers at home.
Yeah, really. Like, we are working here as a caster, but for me personally, it doesn't feel like work, because this is the game I love. This is a game I have been I enjoyed playing since I am a child, and now I'm a caster in this, which is even more enjoyable for me personally, to be honest. And it just has been a crazy weekend for me as well. YCS London, the 250th YCS, and we have been part of it. Isn't that beautiful? And all of you guys at home are also, of course, a big part of it. And the biggest part of it is still to come, because there's, of course, still a final to be played out.
Yeah. We'll put you on the spot again, because we've asked you many times, who's going to win?
Okay, I mean, now I have a 50-50 shot.
Now you have a 50-50. So if you get this wrong...
I mean, I got to say, Tom Kleinegräber did beat my favorite in Kabui, so it's his right now to take the title. Also, Sami Bashar, he has won quite a few tournaments already, so maybe it's on Tom now.
Okay, well, I'm going to stick. I said Sprite at the beginning. Sprite is still there, so let's pass it over. Leo?
I'm just going to say that Tom is going to win it. Of course, he is a friend of mine, so I cannot be really impartial here. But that's a good thing that we have the other casters for this final. So I think that we have prepared everything. I think we are ready. And now let's give it over to our fantastic host for this weekend, Ed Templar.
Attention, duelists. Are you ready? Because it all comes down to this. The 250th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from London in 2023, has reached its final. Let's present to you your two duelists. Your red player, all the way from Germany, featuring regular top cuts, is Tom Kleinegräber, making his way now to the stage. A calm and collected man. Tom is ready to get into this final. Take a seat over here, Tom, at your throne before we get into this final. You may sit down. and you may get ready. Your opponent, the blue duelist, all the way from France, a previous European champion and runner-up is Samir Bashar! With the energy of a panther, he readies himself for the final. It all comes down to this, as I've said. Our duelists are now in their place, ready to take part in this amazing final here at YCS London. Gentlemen, let us do a high roll to see which of you will be kicking us off on our final feature match. That's an 8 for Samir. And for Tom, we see a 7. Samir, are you going to be going first? Yes, I go first. Samir is giving me a smile and telling me he's going first, which means one more time here at YCS London, I get to say, it's time to duel. I'm going to hand you guys over to the wonderful commentary trio, Nadir, Marcello, and Alberto, who are going to take you for one last run as we go through this final. Guys, take it away.
3,600,000 tickets sold for what is the largest European YCS of all time. 17 rounds behind us between Swiss and Top Cut, and we're down to 2 remaining duelists. It is gonna be Samir against Tom, France against Germany, Sprite against Kashtira. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss this one out. Our players are ready. It's time to duel!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand final of YCS 250 London 2023. Samir is here, and Tom, his opponent, Kashtira, Sprite. The journey of Vaisas Starfrost concludes in the Photon Hypernova here in London as Tom begins with the special summon of Fenrir. Alberto, what an incredible journey it's been.
I mean, we have Samir, who shouldn't even have been here. He told us yesterday he was not prepared to come to London, and then here he's sitting on the final with his Sprite deck. And I mean, it's been an incredible journey. He's faced a lot of different opponents, and then here he started things off with the sprint. Let's see if Tom has any response to this.
This is the best start that Samir could hope for here. Of course, he is playing the Kashtira cards as well. That was my mistake. He is indeed going to normal summon the Melfi to be able to link into the sprint here, sending the Nimble Angler from the deck to the grave, special summoning 2 Beavers from the deck.
Absolutely, and we mentioned how Sprite was one of the decks in the top 8, the remaining, but Samir's version is quite unique with 3 copies of Swap Frogs, and as you mentioned, wow!
Nibiru, the primal being activated from Tom's hand here.
And the one-off.
The one-off! The one-off copy! Just one Nibiru in Tom deck, wow!
The question is, have the stars aligned? Okay, Book of Eclipse chained. This is going to keep the gigantic Sprite on the field, as the Nibiru does not tribute face-down monsters. Now, I don't think this is going to
yeah, exactly.
do too much.
But it's definitely a nice catch from the French player. Because obviously it doesn't matter if he's face down, he's gonna still resolve.
All right, well, that is an absolutely incredible catch there, as you mentioned, from Samir. So activating the effect of the Gigantic Sprite in response, using the Nibiru, and because we're chaining the Book of Eclipse, because the way that Gigantic Sprite works, it has to detach a material as an effect, not as part of a cost. And so that way we still get to keep extending.
Yeah, great catch, but at the same time, maybe kind of unfortunate play from Tom, because he could have just used it on the summon, avoiding this interaction, but very well caught out by Samir. not a surprise. He is a former European champion, already came close to winning a YCS, and now in the finals.
Yeah, no, that Nibiru. All right, that is a good start here. We've got the. I think was that a starter he searched our 2 set cards, and in the end phase, this should be flipped up.
Yeah. No.
No.
Because it's the only opponents, right? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just making sure that that's how that works.
Yeah,
So the Nibiru Primal Being is. Do you think there's a little bit of conflict maybe with the Kashtira engine?
Definitely interesting, but the reason is Tom is maining the cross-out designators. So usually the Nibiru is a way for him to avoid getting Nibiru'd, but he do draw into the 1 copy, and that's exactly how it can work sometimes. So.
All right, well, it isn't going to matter too much in this scenario because the perfect way to continue playing through this is the Kashtira Birth.
And I think, assuming from the way Samir played this out, he should have this Smasher being set on the field because he had the starter with the Jet. So maybe he's holding that.
Yeah, no, it's an incredible back and forth that we've already seen here just in the first turn here. And yeah, the question is, how much has Samir managed to set up here alongside that Nibiru Primal Being token that came down from Tom? The Kashtira Ogre getting to search a Kashtira trap card from the deck. That is going to get Big Bang. All right, well, we're trying to find a way to continue through here. We also have Apotheosis. Nice. That's a fantastic way to keep extending here, targeting the Ogre. And in response, is Samir going to...
use the Smashers if it's there, as Alberto was mentioning. Let's see.
Because we already seen Samir against Ryan activating the Smasher when the Theosis was activated from his opponent, but he has the Ash Blossom.
Yeah. Ash Blossom comes down
from... Cross-out designator in response! As you mentioned, he is playing the cross-outs in the main deck. That was ideally supposed to negate any sort of disruption that your opponent might have.
Does he have the Smasher?
But he does have the Smashers, and here he comes from Samir in chain.
Yeah, so the Smashers here is going to... on resolution, banish a level 2 from his field, getting rid of the Sprite Blue, and of course, the Ogre.
Yeah, the Fuse is not gonna resolve, but now it's down to Tom whether he has an option to continue, and at the very least, he's gonna be able to use the second effect of the Birth, getting this Ogre back if he has nothing else for him, and just good old days, enter battle phase, you know, and attack with some of his monsters.
All right, well, going to the battle phase and clearing here would be pretty strong. There's kind of touched upon this a little bit before, and that's the follow-up of Sprite. I mean, a little bit lacking here, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely is. At the same time, we know there is a starter. So at the very worst case, that's enough to just keep playing through. But it seems like he did enter battle phase. Yep.
Banishing from the top of the deck with the effect of the
Ogre.
Yeah. So that was the very top cards that he gets to remove there. Yeah, banishing the
yeah, you activate the top 5 and you just banish one of them face down. Yeah. But then you don't get to change the order of the rest. Yeah. That would have been a little too strong.
So yeah, he does get to still remain and keep the knowledge of what Samir is top decking here. So it is something to consider, but yeah, Tom not in that great of a position here. Ooh, okay, setting in the same column. All right.
Yeah, and
okay, I think he noticed that because he's putting in the same column. We need to use this in the end phase.
I mean, yeah, at the same time, he didn't have an effect monster, so he was safe regardless, but might as well use it here. And let's see. So, as we mentioned, the token, by the way, it's only 1400, as it only got to tribute the sprint.
So resolving this in the end phase, and Samir is going to, well, proceed to turn 3 and try and capitalize on the decent start we had here. Tom has put in a lot of work to try and pick apart what he's set up, but I think it's now time for Samir to mount an offensive in this situation.
Because Samir now, with this play, might also be considering going for the Mosquito play.
Yeah, that's some big monsters in attack mode. Yep,
so
absolutely.
There's an Nibiru, so he could consider that.
Okay, so as we can see here, he gets to activate his birth, banishing 3, and at the same time he gets a card once it resolves. Since, of course, Samir activated a spell, that's the secondary, or rather tertiary effect of the birth. So you get to banish some cards from the graveyard.
Samir has a lot of tools in his deck, just in the main here, to be able to you know, deal with a field like this after the top of the deck was shuffled. We don't actually know what the top is anymore after the shuffling of the starter there, so the Ogre effect isn't going to be relevant per se. And let's see what he picked up. Ooh, it looked like a Fenrir, I think, or was that from the previous turn?
Yeah, it was from the previous turn. He picked up maybe a trap?
Maybe an imp.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna start things off with this Jet. At the same time, of course, the Kashtira Ogre is still there. So whatever, he's gonna be able to excavate again the top 5 potentially.
So all things considered, in this situation, assuming the face down is nothing, is Mosquito enough here?
It could have been, depending on how many monsters, but just due to the fact that he set it on the same column, maybe that's an impermanence. I think it could also be a bluff very well.
Also the
because,
Big Bang
you know,
he added, right?
Yeah, because the Big Bang was added, but he's still holding, I think, a card at least. So I'm calling it maybe a bluff if you're Samir, but let's see. Gonna get to add the starter.
And Samir is out of blues, right? Because one was banished and the other one is in the graveyard, right? So you cannot get it with the last starter, let's say.
Kashtira Big Bang is an underrated card on the field. It has a very good effect. It allows you to banish monsters when your opponent to sort of equalize the same number of monsters. But we cannot fulfill the condition of that because we did not establish a Kashtira XC on the field. So, yeah, I think Samir, unless he's really anticipating a...
Okay, Samir having a laugh by having his Monster Reborn banished face down. Really one of the few, if not the only players we have seen this weekend playing that card.
Well, Monster Reborn is part of a long legacy of amazing staples, and Samir, he had to put it in his deck. You know, knowing the way that he deck builds, he loves those classic cards, and yeah, unorthodox approach to deck building. It's completely been a great payoff for him throughout this tournament. He's managed to make it all the way to the final in a Sprite variant that I think maybe potentially isn't the most popular. You know, we've seen so much Runic this weekend, haven't we?
Exactly. I mean, we have seen a lot of different versions of Sprite this weekend, and we said that this was previously, you know, more popular maybe in YCS Leon with, especially because like Samir is on Swap Frogs, which we haven't seen so far this weekend, so it's totally awesome as well.
Still haven't used as Swap Frog in the 2 matches that we've had the pleasure to have him here, but it seems like he's out of the Nimbles. So at this point, he's gonna just try his best with this Gigantic.
I think he will also go Battle Phase, and then Memphis should go downward into Zeus.
Interesting.
It was
he
an
attacks
impermanence.
over, and it is the impermanence. Wow.
That's pretty devastating. We're going to lose our attack that we gain from Gigantic Sprite. Remember, doubles the attack points of itself as it has an extra deck monster's material, but the negate of impermanence brings him down to be smaller than Nibiru.
Yeah, brutal turn here. As mentioned, Samir might have predicted this impermanence, but unfortunately, he just hoped that it was going to be a bluff. And I think now he's in a really tough spot. Nadir, as you mentioned, one of the downsides of this deck is just playing if your board, if you're, you know, whatever you have going on gets rid of. But let's see. The Fenrir at least, last line of defense to stay in this.
Does not activate the effect of the Fenrir to get a search here, as we're only playing 2 copies of it. I was hoping maybe, you know, there's a little bit of a benefit. It's the a battle phase has taken place with an Xyz monster, but no way to extend and try and establish a Zeus despite that in main phase 2. And so Tom is going to go directly to the battle phase here, it looks like, with the normal summon of the Fenrir with the birth.
And here Samir just trying to survive because he's buying himself some time, because otherwise this would have been a lot.
Yeah, but what are you even trying to go for at this stage?
Jet as a target here might potentially... have we been through 3 starters at this stage?
Yeah, I think so. So maybe the double cross could be the only one. Let's see. Here, as mentioned, Birth is gonna just go and banish 3 more cards from his graveyard.
Birth is just an incredible card. It has so much utility and versatility to be able to remove cards from the graveyard, using it at the start of the turn here to perform a normal summon of a level 7 without tributing. And of course, the most important effect is every turn you can bring back something from your grave or banish zone.
Yep. And we do see the third copy of starter from Samir. Not sure if he's even going to be able to get there, so let's see.
All right, Tom is making quick work of Samir's field here as we're putting... Oh, okay, on
yeah,
there, right.
I mean...
So he doesn't want to lose the banish here just so that he can keep his life points as much intact as possible.
And again, we're going to see the top 5. And yes,
it's a concession from Samir. All right, well, Samir has unfortunately been defeated in this round despite the fact that he got to go first.
Yeah.
He must be really kicking himself.
Absolutely. He had a pretty smooth semi-finals, although against a dear friend of him in Ryan Jabri. But now it's the first time that we have seen him losing while going first. And this is obviously very worrying considering everything. But that one copy of Nibiru drawn by Tom really surprised the French player, and can't blame him. He still kept his composure, tried to play it through with Book of Eclipse, but now it's just a game. We must be focused on the remainings. Nothing is sure yet. We have seen a lot of comebacks, even in the finals. So what do we think Samir is gonna do now that he approaches his side deck?
Well, Samir does have to try and reverse sweep here, but yeah, with the option of going first yet again, he has some options in the side deck here. Taking a look here, you know, Grave of the Super Ancient Organism, he plays one of that could potentially come in, anti-spells, and the one of Droll and Lockbird as well. The way do love the way he makes the ratios that Samir does. It's well, it works.
It works. Funny enough, both players are using a lot of one-offs. Tom is using cross-out designator to justify them. Samir is just confident and he gets there. But I really want to see these Swap Frogs, maybe a Totally Awesome plus an anti-spell could be enough. On the other hand, though, Tom is going to adapt his deck, and he has a lot of interesting cards for especially going second.
Yeah, he has so many. He has the Gammas, so that very, very powerful as well. And then he has all the one-offs for the crossout as well. So he has Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, the Ash Blossom as well. So he has a lot of different, and also the Triple Tactic Thrust if he really wants to. So it's a lot of different ones. So it's not going to be easy for Samir, but maybe this time he will go first and the Totally Awesome will come up.
Do you think Dimension Shifter is worth bringing in going second for Tom?
I mean, honestly, it is okay. I mean, in my opinion, the deck can play under Shifter, but it's not great. I mean, it's honestly, I used to play Shifter in Sprite, and
especially because this is not Runic Sprite, so it's even worse in this case. And at the same time, though, it will be interesting to see. Samir probably has no idea that his opponent is only on one Nibiru. He might be thinking, oh, he's maining 3 Nibirus, you know, and now he's going to play even more conservatively around that.
When he doesn't really need to, you know, just happen to have drawn the one off, right?
But we'll see. Regardless, our duelists are ready, so let's get into this game 2 of the finals.
Samir winning the dice roll in game 1 and faltering despite that, so has another chance to redeem himself here and see if he can do anything like his game plan was set out to do. Turn 1.
And looking promising. I saw a starter and a blue, but let's see.
All right, that's a normal summon of level 2 and a special summon of blue, so can't complain too much. We're off to the races here.
Gamma! There's the Gamma.
There is the Gamma.
This is very, very powerful, because basically now you're able to stop the blue. We saw Samir having both the starter and the triple tactic talent as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sprite Blue is the sort of heart and soul of the Sprite engine. It gets you into any other monster, which, you know, Jet gets you into any other spell. We got triple talents in response here.
But the end is actually looking more on the weak side outside of this Gamma for Tom. So this talent can actually hurt quite a bit. What do you think rid of here?
I mean, the Gamma we know is probably dead unless, I mean, the driver's most likely to get banished. Book of Moon helps you going second, but there's not a lot of engine here, and that's exactly what Samir does, removing that Apotheosis as the extender.
Yeah. Theos is gone, and now we see the starter, and a huge round of applause from our crowd supporting the French player.
Because now you go for the jet and you can take the double cross, then you go for the sprint.
This is
send
still
the
really
angler,
strong.
so it's super strong. Yeah.
You can do pretty much the same combos we've seen. You have access to the Melfi engine, potentially. And yeah, we get to the double cross, so this is still looking very promising for Samir. As you see, he's thinking about whether he should go for the gigantic before or just get into the sprint, honestly.
Side-frame gear Gamma is pretty strong against Sprite if we start off with a big, powerful normal summon effect, because it doesn't just negate, it removes the body from the field, which means you can't special summon level 2s. But because Samir actually opened probably one of the worst monsters you want to see in your opening hand, really, is the Nimble Angler, but you know, it's still doing a little bit of work regardless. But it seems like Samir is just popping off here with the gigantic Sprite into the carrot and now performing a Link summon for that sprint.
Yeah, interesting sequence here. Usually you can go for the other way around, going for the sprint first and then the gigantic. So I'm wondering what kind of line.
Yeah, I mean, because like you still get to keep the carrot at the end of it, don't you?
Exactly. So usually that's what you would go for. But I mean, we saw that. I think he's playing 2 copies of both. Carrot and spread.
Yeah.
So he has definitely a unique Sprite engine, we can say. But honestly, sometimes when you look at your opponent end, you know what's enough. And you know that your opponent end is very weak. Relying on this top deck, if there is nothing good from Tom, we might have a very quick game shoe here.
So the Book of Moon, the Rise Heart, and a Side-frame gear Gamma with a banished driver. So something off the top here has to be really powerful, otherwise Samir's first turn play here looks to be quite convincing. We've got the Melfi set up with the double cross. All right, Samir going to think on the normal summon of the Rise Heart here.
Makes sense. He's thinking about finally using this Melfi carry, and he does.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to go for the carry here, because now you also prevent your opponent to continue, and then you also have the double cross.
So much disruption with just a small engine, right? The sprint bounce, the double cross, and the Melfi combo.
Yeah, I think he has more than enough for what Tom is holding now.
Absolutely. Looking innocent, but actually quite deadly combo here that actually... Where...
So I think we were double checking on the Neuron app to see just exactly how the PSCT works on the Melfi caddy here. Will it still bounce? Does it actually matter here? And I think the way that this... I don't think that Tom believed that Book of Moon worked.
Exactly.
I think it works,
double check.
That's exactly what they are asking right now, so I'm gonna bring it up for you guys as well to read. What Gekar says is that you can return this card to the end, and it says this card to the end, then you can add 1 beast from your deck.
So yeah, we're just double checking with the judges here to make sure that this card works exactly how the PSCT resolves here. So I think this should just return to the hand anyway and still resolve.
Yeah, I think so.
So the Melfi engine, I mean, it's a little bit quite unorthodox, I suppose, to an extent. It's been popularized, I suppose, in the last couple of months here recently.
In the meantime, we can go back to us real quick while we wait for this decision and the appeal from our head judge. Obviously, I mean, it is the finals. If you have a doubt about a ruling, also there is involved some language barrier because the card is in French, it looks like, so you really want to make sure that this is the right ruling. And as you can see here, there goes some of the crowd that is here watching the finals live. Huge crowd gathered, and this might actually play into the pressure. But action seems like might be back, so we can go. And
the
as mentioned, unfortunately, it resolved.
And so now we're looking at the Melfi of the Forest text here to see if it also negates and prevents your opponent from attacking after you activate that caddy here.
And this is a very unfortunate line from Tom, who already was starting with a pretty weak hand and relied on a top deck, which obviously we don't know yet what that could be, but now we could see even an Herald potentially from Samir, which I think makes sense when there is only one more card that could threaten you. Let's see. Yeah, that is, so Herald coming down from Samir.
Do you think it's correct to bounce it here?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, because you protected the Herald.
Yeah.
That's why.
But the Melfi prevents your opponent from activating or attacking after a Melfi returns to the hand. And now you've just given that top deck an option. That's the special summon of the Kashtira Unicorn. Am I getting the effect of Melfi of the Forest correct?
Yeah. No, yeah, he cannot attack and
yeah,
well played.
Well, it doesn't matter because Double Cross has resolved to steal the Unicorn.
Really quick game 2 here, and the crowd already going crazy. Can't blame them. It is down to game 3. We mentioned how this was gonna be a close one, and it is indeed a close one. But for the first time in this duel, finally Tom gets to go first. Maybe, I gotta say, maybe, because we have seen some Kashtira player like Ryan
we've seen
going second.
Yeah, a couple of mind games have happened throughout this YCS, and I mean, it's just anyone's game at this point. Tom has proven that he's a pretty experienced and qualified duelist to pilot this Kashtira deck well, and, you know, Samir, we've also seen him go second.
Yeah, no, exactly. But also, as you mentioned, as Ryan played it out, basically let Samir go first and then decided cards to go second. So basically he had like evenly matched, which were not useful at all. And looking at Tom's side deck, indeed, he has a lot of cards for going second.
Yeah, it's very close, because on the one hand, as you're saying, his side deck is built entirely pretty much for going second, but he's also maining free crossout, which we have not seen yet. And when you play a card like crossout, you're guaranteed to combo through much more easily going first. So I am really interested in seeing what is going to go down, but I've heard a lot of Kashtira players say that either in the mirror match or against Melfi Sprite, they prefer to go second. So maybe though this game scared Tom, we're going to see some bias might be in there. On the other hand, though, we went through what Samir sides in going first. What do you think he's going to bring in going second?
Samir has a lot of good options in the side deck here. You know, evenly matched is pretty strong. We might see those Kurikaras.
Yeah,
you know,
we have seen a lot of
they
players.
won him the other top 4, so why not?
I think we will for sure seeing the Kurikara going inside Samir's deck, and I think Kurikara the Incarnate made the difference this weekend. There were a lot of
absolutely did.
I think the Kurikara works so particularly well against Kashtira because a lot of monsters on the Kashtira field trigger, you know, like the Fenrir, the Shangri, and the standby phase. There's a lot of things to tribute. But when you're this deep into a tournament and you're at this stage, you probably know at this point that Samir's playing Kurikara.
You do, and at the same time, some of these cards are just there. You cannot really play around all of your opponent options. Sometimes it's correct to just call it a day, and especially when we are down to one final game. It's probably, at least for Tom, the most important game of his career yet, maybe of his life, and for Samir as well, I'm sure. It's very nerve-wracking, it's very shaky, huge crowd, but as mentioned, we went through a long journey, and now there is one game remaining, 5 final cards to be drawn from either of these 2 duelists. I think it's about time. Let's jump into game 3, the final game of YCS London.
Samir versus Tom, France versus Germany, Sprite versus Kashtira. The game 3 final comes down to this as Tom gets to begin and start this duel. What an incredible match this has been so far. So much back and forth. This is what you want to see from a grand final, don't you?
Really, really hyped for this ending, and I can tell you already, I saw the MVP of the top 4 in a Kurikara in the end from Samir waiting there.
Okay.
So it's there.
Well, if there's a start for Tom, it's gonna be special summoning Unicorn, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, might as well, might as well.
Yeah, just a fun fact, you know, if you actually look through the database and type in Unicorn, about 3/4 of all those cards have been meta at some point.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, well, we're going to go through the motions here using the Apotheosis with the Fenrir to be able to search here. How far do you go? How deep do you go? Do we 5-lock if we have it? Or do you play more conservatively?
I mean, I say it's the finals. Give us a show and just do it. Just do it. Yeah, just go all in. But now, of course, you want to take it somewhat conservatively. But again, at the same time, Samir has been on stream. Samir has been at the top tables. You might have know what he's playing, what kind of cards he has. And maybe going all in is the correct one.
I also think you really want to see if your opponent has any sort of interruptions before, you know, going into that approach. But
no Ash Blossoms or Impermanences, anything like that have been used so far.
You can see Samir for now pretty much ending back and just accepting his fate.
All right, so I don't think we're going to see a 5-lock here as we go for the Big Bang Banish with the Rise Harp.
Yeah, and it's so unevenly matched Banished, by the way.
Book of Eclipse as well. Yeah.
Let's see, we are still potentially gonna see. Ooh, and he actually goes for the monster, which is an interesting one that probably leads to not going for a 5-lock. Usually what you would go for is, we have mentioned it plenty of times, the spell and traps.
So do you think there's a little bit of a sort of strategy involved with which exact zone you lock if you can only go for 2 or 3?
Yeah, sometimes it depends on your opponent decks, of course, especially when they're playing Link Masters. That's important for some decks. In this specific matchup, I don't think it is that much, but let's see. Let's see, because at the moment this opening is still very impressive from Tom.
All right, so Diablosis, the Mind Hacker, gets to look through the extra deck of Samir.
Is the Mosquito gone finally, or is he gonna make the same mistake as Ryan, leaving that Mosquito there? Let's see.
Yeah, so typically you want to hit those powerful go second cards.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, I think someone watched the semi-final, yeah.
All right, so the zone will be blocked off here from the first banishing face down of the Diablosis, and then Samir will be banishing cards from the top of the deck equal to the number of banished cards, triggering the Shangri-La once again to block off all of those 3 zones underneath the extra monster zone.
Yeah. Samir did not check the last 4 cards, surprisingly.
They're all one-offs anyway.
Fair enough. And now play is back to Samir, and I can tell you, I also saw that he drew into a triple tactics talent, which is a great draw from the French player. Talent and Kurikara. This could actually be a good way to break this board.
All right, so question. There's been a bit of debate over the course of this entire format. Okay. Do you activate Shangri-La in the standby phase? A lot of players have been opting to not use it in the standby phase.
Yeah. I mean, again, it really depends on what cards you think your opponent is using, because with talent, that's fine. It's the trust that it could be an issue, but...
I think it's that Kurikara I'm kind of worried about here.
I agree with you. And sometimes it might be correct, and that's exactly what I think Samir is starting with. So Kurikara is the first card of this game 3 for Samir, getting rid of the Shangri-La and developing a 3000 attack monster.
It really does beg the question, you know, was Tom aware that Samir was playing this? Samir has been on feature. He's probably had his friends, you know, letting him know just exactly what is being played, and I think that might be a little bit of a misstep, don't you agree?
Yeah, no, especially because, like, as we were mentioning, this card has been played by most of our players this weekend, and I think, as you correctly mentioned, these guys maybe were close to each other, but there's another one.
Is that not what's per turn?
Yeah. Wow.
There's another one.
Double Kurikara to Talent as well. Incredible.
That's crazy.
Unbelievable. Samir activating the talents in response to steal the Fenrir.
Which he can use, obviously. And what an opening by Samir. You can see him smiling. You can probably hear some of this crowd, which is going crazy.
Yeah, sorry, I was shouting over you. I can barely hear. The crowd are going crazy right now.
But Fenrir was special summoned by the Shangri-La, right, this turn?
Yeah,
so he cannot put it into attack position, right?
He cannot switch the Fenrir.
Yeah, so this Fenrir should be in defense position.
Yeah.
And I'm sure our judges will correct that momentarily. But yeah, this is an extremely powerful setup here by Samir. He is in a really, really good spot That is a sprite starter being activated as well.
Yeah.
What a hand from Samir.
Now they're gonna fix and put back the Farrier to defense position correctly, but it cannot be switched as it was summoned this turn, but still making this. What an opening! Wow.
Wow. I mean.
I mean, you could. That is incredible. I actually didn't think Kurikara was not once per turn. You know, you would assume something like that would be. But wow, opening multiples of that actually paying off here.
Especially because like having one already was powerful. Having a second one.
Wow.
So what are the stats on it? One is 15, one is 30.
No, they are both 3,000.
Both
They're both tributing a monster. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So those are threatening. You know? I mean, yeah.
That's unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, Diablosis not really being able to interact or do much here just by itself. So a singular set card from Tom. It better be a good one.
Yeah, he definitely needs it. But wow. The rest of the end, yeah, he does have
it's really strong, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh
no, it's the dream opening, honestly. I think
Yeah.
this is the kind of opening when you dream on Saturday night of being in the finals. That's what you imagine yourself drawing, and yeah, sometimes dreams do come true. And yeah, let's see if this will be the case for Samir.
Can Samir pick up his second victory for a final of a major tournament?
European champion already. Can he become a YCS champion? And not only a YCS champion, the champion of the largest ever European YCS.
That is an accolade that people would absolutely love to have, and Samir is within reach here as we have this double 3000 Kurikara. The Nimble Hamsters, Beavers being some special summoned from the deck here with the Angler.
Tom debating whether to actually use something face down. This must be the moment. Let's see.
So we searched Sprite Carrot, but we decided to special summon the red instead.
Yeah, which I agree with you. It's kind of debatable. Maybe flashbacks of that Nibiru from game one.
Yeah. Well, despite the fact that the gigantic Sprite is now negated, I don't think he's super worried about that, right?
No.
It was safer to go for the red.
Luckily, the Mosquito is gone, so that at least is not an issue, but this is still so much. I think even if you just... Is he playing the Bimaru? Or something along those lines?
He's not playing on Bimaru. No. But
I
now
mean,
on the field, how many life points?
Because the Diablosis is like
62. This will be 62, right?
28. So yeah, that's 32.
All right, well, deciding what to go for here.
He's
considering the Bujin monster. No, we're going to go for a second sprint here. All right, so
just gonna try and bounce back the Diablosis, and that's all you need, honestly.
Yeah, he also had the Nimble Beaver as a normal summon.
Yeah, special summoning one from the deck.
And then he goes for another gigantic, and then this is enough,
yeah,
right?
It's not even used its effect, so this is plenty of possible.
Look how fast he's playing. He knows it's within reach here. Searching out the Sprite Smashers, the gigantic on 3200, 30-30 on the Kurikaras.
Moments away from being the YCS champion. You can see Samir thinking about it.
Any responses here? That is the Diablosis being
And
batters
that's
attack for
it,
game.
Victory for Samir. Wow.
Wow. The crowd is going absolutely wild right now.
The crowd is going crazy right now, and you cannot blame them. What an ending and what a match we just went through. Wow. Honestly, what a finals. What a weekend it has been. And what a pleasure to be with you guys doing this for all of you at home watching. We just witnessed one of the best finals I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, no, we're just waiting for our ceremony to take place here so we can talk to you a little bit about that incredible match. What a duel our
super emotional, honestly, because like Samir lost game one.
Exactly.
And he stayed calm, and He couldn't even be here, guys.
That's the crazy part. Of course, there's gonna be again and again a tale just to tell everyone. But Samir, in an interview we had with him earlier on, mentioned that he wasn't supposed to be here. He didn't prepare with his friends, and he booked a flight 8 hours prior to the event, just saying, why not? Let's go. I'm confident. I'm gonna try my best with my deck, with my very unique deck, because we mentioned it. He had a very unique Sprite deck. And he made it. He made it all the way, becoming a 2-time champion, European champion, now YCS champion. What a journey it has been, and going even with a reverse sweep in the finals. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the mind, the mentality to maintain your cool after losing game 1, which it could maybe be argued that was winnable at some point, and then to take it all the way to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, you get Nibiru in game 1, and yeah, that's absolutely phenomenal from him. Just again, keeping his composure, and this is what really stands out as the difference between a very good player and a player like Samir, which we mentioned already in the past was by far one of the best players in Europe, and has now, I think, deserving place among the legends of the European Yu-Gi-Oh community. Absolutely great.
Truly
great
cementing himself as one of the biggest names in Yu-Gi-Oh right now. Samir Bashar, European champion, and now a YCS champion as well.
But absolutely, guys, once again, thank you from me, Alberto, and Nadir for being with us for this entire weekend. Before we head out, we have the most important part of the weekend, which is the prize ceremony. And obviously, we want to hear it from Ed and the winner of YCS London 2023, Samir Bashar.
Welcome, duelists. This is it. The winner of the 250th YCS in London, it's Samir Bashar! Samir, your energy has been amazing. The crowd has been cheering you on. How do you feel right now?
I'm happy!
Well, you should be happy. You are now the winner. Congratulations. Everyone was cheering you on. You can clearly see all the support here. This is absolutely amazing. This isn't the first time you won a title, but this is the 250th YCS, and this is your champion! Please welcome to the stage Mr. Ishida, Vice President of Konami Digital Entertainment in Europe, who's going to present you your trophy. Congratulations, Samir. Give it up! Congratulations. Please come on stage, all of us who've worked on this. Thank you so much to all our volunteers and our partners for making all of this possible. All of our duelists for their passionate support of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Thank you to my wonderful colleagues who have been part of this coverage team. And thank you all at home for watching. Give it up one more time for Samir Bashar! Thank you so much, everyone. This is the end of our coverage for YCS London, the 250th YCS. We cannot wait to see all of you at our next event. Take care, everyone. And one more time, your new champion, Samir Bashar! Congratulations.